The story begins with a collapsing tower and lightning striking the dark purple sky. Everyone feels they are defeated. No one dares to say it because it feels as if it will finally become true once spoken, but at that moment, they are defeated. Many people stand there staring at the collapsing tower, and someone asks if this is really the end, adding that they never imagined this would be how they part ways. A warrior turns to leave and says they should not get mushy, and should make it quick since they are done for anyway. The great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Ogong, creator of the heavenly realm, shouts in disbelief and asks what they mean by done for, insisting it is not over yet. Hercules, Olympus's hero, wearing a lion costume, comes toward him and says he is talking big for someone who is on the brink of death. Ogong says he will not die. Hercules replies that Ogong might be immortal, but asks if he can really keep acting so mighty in front of the outer gods, since they will soon discover this place. Ogong clenches his teeth and says there is a chance they already have. Then a man, Kim Yuan, arrives and hurls a blue magic ball toward them that bounces on the ground. Hercules asks if he has made it back. Yuan sits on a rock and says he thought he was going to die. One of the warriors asks if it is just him and mentions Merlin, Asura, and Vishnu. Yuan says they are all dead. They shift their attention toward the ball, from which a strange energy emits, and ask who the figure is. Yuan tells them it is foolish chaos. Ogong asks in disbelief if that thing is actually one of the outer gods. Yuan, sitting hopelessly and squeezing his knee, thinks that with this, he knows for a fact that the inners cannot beat the outers. Then a portal begins to open midair, and a man, Kronos, the divine being that oversees time, raising his hand, says there is no way to win, that for now it is the end, and that they must return to the old world line and start over. Yuan thinks that in the end, this is their only option. Kronos says that in the world they return to, he will probably have disappeared. He explains that it is a fair price to pay for the only way to go back in time and shift the world line, so they should not waste their energy looking for him. Yuan asks if he will cease to exist. Kronos says he does not know in what form it will be, but his disappearance will be of no concern. Yuan closes his eyes and says he would want to end things here if possible. Kronos says that this was their final chance, and Yuan asks in surprise who is going to go back in time. When no one responds to him, Yuan says he expected it, but wonders if it is really going to be him. He asks why, when Ogong was also a likely contender. Ogong tells Yuan that he entered the tower last among them, yet despite that, he adapted to the world faster than anyone else, climbed the tower, and is now fighting alongside them. Those who long ago climbed to the top of the tower, forged myths, and gained divinity and divine titles. He asks if Yuan did not forget. Hercules says that beings on the upper floors are restricted in how they can intervene in the lower floors, so in order to change the tower, they have to start from the lower floors and go up, which makes Yuan their only choice. Kronos says that when Yuan returns in time, they probably will not have the same relationship they have now, so even if they do not recognize him, he should just let it slide. Ogong tells him to knock some sense into the ones who cannot comprehend the situation, and if all else fails, he can just kill them. Kronos says he hopes Yuan has a hard time, calling him his friend. Yuan says they are never short of words. He begins to hold Kronos' clock, thinking that they are all so bullheaded and that he is going to have a hard time. With that, he regresses into the real world and wonders at his body, which feels extremely heavy. He realizes that all the stress and arcane power that once supported his body are gone, so instead of his body being sent back in time, his time has been rewound. That means he has to start over from zero, and he thinks that first he needs to find out how far he has gone back in time. Then a guy punches him, but he manages to hold on. The guy asks if he actually withstood it. Yuan still wonders what is going on as he sees the badge of Chingsal University on the opponent's jacket. He realizes that he was a college student before all that happened, and that he had forgotten because of how long it has been. He tries to remember the guy's name. The guy begins to hit him again, saying that he thinks he is such a tough guy and should respect his seniors. Yuan dodges the punch and gets ready to fight, thinking that now it is time to start. At 3 p.m., Yuan receives the message that it's 9 hours before the commencement of the tutorial. On December 31st, at 8 p.m., in the Hongdae area, inside a restaurant, Chingsal University's physical education department student Kim Myung-hoon grits his teeth, thinking about Kim Yuan. He recalls how Yuan treated him in class after a beating. When Yuwon said that the absentee Kim Myung-hoon was remembered, that school should be on break, but he really had nothing better to do, and that he deserved a hard time as well, since there was not much time left. Sitting with his friends, Myung-hoon thinks angrily that Yuwon, the shithead, just spewed some indecipherable nonsense and left, and he vows he will beat him so hard he will not even be able to crawl afterwards. He tells his friends that he beat the life out of him and hopes Yuwon made it to the hospital. One of his friends tells him to go easier, saying Yuwon might kill himself at that rate. Myung-hoon replies that Yuwon does not even have parents, so no one is going to come after them. Another agrees, saying that if Yuwon croaks after just a few punches, it is his fault. At 11:50 p.m., they are standing outside, commenting that it is so crowded because it is a long holiday weekend and that it will soon be 220. They suggest having a third round of drinks to celebrate. Myung-hoon checks his phone and says they should hurry, since he is getting sober and thinks it's a waste. Then one of his friends notices someone from behind, walking with a suitcase, and says it is Kim Yuwon, looking completely fine. Myung-hoon thinks about why Yuwon is there and decides that this is good, that Yuwon is dead. He rushes toward him, telling his friends to go and say hi. They approach him from behind. Yuwon asks what they are doing there, then begins to take off his watch and tells them that it is almost midnight, and they should enjoy the last 3 minutes because after that, it will be hell. Myung-hoon curses him and asks what he has been blabbering about, but his attitude falters when he sees Yuwon's suitcase filled with weapons. They all become scared, and one of Myung-hoon's friends asks just how hard he hit Yuwon, telling him to hurry and apologize. Holding a weapon, Yuwon is about to move, and another friend tries to stop him, saying that both Myung-hoon and Yuwon were in the wrong, and that no matter how angry he is, this is not right. Yuwon puts on his bag, kicks the suitcase, and thinks that this place has the biggest population in Seoul, so there are plenty of people. He looks at the time as it strikes midnight and says it begins now. At that moment, everyone hears a strong beep voice and covers their ears. Yuwon tells Myung-hoon that his 3 minutes are up. With that, a status window appears, declaring to the population of 12,000 that the tutorial will now begin, instructing them to survive the zombie horde, and stating that all zombies will perish after 30 minutes. The citizens wonder if those are real zombies. Yuwon observes that there are many of them because of the tutorial's difficulty setting, explaining that the higher the population in a sector, the higher the difficulty, as that is the only way to balance out the sectors. Since Hongdae has a huge population density compared to its size, the places they can run to will be restricted by sectors, and zombies will lurk no matter where they go, which means the place will soon become a sea of blood. He equips a weapon as the status window informs him that he is able to check his status by saying the activation phrase status window, and that he has acquired a basic weapon, a knife. Other citizens acquire weapons as well, saying that what they are given can hardly be called weapons and wondering if they are supposed to fight zombies with such basic tools. Yuwon rushes forward, thinking that the theme of the first tutorial is survival. He reflects that the old him would have been satisfied with just surviving, but now that is not enough. He then opens a glass bottle, breaks it with his weapon, and, holding the knife, he rushes forward and says it is time to start. With that, he begins slicing the zombies. The system informs him that he was the first to kill a zombie in his area, that he has obtained 100 points, and that his experience points have increased massively, causing him to level up. Yuwon realizes that his body feels lighter and lighter. Yuwon continues killing the zombies, and his level increases continuously. Other locals watching him remark that the zombies seem weak and wonder if it is possible for them to fight as well, some declaring that they will kill all of them. One of them begins hitting a zombie with a hammer, but it does not hurt the creature at all. He wonders why it is not dying. The zombie then bites him, and he shouts in pain. Seeing this, Yuwon thinks that nothing can be done with normal strength alone. Although the zombies are slow and weak, they cannot feel pain and are harder to kill. On top of that, the poison that enters the body when bitten is fatal. He reflects that while there will be people who survive this and climb to the upper levels of the tower, it is by no means an easy feat. Yuwon begins to kill a zombie, but this time his knife does not slice through it. He kicks the zombie away and wonders if the effect has expired. Reaching into his bag, he thinks that although they are not easy to kill, they do have a weakness. He flips a glass bottle into the air and breaks it with his knife. He recalls a conversation with his uncle, who told him that he was talented in different ways compared to him. and that not only Yuan but also the others were different when compared to him. Yuan had replied that even so, his uncle had survived. His uncle had said that he was lucky because during the first tutorial, he discovered something amazing. He had asked Yuan if he knew what he was doing before he was trapped in the tower, and then handed him a glass bottle, saying he had been managing a salt farm. He revealed that the first tutorial's zombies were weak against salt. Yuan starts slicing the monsters, and the system informs him that he has achieved an unbelievable feat. He killed 100 zombies within 10 minutes in the tutorial and obtained 3 free stat points. He understands that these are different from the level up points, which raise stats randomly, and that free stat points can be allocated to the stats he chooses. He thinks about using them immediately, but decides to keep them for later, reasoning that he cannot waste his stats on killing mere zombies. He then moves to find a suitable location first. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon struggles to kill the zombies, wondering what is happening, how Yuan is able to cut through them so easily, and why he cannot do the same. He thinks that if only he had the weapon Yuan is using, things might be different. As he struggles with a zombie that is approaching him, he kicks at its face and runs away. His friends remark that the zombies seem to be increasing in number instead of decreasing and ask where Yuan went, noting that they will only be able to survive if they stick to him. Myung-hoon observes the surroundings, trying to find Yuan, thinking about where he went. One of his friends alerts him that a zombie is approaching from the front. Myung-hoon tries to hit it, but his weapon breaks, and seeing the zombie so close, he thinks he is going to die. Suddenly, the zombies begin collapsing, and they all wonder what is happening and why they are falling all at once. Myung-hoon realizes that something has been dropped from above. He tastes the powder and realizes that it is salt. Meanwhile, Yuan, hovering in mid-air, throws the salt, and the system informs him that he has leveled up. He thinks that this is great. He then lands on a rooftop, and the system announces that the first tutorial has concluded, with 4,000 survivors. He realizes that so many people have died. A large number of status windows appear before him, showing his rewards. He thinks about how many zombies he really killed and wonders how many notification windows there will be. He notes that he has obtained a total of 3,000 points, recalling that he started with around 10 points in the past. Yuan realizes that it is definitely ridiculous to obtain such a huge number of points in the first tutorial. The system informs him that the second tutorial will start shortly. He thinks that there is no time to rest and that the next tutorial will probably be even more challenging. Suddenly, a voice greets everyone and congratulates all who survived, noting that the number of survivors is so high it is shocking. Everyone wonders who the voice belongs to and where it is coming from. The voice explains that it has something to convey to all the survivors. Normally, it would only share this after the second tutorial ends, but it is making an exception this time. Yuan suspects it is a lackey. The voice continues, saying that someone has reached the threshold. It explains that there is only one thing to say, the method to use the points. There are 2 main ways to use them. The first is at the store, which has items beyond anyone's wildest imagination. The second is as currency points can be traded with anyone, as long as they shake hands. Yuan thinks that he already knows about this, reflecting that there is a reason why there is a saying that one can become even a god with money. Since the store plays a crucial role in this world, he realizes that it will now be a battle to level up and acquire points. The voice then says that time is up and asks if everyone has had a good rest, adding that it has nothing more to say and that it is now time to start struggling again. Then a huge bright area appears, and the system informs everyone that a safe zone will be created in the center of each district and instructs them to enter it, noting that they will be given 100 points every 3 hours. The second tutorial begins. Everyone wonders about the safe zone, asking if it refers to that strange, bright area. Myung-hoon worries, wondering what in the world is happening. His friends ask about one of their other friends, Chang-ho, and another replies that he probably died. They then ask Myung-hoon what he is looking for. He says it is nothing, but one of his friends remarks that they do not see Yuan, who was fighting like an absolute beast, and wonders if this is his calling. Myung-hoon then spots Yuan and rushes toward him. He stops him and asks where he is going, telling him that he is heading the wrong way and asking if he did not hear that they are supposed to stay in the safe zone. He insists that they go together, promising to look after him as a senior. Internally, he thinks that he does not want to admit it, but being next to Yuan is the safest option, and if he just reaches out like this, Yuan will definitely respond. Yuan tells him that he knows and that he has somewhere he needs to go. He pats Myung-hoon's shoulder and advises that if he wants to survive, he should not try to latch on to someone else and should wait inside the safe zone. Saying this, he leaves. Myung-hoon clenches his fist, thinking that he will forget it and that there is no way it will be safer next to Yuan than inside the safe zone. A survivor tries to enter the safe zone but cannot. He wonders what is happening, noting that it is blocked off, and recalls that they were supposed to go in there. The system informs them that the capacity of the safe zone is 2,000 survivors and that it is already filled. Yuan thinks that this is half the number of survivors and wonders what will happen to the others outside the safe zone. Suddenly, an earthworm appears from underneath the ground and starts attacking the survivors. Yuan stabs it with his knife, killing it, and thinks that this is how it has begun. The system informs him that he was the first to kill an earthworm, and that he has earned 300 points. He realizes that earthworms hunt by digging through the ground, making them invisible to the naked eye. But if he closes his eyes and focuses on his other senses, he can detect them. Following this method, he feels the ground cracking beneath his feet. As the earthworm emerges, he kicks it in the head and severs its head with his knife. He levels up and wonders how he leveled up after killing only 2 of them, thinking that at this rate, he should be able to gain a lot of stat points. Entering the building's basement, he reflects that earthworms live underground, create caves, and build their nests inside them, making this an optimal location to hunt them. He finds a large number of earthworms there. The system informs him that he has discovered a hidden dungeon, the Hongdi Station, and that he has obtained 100 points. He equips the weapon, thinking that now that he has found their nest, hunting them will be a piece of cake. His first goal is to reach level 20. Grabbing the weapon in both hands, he starts targeting the earthworms, hitting many at once. While slicing through them, he finds a marble. He grabs it up, thinking that this is something that could be obtained in the second tutorial. He reflects that these worms suddenly seem much more appealing, and mentally apologizes, noting that he now has a reason to hunt them even harder. Meanwhile, outside the safe zone, the survivors become targets of the earthworms. Inside the safe zone, the survivors discuss how horrible it is, saying they would rather bite their tongues and kill themselves than die like that. The system informs them that 3 hours have passed and that they have obtained 100 points. They wonder if this is like money and whether 100 points is a lot. The system then explains that the red region will be deactivated and that its capacity has dropped to 1500. When the maximum capacity is exceeded, people will be randomly expelled from the safe zone. They wonder how much smaller it will shrink. The excess survivors are automatically dragged out of the safe zone, becoming new targets for the earthworms. As the safe zone shrinks, people start fighting each other to remain inside. Myung-hoon then shouts for everyone to be quiet. When everyone directs their attention toward him, he says that starting now, they need to decide who to kill in order to survive. Myung-hoon thinks that if he does nothing, he might end up being shoved out of the safe zone, so he feels he has to kill someone. He grabs an old man by his shirt, reasoning that in order to survive, he has to kill him. Meanwhile, Yuan continues hitting the earthworms, killing them, though they keep emerging from the ground. He slices them one by one until they are finally all cleared. The system informs him that he has leveled up. He gathers many marbles and collects them into his bag. The system then tells him that he has reached level 20 and that a new stat, Arcane Power, has been unlocked. He takes a deep breath and acknowledges that he did it, reflecting that it took about 3 hours and was quite exhausting. Thanks to the increase in stats, his body feels much lighter. He notes that he has gained 3 random stats as a reward for hunting the earthworms and has a single unallocated stat point. He thinks that this is not bad and that he cannot expect a better reward until he catches that thing. He uses the unallocated stat point, and the system informs him that his arcane power has increased by 5. He realizes that arcane power is the stat that will serve as the basis for all the power he will gain in the future, and that no other stat is more important. He notes that his arcane power has reached 18, while even the extremely few said to have been blessed by the tower only start off with 12, so this is a good start. Yuan begins to leave, thinking about what he needs now, but then his attention shifts toward a hole. He addresses it, asking if someone is watching. The voice of Lackey responded, asking how he knew. Yuan replies that he is a little fleshy, and that it would be boring to watch elsewhere. Administrator Lackey appears and admits that it is true. He thanks Yuan, saying that he has made this dull job a bit more entertaining, and confirms that Yuan really has reached level 20. Yuan answers that he was a bit lucky. Lackey reacts with interest, noting that people who attribute things to luck are often the scariest, and then asks why Yuan called him. Yuan mentions the shop. Lackey immediately assumes he wants to buy an item, but Yuan clarifies that he wants to purchase skills. Lackey presents the shop in front of him, remarking that Yuan might be the first person to buy a skill during the second tutorial. He tells Yuan to choose what he wants. As Yuan scrolls through the many options, he thinks that there are too many and that it would take forever just to go through them all. He then asks if this is the entirety of the skills available. Lackey explains that this is everything accessible during the tutorial and asks if Yuan is searching for something special. Yuan dismisses the idea, thinking that asking more questions would only attract unnecessary attention. He selects Monkey Eyes, saying that he will go with that one. Lackey seems surprised, pointing out that it is not a particularly good skill. Yuan finalizes the purchase anyway, simply saying that he thinks the name is cool. He then chooses the basic arcane sword for 15,000 points, leaving him with only 27 points remaining. Lackey approves of the choice, noting that the basic arcane sword compensates for the lack of attack power among early participants. He adds that he has great expectations of Yuan, and hopes he enjoys the rest of his time. Annoyed, Yuan reflects on the word expectations, realizing that this means he will now be surveilled as a special administrative target. As Yuan walks, he thinks that it does not matter how much they watch over him, since he has not broken any rules to get this far, and they cannot punish him. The only thing that bothers him is returning, but he wonders if they would even be able to figure that out. The clock movement used for returning was an item crafted by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin, and Kronos, the core person behind the item, had his existence erased as a penalty for its use. He considers that even an administrator should not be able to find any links to returning, and that even if someone notices, his goal will not change. He then checks the details of Monkey Eyes, which state that when activated, it increases vision and fortifies the 5 senses. As he activates it, he sees the earthworms and realizes that those are the creature's eyes. He thinks that he will have to quickly raise his proficiency, since the true value of the eyes lies elsewhere. He then goes to target the earthworms, thinking that there is half an hour left and that he has plenty of time. He wields the basic arcane sword, which envelopes the blade in arcane power. He says that it should be around here somewhere. The boss of the second tutorial, the motherworm. He kicks one of the worms, and with that, the motherworm appears. Seeing it, Yuan thinks that, surprisingly, for being a human-eating monster, it has a strong attachment to its offspring, but despite that, it lacks intelligence. As the worm is about to catch him, he retreats from his place, moving upward, saying that he is going to get it in one go. He then strikes at the motherworm, continuously slashing at its body. He stabs both of his weapons and says what it will do now, asking if it will flip over its body, and adds that it was not the smartest choice. With that, he causes long slashes across its body and comes in front of it. As it opens its mouth wide, Yuan rises up, moving toward it, saying thanks for coming. With that, he severs its mouth in half. Meanwhile, in the safe zone, the old man pleads for Myung-hoon to spare him, saying this is not right and asking how he can do this to him, knowing he will die. Myung-hoon kicks him, telling him to shut up and know his place. He says that everyone agreed to choose someone else to die in their place. The others argue back that it is nonsense, and that he just decided it on his own, asking when they ever agreed to it. Myung-hoon shouts at them that everyone did accept them, and warns them not to dare come back in because he will kill them himself. The system then announces that the remaining time is 30 seconds. As the countdown begins, everyone seems scared, wondering what is going to happen. With that, the timer stops at 3. The system states that they have passed the second tutorial and that the safe zone will no longer shrink. Everyone wonders if they are safe and alive. The system says they obtained 600 points, and there are still 15 hours left until the end of the second tutorial. Meanwhile, Lackey tells Yuan that he actually managed to kill the motherworm and asks if he would like to be healed. Yuan, sitting atop the dead motherworm, replies that if it counts as one of the rewards, he refuses, since a tiny injury like this can be healed just by raising his constitution. Lackey says that to think a normal human being could get this far in just the second tutorial is quite a surprise. Yuan answers that he is as noisy as usual and thinks that it has been 30 minutes since he killed the motherworm, which appeared later than he expected. He reasons that the lackeys managing the tutorial probably did not expect the motherworm, the monster that preserved the second tutorial's ecosystem, to be killed. So, there is obviously no preset reward in the system for hunting the motherworm. In other words, they must be divided on what his reward should be. He then asks about the reward. Lackey responds that since Yuan knows he will receive a reward for his special actions, it seems he already understands this world. Yuan answers that, after all he has done, it would be strange for him not to know that. Lackey says that most people do not know about it and explains that Yuan may pick between 3 things. The first option is the right to skip to the 5th tutorial, which will also include the information and reward for the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Yuan thinks that it is sly of them, as they must believe the 3rd and 4th tutorials hold little value to him, so they are trying to send him directly to the 5th. Lackey continues that the second reward is points, which he assumes does not need further explanation. Yuan then asks what the 3rd option is. Lackey says that the final one is connecting him with Olympus. He explains that the tutorial is merely the starting point of this world, and in the vast tower, there are large organizations as well as countless beings with godlike powers. He adds that he will recommend Yuan to Olympus, one of the organizations that rule the tower, and that if he is sponsored by them, he should be safe in the tower once he completes the tutorial. Yuan thinks that he could never have predicted this. It is true that Olympus is one of the major factions that rule the tower, and Kronos himself had been a ranker belonging to Olympus. If he were to borrow their power, he would be able to climb the tower faster and safer. After considering, he stands and says that he will go with the second option. The system immediately announces that he has obtained 10,000 points as the distribution reward. Lackey protests, insisting that since Yuan has not yet used his points, he will allow him to change his decision. He urges Yuan to make a wiser choice, claiming that he must have chosen this path only because he does not know much about Olympus and warning that he will regret it later. Yuan grabs his bag and tells him that if he is here as a Gopar, he should do his job properly. He adds that the last option had not been discussed with the other lackeys and most certainly had not been approved by the administrator. Shocked, Lackey demands to know how he is aware of the administrator. Yuan presses further, asking if the other lackeys also received a similar deal, if they too had been bought out by Olympus, or if some were aligned with the heavenly realm, perhaps with Diva, or even with Leamington. As he leaves, he remarks that thanks to Lackey's loose tongue, he has found one more thing that must be done. He then spends 1,000 points to request a meeting with the administrator. Alarmed, Lackey asks what he is doing, but Yuan only replies that he will find out soon. As he climbs down from the motherworm's body, the administrator approves his request. Yuan thinks to himself that the tutorial is meant to be separated from the tower, yet Olympus is already involved with the lackeys. This is something he cannot overlook, since it will interfere with his future plans. Soon after, the administrator appears, commenting on the request, a meeting in the tutorial for a mere 1,000 points. He then asks if Yuan is the one who summoned him. Yuan introduces himself as a participant in the tutorial. The administrator studies him and replies that he has heard much about him, the one who killed over 1,000 undead in the first tutorial. The administrator then asks how Yuan had known of his existence, and how he managed to figure out the process for requesting a meeting. Yuan replies that it was written in the first law of the tutorial that all information regarding the tutorial must be obtained by the participant's own abilities, not given by the administrator or the tower itself. He reminds him that it was a law the administrator had established. Internally, Yuan reflects on its meaning. All information must be gained by one's own means. And the administrator should know better than anyone that he is not lying, for within his area of management, he can discern all truth from falsehood. The administrator seems impressed and acknowledges Yuan's words. Instead of pressing further, Yuan shifts the subject, saying that he believes the tower's interference has already reached into the tutorial. He explains that Olympus has made contact with the lackeys and that he himself had been offered a sponsorship from them as a supposed reward. Lackey hastily tries to interject, denying the accusation. But the administrator, visibly frustrated, grabs the lackey with his hand and smashes it apart in an instant. He curses Olympus for them to spread their influence even here. He says thanks to Yuan, he now has reason to cut away the rotten parts. Yuan further tells him about the second law of the tutorial, that during the tutorial, all achievements by a participant must be compensated by a reward of equal merit. He says he has used a fair amount of points to call the administrator over, and through him, he hunted an unfaithful lackey, then asks what he thinks about that. The administrator replies that when his subordinates checked Yuan's information, he did not appear to have any particular irregularities or points of notice, but that actually seems to be the most interesting thing about him. He says that Yuan may not have killed the lackey with his own hands, but it is no different. He leans toward Yuan and says that a lackey, an existence close to a rancor, was killed in the second tutorial due to a mere participant. Yuan answers that he will take that as a compliment. The administrator laughs and says that since Yuan has achieved an impressive feat, the reward would be something special. He then extends his hand toward Yuan and says that Yuan has already got plenty of points, but he deserves at least this much. Seeing his hand, Yuan thinks that this is the method used to exchange points, and that the reward seems less special than he expected. As Yuan slightly shakes the administrator's hand, the system announces that he has obtained the skill Master of Mana. His mana recovery rate, resistance to mana, and sensitivity to mana slightly increase, and his arcane power rises by 5. The administrator then begins to disappear, saying that he imagines Yuan will be satisfied with this, but he must handle his subordinates, so he is leaving, and that they shall meet again after the third tutorial. After he disappears, Yuan wonders while looking at his hand if it is possible for a skill of this rank to appear in the tutorial. He checks the details of mana and sees its proficiency is 0. He closes his fist and thinks that although the proficiency is still low, it is a mana-controlled skill, the force controlled through the arcane, and more important than anything in the tower. He then speaks the word mana, and a mana blast forms in his hand, which is usable once arcane power reaches 40, while his current arcane power is at 26. He jerks the mana ball, and its effect spreads around, causing cracks in the ground. He thinks that the skill compensation effect is surprisingly good, and though it is still unstable, it is alright. He then wonders if he should be grateful to Olympus for this, but concludes that this is far from enough, since he cannot be satisfied with merely regaining and imitating the strength he had before going back in time. The system informs Yuan that there are still 13 hours left until the second tutorial is finalized. As more earthworms appear before him, he runs toward them, thinking that they are more elements that will destroy those omnipotent-looking outer gods. He charges toward them at once, saying that he needs even more of them. Meanwhile, in the safe zone, the survivors share their opinions, saying that they should wait a little longer, wondering if the government will really stay idle when Hongdi has become such a mess, and questioning who can say there will not be a third or fourth tutorial after the second. They plead to Myung-hoon that if the safe zone disappears while they are waiting, then, at the very least, until that time runs out, he should let them stay. Myung-hoon grabs one of the men and shouts at him that he is being a real pain. He tells them that aside from that, he already ordered them to send the next resupply squad and get out there, and if they cannot do it themselves, he should send them out personally. He tells them not to feel so down, reminding them that they were all originally going to die, but thanks to them, many can survive. He declares that this is the kind of world the place has become, so they should hurry up and die. Then a survivor notices Yuan and says there is a person wandering alone outside the safe zone. They try to alert him, warning him to watch out because an earthworm is below him. The earthworm appears beside Yuan, but he kills it with a single kick. Everyone is surprised to see him, and Yuan tells them to just ignore him and continue their little discussion. Yuan steps into the safe zone, and Myung-hoon grabs him, asking where he was, saying that he was looking for him and was worried because he had disappeared like that. Everyone seems surprised and scared as they look at Yuan. Some survivors bring food, and Myung-hoon allows them to go inside. Yuan asks about the people, saying that Myung-hoon forced them to get supplies and that they would have died. Myung-hoon replies that it is beneficial for all of them. Yuan then asks if he made them risk their lives again to get food, saying that something is strange. Myung-hoon, frustrated but still polite, tells him to listen closely, saying that if he wants to survive, he has to be cowardly, and asks if he thinks laws and morals matter anymore. He adds that to survive in this world, one must be selfish and cruel, and that it is only natural, asking if Yuan did not know that. With that, the second tutorial ends. The system announces to the players in the safe zone that 500 points and one inventory item will be deducted from everyone, and in the case of death, the contents of the inventory will be deleted. Yuan begins to leave, saying that if that is how Myung-hoon wants to survive, then so be it. He adds that he will not participate and will not tell them what to do, but warns him not to cross the line, whatever that may be. Myung-hoon thinks about the word line and says to himself that Yuan is bluffing again. The status window announces that the third tutorial will now begin, instructing the players to kill 50 monsters in the sector and acquire 50 essence. The remaining time is 72 hours. The sector will be destroyed when the time runs out, and the gate will be activated in 70 hours. The people still in the safe zone complain, saying that the monsters keep appearing and wonder when it will stop. They note that the safe zone is at least secure, comparing it to a game. Myung-hoon thinks about the task, wondering if he really has to collect all 50 essences by himself. He then tells the others that they all heard the instructions and know what to do. Meanwhile, Yuan empties his bag, which contains 132 mana essences. He throws the bag aside and, looking at the monsters ahead, wonders if he will be able to reach 1,000. He gathers mana, his proficiency rising by 0.5% each time. As he continues to gather mana, he thinks about how lucky he was to obtain so much essence in the second tutorial, but admits that he is not satisfied with only that. At that moment, his mana blast is completed and added as a skill. Using it, he kills many of the monsters. He realizes that it works but notes that he has to use all of his mana to cast it, and that controlling it is not easy. Still, he believes that if he raises his stats and proficiency, it will definitely become useful. He continues to gather essence, thinking that while Mana Blast is considered the standard for measuring mana control, it is not his style. Approaching more monsters with a knife in hand, he asks them why they are afraid. He then declares that he will not waste the time he has left and charges forward to try again. On the second day of the third tutorial, some players in the basement wonder if they have gone too deep, saying it feels eerie. A level 10 player, Junho, says there is nothing they can do about it, that they started with 1400, but now only 400 remain. Another level 10 player, Kang Seongchan, says they need to hide wherever they can. A girl with them, Lim Juyeon, points out a convenience store and says they can fill their inventory with food. Junho happily moves toward the store, saying he is hungry, but does not realize there is a crab above, and soon his head becomes the crab's food. His friends are stunned at the sight as more monsters appear. Seongchan and Juyeon pull out their weapons, saying there are too many of them. Trembling, she thinks that she has tried hard to survive and that her level is high, but wonders why she cannot move. She slashes at the monsters, as one of them grabs her arm. While Seongchan also struggles with a zombie, Juyeon thinks she does not want to die like this, that she wanted to live and suffered so much, so she questions why she has to die there. A monster leaps toward her, but someone hit it with a can on the way. She is stunned at the sight, wondering who did it. Then Yuan appears there, squeezes the can, saying they are too noisy, that he was sleeping, and now he is awake. Juyeon thinks there is no way that levels and stats may be a thing now, but Yuan killed a monster with just a can. Yuan then throws the can again, taking off a monster's head with it. He slashes with a knife at the crab, and in just a few seconds, clears them all. Both thank him, saying he saved them. Seongchan's arm is badly injured, but he manages to bear the pain and sit on the ground. Yuan tosses a healer toward them, saying they should rub it on first, that it will be quite effective. She catches it, and Yuan asks Seongchan what his constitution is. Seongchan tells him it is about 17. Yuan says he will not die at the very least, though he might not be able to use his arm anymore. Then Yuan murmurs that he thinks he slept for 6 hours, that the fatigue is gone, but he wishes he could sleep a bit more. He notes it was the first sleep he got in 4 days, that he pushed himself quite a bit, and even went through the trouble of buying scentless powder so he could sleep, though he did not think he would end up being disturbed. He begins to leave when Juyeon stops him, asking if he is going to continue hunting around there. She says there are more monsters underground than above, and he might even encounter subterranean snakes if unlucky. Yuan stops and replies without turning that he does not plan on staying there, that it is his restaurant and resting spot, and that his hunting ground is elsewhere. While following Yuan into the second basement, Seongchan asks if there really is a dungeon on the second basement level, saying the layout is completely different, so it must be a real hunting ground. Yuan equips his weapon and asks them why they came there despite knowing the dangers. Juyeon says he probably does not know what is going on outside since he has been there all this time, that above-ground groups have been created, and they have started to kill each other out of distrust. Not to mention it has become a hellhole from people trying to take each other's essence. Yuan asks if they ran away after being attacked. Xiangqun says yes, that they did not bother following them inside. Then a strange voice comes, and Yuan asks if they almost died there as well. Juyon says they survived in the end thanks to him. Xiangqun asks what the sounds are. Yuan turns and asks, thanks to him, they say, but there is no guarantee that he will not just kill them and take their essence. Juyon thinks the thought glossed over them because he saved their lives, but compared to the people above ground and the monsters there, he is far more dangerous. Xiangqun says he has probably already collected all the essence he needs, so he would have no reason to kill them. Yuan asks what if he says he is collecting more essence, and even if he does not kill them himself, they will end up dying there, and he knows he does not have to explain why. Juyon feels something is off, wondering why he is bothering to tell them all this if he intends to harm them, and wonders if it could be something else. She then asks what it is that he wants from them. He smiles and says he promises it will not be a bad proposal, that as long as they do a good job, he will even share some essence, and tells them to go. A dragon monster chases Xiangqun, who, while running and crying, thinks this is not a bad proposal. Yuan tells him his legs are fine, so he should run. As the monster chases and is about to catch him, Yuan moves toward its mouth and slashes inside it. Then, as another monster follows, he clashes with it and severs its body into pieces. Xiangqun, panting, thinks this is an unbelievable hunting speed, and if Yuan has been hunting at that rate, he has a lot of essences then. As Yuan slices the monsters, the essence falls. Xiangqun begins to collect the essences and thinks that maybe because the monster's level is higher, the drop rate of the essence is much higher. He gets 50 essence in just 2 hours and thinks Yuan is not just strong, he is built differently. After clearing the monster, Yuan also came to collect the essences. Yuan then asks how many there were. Xiangqun says there is one more, making a total of 6. Yuan tells him to keep one for himself. Xiangqun hands him the others, thinking that the speed at which they bring back monsters cannot match Yuan's hunting speed, and wonders what he plans on doing with all that essence. He mentions that Yujian is a bit late, but will surely be back soon. He then asks Yuan what level he is, saying that with such hunting speed, he must be leveling up quickly. Yuan replies that it has slowed down a lot and that he will have to wait for the next tutorial to really level up properly. Xiangqun wonders just how high Yuan's level must be for it not to rise anymore. Yuan then says that levels are personal information, so one should not ask others about them, and if asked, should not answer. He adds that the same applies to stats. Xiangqun asks about Yuan, questioning his constitution earlier. Yuan replies that he is right and says he should have just let his arm rot off, then tells him that while bringing over monsters, he should make sure to hunt some himself from time to time, since he should worry about raising his level as well as gathering essence. At that moment, Yujian returns, bringing with her a group of monsters chasing her. Xiangqun seeing them say they barely have time to rest and Yuan leaps toward them. Meanwhile, Xiangqun also strikes one with a hammer, leveling up. Excited, he says he killed it and asks Yujian, who has also leveled up by defeating the monsters. When they finish, they ask Yuan if they can keep the essence. Yuan tells them that since they killed those monsters, they can keep them. Yuan gives one to Yujian and asks if they both now have 50 essence. Yujian affirms, adding that they only had 20 before coming here, and thanks him for helping them collect so many so quickly. Yuan replies that thanks to them, his hunting became 50% more efficient. He thinks that he has gathered far more essence than planned, and with 2 hours and 57 minutes remaining, the gate should activate soon. He then begins to leave, saying that if they are done, they should head out. As they follow him, they discuss whether the outside will still be utterly chaotic. Xiangqun says it has probably become worse, since the third tutorial is about to end, and he worries for the people outside. Meanwhile, above the ground, the survivors are divided into 2 teams. 2 survivors discuss that the gate is turning red, and they should be able to head in there soon. They says everyone is secretly hiding their weapons and trying to make some awkward conversation. The drop rate for essence is abysmal, so instead of hunting monsters and putting their lives on the line, it is faster to kill other humans and take their essence. They notices that everyone else has the same thought, but they do not seem to plan on acting anytime soon. That will change when the gate opens. As soon as the gate activates, steal and dash. They note that Myung-hoon, the leader over there, looks like he is watching them, and that he is coming closer. Myung-hoon comes close to them and says it has been a long time, asking if it has been 2 days. The leader, Dushik, replies that he does not think they are close enough to be sharing such warm greetings. Myung-hoon says Dushik is still as prideful as ever, even though he knows what is about to happen, reminding him that once the gate opens, the bloodbath will begin. Dushik thinks that the cunning guy has gathered all those men in advance for this moment and asks how much essence he needs. Myung-hoon says that they have so many mouths to feed compared to Dushik's group, so about 700. Dushik clenches his fist and thinks that they only have a little over 300 essence, calling it a ridiculous request, realizing they cannot avoid confronting them now. Myung-hoon then says to just give 400, and then they will leave them alone, saying they will figure out the rest themselves. Dushik thinks that if he refuses, it will be an all-out war against them, 50 to 20, and they are completely outnumbered. He wonders if he should be grateful that they only have to give 400, but admits he would rather fight instead. At that moment, Yuan interrupts, excusing himself, and they direct their attention toward him. He arrives holding a bucket and places it on the ground. Myung-hoon asks if he has not seen him in a few days and wonders where he has been. Yuan says he had things to do. Myung-hoon asks if he gathered enough essence. Yuan replies obviously and opens his bag, pouring all the essence into the bucket. Everyone wonders how many there are, saying it looks like at least 1,000. Myung-hoon, frustrated, thinks that Yuan has collected too many, but reminds himself that there is no need to be intimidated, since he has gathered at least 50 men, and no matter how strong Yuan is, he cannot face them all. Yuan then draws a circle around himself and says to look closely at the floor, reminding them that they all need these, but he does not, since he already has more than enough. They begin saying to give them some, and others ask too. Yuan says it is not free, 100 points for each, and if they want to buy any, they must first ask for his permission before entering the circle. They wonder about the price, saying it is too expensive, and noting that the shop does not sell any essence, so they can only buy from him. Myung-hoon points his weapon at Yuan and says that Yuan is selfish, that he could hand them over for free and save hundreds of lives, but instead he wants to sell them, and asks what he will do if they have no money. Yuan says that it is a strange question, adding that he does not intend to force anyone to buy anyway. He explains that those who want to buy can do so, as long as they pay upfront, and says it does not matter to him where they get the points, whether by selling their items or their stats. He says that as long as they can pay, he will sell them essence, reminding them that buyers should only come inside after getting permission. Myung-hoon clenches his teeth and says that Yuan must have gathered all of it from killing and stealing from others, but now he wants to sell it for money, asking if he thinks people will accept that. Eugene appears and asks Myung-hoon if he has any right to call others out on stealing. She shouts that he killed her friends and asks if he has any idea how far they had to go to escape from his group. Seongshin says that if it really were as Myung-hoon claims, they would not be alive right now, explaining that they have been going around with Yuan. He adds that it is like killing someone in a room, and then accusing someone else, saying that they know nothing about Yuan. Myung-hoon, annoyed, asks what the three of them can do. He says they must have thought they would be safe by clinging to Yuan. He then orders his people to kill them all. Then, suddenly, 2 of them try to enter the circle. Yuan serves their heads with a single slash and says they crossed the line. The others remain stunned on the spot. Myung-hoon wonders if the line Yuan mentioned earlier is what he meant now. Yuan says not to cross the line, whatever that may be, but that his offer still stands. He adds that whether they buy or not is their own choice, that he will not force anyone, but warns that if they cross the line with other intentions, they will die. Myung-hoon shouts at his people to go kill him already. As they enter the circle, Yuan slashes at them, killing them as they step in. Myung-hoon sees this and realizes he must have forgotten what kind of world this is. He knows he has to run away. He remembers that only people who go past the line would die and tries to flee, telling himself he will make it, that he is safe, that he will survive. Yuan approaches him and asks if he really thought he would be safe standing there, then severs his head, saying he has memorized all their faces. After clearing everyone, he enters the circle, takes his bucket, and remarks on what a mess it is. The remaining people then approach him. Dushik notes that a single person caused all that slaughter, and that the overwhelming strength of an individual who can crush a group, in a world where that is possible, shows he has been mistaken in thinking he is adapting well. He raises his hand and tells Yuan he will buy his essence. His friend asks what he will do about the points. Wuchen says he asked a lackey earlier, and apparently, the knife can be sold for 500 points, but advises Dushik to think it through. Dushik argues that all the essence in Yuan's possession was acquired through hunting alone. His friend asks how he knows that. Dushik explains that, considering how many monsters he must have killed to become that strong, and that he did not take essence from the people he killed, it is clear he obtained it lawfully. Yuan glances at him as Dushik requests 7 units, thinking that the laws and rules of this world are made by people like him, the strong. He makes the trade with Dushik and gives him the essence. The others realize that if they just buy essence, they can go to the next tutorial right away. People begin borrowing points from each other, some even selling their weapons to lackeys to get points. Meanwhile, Yuan thinks that it is an absolutely terrible deal. He considers that it might be better than dying right here and now, but as they climb the tower, they will realize how valuable the stats they have lost today are. After selling all the essence, he earns 167,400 points and reflects that, though it is good for him in any case, he expected a bigger win, around 100,000 points. With this, he should definitely be able to get that. Eugene asks if he is going now, and he questions why they have not gone yet. She replies that they wanted to go with him. Yuan responds that he has no intention of making any companions. Xiangchen says it is fine if he uses them as pawns like before, that he can toss them aside if they are no longer useful. Yuan picks up his bag and says that this is it, not to expect anything from anyone, that they won't last long like that, and that he wants to be going. He shows the empty bag and notes that there is not a single essence left. He throws his bag. Xiangchen asks how and what he is going to do, saying that he should have saved 50 for himself. Yuan responds that he is not going and tells them to hurry and leave because the place will soon become a madhouse. Xiangchen takes Eugene along, and they enter the gate. Yuan thinks that the next tutorial is defense. Someone interrupts his thoughts, asking if he sold all his essence. Yuan confirms that he did. The person starts crying, and others arrive, also without any essence. Yuan thinks that he shouts for them to get moving, as this will become a battlefield for essence, and there is only about 1 hour left. He calls for the shop. The tutorial administrator appears and asks if he called. Yuan says he did not mean to call and asks where the lackey went. The administrator explains that they are in the middle of choosing a new one, but are short-handed. Yuan asks if they have narrowed them down. The administrator says 1 in 3 had connections, and that they are all slacking off these days. He adds that thanks to Yuan, many lackeys had to waste their time here, slowing progress in the other sectors. Yuan asks why that is his fault. The administrator says it is because over 100 people used the shop to buy from him. Yuan says it is not a lot of business or good things, and questions whether so much manpower is really needed just to run the shop, asking if that is why the administrator came. The administrator tells Yuan that it is not just the shop and asks if he really does not understand what is going on. Yuan thinks that he is a special administrative target. He considers that if the administrator cannot sort things out, they usually let it slide, but that does not seem to be the case right now. The administrator mentions that Yuan finished the 3rd tutorial with 160,000 points. His level is high, and his power is enough to topple the tutorial's ecosystem itself. Yuan responds that this is what he wants, so there will not be any problems, and that this is the path he will walk. He decides that he will use the shop. The administrator comments that Yuan is annoyingly stubborn, and he has been an administrator for a long time, but has never met someone like him. He presents the shop in front of Yuan and asks him to tell what he needs. Yuan uses 10,000 points to get a mid-grade personal inventory, thinking that with the inventory command, his items will be revitalized. He also buys an Arctic steel sword worth 50,000 points. The administrator notes that it is a difficult item to choose. Yuan then selects a pyromancy robe for 60,000 points and spends 20,000 points to buy a magic nullification shield. He thinks that, as expected, it is not surprising that the tutorial system was disturbed. He equips his items, wears the robe, and holds the shield, thinking that these items are only used on the upper floors of the tower. He uses 20,000 points to buy 4 ice crystals. Lastly, he decides to buy a well-sharpened sword for 2,000 points. The administrator remarks that his last item is a simple, trusty sword that stands out among all the fancy magic items. Yuan says he likes it. The administrator adds that no one will be able to challenge him now. He explains that the tutorial participants do not have the means to pierce through that robe, but that only applies to the participants, and he is looking forward to it. With that, he disappears. As he wanders around, Yuan looks up and realizes that it is starting. The time has finished, and the third tutorial has ended. The system informs him that he has failed the tutorial and that annihilation in this sector will now begin. Yuan remarks that it has been a long time since he has seen that sky. He notices that his pyromancy robe, enchanted with ancient magic and made of special materials, is protecting his body from the heat due to its resistance to fire magic. He thinks that it will be a good defensive item against fire in the tower as well. The survivors begin shouting that it is hot, that they do not want to die. Yuan notices that about 3 people are left, struggling for their lives and shouting. They wonder why he does not seem affected at all. The ground starts cracking, and fire erupts from it. The system announces that the annihilation giant is now beginning, and that everything around is starting to burn. Huge trash-class demon skulls start appearing. Yuan observes that there are many of them, but that this is not the real one. He remarks that they meet again and notes that there is a reason why it is called an annihilation. Then, the low-class demon Surthra appears. Yuan addresses Surthra, remarking that they meet again. Seeing its appearance, he wonders how it was once as big as a mountain during Ragnarok, but now it is only the size of a house. Surthra declares that another world disappears, swallowed by the tower, and adds that a world doomed to burn and vanish should never have been born in the first place. Yuan asks if it is going through menopause, questioning why it is so emotional when it is only the 176th child. He tells them to stop being moody and suggests that they get started. Surthra replies that Yuan has the same eyes as the monkey from Mount Huiguo. As it walks, it destroys the ground beneath, adding that it wonders if Yuan will be able to escape alive this time as well. Yuan strikes at the demon skull and severs its head, but killing the skull causes a fire explosion. He emerges unharmed from the blast. Upon seeing him, Surthra remarks that it is not normal, asking if the robe was prepared just to face it. The pyromancy robe negates the heat from the skull's explosion and gains additional resistance against fire attribute attacks. Yuan replies that nothing beats paying to win, explaining that he did not prepare the robe merely to face Surthra, but to defeat it. Surthra questions him, calling his words arrogant and impudent, saying he can only claim such things after truly reaching this point. Yuan responds that it talks too much and does not like losing its head. Surthra retorts that they will see how much longer he can act as if this is nothing. Yuan leaps up and begins targeting many skulls at once. With a single slash, he kills many, and his level rises. Another huge fire explosion follows the deaths of the skulls, but he escapes unharmed once again, with his level and stats continuing to increase. Yuan thinks that even though he is wearing the pyromancy robe, after 2 hours of breathing in all the heat, his entire body feels hot. The explosions from the skulls are dangerous, not because of the direct damage, but because he has no way to avoid them, forcing him to endure them head-on. He considers that he could use Mana Blast for ranged combat, but its high mana consumption makes it unsuitable for extended battles. His shield is also reaching its limit, which feels natural after taking over 1,000 explosions. He concludes that it may be about time to resort to his next option. He calls out to Surthra, telling it to come down already and let the small fry go. Surthra acknowledges the extraordinary nature of his items and admits to being curious about how he acquired them during the tutorial. Yuan counters by asking whether Surthra should feel ashamed for rampaging in the tutorial. Surthra replies that it is simply punishment for those unworthy, but points its weapon at Yuan, declaring that he is worthy. It states that he has what it takes to claim the Expanse Tower, become a ranker, and rule it, then asks why he is here, and whether he sacrificed himself for a comrade. Yuan answers that he has already said it is because he wants to hunt Surthra. Surthra laughs and acknowledges that he truly intends to defeat it. Raising its weapon, it declares that it is only right to face him. Yuan raises his shield, thinking that he has enough fairy kai inside him and will definitely succeed. When Surthra lands its attacks, the shield cracks and shatters into pieces. Odin asked him if he wanted to know how he had gotten those eyes. He said it was a special method and explained that he had actually failed the third tutorial. It definitely had not been because he was weak. There had been some circumstances. But that was not important, because what mattered was what had happened afterwards. Odin asked him if he knew about the annihilation that had come to the tutorial and told him to listen closely. Those eyes had been cinder eyes. Seeing the rumble of destruction, Surthra notes that it feels as though Yuan purposely did not dodge and instead took the hit, questioning why. Yuan then emerges from the destruction, remarking that he thought he would die from the heat. He reflects on a combative opponent who picked fights with him hundreds of times. Yet within all those battles, he only managed to win a few. He recalls several reasons for this. The Rui Jingu, a staff capable of extending infinitely. The flying nimbus, the first cloud to ever exist, able to summon thunder and reach the ends of space with its speed. And the boundless arcane power gained through the peaches of immortality from the heavenly peach garden, a treasure of the heavenly realm. But he concludes that the biggest reason why that opponent was so difficult to face lies elsewhere. Meanwhile, the system announces that Yuan has fulfilled the conditions for the hidden piece. The monkey eyes begin to evolve into cinder eyes. These eyes now hold the ability to distinguish between good and evil, as well as truth and lies, while also granting powerful resistance against fire. Yuan thinks that even with his clothes, it still feels like he is being burned alive. He wonders if Surthra truly held out long enough to obtain these eyes without any special items, and concludes that his body defies all logic. He admits to himself that he never thought the day would come when he would respect that guy. He then equips the ice crystal and the Arctic steel sword, wielding the sword while saying thanks to Surthra, claiming that with this, he is finally ready to hunt. Surthra responds by saying how ridiculous it is and asking what Yuan thinks he can do in such a pitiful state. Yuan answers that this is nothing and consumes 2 ice crystals. The system announces that his body temperature steadily drops, neutralizing the burning status, and that ice has been added to his arcane power. He kicks the ground, cracking it, and thinks that the heat surrounding him is quickly disappearing, while his body is now freezing cold. He adds that Surthra should know best, since this aura covering him is the polar opposite of fire. Surthra begins to attack with his weapon, but Yuan's pyromancy robe resists the flames of annihilation and gains additional resistance against fire attribute attacks. Yuan blocks the weapon with his sword while his cinder eyes resist the flames of annihilation, absorbing them as his body temperature rapidly decreases. He wields the sword, dodges the fire, then leaps toward Surthra and strikes. Yuan realizes that he can do this, but Surthra now gathers the flame balls. Seeing this, Yuan realizes that it is dangerous and that he needs to dodge. His cinder eyes predict the attack location. As Surthra hurls the fireballs, the explosion happens, but Yuan manages to remain unharmed. He consumes another ice crystal. The system warns him that he is affected by frostbite and that his body temperature has dropped greatly. He realizes that his body cannot handle the ice aura for too long and that he needs to finish quickly. Surthra strikes at him, but he retreats from his place. Holding his arcane sword, he says that there is no need to conserve mana any longer. He wields his sword and severs Surthra's foot. He then uses his mana blast, hurling it towards Surthra's head, which gets caught in it, but Surthra manages to shatter it into pieces. Yuan then approaches from behind and holds his neck. Surthra curses him, saying that he is just a kid who has not even climbed the tower yet, and asking how he dares to touch him. The ice aura resists Surthra's flame of annihilation, and the pyromancy robe resists Surthra's flame. Yuan grabs him by the neck and thinks that he has used up all his countermeasures for the fire, but still cannot reduce the gap, yet he will be the one to win. He then stabs his sword into Surthra's neck. The system informs him that he has defeated the annihilation of the tutorial and that he has leveled up. Looking above, he happily announces that he actually defeated him, and thinks that this is just the beginning, realizing it truly is one hell of a journey. The system states that because of an inconceivable achievement gained by accomplishing the impossible, the calculation of his reward will be delayed. Yuan gains consciousness, feels exhausted, and tries to sit. Seeing his arm, he wonders if his burns are still fresh, so he supposes he was not out for long. There is still cold remaining in his body, but he is not in great shape. He really thinks he was going to die and reflects that he went through so much just to get the golden cinder eyes. He decides that, whatever the case, the story is not over yet, and since he has a long way to go, he will stop complaining. Moving close to Surthra's corpse, he says that it looks ugly without the flames, But this is not a normal corpse. He climbs up to the body and starts searching, saying that demon corpses have items in them, and since it is Suruthra, there should be something greater. He then finds a giant crystal heart that exudes the strength of a giant and a fiery aura. Holding it, he thinks that he wants to take it right away, but his body is not strong enough yet. It will change his physique immensely, but he will need much more stamina. The administrator appears and asks if he is done. Yuan puts the heart in his inventory and asks if he came again. The administrator responds that it is him again. Yuan climbs down and says that he still has a long way to go. The administrator states that the balance of the tutorial has been completely messed up, and the others have been chewing him out because of Yuan, calling him such a headache. He explains that Yuan will be brought to the final area, that the fourth tutorial has already begun, and they are almost finished. Yuan asks how much time is left. The administrator replies that around 4 hours remain. Yuan says that 4 hours is more than enough. The administrator then shook his hand and explained that he had a discussion with the administrators from the other floors about Yuan's rewards, which had taken so long. With that, he receives 10,000 points and the Heaven-Slaying Star, and all his stats increase by 3. Yuan thinks about the Heaven-Slaying Star, realizing that he thought he knew about most of the high-rank skills, but this is the first he has heard of it. He reflects that it is in a plus-rank skill again, something that should not be obtainable in a tutorial. With Heaven-Slaying Star, the value of his fate changes based on the value of the lives he kills. He knows that not all high-rank skills are good, but this one is quite useful because it raises his stats and has a completion rate. Though it is not a complete skill, he still considers it good for raising his stats. The administrator then says that now that Yuan has received his reward, he should state if he needs anything else. Yuan asks for a lesser scarlet medicine ball. The administrator responds that he supposes that it is pocket change to Yuan, and buys a medicine ball with his 10,000 points. He then adds that if that is all, he will take his leave, telling Yuan to rest up and wait after eating it, saying they will meet again. Yuan consumes the scarlet medicine ball, and his magic and constitution increase by 1. His wounds and stamina begin to recover quickly. Sitting down, he thinks that with 4 hours left, he must recover his energy by then and prepare for the 5th tutorial, which is the battle against time. After 4 hours, he wakes up and realizes that it has begun. He begins to teleport as the final tutorial activates. He arrives in a place where many other players are gathered. One of them comments that it smells like the ocean and wonders where they are, surprised at how large the area is. Yuan thinks to himself that this is the first time tutorial participants from different worlds have gathered, and this is what the tower calls the final tutorial. The system then announces that the United World, the final tutorial, will now begin. It declares that the Iceland Baraganda is slowly sinking underwater, and that there is only one requirement to escape the island and prove one's worth. Kill the boss on the island's peak. Contribution levels for defeating the boss will be calculated into scores, and the final rewards will be determined based on both the score and the remaining time. The time limit is 30 days, and once the limit is over, the island will sink completely. Everyone is shocked at the time limit. Yuan reflects that their surprise comes from the fact that the limits in past tutorials only ranged from 1 hour to 4 days. With 30 days, there is no need to rush into battle, and the long time limit is an advantage in reaching the goal. But on the other hand, it also means that defeating a single boss could take an entire month, which shows how powerful it must be. Some players begin to catch on. One of them raises his voice and says that everyone heard the announcement and that there must be a reason they were all gathered here. He suggests teaming up and proposes that everyone introduce themselves. At that moment, a man in a white robe refuses. Everyone turns their attention toward him as he declares that they are not comrades. He explains that a comrade is someone he can trust to watch his back, and he wants to choose them himself. He adds that he can already tell the others are unworthy. Yuan mutters to himself in recognition, noting that this man was here too. A man moves toward him in frustration, but the robed man releases a great aura and strikes him, throwing him away. He is Hargon, a self-proclaimed heir of Olympus and descendant of Zeus, who says that they are just measly little bugs. Yuan thinks that Hargon is already this powerful in the 5th tutorial and understands why he has garnered the tower's attention, calling it the power of pure blood. He notes that those who are born and raised in the tower and decide to claim it have experienced its mysteries since birth, so they are on a different level from the other participants. He reflects that the game is not fair. He recalls that in the past, Hargon contributed the most to the 5th tutorial. He decides there is no reason to get involved with him, thinking that he hates noisy people. But Hargon comes to him and asks what he is. Hargon asks about his robe, saying it should not be an item purchasable in the tutorial and questioning how he obtained it. Yuan replies that he bought it with points. Hargon, in disbelief, asks if he really bought it, remarking that it is so expensive and wondering how it is possible. He then asks about Yuan's level. Yuan responds by asking if he is not being disrespectful for asking something like that. Hargon admits that it is true, but says it is already known in that tutorial, then adds that he will not ask anymore. He asks what Yuan thinks about managing a team with him. Yuan refuses and begins to leave. Hargon tries to stop him, saying he thinks Yuan is acting that way because he does not know who he is. Yuan replies that he is not interested and says goodbye. Hargon then strikes the ground, cracking it, and leaps in his direction, shouting at him to stop. He halts at a point and wonders how Yuan is so fast, thinking he is not using any skill to increase his speed. He questions how high his stats are and whether he could be a pureblood as well. He considers whether Yuan could be an elf, a martial master from the Miram realm, or from the Hermes bloodline. He then smiles and says it has just become much more interesting. Meanwhile, Yuan stops at a tree branch and looks back, muttering whether he has lost Hargon. He notes that Hargon was fast, though speed should not be his forte, and assumes he must be using his monstrous powers. Landing on the ground, he thinks the balance of this tutorial is completely ruined and recalls that the administrator was not only referring to him earlier. Standing in front of a cave opening, he remarks that it has nothing to do with him. Inside the cave, Yuan fights a gnoll monster. The system informs him that he has killed a gnoll, and that the heaven-slaying star's completion has increased by 0.01%. After defeating many gnolls, the completion rate rises to 0.01%. He thinks that killing over 10 gnolls has only brought him to 0.01% completion and concludes that he must hunt in higher level areas if he wants to level up properly. Still, he reminds himself that he is not there to hunt monsters. His body has recovered enough, and the cold energy within him has dissipated. Preparations are complete. He then opens his inventory and takes out the giant's heart, recalling the words told to him that he must definitely use the giant's heart before the tutorial ends. As he consumes it, his heart begins to react. The system announces that he has ingested the lifeblood of giants and demons, and that the blood of both races is permeating his body. A fight among humans, giants, and demons begins within him. Sweat drenches him as he says it is unbearably hot. With the fire burning inside his body, even the pyromancy robe cannot resist it. Cinder Eyes resists the giant's fire, yet it feels as if his bones and muscles are twisting and his blood flowing backward. He rolls on the ground when Cinder Eyes fails to resist the fire any longer. He wonders if there is any way to overcome such pain, realizing he must endure it with willpower and absorb as much power as he can. He is told that the giant's blood was originally meant to be applied, not consumed. To eat it in the tutorial is akin to committing suicide, which is why obtaining Cinder Eyes is necessary. If Cinder Eyes cannot be obtained, the heart must be abandoned, for there is only one chance. His strength, stamina, and magic power begin to rise. He wonders how much time has passed, thinking that it should be time for it to appear. His Cinder Eyes continue to fight against the giant's fire, and he realizes that through them, he will be able to control it. The system informs him that he has met the requirements for the hidden piece and has obtained Colossal Fire. He responds in disbelief, asking what Colossal Fire is, since it is not the skill he wanted. Rolling on the floor in pain, he mutters that it is driving him insane. At night, as he looks at the timer, he is drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, thinking that half a day has already passed. He wonders if they were wrong, then reasons that it is to be expected after all, that skill is meant to be obtained only after killing 10,000 giants and applying it. It would not appear so easily. He asks himself if he should simply be satisfied with what he has achieved so far. The system announces that he has met the requirements for the hidden piece and has completely absorbed the lifeblood of the giants and demons. On the verge of fainting, he mutters that it is done. Then the system declares he has obtained gigantification. He gains consciousness and realizes that he has been out for half a day. He thinks that he did not expect to faint twice during the tutorial, and that he needs to hurry, since the fastest clear record for the final tutorial is 1 week. The one who established that record is Odin, the greatest magic fighter who led the giant faction of Asgard. He tells himself that he will not lose to him and checks the ranking list. There are 5 top rankers, and Hargon is on top. As he expected, Hargon is first, holding an overwhelming lead compared to the others. 5th and 3rd are Elador and Paladin, sibling rankers from the world of Pantemium, where magic and swordsmanship are greatly developed. He recalls that they participated in the tutorials of 2 or more worlds. In 2nd place is Yacht, and he wonders if that one is a pureblood, since he has never heard of the name before. The 4th is Sunjun, and he assumes this one comes from the same world as him because of the name, though he has never heard of him either. He considers that maybe those he does not know of never made it inside the tower and died here. He decides to forget it, thinking nothing will change if he overthinks right now. He admits he has wasted too much time, so he decides to check his status and get moving. Checking his status, he wonders that his strength and constitution have increased a bit too much from consuming the giant's heart, and that he needs to be more careful to keep his stats balanced. He checks the colossal fire details and realizes that the rank is not that high, but it is usable, and he does need an area of effective attack. He activates the Cinder Eyes and observes the surroundings. Then he finds an orc tribe and reaches there. The orcs notice him. He twists his hand, thinking that it is not a bad place to test out colossal fire. With that, the fire spreads all around the area. The orcs are troubled that it is the human's skill. Yuan acquires the sharpened sword and begins to slash at the orcs. He then says that 6 days are left, and he will finish the tutorial faster than Odin. Hargon checks the ranking list and notices Kim Yuan's name in 2nd place. He wonders to himself that the name must belong to the one he has in mind. He recalls not learning the name before, but is certain it is him. He finds it interesting, thinking that he had assumed Yuan was only someone fast on his feet since he never stood out. Yet he has climbed all the way up in no time. Lee Sunjun, a participant from the Earth World line and an expert in mana control, asks Yuan what he finds so amusing. Hargon answers that there is a guy he wants to recruit, no matter what, and asks if Sunjun knows him. Sunjun replies that he does not, though the one is probably of the same nationality as him. He explains that he only guessed the name since Yuan has been standing out in the rankings and adds that at this rate, Yuan might overtake Hargon's spot. Hargon responds that it is only because he has been busy gathering the others. He thinks that he has assembled a good team, but notes that one last empty spot remains, then states that now the real hunt begins. Paladinite, an elf and dark elf hybrid participant from Pantemium, gathers magic, finds a place, and asks Hargon if this is it. Hargon enters the dig and praises the effort, telling everyone to stand back so they do not get caught in the shockwave. His shockwaves shatter the ground into pieces, revealing a cave. Sunjun, surprised, remarks that this is the place they have been desperately searching for all day. Hargon says that without Paladinite, it would have taken a few days longer and invites everyone inside. As they jump in, they note that the cave is spacious. Paladinite gathers magic and mutters that they should scout the area before moving. She notices Hargon's expression and asks what is wrong. Hargon thinks that something is odd. The messages about the dungeon's discovery should have popped up by now, so he wonders why they have not. He considers whether someone might have already found the place. Then Sunjun shouts in distress, telling the captain to check the rankings. Hargon checks and sees Kim Yuan on top, becoming frustrated and slashing roughly at the monsters. Paladinite comments that he seems pretty pissed. Sunjun replies that he is not so sure, noting that Hargon seems less angry and more motivated. Elador asks if Hargon thinks this is a rivalry, and Sunjun guesses that it might be. Yulch, a pureblood of the tower born into a family of mercenaries who use magic, says that they will not be able to hunt properly like this since Yuan is hunting all the monsters alone. Hargon decides to split the team in half, noting that the timing is perfect because they are at a crossroads. He assigns Elador and Paladinite to lead each team down the 2 paths while remaining in contact. He directs Yulch, Sunjun, Elador, Fail, and Typhoon to go right, assuring them that they will be fine since Yulch is with them. Yulch acknowledges and begins to leave, telling everyone they will see them later. Later, Sunjun uses Mana Blast, throwing it toward the monsters and killing many of them. Yulch also fights the monsters, dispatching them easily. the others join in the fight as well. After clearing all the monsters, Fail comments that hunting for hours on end is exhausting. Sunjun mutters that he can only use Mana Blast about 2 more times and should start conserving his mana, then notices the massive gate and wonders if it might be a boss room. Aladar asks for clarification about a boss room. Sunjun explains that, like in video games, in the world he used to live in, similar places usually hide a boss monster behind the door. Yalch steps forward and warns not to let their guard down just because the hunt is over, noting that people are closest to death when they lose focus and relax. Meanwhile, Sunjun remains surprised by the ranking. Suddenly, the ground shakes and a strange voice erupts. They wonder what is going on. Yalch instructs them that the sound is coming from behind the gate and tells everyone to raise their guards. Sunjun thinks that the tremor, along with the first place contribution points, must be connected somehow and wonders if Yuwon is inside. The door opens, and the system informs them that they have entered the boss's room. Blood splatters everywhere, and the system announces that the boss raid is complete. Sunjun notices Yuwon and realizes that it is Kim Yuwon who completed the boss raid. Yuwon delivers the final blow to the boss monster, and remarks that it is annoyingly tenacious. With that, he levels up, and his stats also increase. He thinks that he needs to try all the skills in his arsenal to gauge his current combat power, and that this is good enough. But he should be more mindful of his stamina before using the Jignitification. The system informs him that he obtains 3,000 points for clearing the boss room, and that the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate increases by 1%. He reflects that the completion rate is increasing slowly, but at least he gained a whole 1% for defeating a boss. Climbing on the monster's body, he considers that just killing tons of monsters is not the answer, and that he might need to focus on high-caliber monsters or bosses. Since the effect of the skill is uncertain, he decides to increase the completion rate further. He then tells the others that they are a bit late and points out that the boss has just died. They ask if he defeated all the creatures by himself. Sunjun wonders if even the captain, acknowledged as the strongest person in the tutorial, could have cleared the boss's room alone. He observes the marks on the monster's body and considers how they reflect the skills of a participant who has grown up in the same world and undergone the same tutorials. He concludes that Yuwon is a ferocious fighter, which explains why the captain wants him so badly. Sunjun asks if he is Kim Yuwon and whether he has any companions. Yuwon confirms that he is alone. Sunjun thinks that they need him on their team, or rather, that he would be dangerous if they are not teamed with him, and offers for him to join. Yuwon recognizes Sunjun as Korean and notes that, seeing Alador here, this must be Hargon's team. They must have split up to hunt, explaining their small numbers. He also notices Yalch and thinks that she is someone he does not recognize, but being ranked highest after Hargon, she is definitely a major player in the tutorial. He reflects that Hargon picked strong comrades and that this is a promising team. Sunjun interrupts his thoughts, and Yuwon replies that he will have to say no. Sunjun remarks that he expected as much. Yalch asks if Yuwon plans to raid the boss Baraganda alone, noting that they have a month for the tutorial and that the boss is designed for multiple people to combine their strength. She explains that the focus of the final tutorial is teamwork, growth within the given time frame, and how well comrades can collaborate. Yuwon questions if that is what they want. Elador tells Sunjun that he contacted the captain when they found Yuwon and whispers that he worries Yuwon will be here immediately, thinking that things are going to get messy. With the speed of light, Hargon calls out Yuwon's name and leaps toward him, saying that he has finally found him. Yuwon grabs him by the face, pushes him backward, and hits his head. Hargon's team flinches at this. Yuwon asks if they want survival or if they want to become rankers. Yalch wonders how someone who is not a pureblood of the tower could know what a ranker is. Ranker is a being that has completed all the tests of the tower and cleared all the floors, a being lavished with power, glory, and eternal life. Yuwon apologizes but explains that he is not interested in such things, and that becoming a ranker is simply part of the process he will eventually go through. Yalch grits her teeth, thinking that for those not chosen by the tower, becoming a ranker is nothing more than a dream, and that the king who leads her people is also a highly respected ranker. She asks what is so different about him, questioning if he is claiming he will become a high ranker. Yuwon raises his hand and says that his final destination is not the top of the tower, but that he intends to break through the ceiling of the tower. She mutters that it is nonsense. Hargon rubs his head and shouts at Yuan, asking what he thinks he is doing. Yuan explains that he thought Hargon was trying to kill him because of the force with which he ran at him. Hargon, annoyed, says he simply wanted to catch him. Yuan responds that anyone as strong as he running at him would naturally be intimidating. Hargon stands and apologizes, then remarks that breaking through the ceiling is ambitious, noting that his father once spoke of a greater power outside the tower. Yuan mutters that he knows the king of Olympus, Zeus. Hargon then observes that Yuan has once again rejected the offer to join their team and suggests that he is implying a sardine cannot swim with a whale. He warns them not to think of him as a lowly sardine because one day he will become the king of Olympus. Everyone is surprised to hear this. Yuan thinks that it is a bold declaration from a direct descendant of Olympus. Hargon proposes a bet to prove it. They should see who can defeat the boss first and earn more contribution points. He adds that Yuan is free to form his own team with any number of people, but he promises that his own team will not exceed 9 members. Yuan thinks that it is a great proposal, realizing he could form a team with dozens or even hundreds of people, while Hargon will remain a group of 9. Hargon says that if he wins, Yuan has to join their team. Yuan asks what happens if he wins. Hargon responds that he will serve Yuan as his younger brother. Yuan asks if he is serious, saying that he can set the brother thing aside and does not need a little brother like him. He thinks that the future will have to change anyway, and Hargon could be a useful wildcard against that event. Yuan begins to leave, saying that if he wins, Hargon should just help him once when needed. Hargon asks if he really means just once and adds that as long as it is not an unreasonable request, he will do it, even offering his items. Yuan, walking away, says that they can cross that bridge when they get there. Hargon, excited, hits his fists and says that it is a bet, and that he will see Yuan later on the first floor, telling him not to be a stranger. Yuan mutters that he gets this feeling every time he sees Hargon, who is far too energetic, though that is probably how he managed to clear the tutorial in just 9 days. Hargon then jumps from the monster's body to the ground and tells his team that they are going to be tight on schedule, so they need to hustle. Yuan points at the timer and remarks that there is no need to rush so much, as time will be frozen for a while. Hargon asks what is happening and why the timer has stopped. Yuan explains that Baraganda is not an Iceland but a mythical beast, and that parasites have latched onto the giant and drained its strength. He says that Baraganda submerged because of them, and if ocean water enters, the parasites cannot survive. Hargon asks if this is the king of the parasites. Yuan replies that it is something like that, the one that raises more parasites. Hargon wonders whether he should believe Yuan, noting that he knows things even Olympus does not, but he does not know who Yuan really is. Yuan adds that the remaining time will stop counting down until the system returns to its original state when an administrator or a lackey intervenes. He thinks that Odin must have told him a secret about Baraganda and realizes that the 5th tutorial is a battle against time. He reflects that the time remaining to defeat the boss is the key, and it was not actually a week to kill him. He stopped the time. While moving, Yuan thinks that he has to make good use of this time to grow stronger, and when time starts flowing again, the tutorial will end. Other players also wonder aloud, noting that they are not the only ones who noticed the timer stopped. They question whether it will decrease all at once later and assume it will probably start counting down again soon. They urge each other to raise their scores while they have the time. At the same time, the lackeys discuss whether the parasite dragon has been killed, noting that it is the first time since Odin. They question what the administrator is doing and whether he is unaware of the error in the tutorial. They mention that he is busy due to an argument with Olympus. They also note that someone must have contacted the administrator, pointing out that it is not as if the parasite dragon was easy to find. Yuan kills a boss monster, and its comrades, seeing it, remark that he killed the chief and that he is a monster. Yuan grabs his sword back from the dead chief's body and asks who they are calling a monster. They get scared and run away. Yuan notices the timer and realizes it has started counting down again. He thinks the lackey must have cleaned things up, noting that defeating the parasites alone won't fix everything, and that they won't make the same mistake twice. He puts his weapon back in his inventory and considers that he has bought about 4 days, more than he expected, and wonders if he should go to the tower where the gods live. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Sunjun tells Ilador that people are starting to gather. Ilador notes that they can only get a good score by defeating the boss, so the failed participants are trying to join in. Based on their mana, most of them are over level 20. Yolch adds that they have come all the way here and must be at least that level to enter the tower. Sunjun asks if all players in the tower know how to use mana, and Yolch explains that only the players do. Those who cannot are mostly the tower's inhabitants. She notes that people born and raised in the tower, like her or the captain, if chosen by the tower, are blessed by the system and become purebloods. Sunjun then asks if they can defeat the boss, and Yolch admits she does not know, saying there seems to be no way, though she cannot even guess how strong their captain is. As they gather, Sunjun asks if Kim Yuwon is not coming. Alador says that he is present. Yuwon observes that Alador and Sunjun's mana flow is different from before, and that they have leveled up quite a bit. Hargon remarks that Yuwon is here and questions where his team is, asking if he intends to fight the boss on his own again. Yuwon confirms that he will, believing his score will be higher if he does. Hargon comments that people say he is crazy, but Yuwon is even worse. Seeing Yuwon's rank points, Hargon thinks that he is 7,000 points ahead of him and resolves to reach the boss before Yuwon with his team. Then a player asks Yuwon if he doesn't have a team and offers theirs since they are on their way to fight the boss. Hargon, frustrated, spreads his shockwaves around, scaring them off as they shout that it's Hargon's team. Yuwon moves, saying he is going to do work. Hargon asks if he is going right away, and Yuwon replies that time is of the essence in the tutorial. Hargon, annoyed, notes that the tutorial lasts a month, but Yuwon is clearing it in less than 5 days and praises him, suggesting they gather. Yuwon, however, jumps away without responding. He lands in the first boss room. The system instructs him to clear the quest to find the boss first. Other players arrive and realize that there are stages to clear before encountering the boss. They notice that individual monsters gather to fight together and remark that it should be impossible, yet Yuwon seems to control them. Yuwon equips his weapon, thinking that he knows where the boss will be and should hurry. He equips his magic sword, uses the skill Colossal, combines them, and prepares to face the monster army. Standing behind, Typhoon mutters that they will finally get to see him in battle, noting that he is the monstrous participant who ranks above the captain. Sunjun adds that they will see whether he simply ranks higher or is actually much stronger. Hargon, observing Yuwon internally, thinks to himself that Yuwon should show what he is capable of. Suddenly, Yuwon vanishes from their sight, and they wonder where he went. Yuwon rises into the air, swirls his skill, unleashes the attack toward the monsters, and kills them. Sunjun, surprised, realizes that he is a beast stronger than the captain. Sunjun falls silent as he notices Hargon standing behind. Hargon energetically hits his fist, thinking that he can't lose, and rushes forward, calling for Yuwon. He engages in the fight, unleashing his shockwaves. Sunjun and the others move forward as well, acknowledging that they shouldn't just stand around, though they realize there isn't much they can do. Yolch reminds them that traps are still present and warns them not to let their guard down. The elf siblings cast magic, launching attacks and instructing Sunjun to clear a path. He uses Mana Blast, throwing it toward them while warning everyone to watch their heads. Yuwon glances back as he crosses that phase, thinking that at least they are skilled enough not to be a hindrance and that they won't die getting caught up in what is about to happen, which is a relief. Hargon approaches him and points out that he thinks there is something over there. Standing before a gate, Hargon remarks on a strange painting, asking if it depicts a war. Yuwon touches the door, thinking it most likely does, and that it is his first time seeing it in a person, to the one behind the door. He opens the door, and Hargon shouts, asking if he is going to barge in without another word. Yuwon explains that he had originally intended to enter alone. Hargon, frustrated, tells him that it doesn't matter since they are doing this together and questions whether it would have killed him to wait a little. Yuwon enters without replying. Inside, they hear strange crying sounds. Sunjun, alarmed, asks if it is the boss. Typhoon comments that the sound alone is numbing and wonders what kind of monster it could be. Hargon thinks that he has some information on the boss, noting that it is an incredible foe, and tells the others that they should go in as well. As they enter, Hargon instructs everyone behind him to step back. They see a huge chimera sealed with chains. The system informs them that they have entered boss room number 3 and that defeating the boss's sealed chimera will finalize the tutorial. It notes that only one person can break the chimera's seal and make it their familiar. If the sealing crystal is destroyed, the time limit will end, and the tutorial can be passed regardless of requirements. The Chimera's master will earn additional contribution points depending on how many participants they kill. Ilador tells Sunjun that they have to hunt the Chimera while also protecting the sealing crystal from the participants they consider allies. Yalch observes that with 10 people present, it should be manageable to watch each other's movements. She thinks that even if someone tries to one-up them, the captain is there, and no one aside from him is faster than Yuan. Yuan steps forward, and Hargon stops him, asking what he thinks he is doing. Yuan tells him to let go. Hargon questions whether he is trying to betray them after coming this far together, and reminds him of their bet, asking if he shouldn't focus on hunting the boss and finishing the tutorial. Yuan replies that he intends to win the bet and also be the one to end the tutorial. Hargon, frustrated, asks why he needs that thing. Yuan says that is why he wanted to do this alone. He equips his weapon from the territory and rushes to destroy the crystal. The system announces that the sealing crystal has been destroyed and that the boss Chimera will be released from its seal, with Kim Yuan as its master. The Chimera is released from its seal, and the system announces that the unsealed Chimera must be defeated. Hargon, frustrated at Yuan, asks how he could do that. Yuan points at a wall and instructs the Chimera to break it, and the Chimera destroys the wall with its paw. Yuan explains that he is controlling the Chimera and that it will not attack them, but that he must now face a different enemy. Hargon, confused, asks what he means. Yuan tells him that the Chimera is a monster created by combining various creatures on the island and asks who Hargon thinks created it. Hargon wonders if the Chimera is really not the boss, what it could be then. Yuan says that whether Hargon fights with him or not is up to him, and begins entering the cave that appeared behind the wall, with the Chimera following. Sunjun asks Hargon what they should do, and Hargon says they should check it out first. As they enter the cave, they see dead bodies and ask what it all is and whether those are people. Hargon mutters that he did not expect such a long passageway and wonders what kind of place this is, noting that no message had given information about room number 4 of the 5th tutorial. Yuan goes deeper and realizes that this is where the target is hiding. The system informs him that he has entered the boss's room number 4, and that the boss has been updated. Yuan notices a figure there and calls out, asking if it is the Chimera creator sleeping over there. The system instructs him to defeat the boss, the Chimera creator. The Chimera creator leaves his work and remarks that, despite having control over the Chimera, Yuan did not betray the other participants and found his room instead, which he finds interesting. He then points out Hargon and notes that he looks like a descendant of Zeus, although he might only be a half-breed. He should still be quite useful. Hargon, furious, asks who he is calling a half-breed and asks Yuan who this idiot is. Yuan explains that he is the dark magician, Childa, a ranker who disappeared from the tower long ago. Hargon recalls that Childa is the ranker who used to be the test examiner on the 5th floor, and remembers that he used hundreds of players as test subjects, creating chimeras by combining various monsters, and wonders why someone like him would be in the tutorial. Yuan tells him not to be such a wuss, explaining that Childa ended up losing to a player in a humiliating fashion, broke the rules of the tower, lost most of his powers, and has been forced to create the tutorial's bosses for 1,000 years, and even after 1,000 years, he won't regain his powers. Childa asks how Yuan knows about him. Yuan shows him his monkey eyes and asks if he remembers them. Childa, frustrated, unleashes his mana and calls Yuan a scoundrel. Hargon struggles to block the mana, questioning what kind of mana it is and noting that he thought Childa had lost his powers. Yuan, also struggling, explains that this is Childa without his full powers and that if he had the same powers as when he was a ranker, they would have been killed in one shot. Childa asks where Yuan got those eyes and scolds him, asking if he is kin to that monkey. Yuan asks what he is so upset about, pointing out that Childa is the one who captured and experimented on participants despite being a test examiner. Childa shouts for an answer to his question. Yuan apologizes but explains that he did not come to satisfy Childa's curiosity, but because he cannot stand letting scumbags like him continue to live. Yuan then moves forward with his chimera, and a huge mana collapses. Some chimeras approach Hargon and his team, who wonder what is going on. Sunjun says he does not know what is what, but they just have to take care of those things, and asks if that is right. Captain. Hargon agrees and says to wipe them all out. They then start killing the chimeras, everyone fighting with all their power. Yuan, moving forward, thinks that those things are chimeras that level up, which will start appearing in the tower in 100 years from now. He notes that there may be a lot of them, but fortunately, it seems the research is not complete yet, and thanks to Hargon's team putting up a good fight, things are going to be a bit easier for him. Childa then activates his Dark Casket skill and says that this is an unbreakable casket, and even chimeras cannot escape once they are trapped inside. He declares that, although he might have fallen and lost his power, a lowly tutorial participant should not dare look down on him, and he is going to turn Yuan into a chimera. But the casket starts cracking and then shatters into pieces. Childa wonders about it, then notices Yuan's giant arm and questions in disbelief what that arm is, that it is impossible. He then calls Yuan a scoundrel and asks what his relationship with Olympus is. The key player in the Gigantomachy, the battle against the giants, a son of Zeus, the main character of the 12 Labors, and the holder of the title the Giant Slayer, one who does not hesitate to punish evil while being limitlessly kind to the weak. A being that is greater than anyone in terms of strength, and is his most respected hero. The system informs Yuan that, with the skill Gigantification, his arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. It explains that he has low proficiency. His constitution stat will temporarily change into strength, and because his constitution is too low, only partial gigantification will occur. Yuan struggles with the power and thinks that, even after eating the giant's heart and raising his strength and constitution, this is still his limit, but it should be enough. Childa then raises his staff and says that he will hear Yuan's answer after tearing him to shreds. He adds that even if Yuan is a direct descendant of Olympus, he is still just a little guy. Yuan unleashes his mana toward Childa with his hand and tells him to shut it. Childa activates his triple Dark Casket skill, but Yuan punches it, and it breaks into pieces. Childa again unleashes his mana, saying that Yuan should not die yet, because there is still much he wants to hear from him. He then activates his corrupted venom fangs and hurls them toward Yuan. Yuan recalls the words of Hercules, who had said that what he was hoping for was gigantification, and that if Yuan could not properly control it, he should give up on defeating the Chimera creator. Hercules had warned that, even after losing his power and being exiled to the tutorial, the Chimera creator was still dangerous. Yuan had thought it was too rash a plan, but Hercules had asked if he thought it was possible to handle gigantification in just a few days. Hercules had admitted it would not be easy, but insisted it was not impossible. Yuan then strikes at the venom fangs and shatters them. Childa grows concerned, thinking about how it is possible that even as a descendant of Hercules, Yuan was able to break through all of that with sheer strength. He then grabs his staff again and unleashes his ebony throne wall skill, forming a thick wall with sharp buds between them. Childa declares it his greatest defensive skill, boasting that before Yuan can break it, his hand will be crushed. But the throne wall begins to crack. Struggling, Childa pours more mana into it, asking what kind of crazy guy Yuan is. The cracking stops, and Childa convinces himself that Yuan must have worn out, believing his hand to be wrecked from trying to break the wall. Suddenly, the entire wall shatters, and Yuan's hand nearly grabs Childa's face before he falls to the floor, and Yuan punches him. Yuan again recalls Hercules, who had said that if he failed to obtain both the Cinder Eyes and Gigantification, he should not even try to fight the Chimera creator. If he managed to obtain either one, they would leave it to his judgment. But if he obtained both of them, then he must defeat the Chimera creator. Back then, Hercules asks Ogong if he has anything to add, reminding him that he was the one who defeated the Chimera creator while clearing the 50th floor. He asks again if he has anything to add. Ogong replies that he does not really have anything to say. As long as one has Cinder Eyes, everything can be seen. Yuan continuously hits Childa, who says that no matter how much Yuan tries, he will not die, since he is immortal. Yuan says that he is as persistent as he heard. A body fortified to be stronger than steel through 1,000 years of dark magic experiments, the undead Chimera. But in a body made from stitching various parts together, there are bound to be attachment marks. Yuan says that as long as he has the Cinder Eyes, he can see everything. He activates them and detects Childa's body. With that, he starts attacking the stitched parts, the attachment points. As he does so, Childa shouts at him to stop. Yuan grabs his leg to destroy it and asks why he is asking him to stop, reminding him that he has forgotten how many people he has torn apart. He recalls when it was said that fighting a Surithra in the tutorial to obtain the Cinder Eyes and obtaining dignification by consuming the giant's heart would give birth to an unbelievable guy. With that, he defeats the Chimera creator. The system announces that he has accomplished an impossible achievement, and due to that, the calculation of his reward will be delayed. The tutorial has been finalized, and he has leveled up and his stats have increased. Heaven Slaying's star completion rate increases by 8%. Yuan cleans his face and wonders that he never imagined he could become the unbelievable guy. He wonders that because he was recognized as a boss, like with the Surithra, the rewards are bountiful. He notes that he even leveled up twice and gained additional stats, thanks to Heaven Slaying's star completion rate going up. Seeing the details of the Heaven Slaying star skill, Yuan thinks that it gives an additional point in every stat for even a 5% completion rate. At 100%, he should get at least 20 additional points in every stat. He reflects that he thought it had a lackluster effect for its rank, but it is not so bad after all. The chimeras that Hargon and his team are fighting suddenly start collapsing. They wonder why those things are suddenly collapsing, and if it is over. Yuan arrives and says not to worry, the boss is dead, so they should not get back up. In the fight, Yalch is badly hurt, and Paladinite begins healing her. Hargon says he is going to wrap things up and tells them to take care of Yalch. He then turns to Yuan and says he needs to speak with him. Hargon says he will not ask who Yuan is or how he knew about the connection between that rancor and the tutorial, but because of his decision, someone is seriously injured. He asks if Yuan really had to defeat the Chimera creator, since he could have easily passed the tutorial just by defeating the Chimera. Yuan replies that would normally be the case. Hargon asks what he means by normally, and says he could have set the greatest record of all time without doing all this. He clenches his fist and asks how far Yuan needs to go until he is satisfied, questioning if he will only be satisfied once he and all his comrades are dead. Yuan closes his eyes and thinks about how far he has to go. He thinks of the outer gods, the gods from another world outside the tower, those who could not be born in despair but reach the skies, gloom trapped in a swamp, foolish chaos, and that twilight sky. He recalls that just to kill a single one of them, countless rancors died, and no one even knows how many more of them exist. He thinks this is why he must endlessly become more powerful, why he needs to purge the rotten parts of the world, leading it to become stronger so it does not meet its end. He questions himself about how far he must go to achieve that. He then tells Hargon that he does not know. He says Hargon is looking for a team that can walk beside him, and this is the reason why he is not looking for a team right now, because they cannot walk the same path as him. Hargon thinks that his comrades must be strong enough to face dangers together and wonders what kind of thorny path Yuan is planning to walk through. Yuan moves forward and says they should drop the subject of teaming up, since if someone like him joins Hargon's team, no one knows when something like this might happen again. He says that now they are done talking about it, then turns to the administrator and asks if he has been waiting long. The administrator replies that it seemed like something serious. Hargon asks who the man is. Yuan says he is the tutorial's administrator. Hargon wonders why someone of the level of the highest of high rankers is there, then bows and greets him. The administrator simply says okay. Yuan tells him not to be like that and that he should properly accept the greeting, adding that Hargon has nothing to do with it. The administrator says that just thinking about how much more work he now has because of those guys makes him want to pull out Zeus' beard, and also about how much he is going to hear from the others again because of Yuan. He thinks that the tutorial boss's contract with the Chimera creator was supposed to last 1,000 years, but it ended before he could even prepare the next boss. He says that thanks to a certain someone, the tutorial will be a breeze for a while. Yuan asks if he came just to complain and tells him to give the reward already. The administrator stretches out his hand and says Yuan is much more impatient than he appears. A crystal appears in the administrator's hand, and he says that how Yuan uses it is up to him, and protecting it will also be his responsibility. It is a dark divine crystal, also known as a fragment of the Helm of Invisibility. The Helm of Invisibility belonged to one of the big three of Olympus, and it was one of the strongest items of Olympus. The essential material for crafting it is the dark divine crystal. Yuan thinks that this is one of the items he had planned to obtain after returning to the past, but he did not expect to acquire it so soon. He already knows the location of the divine sea crystal, and the only piece left is the fragment of the lightning bolt. He thinks he might be able to obtain them sooner than anticipated. The administrator snaps his fingers and asks if Yuan is satisfied. He says that now that all the conditions have been met, everyone will be sent to the tower, and the others will receive their rewards according to their points. He tells Hargon that his reward will not be half bad either. As they begin to teleport, the administrator tells Yuan that this will be their last time meeting, then asks if he is planning on causing as much trouble once he reaches the tower. Yuan replies that he is not sure. The administrator says that it does not sound like a no, and with that crystal in his possession, he will be able to rampage even harder. He adds that if Yuan is going to cause trouble anyway, it might not be so bad for him to become the wave that shakes up the entire tower. The system informs that the calculations for the ranking have been completed, ending the tutorial, and adds something's egg into his inventory. As they are teleported to the first floor, Yuan opens the system and thinks that he received the rewards during teleportation, wondering what else he got besides points. When he opens the inventory, he notices an egg and wonders, since it does not even have a name, what it could be. They arrive at the outer area of the first floor, the Meadow of Beginnings. Several guilds approach them, wondering if these are the newbies, and remark that there was still quite a bit of time left until the tutorial was supposed to end. Yuan thinks that they are no longer participants, but should now be called players, and realizes that many guilds must have gathered to recruit the new ones. Spotting them, Hargon notes that Olympus is also present and recognizes a few familiar faces. He then asks Yuan if he has any intention of joining a guild. Yuan replies that he does not. Hargon remarks that it is not surprising since Yuan does not even plan to form a team, so he would not bother with a guild. He then adds that, since he lost the bet, he will keep his promise. Hargon then asks him if something happened between the administrator and Olympus. Yuan says that the Olympus he knows is probably a place that is righteous and uses its power to maintain order inside the tower. Hargon asks what he is trying to say. Yuan dismisses the topic, saying that if he wants to know everyone's true colors, he should slowly uncover them himself, since he would not believe him even if he told him. Hargon then asks if he is just leaving like that again, and tells him that when he gets to town, he should first register as a player so they can at least stay in touch, and to be careful of jackals. Yuan waves back and vanishes. Then a guild leader greets Hargon, saying that he, Agamemnon of Olympus, gives his greetings to the one of great lineage. Hargon says that he thinks he has seen him before, and that he follows Sir Ares, asking how he is, adding that he heard he became a high ranker recently and requesting him to pass along his congratulations. Agamemnon thanks him but says that Lord Ares finds lineage more important than anything, and has ordered him not to pass along any of his messages until he finds his birth mother. He adds that, as Hargon knows, the rulers of the skies have little interest in children, and he does not know who his mother is. Hargon spreads shockwaves in frustration and says how disrespectful he is. Agamemnon tells him not to be like this, saying that he is sure Hargon is well aware of Lord Ares' personality, and that lineage is something he should create, expressing hope that he will have his own family one day. Hargon thinks that Agamemnon is putting out the fire he started, and that the one looking down on him is not this man but Ares. He reasons that if he messes with one of Ares' men, his relationship with Olympus might sour. Hargon then says he is excused. Agamemnon asks who was with him earlier, noting that since he left alone, he does not appear to be part of his team. Hargon, seeming confused, says that he is something like a friend to him. Nicknamed jackals, they are people who give up on moving to the next floor and instead shake down and loot new players in the Meadows of Beginnings. Their favorite prey are players who are not part of a guild, and they call the period after the tutorial ends the time of harvest. As Yuan goes, he feels that they have started following him. He can tell with just his perception without even needing to use a cinder eye. There are about 20 of them, jackals, and they are the perfect small fry to test out stealth on. Jackal's boss Fadio, seeing Yuan hiding, says that for the tutorial to be over already, it is much faster than they expected. It is historically fast, which means there will be a lot of kids with a lot of good items. He notes that Yuan does not have a guild following him, nor any companions. One of the jackals says something feels off and suggests maybe they should just let him go. Fadio asks why they should let him go and points out that it is a pyromancy robe, calling it a jackpot. Then suddenly, Yuan disappears from their sight, and they wonder how he was there just a second ago. From behind, slashes of a sword begin killing the jackals. Troubled, they shout, asking who he is and telling him to show himself. Yuan keeps attacking them from hiding and says to the boss that he must have been bait, since there is no way a newbie could have a pyromancy robe. The boss activates his falcon eyes and realizes that it is not some illusion skill. The jackals retreat. While attacking, Yuan exposes a figure wearing a jackal costume and wonders how a new player who just entered the tower could already be capable of using a stealth skill. Yuan manages to catch him and thinks that this guy is not a lowly bait, but a sword meant to kill them, a player from the upper floors. Yuan tells him not to be annoying and run away, since he will get caught immediately anyway, and wonders why he is interfering on the first floor when he would receive a penalty for it. Yuan then says he has some questions, and as long as the man answers honestly, he will let him go easily. That guy shouts to his fellows to kill Yuan. Yuan begins punching him and says that if he is going to be like that, he will just continue where he left off. The man then gives in and says he will tell him everything. Yuan asks if he knows a guy by the name of Wunshan. The bait asks how he knows that name. Yuan replies that he hit the jackpot on his first try. At night, sitting in the central region of the first floor, Yuan thinks that this is a nice thing about returning. He got lucky and obtained the information he wanted quickly, so he gets to have some leisure time. He can feel the fatigue accumulated from going at full force melting away. It feels peaceful, and he wonders what kind of world the others are living in right now. He then dismisses those thoughts, telling himself that it is enough sentimentality, and decides to focus. He reflects that his stealth worked on people who have already given up, like the jackals, but it is not the perfect stealth that the real helm of invisibility is capable of. His abilities as a user are lacking, but the item itself is also unrefined. It is an item once jokingly called an infinity stone, because of the immense amount of mana it contains. If the power of this fragment can be amplified, it still will not be something trivial. He thinks that he does not know what the limits of its power are, but refining it has to come first. He recalls that the reason why Zeus is able to claim the position as the ruler of the skies and become the king of Olympus is because he had obtained the fragment of the lightning bolt. He remembers that Hades also fought while always wearing the helm of invisibility. He notes that they are objects that allow the current Olympus and the Olympus of the distant future to exist. He thinks that the only one who can refine something like this is someone he will get to see for the first time in a while. Yuan registers himself and appears as the number 1 player on the kit. While wandering around, he wonders if it should be somewhere around here, if he recalls correctly. He thinks it might be that way, but admits that it is hard to find it when he does not know the exact location. Then someone puts a knife to his back and demands that he give everything he has. Yuan hits him and throws him away. More guys appear and ask how he dares to mess with their organization. As they begin to strike, Yuan clashes with them and leaves, saying that if their life is up, that much should go up, and warns them not to even think about taking it out on someone else. He then sees the signboard of the smithy and says that he has found it. Entering, he asks if it belongs to someone. As he comes inside, he feels that it is like a sauna in there. The blacksmith notices him and says that it looks like the pyromancy robe, and that he does not seem like he is from those parts, asking if he is lost. Yuan notices a sword and replies that he is not lost, and asks if this is not a smithy. The blacksmith asks if he wants to buy equipment, adding that if he is fine with that junk, he can go ahead, though he is not sure they will be better than Yuan's equipment. Holding the shabby sword, Yuan says that they are all failures, and that it seems the blacksmith is not that talented at ruining things. He then calls him by name, Volcaro. The blacksmith Volcaro unleashes his mana and asks who sent him there. Yuan tells him he does not need to be so on guard, shows his player kit, and explains that he is a new player who has just arrived on the first floor. Volcaro mutters about the number, realizing that it signifies the highest floor Yuan has conquered is 1, so he is not lying. Yuan thinks that if Volcaro had swung that hammer, a catastrophe would have occurred, and if he had called him by his real name, the hammer would have come flying at him. He decides that he should be careful for a while. Volcaro then asks what Yuan wants. Yuan shows him the unrefined crystal and says that it is nothing special. He just wants to commission him for an item. Volcaro asks if he can take a closer look. Yuan explains that it is an unrefined crystal and asks if he can refine it. Volcaro replies that he can certainly do it, but questions where Yuan even got such a thing. Yuan tells him that he received it as part of the reward for clearing the tutorial. Surprised, Volcaro asks if he got something like that in the tutorial, noting that the tutorial should still have been in progress. He then asks how many days it took him to clear it. Yuan answers that it took about 5 days and 2 hours, adding that he ranked the highest, setting a new record. Volcaro thinks that it explains why Yuan is wearing such expensive clothes on the first floor, realizing he is definitely no ordinary guy. He then says the best he can do is refine it right away, since using any old, cheap material on the crystal would only damage it. He explains that Yuan needs a material strong enough to handle the crystal's power. He then asks if Yuan is really planning on leaving the item with him, even after seeing the condition of the smithy. Yuan answers that he does. Volcaro asks if he is not worried that he might run away with it. Yuan replies that if Volcaro wanted the crystal, he would be able to see greed in his eyes, but right now, what he sees is real excitement. Swinging the sword, Yuan adds that he does not think Volcaro will break the item either, since he has pretty keen eyes. Yuan then asks if Volcaro can crush the edges and make a lame handle, but points out that habits die hard, and he forgets to ruin the balance of the sword. Volcaro laughs and says that Yuan really is something, then asks if he is a pureblood and who he is affiliated with. Yuan replies that he has no affiliations and that he is something similar to a pureblood. Volcaro brushes it off and agrees to accept the request. He adds that since Yuan is trusting him, he will perform the best refining he can do. However, he sets one condition: Yuan must keep where he got the crystal refined, as well as the fact that the object has been refined, a secret. Yuan agrees to the condition. Yuan then spends 3 points on breakfast, and while eating in the inn, he thinks that he has already given Volcaro his number, so now all that is left is to wait. Volcaro said it would take about 10 days. Since Yuan has to remain on the first floor for a while anyway, he can definitely wait that long. According to the intel he got from catching the jackals, their meeting is in 2 days. It would be easiest if he could kill them all himself, but since he cannot do that yet, he needs another approach. Then Hargon sits at Yuan's table, and Yuan asks him how he managed to find the place. Hargon replies that he went around asking various imps for Yuan's name, and since he has quite the connections, he used some people. Yuan mutters that Olympus must have the greatest influence on the first floor, and since Hargon is the son of Zeus, this was probably an easy task for him. Hargon then asks if Yuan has set up his player kit and tells him to give his number, joking that he never thought he would end up getting hit on by a guy. He then asks when Yuan is planning to climb the tower. Hargon says that in about 5 days or so, he is planning on leveling up in the outer regions. He wants to increase their teamwork, so he needs a bit of time. Yuan tells him that if that is the case, he should do a job with him. When Hargon asks about the job, Yuan tells him he wants to pull the jackals out by the roots. Hargon replies that just sorting them out would be a problem by itself, and he doesn't think it is something possible to do with just 10 people Yuan plus his team. Yuan clarifies that it will not be 10, but 2, just him and Hargon. Hargon flinches at this and says he needs more details. Yuan tells him it is a bit too early right now and asks him to come back the day after tomorrow at night, promising to explain then. Hargon quickly eats his meal and agrees, saying they will do it together the day after tomorrow at night. He then gets up to leave, saying he will see Yuan then. Yuan asks if he is leaving so soon, but Hargon waves, saying he needs to hurry if he is going to make some time. He declares that he will be the one to leave first today. Yuan thinks that Hargon must really care about the team he made during the tutorial to try and level them up to climb the tower together. That shows quite a bit of dedication. He then addresses a person sitting at another table, asking why they have been waiting for so long and what business they have with him now that the matter with Hargon is settled. Agamemnon, the Olympus member, replies that he was quite surprised because Hargon appeared out of nowhere. He moves to Yuan's table and adds that this is their first time meeting, so it is nice to meet him. He introduces himself as coming from Olympus and asks if Yuan is free for a quick chat. Yuan tells Agamemnon that since Hargon is a descendant of the ruler of the skies, he should at least greet him. Agamemnon responds that he could not help it because of his objective. He came here specifically to meet Yuan. He mentions that he has heard Yuan ranked first in the tutorial, while Sir Hargon was only in second place, and from what he knows, there was a massive gap between the two. Everyone, he says, is unanimously claiming that a monster has entered the tower. Yuan thanks him for the honest compliment and his kind words. Agamemnon then brings up how Sir Hargon mentioned that the two of them are like friends, asking if that isn't a strange way to put it. Yuan replies that it is a little strange, while thinking that perhaps Agamemnon wants to become his friend and appear amicable. As Agamemnon sips his tea, he notes that Yuan still hasn't formed a team with Hargon and calls it a smart decision. He explains that connections made during the tutorial rarely last, since not many players even attempt to climb the tower, and even fewer go on to become rankers. However, he tells Yuan that he is different. He has the potential to ascend beyond a ranker and become a high ranker, a truly great being of the tower. Because of that, he suggests, Yuan should climb the tower with people worthy of accompanying him. Placing his cup down, he extends his offer to join Olympus and serve under the grace of Lord Ares. He promises they can prepare anything Yuan wants, praising Ares as the son of Hera and Zeus, already a high ranker, unlike some lowly figures who do not even know their own mother. He insists that following Lord Ares would be far better than joining hands with someone like Hargon. Yuan stops him, sipping his tea while thinking that Olympus truly lives up to its reputation as the major guild most invested in recruiting new players. Placing his empty cup down, he thanks Agamemnon for the tea and prepares to leave. Agamemnon asks if he is truly refusing an offer from Olympus. Yuan confirms it, saying that he has no plans to be affiliated with any group, adding that he even rejected a personal offer from Hargon, the son of Zeus. Glancing at Agamemnon, he points out his hypocrisy speaking of those fit to accompany him while insulting others as lowly beings, when in truth Ares' parents are Zeus and Hera, not his. Agamemnon grits his teeth in frustration, and Yuan finishes by saying that he has only one answer. He refuses to go around with deviant lowlifes like them. Agamemnon sits frustrated when his comrades ask if he is okay. He asks them how many jackals they are able to call on right now. They say that currently, the jackals are doing collections and will have to be finished with that before they are able to gather a significant number. Agamemnon asks if they really need that much preparation in order to kill a single new player. They tell him to think rationally about it, reminding him that Yuan has set a historic record for the tutorial, beating out Sir Hargon, and ask if he thinks just a few jackals will do it. Agamemnon stands and says to prepare about 100 men, and that when the time of the harvest is over, they will kill him. 2 days later, Hargon asks Yuan how he is planning on getting rid of the jackals. Yuan says that first, they need to meet a guy he had spent time tracking down. Hargon asks who they have to meet, and Yuan tells him to just follow for now. Hargon notices Yuan's red eyes again and recalls Childa asking if Yuan is kin to that monkey. He thinks that Childa must have been referring to the great sage, Heaven's equal son Ogong, the most talented fighter in the history of rankers, who became a high ranker in less than 10 years. Hargon wonders who Yuan really is if he is affiliated somewhere, if that is why he refuses to join Olympus, and considers that Yuan also possesses gigantification, a skill that only Hercules once held, and that all giants possess. Hargon wonders if Yuan might be of the giant race. Yuan interrupts his thoughts as they stand before a closed door, instructing Hargon to respond properly. Inside, a boy winding up things apologizes, saying they are closed for the day, but asks for a name and number if someone needs something. Yuan says he is looking for a guy named Wunshin. The boy flinches and quickly runs away. Yuan chases him and asks where he thinks he is going. The boy tries to wield a weapon, but Yuan grabs him, slams him to the ground, and tells him to stay still. The boy wonders how he is so strong. Yuan explains that his alias is Chunwoon, real name Mu Wunshin, a player from the martial realm who gave up on climbing the tower, and that he is the king of the jackals. Yuan ties him with ropes, and the boy pleads, saying that Yuan has the wrong person. Yuan asks why he tried to run earlier if he is the wrong person. The boy replies that it was because Yuan had a scary look in his eyes. Hargon asks Yuan if he is sure this is the guy he was looking for, saying he did not think it could be concluded that he is the king of the jackals just because he tried to run, as he looks too weak. Yuan shows him his weapon and asks if it looks like a normal knife, telling him to look at the ground where it fell and noting that the floor melted because it is a potent poison from the upper floor, which is prohibited from use against other players and is incredibly hard to obtain. The boy's appearance and voice change, and he asks where the information leaked from, how Yuan discovered his identity, and how he learned his name. Hargon is surprised at the boy's changed appearance and voice. Wunshin tells Yuan that he apparently has no fear if he only knew who is backing him. He then notices Hargon's hair and eye color and suspects something unusual. Hargon now realizes that this is the reason Yuan told him to respond properly, and then he spreads his mana shockwaves around. Seeing this, Wunshin says it is true that Olympus betrayed them. Yuan says that betrayed is too harsh and explains that they simply have a favor to ask, noting that Wunshin is currently receiving orders from Agamemnon. Wunshin agrees. Yuan tells him that for a while now, the ruler of the skies has had an interest in the matters of the first floor, and that his son has just finished the tutorial. He asks how much longer Wunshin plans on acting as Agamemnon's dog on the first floor, noting that Wunshin does not even serve one of the big three, but a greenhorn has just become a high ranker, and if all goes well, the ruler of the skies will start personally looking after the jackals. Hargon wonders what Yuan is talking about. Yuan tells Wunshin that if he does a good job, he might even obtain an important role in Olympus. Wunshin asks what the favor is and what he can do for him. Yuan asks Wunshin how many jackals there are in total, and he replies that there are about 1,000 or so. Yuan instructs him to gather all of them by midnight the next day at a specified location and tells him not to let the guys with Agamemnon and Ares know about this, adding that it will be better for him as well. Wunshin nods in agreement. Yuan then takes Hargon along, who is visibly frustrated. Outside, Hargon angrily shouts at Yuan, asking if he is sure about name-dropping someone else's father and demanding an explanation with no details left out. Yuan tells him that it is as he heard, the jackals and Olympus are working together. Hargon grits his teeth and asks if Yuan expects him to believe that, insisting there is no way, and that they are probably just using Olympus's name. Yuan politely tells Hargon that he does not know what kind of place Hargon thinks Olympus is, but he needs to take off his rose-tinted glasses and see the true face of Olympus. Hargon flashes back to all of Yuan's previous conversations, remembering when the administrator once said that just thinking about how much more work he has now because of Olympus makes him want to go pull out Zeus' beard right now. He also recalls when Wunshin asks if Olympus betrayed them, and Yuan tells him that if he wants to know everyone's true colors, he should slowly uncover them himself, because he would not believe Yuan even if he told him the true face of Olympus. 2 days later, Yuan waits for Hargon and remarks that if he were any later, he would have left without him, asking if he has finished thinking it through. Hargon, looking conflicted, admits that he was born and raised in Olympus, which was his home and family, and that his father was his hero. He says he does not have many memories of his mother, barely recalling her face, but he remembers her voice and her words to never forget the pride of Olympus. He explains that he had to consider whether this was the right thing to do or if he was betraying Olympus. Yuan asks what his conclusion is, and Hargon states that, regardless of right or wrong, the jackals have to be exterminated. He compares them to the parasites of the first floor. Spreading his mana in frustration, he says that if they are an embarrassing secret of Olympus, he will cut them out with his own hands. Meanwhile, the jackals gather at the location Yuan instructed Wunshin to use. Fatio, the jackal's boss, notes that the place is surprisingly large, though damp and muddy, and remarks on the sheer number of them, estimating at least 1,000. Wunshin, the king of the jackals, arrives and asks if everyone is present. The jackals quickly bow before him, and he tells them to raise their heads. Some jackals gossip, wondering if this is really Wunshin, as he has never appeared before, and remark that he must have a powerful backer, which explains how they avoided the bureau until now. Wunshin then draws his sword and warns that anyone who speaks from that point on will have their head cut off. Fatio also wields his knife and instructs everyone to be silent. Wunshin announces that they must begin their mission immediately, acknowledging the difficulty since it requires all of them to be present. He declares that after today, the jackals will rise to the skies and points toward 2 figures, Yuan and Hargon, saying he will introduce their backers. Wunshin bows and thanks Yuan for coming all the way, offering him a small token, Asgardian bills, each worth 1,000 points and representing the results of the current collections. Yuan takes them and thinks that, since they are issued by Asgard, they are guaranteed their value, and asks if this is everything. Wunshin confirms it is. Yuan smiles, noting that just from a glance, it must total at least a few 100,000 points, and realizes that Wunshin is abandoning Agamemnon, who is probably desperately waiting for this cash. He puts the bills into his inventory and thanks Wunshin for the gift. Wunshin tells Yuan to do as he pleases, but Yuan cuts him off, saying it is time to say goodbye, and with a snap of his fingers, activates colossal fire, which spreads everywhere. Everyone panics as the fire spreads. Wunshin wonders how the fire ignited so suddenly, considering the liquid on the ground might have been oil rather than water, though there is no smell. The jackals struggle and shout as they burn alive in the fire. Wunshin discovers the scentless powder scattered on the ground. Frustrated, he asks Yuan what he thinks he is doing. Yuan crushes his mask underfoot and replies that they are cleaning up the trash. Wunshin asks if they are from Olympus, and Hargon confirms that he is. Wunshin questions why they are attacking them, and Hargon says it is because they are an embarrassment to Olympus and that he will cut them off with his own hands. Both Hargon and Yuan then start slashing at the jackals. Wunshin urges the remaining jackals to fight back, noting that there are only 2 opponents, and realizes they intend to wipe them out completely. He opens his player kit to contact Agamemnon, but the message fails to send. Confused, he asks why, and Yuan explains that in the midst of a battle flooded with mana, player kit messages become functionally useless. Frustrated, Wunshin charges at Yuan, shouting for him to die, but freezes when Yuan glances at him with his cinder eyes, unable to move. Yuan then strikes, telling him it is time to say goodbye for real. After clearing the jackals, Yuan asks Hargon if he is okay. Hargon asks him if he is alright, saying they killed 1,000 people together. Yuan thinks that Hargon is not tired but guilty, and he answers that he feels fine. Yuan thinks that Hargon has never been in a war, so it is only natural that he is not used to people. Hargon then asks how Yuan can be so nonchalant. Yuan explains that the jackals made money through murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slavery, so by killing one of them, he can save dozens or even thousands of people, and he questions why he should hesitate. Hargon agrees that Yuan is right. Yuan adds that to some, it might be more convenient to look the other way with half-baked guilt. Hargon comments that Yuan has a sharper tongue than he looks and is quite smart. He thinks that Yuan has great mental fortitude, as he manages to collect himself just from hearing a few words. Yuan tells Hargon that he really is a just man, perfect for living an exhausting life. Hargon replies that Yuan is different from what he looks like, as he did not seem like the do-gooder type. He says it is not easy to go out of one's way to do something when there is nothing to gain, and that Yuan has always acted with a bigger picture in mind, even back in the tutorial. From a young age, he was told that such a thing is called a great cause. Yuan says he is surprised that Hargon can say something so embarrassing so easily, and he shows him the bills, saying that Hargon is wrong about one thing: there was something to gain. He tells Hargon that he played an instrumental role and asks if he is going to take it, adding that he can refuse if he does not want dirty money. Hargon hesitates and says to give him some. Yuan responds that he expected that and asks Hargon a question, reminding him that he ranked second in the tutorial and asking what his reward was. On the other hand, Agamemnon slams the table, demanding why he cannot get in touch with Wunshin. His comrade replies that he is not sure either, saying he did send a message, but there is no clue. Agamemnon clenches his teeth, thinking that unless Wunshin has gone completely insane, there is no way he would have run away with their money. Then, another comrade rushes in, reporting that they found the jackals, but insisting that Agamemnon see it in person. When they arrive at the location, they find the corpses of the jackals. Agamemnon wonders if even Wunshin was among them, and his comrade confirms that he probably is. Agamemnon shouts loudly, asking what happened to the collection of money. Meanwhile, Yuan, sitting in his room with the money, thinks that the jackals really did quite a number. Even after splitting half with Hargon, the amount is something only some rankers ever get to see. Thanks to it, he no longer has to worry about food or lodging. He wishes he could go to Asgard and exchange the 4 points right away. But then Olympus would find out that he exterminated the jackals, and nothing good would come from complicating matters already on the first floor. He notes that while the money might not be enough for the fine detailing, it is sufficient to get the core materials for the dark divine crystal. He puts the money back into his inventory, thinking that he will be able to get the items crafted sooner than expected. The dark divine crystal, his highest ranked item, is probably slowly taking shape to show its true worth under the greatest blacksmith in the tower. Picking up the egg, he reflects that the real problem is this unknown egg. There is no way to know whose egg it is, what will come out of it, or how to make it hatch. Its description is puzzling, and though incomplete items can have unclear details, he has never seen an item in the form of an egg with such a description before. Hargon, who ranked second, received an item called the Lightning Glove. It is a highly advanced piece of equipment, one even used by rankers. Using that as a reference, Yuan reasons that the egg cannot be a normal item. It is likely something comparable to the Dark Divine Crystal, or perhaps even greater. Yet, he cannot figure it out. Then, he notices a strange pattern etched across the egg's surface, one that he is certain was not there when he first checked it. The design sparks a memory. He realizes he has seen this pattern before connected to the outer god. In that moment, the egg stirs in response, as though acknowledging his realization, and a voice greets him. Startled, Yuan asks what it is. Later, standing before a door, he reflects on the days that have passed. His thoughts circle endlessly around the same question: whether the being inside the egg will hatch as an ally who could aid him, or as a force capable of destroying the world all over again. Most creatures that hatched from eggs recognized the being that was with them the longest during the incubation, and the one they saw for the first time after they hatched as their mother. That is why some rankers went through the trouble of obtaining eggs of mythical beings to hatch them as companions. Suppose raising this egg is possible just like that. Yuan thinks to himself what an unbelievable gamble it is, but quickly shakes off the anxiety. Worrying about it won't change a thing. What matters now is focusing on what lies directly in front of him. He then approaches Volcaro, who is examining an unrefined crystal. Volcaro remarks that the crystal is incredibly hard and admits that he called Yuan there because he has a question. He asks to see what weapon and armor Yuan uses, what kind of sword it is, including its length and thickness, and what type of armor he wears, along with its weight. When Yuan asks why, Volcaro shows him a bottle. He explains that he ended up with byproducts from the crystal and wants to craft an item using them. The crystal is so powerful that even its powder holds immense value, worth more than most other crystals. Yuan silently agrees and recalls that even the scythe Hades wielded was crafted from the powder produced while refining the fragment of the Helm of Invisibility. Still, he asks if Volcaro doesn't need a material strong enough to balance with the powder. Volcaro admits he has no adamantium, but he does have something similar. Since it's just crystal powder, mithril should suffice. He estimates that he has about 1.8 kilograms of it, not a huge amount, but enough to craft at least a single piece of equipment by mixing it together. Yuan sees the description of mithril and says it is quite an expensive material. He thinks that with just about half a kilogram, something good could be made by mixing it with other metals, but to use 1.8 kilograms of it, he could get that much by exchanging the bills he got from the jackals, though he cannot do that right now. He thinks he can only buy a third of it for now. Volcaro says he will put it on a tab. Yuan asks what if he ends up running away without paying. Volcaro says it is his own greed that makes him want to craft something using it, and since it was his suggestion in the first place, he would not hold a grudge even if Yuan took the item without paying. He adds that the thing Yuan left with him is at least dozens of times more valuable than mithril, and that its value cannot even be quantified in points. He says that since Yuan trusted him with such a thing, it is only right that he does the same. Yuan thinks that Volcaro is just the same as he remembers. He then equips a sword from his inventory and hands it to Volcaro, saying he needs a sword. He explains that the weight does not matter as long as it is not so heavy that he cannot wield it. And as for the shape and length, a sword like this sword would be good. Holding the sword, Volcaro asks if it is a sword that Yuan wants and says that it is actually his specialty. A week later, at the Olympus Branch Guildhouse, Agamemnon thinks that the eradication of the jackals was simply a test from the tower to present him with a greater opportunity. He thinks that as long as he can succeed with this job, not only will he be forgiven for his blunder, but the ruler of the sky might even start paying attention to him. A guild member informs him that they have gathered all their players between the 1st and 10th floors, numbering around 200 men. Agamemnon asks about reinforcements, and the guild member informs him that, taking the administrator's intervention and the tower's restrictions into account, a suitable reinforcement has just arrived. Agamemnon says it is perfect and declares that starting now, the army of Olympus is going after a criminal. Meanwhile, after killing the monsters, Yuan checks the completion rate of Heaven's Slaying Star and sees that it has increased only a little. He says it is really taking forever to go up, and thinks that he has done nothing but hunt for the last 10 days while waiting for the refining. He realizes there is a limit to how much he can raise the completion rate on the 1st floor. He notes that he has only gained a single level from hunting, but concludes that it cannot be helped, since it was still better than doing nothing while waiting. He then receives a message from Volcaro, who says he has finished the reinforcement and tells him to come over. Meanwhile, Volcaro, holding the refined crystal, admires it, saying it is beautiful and that no matter how many times he looks at it, he never grows tired of it. He thinks that to see such a beautiful light again is a blessing and admits he really wants to craft a fully finished product with it. But that is probably not possible. Suddenly, he feels something grab the hammer in his hand, which begins to move outside. He says it had to be today of all days, and though he knew this day would eventually come, it would have been nice if he had gotten just one more day. When he steps outside, he finds Agamemnon with his guild. Agamemnon says he did not expect to find him rotting away in such a foul-smelling place, which explains why they could not locate him until now. Volcaro tells them they are disturbing the neighborhood and asks what business they have there. Agamemnon replies that it is surely a rhetorical question, then points his sword at him and calls him the criminal Hephaestus. The guild members begin discussing among themselves, surprised, saying that Hephaestus is the blacksmith of Olympus. They thought this was about the nuclear causing a scene on the first floor, but they realized they were actually there for a rancor. They question how they are supposed to catch a rancor, though they acknowledge they have a massive numbers advantage. Agamemnon tells them not to fear, explaining that a rancor's power is severely restricted on the first floor. Volcaro then slams the hammer into his hand, spreading strong mana that pushes the guild members backward. He tells them not to make him laugh and to come at him, declaring that he will smash all of their heads. Agamemnon laughs and says that not only did Volcaro become crippled after being punished by the ruler of the skies, but he also questions whether he can even call himself a rancor while wearing nothing. He adds that they also have a rancor on their side. Olympus' high rancor under the command of Apollo, Chryses, comes there. Volcaro recognizes him and asks if he is a rancor now, reminding him that the penalty is severe for interfering in the matters of the first floor. Chryses replies that it does not matter since Volcaro is also a rancor. Volcaro raises his hammer and says they are good at coming up with sly tactics, telling him to come at him. Both their manas collapse, and a strange force spreads, causing the guild members to fall. Volcaro attacks with all his mana in the hammer, but Chryses blocks it with his hand, saying he used to respect him. He says that despite becoming a rancor thousands of years ago, instead of desiring more power, Volcaro followed his creed and wielded his hammer. Volcaro asks if that is the only reason he respected him. Chryses pushes him back, but Volcaro charges again and strikes with his hammer, recklessly unleashing his mana and killing many guild members in frustration. Chryses says that since Volcaro attacked players from a much lower floor, the penalty is sure to be severe. He adds that he was telling the truth about respecting him, admiring the fact that he could give up power for his creed and had the resolution to put down everything. He then raises his weapon and begins to attack, saying he does not wish to fight against him. Volcaro blocks his weapon with the hammer and tells him to cut the crap. After a while, Volcaro's body starts petrifying, and he curses the shield in Chryses' hand. Chryses says it is something Volcaro made, the Aegis, and though it is only a replica, it is more than enough to bind him while he is exhausted. Volcaro then completely petrifies and collapses. Chryses wonders if it is over. Agamemnon comes there and says finally, then orders his comrades to drag the criminal away. Yuan appears there and says he cannot let them do that, slashing at the member who is about to drag and cutting his legs. He then asks what brings such wretched folks to an important place such as this. Agamemnon says it is Yuan, the player who achieved the new record in the tutorial. Chryses says he means the newbie player who has been going on a rampage, and admits he was worried Yuan was a rancor. Yuan recognizes Chryses and thinks that he is the rancor. For two rancors to fight in a tiny slum like this, if the fight drags out and an administrator intervenes, Olympus will lose quite a bit of influence on the first floor. He wonders if they really needed Volcaro that badly for the Gigantomachy. Agamemnon asks what Yuan thinks he is doing, and if he plans on standing there until the petrification wears off. Yuan asks what if he is. Volcaro moves slightly, and Agamemnon notices it, wondering if it just moved. Since Aegis is only able to petrify once a day, and this one is a replica, they do not know how long the effect will last. If the petrification wears off and Volcaro starts moving again, they cannot waste any more time. He shouts to his guild members, demanding they kill Yuan and grab the prisoner. One of the members hesitates, saying that if they kill a new player, they will also face a penalty. Agamemnon severs the member's head and asks what that was about as a penalty. He declares that whoever manages to kill Yuan and bring the prisoner will be rewarded with a management position on the first floor. His comrades step forward, each claiming they will be the one to kill him. Yuan activates the power of colossal fire and adds it to his arcane sword. Wielding the sword from a distance, fire rushes toward the incoming members. They warn each other not to get caught up in the flames and to attack him from afar. Guided by his cinder eyes, Yuan easily cuts down the approachers. He then unleashes a mana blast, causing an explosion in the area. Yuan says this is all they have got and reminds them that numbers are not everything. Agamemnon keeps shouting at his comrades not to falter and to corner him. He clenches his teeth, wondering what is going on, since some of the fighters are even players who have reached the 10th floor. He admits he understands Yuan ranked first by beating Hargan, but questions how someone like this can still be called a new player. Yuan's cinder eyes control the colossal fire, forming a fire pillar. Struggling to maintain it, he calls out to Volcaro, asking how long he plans on sleeping. Suddenly, his firewall is struck by Chryses' sun shard. Yuan is pushed back by the force, but his cinder eyes and pyromancy robe manage to resist it. He thinks to himself that Chryses is finally making a move. Chryses then asks Yuan what his relationship with Hephaestus is. Yuan replies that he is his customer. Chryses gathers Sunshard in his hand and questions him further, asking if, despite only being a customer, he still chose to meddle. Yuan realizes that Chryses is truly a rancor. Even though weakened by the penalty, he is still exerting enormous pressure. Yuan notes that his opponent is the right-hand man of Apollo, ruler of fire. If he lets his guard down even slightly, he will be reduced to ashes. Calculating Chryses' current injury and the penalty he will suffer each time he attacks, Yuan estimates he should not be able to strike more than 5 times. He activates his gigantification skill, thinking it is a fortunate matchup for him. With his high fire resistance from the cinder eyes and the pyromancy robe, he feels confident. He recalls that he even survived Surithra's flame of annihilation. Chryses acknowledges that Yuan seems to possess a skill no typical rancor has. He hurls another sunshard and asks what someone who just entered the tower can truly do. Yuan blocks the sunshard with his hand, struggling against its power as his gigantification, cinder eyes, and pyromancy robe combine to resist it. A huge explosion follows, and the system informs Yuan that he has failed to resist the sunshard, and the burn effect is inflicted. Huffing, he wonders if he cannot block a rancor's attack with strength alone and thinks that if he had some ice crystals, he could at least raise his resistance. Another attack approaches and barely misses him, and he realizes that Chryses is not going to give him any time to rest. Yuan throws mana blasts against the sunshard, calming the fire for a while. But his pyromancy robe starts burning, and the burn effect increases to level 2. Troubled, he thinks that at this rate, he is going to be roasted alive, but also notes that with attacks of such caliber, the penalty on Chryses should be severe. He counts 2 so far and convinces himself to hold out a little longer. Chryses then grabs him and slams him far away, though he himself also seems exhausted. Injured, Yuan wonders if he underestimated him, thinking that even on the first floor, with injury and penalty combined, Chryses is still overwhelming. He knows he cannot last much longer and doubts if he can surpass him, but he decides to endure 2 more strikes. At that moment, he notices something glowing and realizes he has landed in Volcaro's workshop. Spotting a refined crystal, he thinks of his luck. Penalty, Yuan says, will be understood once Chryses experiences it, and he wonders aloud how great a power flows through the tower. Chryses thinks that Sir Apollo was right, feeling as if the tower itself is alive, a power that restricts and suppresses any force out of control to protect the sanctity of the lower floor. He realizes that this is the penalty. Agamemnon thanks Chryses for his hard work and orders his comrades to quickly grab the criminal, check the dead, and retreat with the injured. As for Yuan, Chryses instructs them to leave him be. Shocked, Agamemnon argues that Yuan will surely become a threat in the future. Chryses replies that their mission is complete, and since they already broke the tower's law by rampaging on the first floor, he would prefer to avoid unnecessary slaughter. Suddenly, Yuan appears with a great surge of mana, destroying everything around him. Agamemnon exclaims at the sight of the half-dead man and questions Chryses if he still thinks Yuan should be spared. Crisis stops him, explaining that dark attribute mana is a special case, and considering Yuan's half-dead state, his mana is overflowing. Agamemnon, however, insists it is fine, suggesting that Crisis looks tired and should rest, while they take care of Yuan. But Yuan moves at the speed of light, disappearing from their sight, and suddenly holds Volcaro, who grips his hammer tightly. Yuan thinks that petrification does not stop the mind, and that the effect will soon wear off. Agamemnon shouts at his comrades, asking if they are simply going to watch, and orders them to kill Yuan instantly. As they rush him, Yuan spreads dark mana with just his fist, destroying those who approach. Crisis, watching, smiles and says that Yuan is holding on to something unbelievable, that the tower has brought in a monster. Agamemnon retorts that this is no time to be impressed. Crisis asks what is wrong and reminds Agamemnon that they said earlier they would take care of Yuan themselves, as his role from the beginning was only to stop Volcaro in his tracks. Agamemnon asks if he is serious, but Crisis stands up and tells him to relax, saying he intends to see things through. Yuan slashes down the members, killing them, when he notices Crisis' mana and remarks that he has come. Yuan spreads his colossal fire all around. Seeing this, Crisis thinks that Yuan is incredible, controlling two different attributes simultaneously, something difficult even for most rankers. He reflects that if such a person joined Olympus, he would be a radiant gem, making him want Yuan on their side. He then asks Yuan, confirming his name, and invites him to join Olympus, promising to give him something far better than what he commissioned from the criminal, if equipment is what he seeks. Yuan replies that it is not to the extent of his goal and adds that he already gave the man over there his answer. Crisis gathers his sun shard and asks if that means Yuan rejected his offer, calling it a shame. Yuan keeps up his attack and asks if Crisis thinks he can keep fighting. Crisis replies that it is surprising to hear that from a new player and thinks that in about 100 years, he might be able to share today's event with pride, bragging about how he fought Yuan right when he arrived on the first floor, having fought against someone who will surely be much higher than a ranker by then. As he throws his attack, he thinks that it will only be possible if he makes it out alive. Yuan blocks his attack and thinks that Crisis is prepared to perish, wondering if he wants to take Volcaro that badly. He reflects that if Volcaro does not rejoin Olympus, the next Gigantomachy could be prevented. Both their fire attacks clash with each other, and Yuan thinks that in order to prevent that tragedy, he has to endure it. Crisis launches a huge sun shard attack toward Yuan. Seeing it, Yuan wonders how Crisis can still perform attacks of such caliber, and admits that he knew it. Crisis really is amazing. A huge mana explosion follows. Witnessing this, Agamemnon calls it monstrous stupidity, noting that no ranker has ever used so much power on the first floor before, and says Crisis should be glad if he does not perish from the penalty. After things settle, Agamemnon sees the collapsed Yuan and declares that it is over, believing even Yuan cannot withstand an attack like that. But then he is struck, as Volcaro hits him and demands what he means by saying it is over, insisting that it is not over yet. Volcaro strikes him again with his hammer, and Agamemnon asks if he is not afraid of the penalty. Volcaro replies that he does not care about the penalty and begins to charge again, saying he does not care about the others but is definitely going to kill Agamemnon. His hammer is then blocked by the administrator of the tower's first floor, who tells him he is going a bit too overboard. Volcaro asks why the administrator has shown up now, of all times. The administrator asks what Volcaro means by that, questioning if he thinks the administrator would simply allow a huge guild to wreak havoc on the first floor. The administrator tells him that if he wants to fight properly, he should go up. Agamemnon quickly rises and says it looks like the administrator is beginning to understand something, claiming he did not want to fight. The administrator then asks if he is from Olympus, and Agamemnon confirms. The administrator removes his head armor and engraves a mark on his forehead, commanding him to deliver a message to Zeus. If Zeus does something like this again, his beloved beard will be plucked out. The administrator insists that Agamemnon must definitely tell him. Volcaro, seeing this, wonders why the administrator placed the mark on his head. It must be to ensure he delivers the message without missing a single word. He thinks to himself that Olympus is trash, and this moment is their perfect loss. Meanwhile, in his unconscious state, Yuan feels as though the egg is showing its teeth. He wonders if it is trying to devour him while he is weak, or if it is trying to protect him. Lying on the bed, he mutters, asking when he lost his consciousness. Yuan then regains consciousness and finds Volcaro standing in front of him. Volcaro scolds him for calling him Odyssey, telling him to watch his choice of words. Yuan replies that he cannot call him by his name, then adds that he is alive thanks to him. Volcaro hesitantly thanks him, and reveals that his real name is not Volcaro but Hephaestus, the blacksmith of Olympus. He notices Yuan's blank face and asks if he is not surprised. Yuan says he is quite surprised, though. Volcaro responds that he cannot tell whether Yuan is simply bad at lying or just did not bother to. Volcaro thinks that, as he suspected, Yuan knows who he is. That is why he initially thought Yuan was someone from Olympus. But now, he is certain that Yuan is not, and he also realizes that Yuan is no ordinary player either. Volcaro then says that those from Olympus will be quiet for a while because of what happened. That is why he has decided to rent a workshop, declaring that he is the type to pay back tenfold whether to enemies or to friends. He tells Yuan to wait a few days, promising to make the best sword for him. Yuan thinks that is good, and once the sword is finished, he will head further up the tower. He stands and says he will look forward to it, but then begins to collapse. Volcaro tells him to go to the hospital first. Later, Yuan clears a monster cave, thinking about how he had lain in the hospital for a whole day, and now feels better moving again. He reflects that he thought his fight with Olympus would only begin after the 10th floor, but his plan has already gone off track. Still, something huge came out of it. Olympus will now be walking on eggshells because of the administrator, making it difficult for them to interfere on the first floor. His relationship with Volcaro has also become similar to what it was in his previous life. He clenches his gigantic arm and thinks about this, to another great variable for the second Gigantomachia. But the Dark Divine Crystal is difficult to control. There is a clear difference in power compared to the Kaini that Hades used. Even if it is not a complete Kaini, the difference lies in its user. After the crafting, 3 big visible changes have appeared. Seeing the pure Dark Divine Crystal's details, Yuan notes that the explanation and unrefined state have disappeared. Resistance amplification usability has increased, and lastly, Hell Summon has appeared. Hell, the word that symbolizes Hades and the source of his powers, seems limited, so it will not be able to bring out the real powers. But with this, he realizes he can know what powers the Dark Divine Crystal possesses. Rather than being something with power itself, the Dark Divine Crystal is closer to a medium that summons power. He spends the whole day trying to get used to it and feels that he understands it now, wondering if he should try again. At that moment, he receives a new message from Volcaro, who is actually Hephaestus, and he remarks that, as expected, he is always on time. Later, he goes to the workshop and mutters that it is quite large, so Volcaro must have paid a hefty price. An item made by Volcaro would cost at least tens of thousands of points, and with part of the income from what is sold in Olympus coming back to him, he might be among the top 1% richest people, even among rankers. Entering the room, he remarks that, judging by how quiet it is, the crafting must be finished. Volcaro acknowledges his presence, gives him a box, and tells him to take it. Yuan mutters that Volcaro getting straight to the point right off the bat is the same as always, but he shakes the box and asks what is with the knife. Volcaro tells him to open it. When he does, he finds nothing inside and asks if it is supposed to be a jack in the box. Volcaro tells him to look closer. Yuan insists there seems to be nothing there, but then he feels something oddly smooth a glove. Realizing it is an invisible glove great at conducting mana, he puts it on and asks if it was made with mithril. Wondering why Volcaro would make something that is not easy to create and invisible at that, he mutters that he feels nothing from it. He then notices a slot and points it out. Volcaro replies that it seems he does not need to explain how to use it, adding that he had neither the time nor the luxury, so he just winged it, and Yuan should use it however he sees fit. Yuan mutters that Volcaro must have gone crazy trying to figure out how to handle the pure Dark Divine Crystal. He says that he will use it well. Volcaro tells him to say that after seeing the sword. As Yuan holds the sword, he wonders if there is not a single flaw, and he can feel the energy flowing through his arms just from holding it. He admits it is truly amazing. Volcaro tells him that he can name it himself. Yuan thinks that the green color of mithril can still be seen, even though it is covered by the intense darkness from the Dark Divine Storm powder, and he considers the effect on the item. He then decides to call it Midnight Steel. Volcaro, unimpressed, says his sense of naming is horrible. Yuan notes that the sword is specialized for night and darkness, a black blade. He thinks the name was chosen not only for its exterior appearance but also for the item's effects. He considers Midnight Steel, the creation of Hephaestus, the blacksmith, made with special stone and mithril, and reflects that the item itself can accumulate mana, with a recovery option beyond expectations. He realizes he can fight in the dark efficiently with it and seems excited, thinking it is well above his expectations. Volcaro sees him and thinks that the completion of equipment is its name and its function. He notes that Yuan looks like he likes it a lot, and since they fit each other, it is fine. He then asks if Yuan is going up now. Yuan confirms that he should. Volcaro asks what he will do with Olympus, and Yuan says that, of course, he is going to take them down from up there to this ground. Volcaro reflects that, considering Yuan was shaken by a huge wave, his face does not look too concerned, and that he is truly unique, showing no fear or hesitation. Yuan comes outside and thinks that it is a simple farewell. He recalls meeting Volcaro after so long, remembering his past life when he had asked if he had made the weapon that was made of adamantium. He had wondered how it was possible since it was hard to find even a single iron stone. Volcaro had said that Yuan lost his sword and, if he was going to fight the Outers, he needed at least this much. Yuan remembered asking if Volcaro had melted his hammer or used his fist as a hammer to make it, and Volcaro had said he was tired and told him to stop with the chit-chat and take it. Yuan now thinks that, to him, it was no different than Volcaro giving his heart, and that it was nice to meet him again. In the Colosseum, the exam proctor Shuri sits in her office, checking Yuan's stats. She notes that his name is Kim Yuan, a new player who entered the first floor 12 days ago. She observes that he holds the top record in the tutorial and that his potential power is judged to be S-class. She reflects that there are a lot of good new players this time. Hargon had been quite interesting due to his abilities, but Yuan surpassed him and placed first. She wonders if he is coming alone to an exam where participants form teams, and considers that he might have no one who can match him on this floor. She concludes that the place won't break even if the rankers battle each other, so they can proceed as they wish. At the first floor exam arena, the Colosseum, Yuan stands on the battlefield and mutters that this is an exam testing power as the workmanship of a warrior, a test where defeating the opponent is all that matters, nothing complicated. Seeing the ranking list, he notes that, as expected, Sun Wukong is first. Compared to his records in his previous life, it is exceedingly high. His own record had been the 12th round. He notices Hargon in the 16th round, reflecting that it is quite high, a record higher than his previous life. He realizes Hargon has been climbing quickly since he is also in the Thunder King's gauntlet. Wielding his Midnight Steel, he thinks that he does not know how many floors Hargon has climbed so far, but he will catch up soon enough. The system informs him that the exam will now begin. Yuan considers the exam to be one where no one has ever seen the end of it. He reflects that the more opponents a player defeats, the greater the rewards, and that this is the place where players who aspire to become rankers challenge their limits. Suddenly, two huge ogres appear on the battlefield. Yuan uses his magic sword, clashes with the monsters, and cuts them into pieces. The system then states that he has passed the first floor exam. He thinks that the first floor exam is over, but the real task he must undertake begins now. The system asks if he will challenge the next exam, and Yuan agrees. The system confirms that he is challenging the next exam, and that the second exam will begin. Meanwhile, Shuri, surprised by his performance in the first exam, thinks that it is unbelievable. Cutting down 2 arcs this fast is something even Hargon could not do easily. She reflects that this is a historical moment and that he is faster than Sun Wukong, who holds the title of the greatest sage, Heaven's equal. Yuan has been fighting non-stop in the next exams. He has not even used a real skill, and has been carefully managing his stamina and mana. He does not feel the pressure of the trial he is facing, and keeps his focus ahead, trying to break the record set by the high rankers. In the next round, the system asks if he will challenge the next exam, and he agrees. He activates his Cinder Eyes to control colossal fire and begins fighting an armored figure, whose attack blocks his fire. Yuan wonders if he cannot drag this out for long. As the opponent continues to block his attacks, the system informs him that the power of a giant flows through his armor. His proficiency is too low, and his stamina is too low, so only partial gignitification will occur. The opponent's sword begins to crack. Yuan manages to slash the armored man and break his helmet. The opponent kneels before him, acknowledging that this is his second defeat. He remarks that the white-haired guy was really strong as well. The first opponent who stood back up, no matter how many times he was stabbed or cut. But Yuan is a little different stronger. Yuan comments that if the opponent had a better sword, it would have been much harder. The opponent replies that even with a better sword, Yuan would still have won, but thanks to him, he gets to experience the joy of fighting again. The system then informs Yuan that he has leveled up. The completion rate of the Heaven's Slayer star has increased by 4.78%, and he has passed the 90th exam. Seeing his score, Yuan notes that he has obtained the same score as Sun Wukong and is now at the 20th trial, which no one has ever managed to pass. The system then asks Yuan if he would like to challenge the final trial. Yuan remarks that they are not giving him time to rest, but notes that if everyone were given rest, the Colosseum would lose its meaning. He accepts the challenge. The system states that Yuan has chosen to challenge the next trial. Standing alone on the battlefield, he is surrounded by strong mana and wonders if such powerful mana and killing intent are really going to appear here, as they give him goosebumps. He activates his gigantification, holding the sword tightly. With that, the boss of the final trial appears. A strong mana spreads and pushes him backward. He struggles to hold on, continuously moving back, thinking that he is being pushed back even while using gigantification. He recalls Susano saying that on the first floor's 20th trial, he had been struck by its tail and failed, surviving only thanks to his vitality, while anyone else could have died instantly. Susano had insisted that it only had one head and a tail, and that he was certain of it. Even if it was the last trial on the first floor, he believed it was only similar to the true form, asking if Yuan really thought he would be wrong. Yuan wonders if a snake with 8 heads and 8 tails, large enough to cover 8 mountains and valleys, is closer to a divine beast, a demon beast, or a dragon, an ancient shell of an outer god that Susanoo had sealed long ago. He had not expected it to appear here and thinks that the administrators are simply doing whatever they want. The system instructs him to defeat Yamato no Orochi's 8th head. Chased by the monster and troubled, Yuan questions what kind of difficulty this is. While running, Yuan says he was told it only has one head and that it looks like the smallest one. But with his current body, a single mistake would be the end of him. He then leaps up and tries to climb onto its body. The monster throws an attack, but he manages to dodge it. He says there is no actual substance to its attacks, and that the Orochi he knew did not act like this. He then begins to attack its head, saying it is too shallow. Moving alongside its body, he thinks that even though the edge of Midnight's sword has been imbued with the power of the dark divine crystal, the scales and leather are so hard that his attacks are having little effect. He then tries to stab the sword into its body, thinking that, looking at it this way, the trial seems impossible. But since the tower never gives an unbeatable trial, he tells himself he needs to find it, the thing that should have remained on Orochi's body. Shuri observes him and wonders why his attacks stopped for a moment. She questions if he has only just realized how foolish he has been. She thinks he has already achieved many great things and tells him to give up already, since he was not leaving a scratch on Orochi's body anyway. Yuan says he has found it, then kicks off its body and runs across it. Shuri wonders if it could really be there, questioning if he is actually aiming for the small indent near its heart, the only place without a scale, Orochi's reverse scale. Yuan then begins to stab the sword into its heart. As the creature growls, he remarks that it is too loud until the end. Shuri wonders if it is impossible, truly unbelievable. A sinister snake with a body vast enough to cover 8 mountains and valleys, able to wield unearthly spells and enchantments. The one who once brought forth this great disaster that nearly annihilated a floor was the high ranker Susano. Susano had wielded a mysterious sword that could not be broken, a weapon with the power to seal a soul. With it, he left a scar that could never heal near Orochi's heart, which became the only preserved scale on its body. Yuan, huffing as he drives the sword in, says that the myth has been reenacted. The system informs Yuan that he has dealt with Orochi's 8th head. It says he has leveled up. The completion of Heaven Slayer star has increased by 12.85%. He has passed the last trial, and his achievements will be carved in the Colosseum. Checking his stats, he wonders why he leveled up in the 90th trial as well. But now his level is in the 60s range, where it is usually hard to gain even a single level in a hunt. He thinks there are 31 levels left until he reaches 100, and that his leveling speed is faster than he expected. Then Shuri comes and calls him by his name. He wonders as he recognizes her as a female elf with 6 knives on her back and waist, the examiner Shuri. She says he is the one who defeated Orochi, and asks if he knows the reverse scale. Yuan replies that the tower would not have given an unaccomplishable trial, but even if it was the last trial, he felt the difficulty was too high, so he checked and found his answer. She then notes his eyes and asks if they are the golden cinder eyes. Yuan replies that they are not golden yet. She wonders if cinder eyes and gigantification together belong to a player with the skills of 2 top-level high rankers. She then asks if he is from Olympus, or perhaps from Heaven's side, like the successor of the great sage Heaven's equal. She adds that either way, she now understands the reason. She tells him not to worry, as a trial examiner cannot reveal anything about the trial itself or information regarding the player who participated. Yuan wonders if she is misunderstanding something. Shuri then picks one of her weapons and gives it to him, saying it is an additional reward presented by the administrator. She explains that she was told to give it to a player who passed all of the first floor's trials, but she never thought the day would come when she would take out this sword because of Orochi. In the end, the owner of the sword has appeared. She tells him to check it himself, since she does not know what it is either. Yuan unsheathes the sword and sees that it is broken. Shuri is also surprised as it is broken. Yuan recognizes it as Tosca's sword pieces, knowing that a special power is sealed within it, but since it is in a broken state, he must collect the other pieces to uncover its true powers. He thinks it is good, as now his plans can proceed smoothly with this. Shuri tells him that if he has any complaints about the reward, she can speak to the administrator. Yuan puts it in his inventory and says it is fine, as this is good enough. He adds that it is only a gift, and he still has the true reward. With that, the system informs him that he has passed all the first floor's trials and received 20,000 points. He has also received Tosca's sword pieces and Orochi's 8 hearts. The system explains that Orochi's 8 hearts, divided when it was sealed by Susanoo, possess a strong poison. Yuan thinks that the strong poison inside the heart cannot be used by normal methods, but if he neutralizes it, it will become a strong medicine that even the high rankers will want to have. Shuri says she was doubtful, but it seems the item is rarely given as a reward. She explains that it is difficult to judge its value to be exchanged for points, so she congratulates him and advises him not to use it the way it is. Yuan replies that he will thankfully take her advice. Suddenly, the system informs him that the egg is reacting and expressing its hunger. The egg reveals its appearance, with dozens of strange eyes and sharp teeth spreading around the arena. Shuri does not process what is happening. Yuan mutters that the egg is not hatching, and its revealing appearance must mean something. Shuri, surprised, questions how it managed to get into a place protected by the power of the tower. As the egg begins to devour Orochi's corpse, Shuri flinches, and Yuan tries to reassure her, asking her to wait a moment. The egg continues to devour Orochi's 8 heads. Seeing this, Shuri remarks in shock that it is eating the corpse and admits she has never seen such a being before, wondering just what it is. She says she will not question further since the authority over the corpse belongs to him, but asks if it is also a skill of his. Yuan replies that he thinks it is something similar, but honestly, he is not so sure either. He then asks the egg if it is full. The system responds that the egg nods its head and sings a song. Yuan wonders that it looks a little freakish, yet it acts just like a child, questioning what it truly is. With that, the egg falls asleep, and the environment returns to normal. Yuan mutters that the egg, which had shown no reaction until now, must mean something. He checks its stats and sees that the hatching rate has increased. Shuri then asks if he knows what that was just now. Yuan agrees that he knows a little. Shuri wonders to herself that she thought of him as the second son of Wukong, but after seeing that power, she is no longer so sure, as the heavens would not hide such an ominous force. She extends her hand, saying he seems to hold many secrets, so she will not speak a word about what happened here today, and she hopes to hear of him at a higher place. Yuan wonders if she is still the same in her habit of saying goodbye to those who pass the trial. He shakes her hand, thinking of her as an intellectual, upright, strong, and beautiful warrior, and says it was nice to have met her. Meanwhile, the players on the first floor, seeing the rankings, begin to discuss. They ask if anyone has heard the news that the first rank, which had not changed for more than 1,000 years, has now shifted. They say it is the same guy who placed first in the tutorial. Some wonder if there is another monster like Sun Wukong, questioning whether he is pure-blooded and where he is from. One mentions Earth, a place they have never heard of before. They note that he earned the title of being first in every trial he took and speculate that he might even become a ranker within just a few years. At the 9th floor's trial, the Labyrinth, the system announces that he has passed the 9th floor Labyrinth trial. A new path has been opened, and another reward is added for his first achievement. Yuan thinks that a few exits exist in this trial, and the real challenge is to find the true path. Many challengers worry about the difficulty, but it is inevitable since the reward is worth it. He then wonders if it is time to meet that person. Later, he approaches Volcaro and says that it has been a month now, and he has come for the things he left with him. Volcaro is hammering something and tells Yuan to wait as he is almost finished. While working, he asks if Yuan does not feel hot. Yuan answers that he does. Volcaro thinks that the workshop is quite hot, yet Yuan does not look bothered at all, and he wonders how high his fire resistance must be. He then says that the 9th floor's trial took Yuan about 10 days to complete and asks if that is not too long, adding that if Yuan wants to receive the items he commissioned, he had better explain. Yuan replies that he only needs to find a way out of the labyrinth, but it took him some time because he made some new paths. Volcaro notes to himself that it is not just a path but paths, realizing Yuan is doing this to gain more rewards. He remarks that Yuan never does things normally and that he now really wants to see how he clears the other trials. Yuan tells him that he will come back and let him know. Volcaro then asks about the sword he has just prepared, wondering if Yuan needs it for the next trial. He says it is the first time he has made a weapon like this, one with terrible mana conductivity instead of great mana conductivity. He gives it to Yuan, explaining that terrible mana conductivity means it will have high mana resistance, which is why such materials are usually used for armor. Yuan mutters that it is made out of minerals like phale, tar, and obsidian. Volcaro says it truly has the worst mana conductivity, but he considers it a great success since it fulfills Yuan's commission. Yuan grabs the sword and says that it is great, better than expected, and that he likes it. Volcaro replies that thanks to Yuan, he got to have a fun challenge, wondering who would have ever thought of making a weapon like this out of armor materials. Yuan then hands him the money, and Volcaro asks what it is. Yuan tells him to just take it, saying it is bad if Volcaro always spoils him with free stuff like this, and adds that he will be back. Close to the workshop, Yuan opens a portal. The system confirms the records of passing the 9th floor trial and informs that 10 points have been used for the portal, asking him to select his destination. He thinks that he is finally heading to a floor with 2 digits and chooses the 10th floor, the realm of Miram. The system confirms his qualification and begins teleportation to the 10th floor, welcoming him to the realm of Miram at its starting point, Wuhan of Hebei. It is a huge continent that is surrounded by the ocean. The realm of Miram is a place where the strong shape the community. Unlike the other floors, the 10th floor trial begins as soon as he enters the floor. Some martial artists announce that the Dragon Sword's martial arts school is recruiting people with burning passion. The House of the Gentleman Sword is recruiting disciples, and the Heavy Steel's martial arts school offers training to harden the body like steel, claiming there is no better martial arts for climbing the tower. The system then informs Yuan that the 10th floor trials are beginning and instructs him to pick a martial arts school to enroll in and pass the chosen school's test. The test is to pick one of the martial arts schools, learn its martial arts, and then pass that school's exams. This floor became the wall that stopped players from advancing, as well as caused the players to stop climbing. Yuan mutters that the place looks like a market. A man approaches him, greeting him and asking if it is his first time in the realm of Miram. Judging from Yuan's outfit, the man assumes he must be skilled and asks if he uses a sword, insisting that it must be fate and that Yuan should definitely join the Sapphire Sword's martial arts school. He proudly explains that the school's origins are older than the tower itself. Yuan thinks that they might have no interest in a place like this, but even if they did, he would never join that school. The man continues to speak about the Sapphire Sword's martial arts school, but then notices Yuan's lack of interest and asks if he is even listening. Yuan apologizes, saying he has another group he wants to join, and excuses himself. Frustrated, the man asks if Yuan just ignored him and his school. Yuan replies that it was not his intention, though the man is not wrong. The man, irritated, draws his sword, calling Yuan a scarecrow and accusing him of speaking carelessly as if he got there through sheer luck, boasting about how amazing the Sapphire Sword's martial arts school is. Yuan thinks he has been dragged into a troublesome situation. Picking a fight with a newcomer on the 10th floor is a way for a martial arts school to show off its strength. He warns the man that the penalty won't be good for his school's image if the incident becomes known. The man acknowledges it but states that there are rules in the realm of Murim, and he cannot allow the honor of his martial arts school to be tarnished. He adds that it is already too late for Yuan to beg. Yuan calmly responds that he has no intention of begging for forgiveness and that nothing the man does can change that, then tells him to come. The man then notices Yuan's eyes and mutters in confusion about how they could change. After a while, the surrounding people begin to gossip about the scene. They point out the man kneeling on the ground, whispering that it is Yang Wonil, the embarrassment of the Sapphire Sword's martial arts school, who had caused trouble not long ago. They question why he would end up in such a state, and one of them explains that, from what they saw earlier, an outsider humiliated him. Yang Wonil runs away in frustration, shouting that he has been humiliated and vowing to kill Yuan when they meet again. Meanwhile, on the 10th day, Yuan rushes toward the entrance of the 10th floor, muttering that it is so far. He notes that he has already gone through more than 3.6 million steps, calling it the pain of the realm of Murim, where there is no transportation, and he has to travel on foot. Upon reaching a point, he observes that it is the heavenly mountain and thinks he is almost at his destination. That night, while walking, he notices someone spying on him. Activating his cinder eyes, he realizes there are around 20 people, each of them highly skilled. He acknowledges that it is as expected of the heavenly mountain, the cave of monsters. Then, a voice calls out, asking who he is, noting that he does not seem lost, and questioning whether he knows what this place is. Yuan calmly replies, telling them not to be alarmed and assuring them that he is not an enemy. They respond by declaring that this is Xinjiang's heavenly mountain, the residence of the heavenly demon divine cult. They appear, and Yuan thinks he has faced a similar situation with the jackals before, but this one is incomparable. He recalls that the heavenly demon divine cult is a sect that has always opposed the Murim Alliance, a sect that cannot leave the heavenly mountain, yet it is a place worthy of the phrase heaven's first gate. Quang Hamok, a pure blood of the heavenly demon divine cult from above the 40th floor, observes Yuan's energy and remarks that he does not look like just a normal person. He asks what floor Yuan is from and says that if he wants to join, he should state his name and the floor he belongs to, and then they could test his skills. Yuan responds that it is not that, but that he wants to take the trial of the heavenly demon divine cult. Quang says it has been a while since a player has taken their trial, and judging by the fact that Yuan has come all the way here, he must know why players avoid their trials. Yuan answers that it is because the probability of passing is low. Quang corrects him, saying it is not that the probability is low, but that it is impossible. No players have ever passed their trial, which is why there is an unwritten law forbidding anyone from taking it. Yuan thinks that aside from accepting players from higher floors, it is impossible to join the sect, and because of that, no matter how strong they are, their influence grows weaker. Quang then instructs Yuan to follow, saying that he has entered their barrier. The system informs Yuan that he has tried to resist the effect of the barrier, but has failed, and if he strays from the designated path, he will fall into an abnormal hallucination. Yuan wonders if he is supposed to find the correct path among dozens, noticing that the path looks very different from before. Quang warns him to be careful, telling him that if he makes even one wrong step, he will be lost, and unless the heavenly demon himself intervenes, there will be no way to find him. In that moment, Yuan vanishes, and Quang, surprised, says he is sure Yuan was right there. Meanwhile, as Yuan searches for the paths, he activates his cinder eyes and thinks he has already passed more than 10 pathways, wondering where the end of the path is. He then notices 2 pathways and detects through his cinder eyes that both are real paths. Since neither of them is fake, he will not fall into the barrier, but he is sure there must be a true path. He realizes there is wind coming from the left side and chooses that path, thinking that the more he walks, the more the scenery around him changes. He then notices a small room. As he reaches it, he sees a figure sitting and realizes it is the living realm of Murim's history. the ancient high ranker who was alive even before the realm of Murim entered the tower. The figure, the heavenly demon of the heavenly demon divine cult, tells him he has arrived. The system notification informs Yuan that he has passed the heavenly demon's first trial. Yuan thinks that wind is blowing inside a closed room where the door is not even open, and perhaps the place he is standing in is not that small room at all. The heavenly demon asks him when he knew that this was also a trial. Yuan answers that he knew from the beginning, since there is no such trial where one just needs to follow behind another, and even before entering the barrier, he knew the heavenly demon would be watching. The heavenly demon says he looks like someone who knows how to find his own path and tells him he has passed. Yuan is then teleported outside into the forest as the room disappears. He wonders why the system's result window does not appear and realizes that the question itself was a trial as well. He thinks he has been quite tired for a while from trying to match the heavenly demon's expectations. He recalls that some sects say a demon lives in the heavenly demon divine cult, but thinks that does not seem to be the case. He then reaches a divine cult village, where Quang notices him and stops him from behind, asking in shock why he is there. Yuan mutters to himself about whether it would be tiring to tell the truth, the fact that he met the heavenly demon himself. Out loud, he says that he simply walked there first. Quang wonders how he managed to pass the barrier by himself, and even faster than those who already know the way. Yuan then says that how he came there is not important, that he is tired from all the traveling, and asks if the infamous heavenly demon divine cult at least provides a dormitory for trial takers. A comrade says to Quang that it makes no sense, as he has never heard or seen an outsider getting through the barrier. Quang agrees, saying it truly does not make sense, since even he, who has been there for 50 years, only goes in and out through the path he has memorized, and he wonders just what kind of person Yuan is. Later, as Yuan sits in the tub bath, he says that the divine cult is small. He adds that if the trial were a little easier, many would want to enter, and the sect would have more chances to interact with other realms as well. Yuan recalls the conversation when Kronos tells him that there is something to do on the 10th floor, the trial of the heavenly demon divine cult. Kronos mentions the rumors saying the difficulty is so high that it is practically impossible, and if that rumor is true, then the reward will be great as well. Yuan thinks that the heavenly demon appeared in this realm at the beginning of the war. It was before True No's movement was made, so he could not obtain any information regarding it. He realizes there is no other way than to face it directly. Kronos says that if they talk about the realm of the Murim, then the Murim Great War is definitely the highlight. If they win, they can get an elixir and also climb the social ladder, but he adds that it is not that easy to win. Yuan says that surely there is no one there who has never won the Murim Great War. Ogong, frustrated, says that Yuan is asking for a fight and questions whether he thinks it is a competition, demanding to know why he did not tell him before doing something like that. He asks who started it. Someone then tells Ogong that it is his own fault for going to the next floor right away. Ogong shouts that he did not know and questions why he is the only one who does not know. Recalling all this, Yuan smiles and wonders that, considering Ogong's personality, he will never forgive himself for not joining the Murim Great War. He says that no one knows what is in this place, but he is sure it will not be in vain. The system notifies him that the egg is wiggling and that it is feeling comfortable. He says ever since coming to the land of the heavenly demon, the egg has not stayed still for even a second. He puts the egg in the water tub, and the system notifies him that the egg is feeling comfortable. He asks it if it likes it, and the egg nods its head. Yuan says that now it is replying to him, but then it moves back into the inventory and falls asleep. He says that it slept for a whole month, and now it listens once and then sleeps again. He adds that with the outer world and the heavenly demon divine cult, it would have been better to just enter a tiger's den. The next day at the heavenly demon divine cult, the four lords of heaven have a meeting. They say that the topic for today's meeting is quite intriguing. Lord Spear says that it is a challenge, the first since Chun Jaryong, and asks if it has been 30 years. Lord Fist says that it has been 34 years to be exact, and wonders who the man named Kim Yuan is. Lord Dao slams his hand on the table and says that they do not know the man living in the heavenly mountains, but he has told them countless times not to ignore what happens in the tower. Lord Sword says enough with the nagging and asks what kind of person the man is. Lord Dao replies that he has heard Yuan is the man who takes over and climbs the rankings on every floor. Lord Sword says that it is hard to believe and that it is highly possible the rumor is exaggerated. Lord Dao says that the records of the tower do not lie and that the matter will not end with their conversation, so they should go see it directly. Then the soldiers enter the divine cult palace, bow their heads, and greet the lords. The gate opens, and Yuan enters. Lord Spear notices him and asks if he is Kim Yuan, thinking that in front of all these soldiers, and not the least bit nervous before the lords of the heavenly demon divine cult, he is quite a courteous champion. Yuan glances at the lords and recognizes them as Sword, Dao, Fist, and Spear, the four lords at the divine cult's apex, and wonders if they will serve as the second trial instead of the heavenly demon taking the next step. Lord Fist agrees, saying that just as it was said, the person who passes the first trial of the heavenly demon is definitely different, and he hopes the rumors were not exaggerated. He then declares that they will begin the second trial immediately. But then, Black Tempest Vice Leader Qin Jiaryong interrupts and apologizes for stepping in, saying he has something to tell the lords, and asks if they can allow him to test Yuan beforehand. Lord Sword questions him, repeating the word test, and asks the other lords for their opinion. They decide together and permit him, telling Jiaryong to do as he pleases. Jiaryong then moves toward Yuan, who thinks that simply being hostile toward him is enough to cause a penalty, meaning Jiaryong must be quite strong, and that the fight will be worth it. Yuan remarks that this does not seem to be the divine cult's official trial. Lord Sword responds that since a rewardless trial cannot take place, he will offer Yuan one of the divine cult's medicines, the Crimson Blood Pill. He asks Yuan what he thinks. Yuan grabs his midnight sword and replies that it is more than enough. The system then notifies that the vice leader of the Black Gale squad, Qin Jiaryong, has accepted the challenge, his restrictions and penalties have been reduced, and Yuan must defeat Jiaryong to earn his acknowledgement. Yuan thinks that the penalty has been adjusted to roughly the level of the 30th floor, which is far too high for an impromptu test on the 10th floor. He wonders how difficult the actual test must be for it to be set like this. Seeing that prominent figures like the heavenly lords are present, he realizes that the heavenly demon must have given them instructions regarding the person who passed the first test, and he considers it an unexpectedly grand welcome. Jiaryong asks if his name is Yuan and acknowledges that he passed the heavenly demon's first test. He admits that he does not understand what the heavenly demon sees in him to acknowledge him. Yuan interrupts, remarking that since Jiaryong is talking so much, he clearly has not been acknowledged, unlike himself. This remark makes Jiaryong furious. Jiaryong unleashes his aura, leaps into the air, and moves toward Yuan, beginning to slash at him, but Yuan retreats from his place. Jiaryong tries again to strike him, yet Yuan continuously dodges his attacks by retreating. While attacking, Jiaryong complains that he was not acknowledged, saying he swore to dedicate his life to the heavenly demon divine cult, spent his entire life working to pass the test, risked his life climbing the tower to become a martial artist who would bring prosperity to the cult, mastered martial arts, trained as hard as he could, and challenged the test, yet an outsider like Yuan was acknowledged instead. He questions who Yuan is to have been recognized and why it was not him. Yuan responds that Jiaryong is like a kid, then pulls out his midnight sword and blocks Jiaryong's sword with it. Yuan dodges the strike and asks if Jiaryong wants to know why. He then moves up, with his arm imbued with the power of a giant, and punches Jiaryong in the stomach. Jiaryong screams in pain and collapses. Yuan says the reason is simple, that it is because Jiaryong was weak, and asks if that is not right. The Sword Lord seems impressed and remarks that he is watching something interesting for the first time in a while, noting that Yuan is this strong without even personally using his sword. He orders that the man be rewarded with a crimson blood medicine ball. The guard gives him the reward, and the system announces that Yuan passes Qin Jiaryong's test and obtains a crimson blood medicine ball. Lord Fist says that it is not that great of an item, but Yuan should take it. Yuan, holding it, thinks that since he did not work that hard, it is enough. Lord Fist then asks if he even knows the true worth of the elixir, explaining that most players who just arrived on the 10th floor will never even see it. Lord Dao observes that Yuan acted as if the test against Jiaryong was child's play, and he cannot tell whether Yuan is showing off or simply has guts. Lord Sword asks if Yuan has ever learned any martial arts, noting that he does not know which school the swordsmanship is from. But the way Yuan deflected Jiaryong's sword was impressive. Yuan responds that he was simply imitating. Lord Sword comments that Yuan leaves them speechless and proceeds to explain the next test. Fist Lord Punk Beeklam says the second test of the heavenly demonic cult will be against him, and it will not be a normal duel. Yuan simply has to endure 3 of his techniques. The test will occur in 3 months, and until then, with the exception of elixirs and high-ranked martial arts, they will provide him with anything he needs, including a training facility, grain pills, clothes, and a place to sleep. Yuan thinks that Punk Beeklam's skills might be the weakest of the 4 heavenly lords, but the power behind each of his attacks rivals the others. He is sure there will be a penalty, but it is still a first fight against a ranker, a level of difficulty suggesting they do not intend to let anyone pass. Yuan then says that if it is only 3 techniques, he is ready to start right away. Lord Dao remarks that Yuan, unlike the vice captain he just defeated, is facing the Fist Lord, who is a ranker, and that speaking without properly considering it sounds like he is looking down on the heavenly demonic cult. Yuan apologizes if it came across that way, insisting that he is definitely not looking down on the cult. Lord Fist angrily says that if Yuan wants it that badly, he will gladly let him have it. Sword Lord intervenes, saying that this is a test presented by their lord, and that it is not like the test just now. Only the heavenly demon can change it. He reiterates that Yuan will have 3 months to train and find a way to withstand the Fist Lord's 3 techniques. Yuan thinks he has no choice and agrees. Later, outside, players gossip about him, questioning whether he is the outsider foolish enough to underestimate the Fist Lord and unaware of the skills of the 4 heavenly lords. Yuan feels ashamed while passing by, thinking they are gossiping way too much. Following Sword Lord, he wonders whether Shin Mujek, the Sword Lord, came to personally guide him out of curiosity or hostility. Yuan asks if this was also an order from the Lord, and Shin Mujek says it was not, explaining that it is for personal enjoyment, noting that it has been a long time since he last met an outsider and that after seeing Yuan in person, he has high expectations and feels it might be possible for Yuan to pass the Lord's test. Yuan thinks that Shin Mujek is speaking as if he wants him to succeed, but it sounds different from what most other schools want, where they aim to recruit someone to bring prosperity, and he wonders why Shin Mujek sounds so earnest. Standing outside the medical house, Shin Mujek comments that they have arrived and asks why Yuan chose the medical house instead of the weapons warehouse or martial arts library. Yuan responds that he will look at the weapons and martial arts books later. Stepping forward, he reminds Shin Mujek that he said anything except elixirs and high-rank martial arts would be provided. Shin Mujek confirms this, and Yuan opens the door, thinking that Shin Mujek is going to regret having said that. From the medicinal house, he decides to take a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Heavenly Demonic Cult's chief, Dr. Jin Ilhan, thinks that it amounts to at least a few hundred kilograms, enough for the cult to wage war against the Martial Artist Alliance, and wonders how Yuan even plans to use all of it by himself. Yuan puts the ingredients in his inventory, and Jin Ilhan reminds him that any medicinal ingredients remaining after 3 months must be returned, can only be used by him, and any damaged ingredients are also subject to reimbursement. Yuan, while putting them in his inventory, repeats that he remembers he must reimburse out of his own pocket. He then begins to leave, saying that he will see them in 3 months. At night, in the Heavenly Demonic Cult's training chamber, Yuan thinks that it is set up so it can only be opened from the inside, and no one can get in unless they break it open. It is perfect. He puts all the medicinal ingredients there and starts eating them, consuming a large amount of herbs that resist poison. While filling his mouth with medicine, he thinks that he has never eaten medicine until full before and finds it disgusting. He notes that some of the medicine mixed with a poison, but he avoided any lethal combination and can handle an upset stomach if it is for Orochi's 8 hearts. He grabs the heart, thinking that he was wondering where he could get enough medicine to neutralize Orochi's extreme poison, and is surprised to luck out here. The system notifies him that Egg opens its mouth. Yuan angrily thinks that even after what Egg did, if it dares to do it again, he will fry and eat it. Egg, scared, falls back asleep. He then consumes Orochi's 8 hearts. The poison spreads throughout his body, and his poison-resistant stats start increasing. He spits out blood as his body starts deteriorating, and thinks that he needs more medicine. His arcane power continuously increases. Rolling on the ground, he wonders why the increase in arcane power is not normal. He checks his Master of Mana stats and thinks that the rule over mana feels as if mana is flowing through him of its own will. He grabs more medicine and starts eating, thinking that he might be able to absorb every last drop of mana in Orochi's heart. He did not expect it to reach this degree. His arcane power continues increasing by 1, and he thinks that this process is going to take quite a long time. 1 month later, standing outside the training chamber, a divine cult member, Hongso, along with Quang, remarks that it has been a whole month and Yuan has not done anything. He thought Yuan would have at least come out in the middle to obtain a secret technique or something, but it seems he plans to stay inside for the full 3 months. Quang thinks that anyone who claimed to be on the 10th floor would not miss a chance to learn a secret technique of the martial realm, and that Yuan should know that much, so there is something special he is doing. He notes that, in order to stretch his dulled body, the Lord Fist has entered a seclusion chamber and trains so hard that even heaven shakes daily. He wonders about Yuan, who has been so quiet for the past month that Quang suspects he might even be dead. Then they notice the door to the training chamber opening. Yuan comes out and asks if they are there to welcome him. Later, in a restaurant, he eats recklessly. Quang asks if he spent the last month starving or something, noting that there should have been plenty of grain pills in the training chamber. Yuan, while eating meat, says that since he had planned to come out at least once, he did not want to eat something that tasted so bad. Hongso asks if he really only ate medicinal ingredients all that time and why. Quang notes that he does not see any injuries, nor does Yuan look poisoned, then quickly realizes that it must be due to an antidote. He thinks that there are rare elixirs with amazing effects, but that are hard to consume because of their strong poison. Most people go out of their way to consume such elixirs, but if one has free medicine provided, it makes sense. He wonders how powerful the effects in poison must be for someone to need all those medicinal ingredients. Yuan then rises and thanks them for the food, saying he will be heading out first. Quang asks Yuan where he is going, and if he is heading back into the training chamber. Yuan says no and asks where the martial arts library is. Outside the heavenly demonic cult martial arts library, Yuan notices that the security is tight and wonders if they are all players, noting that some of them seem almost as skilled as rankers. He thinks that the martial arts library must be the most important place for any martial school, a place where the roots and foundation of the school are preserved. He also considers that it is even more important for the heavenly demonic cult, which produced the strongest martial artist, the heavenly demon. A guide approaches and asks if he is Kim Yuan, saying he was notified of Yuan's arrival, and that he will serve as his guide from here. Inside the library, the guide indicates the space, and Yuan asks if he can read any book. The guide agrees but warns that beyond a certain door are books he may not browse, adding that as long as he keeps that in mind, he can use the place freely, and then leaves, telling him to take his time browsing. Yuan starts searching for a book, thinking that the sheer number of low-rank martial arts available for outsiders to read is at least 3, if not 4, times that of the Namgang clan. He reflects that he has browsed many martial arts libraries but has never seen one of this scale. He realizes that he has 2 months left until the test and needs to find a way to deal with the Fist Lord within a month. He thinks that the solution must be in the library somewhere, the root of the heavenly demonic cult, the beginning of the martial arts that the heavenly demon Shinmujin mastered, the heavenly demon's spirit. The guide informs Lord Sword, Shin Mujek, that Yuan spent a whole month in the training cave, another month reading the martial arts books in the library, and when the guide went to see him, it looked like he was going to read every book in the library. Shin Mujek comments that such a thing could not be done in 3 years, let alone 3 months, and notes that Yuan has always done strange things, like when he came for the medicine. A comrade says that no matter how it is seen, Yuan does not seem like someone worth paying attention to. Shin Mujek agrees, saying he cannot imagine or expect Yuan's reactions, but that only makes him look forward to it more. The next day, Yuan comes out of the library around noon. The guide asks why he is coming out so early, since he usually stays until late. Yuan says he has finished what Hin Yi was doing and found everything he wanted, even more so because it defies expectations. 1 month later, in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Gymnasium waiting room, Lord Fist prepares for the battle as his comrades inform him that Yuan spent 1 month in the training cave, 1 month the library, and another month in the training cave again. Lord Fist, wearing his robe, wonders if all this activity is unnecessary and if it has any significance, but he notes that everyone seems to be looking forward to the newcomer's arrival, so he will have to try not to kill him. Outside the gymnasium, players gossip that this is a rare change of pace, as the chance to see the skills of the Lords of Heaven is uncommon. They mention that Yuan is quite famous and that the larger guilds are making a fuss trying to recruit him. When Lord Fist enters the field, the audience starts whispering in awe, noting that it is really Lord Fist and that he is intimidating. Hearing the gossip, Lord Fist angrily remarks that the divine cult has become weaker, filled with such people, and then shouts for everyone to be silent, reminding them that this fight is not a normal duel, but part of the heavenly demon's trial, and that all should keep their manners. Yuan enters the battlefield and asks what's with the atmosphere. Lord Fist, Beeklam tells him he is late. Yuan replies that he thinks he came on time, and that the main character always arrives late. Beeklam remarks that the way Yuan talks has not changed and says they will begin right away, adding that he is curious how much Yuan has improved during the past 3 months. Yuan responds that Beeklam will regret giving him 3 months of time. The system notifies that the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's second trial is beginning, requiring Yuan to avoid or block the Fist Lord Peng Beeklam's 3 moves. Beeklam begins with his first move, the Heavenly Thunder, and hurls it toward Yuan, causing destruction along the ground as it moves. Yuan thinks it is better to consider this as the first move since getting caught in it would be dangerous, but he manages to dodge it. Beeklam notes that Yuan dodged it and calls it a wise judgment, saying that if Yuan had tried to block it, he would be covered in blood. Yuan realizes that in Murim, mana is called internal energy, and notes that the penalty has been reduced so that their anchor can use that much internal energy. He acknowledges that Beeklam came prepared and reflects that this is his second time fighting with a rancor, but Beeklam is on a different level. He remembers that Chryses was injured during the fight with Volcaro, and his penalty was greater, and in comparison, Chryses was far weaker than the Fist Lord. Beeklam begins to generate his second move, the 100-step Thunder Fist, and tells Yuan to try avoiding this one, too. Yuan notices that his fist is striking faster and quickly activates his Cinder Eyes to predict the attack. With that, he manages to dodge. Beeklam asks if he avoided it again and thinks that Yuan's movements are not just fast, but as if he had read them. He then notices Yuan's eyes turning red and wonders if it is a skill, one that can see through his attacks, realizing that this might be the reason for Yuan's confidence. He says it is ridiculous, adding that the martial arts world is too vast to rely on just one skill in battle. Beeklam now begins to generate his third move, declaring that as long as they are under the same sky, Yuan cannot avoid it. Lord Sword, seeing this, says it looks like the move will have an effect even outside the gymnasium, and that a barrier will be needed so no damage reaches the audience. Lord Dao immediately steps forward, saying he will take care of it. Yuan notices the other lord's movements and realizes something is different about this attack. He sees the barrier forming around them and thinks that with this skill, the entire gymnasium will be covered. Concluding that he cannot avoid this one, he reasons that since it is huge, the probability is high that its power is weaker. He activates his giant power and declares he will block it. Beeklam remarks that Yuan gave up on avoiding, saying that might be the right choice, but he has met the wrong opponent. He then unleashes his third move, the Heaven-Splitting Thunder. The mana is so strong that the audience is about to collapse, some saying they almost died, and wondering if this is really the ability level of a lord. They then question what will happen to Yuan. Meanwhile, the system notifies Yuan that he has blocked the Fist Lord's 3 moves and passed the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's second trial. Yuan's body trembles as he thinks about Beeklam, recognizing him as a martial arts master who is also a player and a rancor who climbed the tower. He admits that Beeklam's power is just as rumored, though he blocked the attack. The combination of martial arts and skill was incredible. Beeklam acknowledges that Yuan blocked it, thinking he expected it, but never imagined Yuan would make it out unscathed. Clenching his teeth, he asks if Yuan wants to play some more, if he will continue the trial. Yuan realizes that the penalty is being lifted, meaning Beeklam will now use his full power. Yuan then unleashes his demonic heaven spirit, declaring that it is what he wishes for as well. Seeing this, Beeklam grits his teeth in frustration and demands to know how Yuan has the heavenly demon spirit. Yuan replies that it is still far from the true heavenly demon spirit and is nothing more than an incomplete shell. Lord Spear comments that Yuan spent a month in the library and learned that, noting it is not bad, and that even the Fist Lord seems surprised. Shin Mujek reflects that the basics of the heavenly demon's spirit form a manifestation of mana. something that holds its own will, are difficult enough. Even if it is just a basic form, it is still the heavenly demon spirit, leaving him to wonder just who Kim Yuwon really is. Yuwon then states that since Bikram has no plans of attacking, he will go first. Still engaged in the battle, Yuwon blocks Bikram's move, thinking that, fortunately, it seems to have some effect. He reflects that if it were a real heavenly demonic spirit, it could make Bikram become submissive, so it is a pity. The system notifies him that he has blocked the Fist Lord's 47th move. Bikram, while attacking, wonders that even if it is just a shell, it is incredibly difficult to fight against the heavenly demon's martial arts. But it is definitely different from how it was the first time, as the incomplete heavenly demon spirit is slowly fading. He says that now Yuwon should fight him fair and square. Yuwon, while blocking his moves, says that he did not think he would hear that in a fight between a player and a ranker. He manages to block Bikram's 59th punch but falls behind, wondering if Bikram replenishes his strength as time passes, if he has gotten used to the heavenly demon spirit, or if his own heavenly demon spirit has weakened. Bikram, frustrated, says that the 59th move is a humiliation, but it looks like this will not last much longer. He makes another punch, saying that it is not right. Yuwon, alert, wonders that the penalty is lifting, and this time it is going to be strong. He activates his gigantification, but the system warns that his stamina is low. He then uses his skill, Mana Blast, and struggles to dodge the attack. A huge mana explosion occurs. After things settle down, Bikram thinks that even if Yuwon has only roughly learned the heavenly demon spirit, to think that a rookie who just went up to the 10th floor is fighting with him for this long is unusual. He reflects that he himself must also be unusual to quite enjoy this fight. Bikram shouts for Yuwon to come to him now. Yuwon retreats and dodges. Bikram asks what he is doing and where his earlier relaxation has gone as he begins to punch at him. Yuwon manages to block his 89th move. Bikram says that this has become even more interesting. Yuwon realizes that the heavenly demon's spirit duration is ending, and if he takes even one more wrong hit, it will be the end for him too, but there is no opening to attack. He says that it is not so fun for him, though. Bikram continues to punch while Yuwon dodges. He says that this is just the beginning, so Yuwon should not say such weak things, and asks if he plans to keep on avoiding. He says fine, dodge all he wants. Yuwon thinks that he will be at a disadvantage if this lasts any longer, and he has to end it. He should narrow the distance, and if he can stop Bikram's movements even for a second, even for just a moment, then he can turn the fight. Yuwon activates his gigantification skill. As Bikram's punch approaches, he grabs his fist, forcing all of the giant's power into his right hand. The system notifies that his strength is momentarily being changed to stamina. Yuwon pushes Bikram backward, thinking that he just needs an opening for a second. His own wrist is injured as he squeezes his fist and still manages to block the attack. Bikram wonders if he really blocked it at such close range and questions how that could be. He then realizes something about Yuwon's sword, wondering what happened to the weapon he was wielding. Suddenly, Yuwon slashes the sword at Bikram's chest with his other hand. Bikram wonders about the strike as Yuwon releases his fist. He touches the cut on his chest and is surprised to see blood. He thinks that he cannot believe it bleeding in a fight against a player. Maybe the real problem was giving Yuwon an opening to attack his chest in the first place. He reasons that if the fight kept going, he would surely win in a few moves. But since this is a test, not a true battle, he admits inwardly that if Yuwon had a little more time, if his levels and stats were just a bit higher, then it would have been his loss. The system informs Yuwon that the Fist Lord, Bikram, signals his defeat. Lord Dao remarks that a miracle has happened, but says this test has gone past the rules. Shin Mujek wonders if this is truly a miracle, thinking that the young man might actually have what it takes, but replies that his duty is merely to observe, since the heavenly demon himself is watching right now. The system then notifies Yuwon that he has perfectly cleared the second test of the demonic cult, and has obtained the heavenly demon's spirit skill. The lords gather, and Lord Dao asks if it is fine to leave things as they are, since everyone and their mothers ran to the martial arts library to obtain the heavenly demon spirit. Shin Mujek replies that it is fine, reasoning that there must have been a reason why the heavenly demon spirit was placed in the low-rank martial arts section of the library. At first glance, he says, it appears no different from an ordinary breathing and cultivation technique. Lord Dao then asks how many people could truly have the eyes to discern that it is the heavenly demon's spirit just from reading it, not to mention mastering it, which is another matter entirely. Lord Spear notes that finding and learning it is a test in itself. Shin Mujek agrees, adding that Beeklam should not feel embarrassed about this, since no one has predicted that Yuan would find and master the heavenly demon's spirit in just 3 months. Beeklam smiles at the remark and asks if they really think he is embarrassed. He reflects that in that situation, Yuan was looking for an opening, and he found one. He then says aloud that Yuan is going to become a high ranker one day and might even manage to surpass the Lord, adding that it was the most fun he had in a long time. Lord Spear scolds him for speaking something so blasphemous without care. Lord Dao, however, asks who would look at Beeklam and call him a loser after this. Beeklam then suggests to them that perhaps they, too, should duel Yuan, saying that having dueled with their future lord could be considered an honor. Shin Mujek, meanwhile, thinks silently that the lord should seek Yuan out soon for the final test. Yuan's arcane power increases to 98. Lying on the bed, he thinks it is a shame that his arcane power has not hit 3 digits yet. The cut he made against Beeklam's chest feels shallow, and he knows that if Beeklam had not admitted defeat, it would have been his loss. He reflects that he was using his left hand after giving up his right, but the difference was not only in strength. In order to face rankers, he needs more than just strength. Still, he considers it a relief that he finished the second test well. He sits up, looks at his injured wrist, and says it should heal in 2 days. He considers the heavenly demon spirit, noting that the skill's rank is a T and it is one he obtained himself rather than receiving it as a reward. It is not bad, since even most rankers desire a rank skills. It is the skill that Shinmujin mastered to near perfection. Yuan wonders if, in the final test, he will meet him in person rather than seeing him in an illusory barrier. Someone pounds on the door and tells Yuan that the heavenly demon has called for him. Later, outside the heavenly demonic cult lord's manor, a guide informs him that only he has been ordered to enter. Yuan steps inside and wonders where Mujin is. He cannot feel his presence and thinks it natural that he cannot yet read the presence of a high ranker. Spotting the throne, he assumes it must be that way. Heavenly demon Shinmujin appears, seated on the throne, and says that Yuan has arrived. Yuan replies that he was told to come. Mujin confirms this and asks about his arm. Yuan shows it, saying he can see for himself. The system notifies that the effects of the Midnight Sword activate and, under the influence of night, his health regeneration speed increases. Mujin glances at the sword, remarking that it is good enough for him to want it. Yuan mutters that Mujin is still greedy when it comes to swords and replies that it is off limits, mentioning an Aujasi who would chew him out for failing to look after his own weapon. Mujin then asks if the sword is made by Hephaestus, saying that he certainly has the right to make such a claim. Yuan asks if Mujin knows him, but Mujin replies that he does, not only that he once had the opportunity to wield a few of his swords. Rising from his seat, Mujin declares that the small talk is over and it is time to start the final test. Yuan, surprised, asks if he means right now, despite the condition of his arm. Mujin reminds him that he said earlier he was fine. Yuan explains that while he can move it, it is not yet in condition for a fight. Mujin creates an illusory barrier and says that it does not matter, as Yuan will not be using his arm anyway. Yuan mutters that Mujin is simply doing whatever he wants, while he had hoped to take the final test in full condition. Mujin then asks why he is hesitating instead of entering the illusory barrier. Yuan senses that it is much more precise and complex, while his Cinder Eyes struggle to resist the Requiem barrier. Cinder Eyes fails to resist the barrier. Yuan realizes he cannot pierce through it and thinks that if he is not careful, he might fall in. Mujin then grabs his shoulder and pulls him inside. The system notifies that he has entered the heavenly demonic cave, and the final test of the heavenly demonic cult begins. Inside the barrier, there is a strange smoke. As it settles, Yuan finds himself standing behind Shinmujin, who tells him to follow. On their way, Mujin asks if he has properly mastered the heavenly demon's spirit. Yuan answers that he has, and he also obtained it as a skill. Mujin says it will probably be easier to handle now, adding that the world has become a much better place with skills and whatnot, and tells him he is an excellent fighter who should take good care of it. Yuan wonders what he means when the system notifies him that the egg bares its fangs and salivates. He then flinches as he sees a strange purple energy and realizes that it is the power that came from outside the tower. It is faint, but he senses the power of an outer and wonders if this is why the egg has been reacting since he arrived at the heavenly demonic cult. His skill, Colossal Fire, is shaken by a mysterious power. Mujin says the cult calls it the Holy Fire and explains that there is an old prophecy passed down from long ago, ever since the cult settled on Mount Heaven and discovered the fire. The cult exists to protect the fire and find its master. He adds that the first heavenly demon of the cult, the second heavenly demon, and even his own master all passed away after living for this purpose, and it will be the same for him. Yuan asks about the prophecy and whether he truly believes in it. Mujin answers that the heavenly demonic cult is a religion first and foremost before it is a martial school, and that religion is something where the foundation falters if faith wavers. He explains that after a long time, factions much bigger and stronger than the demonic cult have appeared. So as the heavenly demon, he had no choice but to use a trick to protect the holy fire. From here on, anyone wishing to join the heavenly demonic cult must partake in its test to prove their worth. Yuan asks if Mujin created the test with the holy fire as the reward. Mujin confirms, saying he was able to hide and protect the fire by disguising it with the test, and because of that, the difficulty became what it is. Yuan then asks Mujin if anyone has ever managed to make it this far. Mujin replies that the Sword Lord, Shin Mujek, has seen this place before, but he did not manage to beat it. He then extends his hand and says that this is the final test. Yuan must endure the flames until he is acknowledged by the holy fire, and the moment he surrenders, the test will end. Mujin thinks to himself that he is telling Yuan to enter a raging fire. He recalls the tale of the great sage, Sun Ogong, who endured over 40 days inside the 8 trigrams crucible. But that was a test given when Ogong was nearing the top of the tower. He wonders if Yuan will even manage to survive through it rather than endure it. Even if Yuan has obtained the heavenly demon's spirit and blocked the Fist Lord's punches, in front of this mysterious power, all achievements become meaningless, and he becomes nothing more than a lowly human. Yuan then moves forward toward the fire, thinking that this fire grows by consuming fear. His cinder eyes and pyromancy robe resist the holy fire. It is a power that takes the form of fire and eats away at and burns those who fear it. He tells himself that he must think of it as not being hot. The system then notifies him that the egg opens its eyes and bares its fangs. Yuan stops it, telling it to stay still, saying that if it eats everything, there will be nothing left for him. He touches his heart and thinks that he has not felt this feeling in a long time, the feeling of beings that can create a fear greater than death, beings beyond common sense and knowledge. The Outers? He recalls the day he felt and fought against them. He realizes that if he fears this power, he will have no right to wield it. He declares that he does not know what this power is, but he has seen enough Outers to be sick of them. Stepping deeper into the fire, he reflects that the only thing that became weaker after returning to the past was his body. He recalls the endless war against the Outers, leaving behind the sword he wielded to survive and the crumbling world he fought in. He hardened his fighting spirit when he returned to the past. He remembers the despair that reached the skies, blooming while trapped in a swamp, the one who could not bear foolish calamity. While fighting an endless battle against the Outers, he resolved his heart hundreds and thousands of times together with the comrades who spilled blood alongside him. After returning to the past and rising again from the lowest floor, he knows his heart has not weakened, it has only become much stronger. He finally declares that there is only a single reason he has come here. He has returned to win against them. The fire then begins to absorb into Yuan's body, and he feels a strange pain. Suddenly, the system notifies him that he has passed the test of the heavenly demonic cult. The fire releases his body and gathers into clusters. The system then informs him that he has obtained the title of Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult, gained the right to move on to the 11th floor, and can now teleport to the next floor. Yuan wonders if he passed the test because the fire was not trying to fight him, he actually managed to obtain it. Mujin, watching, notices that the flames have suddenly diminished. He wonders if Yuan gave up or died, but his eyes widen in surprise, realizing that Yuan has survived and the holy fire is returning to its original state. Yuan then approaches him and asks how the test went before beginning to collapse. A few days later, Mujin waits for Yuan in his manor, wondering if he truly managed to obtain the divine flame. When Yuan arrives, they sit together, and Mujin remarks that he woke up quickly and does not seem to have been burned anywhere. Yuan confirms this, then adds that there is no reason for Mujin to remain here, since he has obtained the divine flame and Mujin has already fulfilled his duty as the heavenly demon. Mujin replies that a habit is not something that can be fixed so easily, and his heart feels unsettled at the thought of leaving. Yuan then mentions that he obtained a nickname. Mujin asks if he means the Vice Lord title, and tells him to accept it, since he now has the divine flame as well as the heavenly demon spirit, giving him the right to it. Yuan responds that even if he becomes a ranker, he will not become part of the heavenly demon divine cult. Mujin tells him to do as he pleases, reminding him that it is not a shackle to tie him down but a fair reward for passing the trial. He explains that although things are no longer the same as in the past, the heavenly demon divine cult had long opposed the Miram, and the authority Yuan now holds can rule over that power. It will serve as another precious reward for him, just like the divine flame. Yuan thinks to himself that, fortunately, Mujin does not plan on making him the next heavenly demon. Rising to his feet, he says he will gracefully receive the title. Mujin then asks if he will be leaving right away. Yuan replies that he will return once, around the time the Miram Great War begins. When Mujin asks if he plans to participate, Yuan says that if it is possible, he will, and then takes his leave. Now sitting alone, Mujin reflects on whether he has truly finished all his duties. The sturdy shackle that had bound him for so long seems to have disappeared, leaving him to wonder what he should do now. He then says to himself that there is still something, the wish of the heavenly demon divine cult that existed long before the divine flame appeared. It seems they must return to the Miram. On the 11th floor in Taklin, player Halaman sits in a library, praying for something. A status window appears before him, and he quickly begins searching for his teammates. He finds Lass and Melly, who are definitely on his team, but as he checks further, he becomes distressed. He says that this is crazy. The list is full of people he has never heard of, and even includes players who were blacklisted for trolling. He then checks the members of Team B. Among them is Roll, a player with the rarest healing skills, as well as the direct bloodline of the Namgung family, Namgung Hoon, whose team can easily pass the 11th floor trial. The other teams are also filled with well-known names that anyone would recognize. Seeing this, Halaman laments if it is even possible to have such bad luck, noting that he has already failed this trial 3 times, and now it feels like the worst outcome yet. He decides to look at his own team again, convincing himself it cannot really be that bad. But as he checks once more, he notices the name Kim Yuan. Realization strikes, and he mutters that this is really the intention behind such a lineup. He recalls the rumors that Yuan is an incredible player, but with more than 200 participants and such a massive gap in overall skill, he concludes it will still be impossible. He thinks that Yuan, too, is quite unlucky. Yuan checks his status window and thinks that all the names he sees are familiar huge guilds, purebloods, and talented players all placed in Team B, while he has been put in Team A. He notes that the judge of the 11th floor trial is Hypnos, a ranker from Olympus, and concludes that they must be trying to pay him back for the last time. He wonders if their intention is to have him killed, realizing how thoroughly they prepared this setup. He acknowledges that things are already off to a bad start. He then asks the receptionist if there are any rooms left. The receptionist replies that only the room at the top is available, and it costs 100 points. Yuan responds that it does not matter. Taking out slips from his inventory, he asks if they can also be exchanged here. The receptionist confirms and asks which slip it is. Yuan hands over the Asgard slip and instructs to take off the commission fee and convert the rest into points. He receives over 300,000 points from the slips, raising his total to more than 900,000. He then calls a lackey, who asks how it can help him. Seeing the fairy, he mutters that if this is the 11th floor administrator's test, it is better than a laughing pirate. He says he would like to use the store, and the lackey opens it before him. He searches for adamantium, thinking about the material needed to complete the dark divine crystal. When he finds it, he asks the lackey about the price. The lackey replies that it is a quality material, but questions why he is buying an incomplete one when there are many better items. Yuan answers that completed items are expensive, while it is cheaper to purchase materials and make them himself. The lackey agrees but adds that adamantium's price is exceptional, describing it as a material that will never break, a mineral that not only conducts but also amplifies mana, and notes that there is nothing like it in the world. The lackey further explains that even after smelting, Some would remain to create another incredible item. Yuan admits to himself that everything it says is correct. The lackey then asks if he is close with Hephaestus. When Yuan questions why that matters, the lackey explains that with adamantium, he could create top-class items without difficulty, unlike normal people who struggle to find a blacksmith. Because of that, the value of adamantium is higher for him. The lackey calculates the price for 1.5 kilogram as 1.5 million points. Yuan replies that he does not have that much money. The lackey offers to give it at 10% interest because of his high credit rate. Yuan responds that in that case, he will simply buy it elsewhere, and he shuts the store. The lackey tries to stop him, saying the price can be lowered, insisting that it is a rare item difficult to find anywhere else. Yuan dismisses it, saying he will have no problem clearing the tower without it, that he has time, access to lackeys from other floors, and that auctions exist. He adds that if necessary, he can just buy another item. The lackey keeps trying to convince him, but he ends the matter by repeating that he will not buy it. The lackey keeps trying to convince him, lowering the price to 1 million points and saying it cannot go any lower or there would be no profit left. Yuan replies that it is annoying and agrees to buy it for 850,000 if the lackey wants the sale so badly. The lackey thinks that it may not find another high roller like him again and that it must sell. Yuan insists that 850,000 is the most he will pay. The lackey asks if he can raise it to 900,000, explaining that selling at 850,000 would mean a loss. But after noticing Yuan's expression, he agrees to set the price at 850,000. He then purchases the adamantium and thinks that he managed to get it for a little less than the market price. The lackey asks if there is anything else he needs and requests that he call for it again if needed. Yuan says that he needs to get the adamantium to Volcaro, but he does not know what the Olympus players might try during the test, so he cannot go without the dark divine crystal. He thinks that refining the adamantium will not be easy, even for Volcaro, and it could take anywhere from 1 month to 3. He decides he will have to see him as soon as the test is finished. Since there is still a week left until the trial, which feels like plenty of time, he wonders why he shouldn't go for a walk. A natural pure-blooded descendant of the Namgung noble clan, a man who was an executive of the Martial Guild, a mid-sized guild, and as his father, with incredible talent, skill, and leadership derived from hard work, Namgung Hoon is what most people refer to as a genius player. At the 11th floor dungeon, Agria's maze, Team B, along with Namgung Hoon, defeats the monsters. One of them remarks that if this is really the easiest dungeon on the 11th floor, they are probably the only ones who can get through it so quickly. Another adds that reaching the end should be doable, especially with Hoon with them. Hoon urges the team to hurry, reminding them they need to clear the place fast so they can rest before the test ends. Someone comments that it doesn't even look like preparation is necessary for this test, pointing out that Team N is a complete wash. Another interjects that Team A still has Yuan. The first dismisses it, saying he just had bad team luck. Hoon cuts them off, telling them to stay sharp. No matter the situation, they just have to do their best. Inwardly, he thinks about Yuan though he has never seen his face. He has heard about him countless times. He doesn't know where Yuan comes from, but his reputation proves his skill. Hoon hopes he will have the chance to face him during the test. Just then, something drops from the ceiling, and Hoon quickly halts his comrade. They stare at the strange sight, wondering if it is fire or perhaps some creature that died while clinging to the ceiling. As they move deeper, they realize it is a lump of charcoal, the remains of Agria, the dungeon boss. They question whether someone has already cleared the place. But something is off. The corpse is completely burned, yet there are no burn marks on the floor or ceiling. Hoon, on the monster's body, notices the cut, and he realizes it did not die from fire alone. Hoon wonders if the mark on Agria's body is a sword mark. He estimates the sword's length to be about 1.3 meters and realizes that whoever did this sliced Agria's throat, softened by the heat, in a single strike. He questions who could possibly kill a boss monster with a single blow and considers whether it could be a rancor, but doubts that a rancor would be raiding a dungeon on the lower floors. Seeing no other explanation, he tells his team to go back and give up on the dungeon since it has already been cleared. Meanwhile, Yuan collects Agria's thread as a reward. He notes its high mana conductivity and super elasticity, puts it into his inventory, and thinks it should be worth at least 1,000 points, or he can keep it for himself. He finds that it far exceeds his expectations. He gathers the demonic fire and reflects that, since there is no way to know how to fully utilize it without first using it, he wants to try it out before the test as practice. He notes that its firepower is not strong due to low proficiency for the rank, but what matters is that it grows by consuming the opponent's emotions, which are difficult for anyone to control. He realizes that this was always the scariest part about the Outer's abilities, and now that he has it, he could not wish for a better skill. He thinks that as his arcane power and proficiency increase, the skill will become multiple times stronger. He also raised the Heaven-Slaying Star's proficiency considerably and feels that he managed to accomplish a lot on the 11th floor. He acknowledges that he still has ways to go, but he is growing faster than planned and hopes things continue smoothly. Later, Halaman and his teammates approach Yuan and ask if he is perhaps Yuan. Halaman introduces himself and explains that they are team participants like him. He mentions that the roster for the teams is not strong, with half the players having forfeited even before the test started. But the remaining half has not given up because everyone has at least heard of Yuan's name once. He adds that Team B is full of skilled people, but he believes they cannot hold a candle to Yuan and that they have not forfeited because they believe in him. Yuan interrupts, suggesting that perhaps they are just out of points, noting that the testing fee can range from 100 to 1,000 points, which is a lot for lower floor players, and hints that they might want to attempt the test by relying on someone reliable. Halaman responds that it is a rude accusation, and that they just wanted to discuss how to pass the test together. Yuan warns them that if they value their lives, they should give up, saying there is nothing up there worth dying for, and tells them to leave if they have nothing else to say. As he begins to leave, Halaman asks if he is also going to give up. Yuan replies that he is going to challenge the test, clarifying that his advice only applied to them, and then leaves. The teammates discuss among themselves, noting that Yuan does not seem to have any intent to cooperate and questioning why he has to be so reckless. One of them decides to give up, thinking it is better than dying, and laments that they came all the way there only to have their pride hurt. On the 11th floor, the test examiner, Hypnos, checks the ranking of both teams and remarks that the skill gap between them is far too large. He thinks that they will complain about how unfair the test is and wonders how Yuan ended up marked despite having such a bright future. He recalls the order from the Great Olympus to exterminate Yuan and resolves that as long as he fulfills this task properly, he will be well rewarded. Smirking, he thinks he will happily carry out the order. He then mounts his ride, intending to get going, but receives a message notification. Surprised, he wonders who could be sending him a message right before the test and notices that it is from Lady Hera, one of the 8 high rankers of Olympus and the wife of Zeus, the king of Olympus. In the dark forest of Ililam, Yuan notices that there are 51 people on his team and mutters that fewer gave up than he expected. He thinks he had hoped there would not be any unnecessary casualties in this test, which he recognizes as an obvious trap. Hypnos then greets them, introducing himself as the test examiner of the 11th floor. He notes that the number of participants on the team falls quite short, but unfortunately, there will be no changes. He decides to get straight to the point by giving a quick explanation and starting the test immediately. Raising the flags, he announces that the test is a capture the flag challenge. He explains that the rules are simple. When a flag is obtained, the number displayed on it signifies the number of flags collected. He anticipates their curiosity about where the flags are and explains that the forest is a special area created long before the test by the administrator. This expensive forest is filled with a myriad of monsters of varying levels, and the flags are scattered throughout from the middle of the road to the bottom of a cliff, on top of trees, and even on a monster's body. He remarks that it was a tremendous effort to set them all up. The team's objective is to collect as many flags as possible, and the team with the most flags wins. Hypnos then adds a twist, saying that it will collect the flag, not capture the flags. He explains that in this test, flags taken from the opposing team count toward a team's total. The method does not matter. Stealing, threatening, or killing is all acceptable as long as the flag is obtained. He adds that each team is randomly assigned a king, and the number of flags the king holds is counted twice. He reassures them that it is not like chess, where the team would be entirely disqualified if the king loses. Although having a strong king provides an advantage, luck still plays a major role in this test. Yuan mutters that with these rules, a really weak person is likely to be picked as the team's king. Hypnos then captures both teams in the magic circles and announces that the test will commence. System notifies Yuan that the 11th floor test to collect the flag has begun, and that contribution points will be based on the number of flags obtained, determining the reward. Delivering a flag to a king will double the contribution points, but if the king has a flag stolen, the contribution points will disappear. Halaman is then surrounded by a golden light and panics, asking if it means he is the king and wondering what to do and how to start. Yuan mutters that he expected this and wonders how someone like Halaman even reached the 11th floor. As Yuan begins to leave, Halaman approaches him and asks where he is going, saying he needs to protect the king. Yuan tells him that if he wants to stay alive, he should just stay there and that he is going to collect flags. He activates his cinder eyes and thinks that it is time for him to start running. The players of Team B discuss among themselves that the match is practically a freebie, pointing out the difference in numbers and saying they should finish it quickly and then go party. Hearing this, Namgung-hoon thinks that while it is understandable not to feel nervous with almost 4 times the difference in team sizes, they are letting their guard down completely. Angel Roll approaches him and asks if he is feeling nervous. Hoon responds by asking if her name is Roll, and she replies that she is honored he knows her name. Hoon realizes that she is healing and buffing him, noting that it is no wonder she is nicknamed Angel, as her abilities are uncommon even among the already rare support players. She tells him not to be too nervous, explaining that with such an overwhelming difference in strength, it is natural for the others to be so relaxed. Hoon then asks if she does not find it strange, pointing out that for something supposedly random, the difference between the teams is far too large. She replies that it is not just a coincidence. Hoon states that in the world he comes from, there is no such thing as coincidence in the world of the strong. She then asks Hoon who the king of their team is, pointing out that since no one knows, the person must be just an average player. Hoon replies that it does not really matter who the king is right now, but he thinks to himself that he recalls seeing someone glowing in gold at the start of the test. Still, something feels strange, because even though his memory is sharp enough to never forget what he has seen once, he cannot remember the king's face at all, hidden under a robe. He wonders what the person actually looked like. Meanwhile, Halaman notices that Team A has collected 59 flags. The players of Team A discuss among themselves that there are fewer flags on the roads than expected, with most of them being held by monsters, though they still manage to secure a fair number. They add that with only this much of a difference, the score could definitely be overturned by targeting the opposing king. Hearing their conversation, Halaman thinks that they are right, because there is someone capable of achieving that on their team. He concludes that the one who probably gathered most of those 59 flags is Yuan. He recalls that when he had visited Yuan the other day, Yuan did not seem willing to cooperate at all. But now that Halaman is the king, Yuan cannot hope to defeat Team B without protecting him. Though Yuan went off on his own, Halaman believes that since he told him to stay put, he will likely come back. Looking around, he mutters that the forest is too vast and difficult to navigate. But then, they suddenly notice someone approaching and wonder who it is. The enemy players appear and remark that they had a bad feeling since Team A has Yuan, but question what he can do without a king. They add that there are plenty of contribution points to gain by taking down the king. Without hesitation, they attack one of the players and kill him. Then they begin chasing the Team A players, mocking them and asking where they think they are running. One of the players steps forward to protect Halaman, but the enemy cuts him down, declaring that the king's head is theirs. Just as the attack is about to land on Halaman, Yuan appears behind the enemy and slices him in half. He turns to Halaman and says he told him to stay still and not wander around, wondering aloud why people never listen to him. The other enemies, frightened, say he must be the real deal and begin retreating. Yuan chases after them, cutting them down one by one. As one of them tries to strike at him, Yuan slices him clean in half midair. He then turns toward another enemy, who quickly surrenders and offers his flag, begging for mercy. The player says he might only have 2 flags, but that is more than most of the others, and he will give them all if Yuan just spares him. Yuan takes the flags, and when he notices more enemies standing nearby, he asks them what they will do leave after handing over everything they have or continue fighting. They also surrender their flags to him. Watching this, Halaman thinks to himself that he is glad Yuan is an ally. Yuan then declares that with this, the first half of the game is over and asks Halaman where the rest of their teammates are. Halaman replies that everyone spread out, saying they needed to gather up some flags first. Yuan remarks that it is a smart decision, as long as they do not end up having them stolen. He thinks to himself that Team A has 64 flags. With the ones he took, their total is now 67 flags, which means they are finally moving into the capture portion of the test. Yuan tells Halaman to listen carefully. By now, he says, they will have gathered a good number of flags, so they are going to start thinking that it is more efficient to hunt players on the enemy team, rather than continue to hunt monsters, and there will be more who aim straight for the king. He tells him to stay within 20 meters of him, since even he will have a hard time winning without a king. He recalls Halaman's name and tells him to stick close and not forget it. He adds that the real game starts now. The escaped players recount everything that Yuan did to them. They explain that Kylie and Max were taken down in a single strike, that his sword was so fast they could not even see it, and that his eyes looked like a ghost, sending a shiver down their spines. Hearing this, Hoon thinks it is pathetic that even though the majority of the team were skilled players, they still ran away from Kim Yuan despite outnumbering him 10-1. The players add that they can be taken out even in groups, since there were 10 of them, but it was still no use. Roll asks if they have not yet met up with Team A's king, and says that in that case, Yuan will likely continue to protect their king. She instructs the players to contact everyone immediately, including Salamov, Kaichel, and every other skilled player. Hoon asks if she is thinking of using that strategy. Roll answers that there is still plenty of time left and that they cannot just keep running away. Even though they lost some people, Team B is still full of highly skilled players. She reminds them that they also have Hoon and herself as deciding variables, and asks if anyone has a better idea. No one responds. She then concludes that the decision is made and says that it is time to go after the king and Yuan. 12 hours into the test, the opponent members continue handing over their flags to Yuan. Watching this, Halaman thinks that at this point, rather than calling it a team battle, it feels more like a test where 200 people are trying to fight against a monster named Yuan. Yuan, counting the flags, remarks that it makes 100 or perhaps 1,000 points. He admits he has gathered quite a few, but decides it is not the time to hand them over to the king yet. Since he is protecting Halaman while moving, there should not be too much of a problem. However, if Halaman's flag gets stolen or worse, if Halaman gets killed, it would create an irreversible scenario. He resolves to hand his flags over only right before the end of the test. Halaman then tells Yuan that people are now getting scared just at the sight of him, uncertain if they are being influenced by the mood or if they can instinctively sense it. Yuan thinks back and realizes that, earlier, players on Team B had been giving up their flags as soon as they saw his face. He asks Halaman whether they know him or if they have already exchanged information. Halaman, confused, asks for clarification. Yuan explains that he believes Team B has already shared within their ranks that Halaman, the king, is sticking close to him. As teammates, they probably exchanged their player kit numbers and likely came to an agreement to hand over flags and retreat if they ran into him. Halaman then questions why they would do something like that, since they cannot win by simply giving up their flags. Yuan replies that they must be scheming something. At that moment, he suddenly senses danger and quickly catches an arrow aimed straight at Halaman. Shocked, Halaman cries out in fear, asking what just happened. Yuan squeezes the arrow in his hand until it breaks, then thinks that now it makes sense this is why Team B avoided direct fights, preserving their players to set up something like this. He identifies it as an enclosure formation, an ancient strategy used in the martial realm. Narrowing his gaze with cinder eyes, Yuan surveys the area and discovers the heaven and earth net, an inescapable technique designed to completely surround its enemy. Yuan mumbles that maybe he should have killed them all, then draws a circle around Halaman, who asks what it is, a line, and Yuan tells him not to leave the circle, no matter what, to consider himself dead the moment he does. Halaman, trembling, says that Yuan is asking him to die right there. Yuan asks when he ever told him to die, and says he is only telling him to stay still. When Halaman tries to argue, Yuan cuts him off and reminds him that he already said at the start that if he continues not listening and wandering around like earlier, he will die for real. As Yuan begins to move, Halaman is about to cross the circle, saying that Yuan really promised to save him. Yuan stops him inside by pointing his sword at him and tells him not to leave the circle. Meanwhile, some skilled players from Team B discuss with each other why the first target was the king. They say that a whopping 55 people had to come together just to jump one man, Yuan. And that is the kind of opponent he is, so they need to put him at a disadvantage by making him fight to protect the king. They say that even if it is Yuan, it will be over for him if the king dies. They then notice Yuan walking deeper into the forest, moving alone and leaving the king behind. Salamov tells everyone to step aside, thinking that Team B is an amalgamation of famous players with real hotshots like Namgung Hoon and Roll, which means big guilds should be paying attention to the test. He thinks that if he kills Yuan right there, and then, he will become a star everyone has to look up to. He throws his spears toward Yuan, saying that arrows are too weak, but the spears stop mid-air. He wonders what is going on, and in that moment, the spear comes back and amputates the head of one of his teammates. Clenching his teeth as he sees this, he turns back only to see the other teammates collapsing as well. He says that this side was a dud and then finds Yuan in front of him. Yuan asks him where Namgung Hoon is. Meanwhile, the remaining team, hiddenly observing Yuan, thinks that he has disappeared again and notes that his stealth is at a considerably high level. They can't even see a shimmer. It is at a level where, unless he is directly in front of them, they probably can't see through it. One of them asks if Yuan is an assassin. A girl replies that she doesn't think that is quite it, since assassins not only avoid long swords, but also purposely wear dark clothes. Yuan appears behind her and compliments her 1,000-mile eyes skill. Everyone wonders when he got there. Yuan notes that she has a good scout and is also using the heaven and earth net, calling it a good strategy, but remarks that it is full of holes, maybe because they don't have many people. The girl questions whether they really have so few people. Yuan notices Hoon and Roll coming and thinks that they are finally here. Hoon moves toward Yuan and accuses him of abandoning his king and moving around, asking if he decided to give up on the test just to fight. He says that whatever the case, he is sorry it has come to this, but he has a good team, unlike Yuan. He adds that this doesn't mean he is ashamed of the situation. It is a test, and luck just wasn't on Yuan's side this time. Yuan asks what he is trying to say. Hoon says he likes it when people get to the point and tells Yuan to give up on the test, as he doesn't want a match like this. Yuan smirks and thinks so that is what Hoon was on about. He flexes his sword and notes that, unlike what he had heard, Hoon is quite talkative. Hoon thinks that he expected as much, but Yuan really isn't going to do as he says, so he has no choice. He then tells everyone to step back, declaring that he will face Yuan. Yuan asks if Hoon wants a one-on-one duel, adding that he doesn't really care how many come at him at once. Hoon thanks him for the offer, but says he will pass. He begins running toward Yuan, wielding his sword. Hoon thinks that for a mere player on the 11th floor to have this much power, it makes him curious about Yuan's stats. He notes that the Namgung clan's imperial sword form creates pressure on its surroundings just by being wielded and is heavier than the sword of any other martial school. Struggling against Yuan, Hoon wonders what is up with the difference, realizing that despite wielding his sword, he is losing in strength. The system notifies him that Archangel's blessing empowers him, increasing his strength and constitution and accelerating his mana regeneration. Frustrated, Hoon asks Roll what the meaning of this cowardly act is. She responds that he is being pushed back even after receiving her buff, which indicates that the match is already over. Hoon angrily asks what she means by over, and then notices the purple fire unleashing from Yuan. He realizes that it is the same fire he saw in Agria's dungeon. He becomes certain that Yuan is the one. Hoon feels that something is strange, noting that Yuan's swordsmanship just now is different from the strike that cut down Agria's body. He thinks it is almost as if the skills belong to another person. With the force of these attacks, he reasons, Yuan could never have killed Agria in a single strike. He wonders if it is just his imagination, or if Yuan is simply going easy on him. Roll continues to empower Hoon with blessings, but notices that the fight has stopped. She considers retreating, realizing that continuing to fight is meaningless and would only lead to their deaths. Just then, she hears the sound of telepathy, a martial arts skill using Kai to transfer sound to its target, and wonders if Hoon is admitting defeat on his own. Hoon then asks Yuan if he is the one who conquered Agria's dungeon. Yuan replies by asking what if he is, realizing that Hoon seems to have lost his will to fight. Hoon sheaths his weapon and returns to his team. They discuss among themselves, shocked that Agria, the hardest dungeon on the 11th floor, the one they had been raiding, was conquered by Yuan. They ask Hoon if it is true, confused by his behavior and questioning why he is acting unlike himself. Kaichel objects, saying that while Yuan is strong, giving up before a proper fight makes no sense, and insists that they could still stand a chance if all of them fought together. Hoon responds by asking what meaning there would be in winning like that. He points out that Yuan alone is compensating for the vast gap in numbers between the two teams, and questions whether Yuan is not the one who truly deserves to pass the test. Deciding, he begins to walk away, telling his team they can keep fighting if they want, but he and his group are leaving. Roll calls him a coward, unlike what she had heard about him. Hoon simply replies that she can say whatever she likes. He values his teammates' lives more than his pride. Just in case, they should kill as few people as possible. It is unlikely for an adult to run amok amidst children fighting, and it is true they are the very ones who will later need to fight together against the outsiders. Some of them are bound to become future rankers, so there is no need to shed blood and waste forces meaninglessly. He reflects that if Hercules were in his situation, he would have avoided killing anyone. Not only does Hercules have the skills to do so, but he is also a hero who never breaks his promise. That, he admits, is what he liked about Hercules. But unlike him, he is not a hero. Yuan, seeing Roll approach, says that he was hoping they would withdraw on their own, but now he cannot guarantee what will happen. He admits he will try, but if it cannot be helped, then it cannot be helped. Roll responds by casting holy blessings on her team members and ordering them to attack him all at once. Yuan activates his demonic fire, remarking that it seems time for him to join in the children's fight. His flames block their skills. Roll shouts while blessing her team again, urging them to penetrate through since he is all alone. But the players tremble, saying the fire is that of a demon. Yuan comments that to them, their holy fire appears like a demon. He realizes that the fire is feeding on their fear, growing stronger from it, and warns himself that once it grows too big, it will be difficult even for him to control. So, he needs to rein it in. One of the enemies raises his weapon, saying he needs to kill Yuan, but collapses as he comes close to the fire. Yuan says it seems they endure the holy fire a little longer thanks to the buffs, noting that Roll must have quite a few buffs she can use. Roll wonders what is going on, thinking that although she is casting buffs suited for each player, they all end up frozen in fear, unable to do anything when they approach the fire, as if facing an illusion they cannot break, let alone injure him. They cannot even get close to him. She then uses the Sword of Execution, and a massive sword moves toward Yuan. Controlling the sword continuously with her blessings, she shouts for him to die, but Yuan grabs his midnight weapon and breaks the sword into pieces. Her eyes widen as she wonders how something like this is possible. As all her blessings fail, Roll realizes that Hoon is right. She speaks to her team members through telepathy, telling them to fall back since they stand no chance like this, and if they all die there, even if they take his king, it would still be a loss. Yuan says that if they are going to run away, they should leave behind their flags, and then he will spare them. She asks in surprise if he can hear over sound telepathy, but he replies that he does not need to hear it. He can tell what they are thinking just from their faces. Roll then asks what he would do if they say they are just going to leave. He replies that he obviously will not let them go, so they should not waste any more strength and just hand the flags over. They give their flags to him. Roll asks if he is really not going to kill anyone, saying that they might have lost all their flags, but they will collect more, and he is alone without a king. Yuan asks what of it, questioning if she wants him to kill them, and asking what it is she really wants. She says that she heard he rejected all the sponsorship offers from major guilds, but Zion is on another level, and she assures him that he would receive even better treatment than her. He quickly denies it. She wonders at such a fast rejection and asks him at least to give her his kit number. Yuan says that is also a no, since he knows her objective. She asks why, saying she is asking for the benefit of his future, and points out that the fact that he did not give up even on such an unequal test shows that he has a clear goal. She goes on to say that he cannot climb the tower alone, that he needs good comrades and a strong guild to fully support him, and even with all of that, climbing the tower is still difficult. She insists that someone of his caliber should have realized the need for more than just his own skills the moment he stepped inside the tower, and questions why he is trying to walk such a hard path alone. Yuan thinks that she does not know how to give up, and that must be how she was able to climb the tower so quickly. But he knows that guilds and sponsorships will only get in the way of what he has to do from here on out. Guilds that fight over the tower's rights can destroy everything through pride, greed, and distrust. That is why he cannot accept help from them. He needs to become stronger on his own, so that when the worst time comes, he can become the center the tower rallies around. He then says, asking why everyone wants to know so badly, that it is not such a big reason. He simply knows he can climb the tower without a team or a guild. It is possible for him, and he has to do it that way. Halaman waits for Yuan in the circle, wondering when he will return. He feels terrified, asking himself if it has always been this dark and how long he has to keep waiting. Suddenly, a fire attack falls close to him. Players from Team B approach, noting that he managed to dodge it, saying he must have some reflexes despite his looks. They ask if he is asking them to kill him, questioning why he is just standing there so quietly, and suggest getting it over with quickly. They mention that, from what they hear, even with Hoon and Roll, the other groups are having a hard time against Yuan. Hearing this, Halaman thinks that Yuan is fighting Team B all by himself against so many skilled opponents. He knows he will get caught soon, even if he runs, but he also has no chance of winning against them. Still, he believes that if he does not leave the circle and buys time, Yuan will eventually return. His only option is to trust Yuan and do as he was told. He then invites them to come at him. They mock him, wondering what he is trying to do, saying he must have gone senile, and reminding each other not to forget they are splitting points evenly. They throw attacks at him, but he manages to dodge them with his sword. Then, one enemy enters the circle, saying that was way too easy, and asks what Halaman is mumbling. Grabbing him by the collar, he says it is nothing personal, and that he should think of it as bad luck, before sitting on top of him and beginning to strike. An illusory ghost appears and protects Halaman. He says he does not know what is happening, but at least he has survived. Meanwhile, Yuan recalls the conversation with Roll, who had said that in many regards, Yuan is truly an amazing person, and that he hopes to meet him next time they meet on the same team. Yuan thinks he ended up wasting time because the conversation dragged on longer than he wanted. Whatever the case, he is glad it ended well, and as long as Halaman is keeping his promise, there should not be any problems. Yuan then glances in a certain direction and says that everyone is gone, so the person hiding can come out. Hypnos appears, all covered, and asks how long Yuan has been aware. He says Yuan is as smart as the rumors claim. Seeing Yuan, Hypnos wonders that despite using such a large fire, there is not a single scratch mark anywhere. It is not just the power that is impressive. He has never heard of a skill that can burn only specified targets. Yuan asks what the test examiner is doing while looking like that here. Hypnos asks if Yuan can see his face. He wonders if it is a skill that can even see through a ranker's illusion, and realizes Yuan is the real deal. Hypnos says he was honestly surprised. He thought Yuan would go after the king as soon as the test started, but instead, he tried to fight the entirety of Team B by himself, and then unleashed his dark mana. Yuan thinks that Hypnos is an Olympian ranker famous for his illusion skills. For a ranker to interfere with an official test, if the administrator finds out, along with the events from the first floor, they will end up paying a hefty price. They are really hellbent on finishing him off. He says that to think they would set up such a fancy trap for him, and unleashes his demonic fire. Seeing him, Hypnos wonders that a normal player would have fallen asleep as soon as he released all this mana. Yuan's stats should not be so high that he can resist them if he endures through sheer will. Previously, Hira sent a message to Hypnos to kill Yuan at any cost. Hypnos thinks he had considered it excessive for an exec of a major guild to focus so much on a single player and even send a ranker after him, but now he understands why the higher-ups were so on edge. He activates his skill Dark Knight and says the skill casts an illusion on every life form within the area and forces them to fall asleep, and that this should be on a different level than before. He asks Yuan if it is hard to endure and tells him to stop resisting and give up, promising to let him have a very sweet dream. With that, Yuan closes his eyes as if about to fall asleep. Hypnos comes close to him and says that if a player of the lower floors claimed he fought against an Olympian ranker, everyone would think it was a lie. He grabs his weapon and says that, regardless of whether Yuan would be a match or not, people would never believe that a small fry would even have the chance to meet someone from the Great Olympus. He puts the knife to Yuan's neck and says that this is the kind of vulnerable meeting he is having right now, and that Yuan would be able to brag quite a bit if he managed to get out alive. He adds that it is a shame. But suddenly Yuan wields his sword and dodges the knife. Hypnos falls back, frustrated, and says Yuan was acting, calling it an underhanded trick. Yuan replies that Hypnos is in no position to talk and says he has no intentions of bragging about fighting against a rancor, though he would not mind sharing the tale of fighting against a cowardly and underhanded Olympian test examiner. Hypnos says it will not change anything even if Yuan provokes him like that. Yuan grips his sword tightly and says it does not, because the knight does not belong only to Hypnos. Yuan's mana is quickly recovering. The Midnight Sword is a weapon that truly shines in the dark. It has its limitations, but in a situation where its synergy is perfect, it becomes the ultimate item. Yuan realizes that Hypnos is a close-range mage who uses dark attribute mana, a power well suited for illusions. He acknowledges that although he managed to injure Hypnos, the opponent is still an Olympian rancor. However, he feels confident against this type of enemy. They both move toward each other to attack, their swords clashing as they dodge each other's strikes with precision, wielding their weapons skillfully. Yuan notices a clone of himself with cinder eyes, wielding a weapon at him, which he barely manages to dodge. He then unleashes his demonic fire. Hypnos realizes that it is hot and instinctively moves backward. He then again leaps through the fire. This time, he notices the flames suddenly grow more ferocious, the heat intensifying. As he feels it again, he remarks that it is hot. No, not actually hot. It only feels like it. He thinks he initially believed it was merely a fire with a sense of will, but now realizes it is reading his emotions and responding to them, its power changing depending on the level of fear. He concludes that it is quite a troublesome skill. Hypnos unleashes his dark mana, blowing away the demonic fire, and throws the mana at Yuan. Yuan retreats, thinking that Hypnos is indeed a rancor to be able to blow away holy fire like that. Their weapons clash again. Realizing Yuan's strength, Hypnos thinks that he knew it. Yuan is outstandingly talented. If time passes and Yuan becomes a rancor, he wonders what kind of monster he would grow into, deciding that it is a scenario they must avoid at all costs. He then activates his skill, Moondream, saying Yuan has to die here. Noticing the impact of the skill, the stones fall. Yuan asks if Hypnos is not afraid of the administrator. Hypnos replies that his only allegiance is to Olympus, adding that Yuan cannot possibly understand that greater cause. Yuan wonders about the greater cause and thinks Hypnos cannot imagine the weight he has to bear. He reflects that whoever uses this to go back in time will have to carry the entire tower on their back. That person must be capable of holding up that weight and fulfilling their responsibility so that the tower, with its hundreds of worlds and billions of coexisting lifeforms, does not fall into despair again. He admits that even he, who returned with the promise of those he left behind engraved in his heart, cannot unabashedly speak of a greater cause. He thinks that the greater cause is something meant to be said when sacrificing oneself, not others. That is what makes it real. Hypnos grows frustrated at these words. Yuan reflects that, unlike Hypnos, he has returned just to repeat all those hellish fights once again. Big stones fall where Yuan stands, and Hypnos laughs, saying how dare Yuan speak like that when he does not even understand Olympus's great will. He thinks that these actions might be a grave and unforgivable crime within the tower, but believes it is all for Olympus. Suddenly, Yuan appears behind him and drives his sword into Hypnos's back, piercing through his stomach. Gritting his teeth, Hypnos wonders how it is possible, since Moondream is a skill that turns fear into reality. Even if Yuan's eyes can pierce illusions, he believes there is no way Yuan did not feel fear seeing the stones falling on him. He asks what kind of eyes those are and insists it is not over yet, thinking that if illusion skills do not work, there must be another method. Yuan thinks that it may only be half complete, but it is the greatest counter skill to illusions, and the reason he was confident in this fight. He then says that it is over. Hypnos raises his blade high, but it shatters into pieces as the administrator appears before him. Seeing the administrator, he becomes terrified, falls to his knees, and asks for forgiveness. The administrator tells him that it is enough and that he should explain now, noting that Hypnos seems to know he was wrong. He asks whether Olympus ordered him and whose order it was, Ares, Hera, or Zeus. Hypnos claims that it was all of his own accord. The administrator asks if he plans to take all the blame himself, warning that even so, Olympus will still have to take responsibility. He announces that Hypnos's title as trial inspector is stripped immediately and that all authority Olympus had on the 11th floor is revoked. Hypnos tries to speak, but the administrator kicks him away, shouting that he dares to raise his voice and that his crime for fighting against a participant as an examiner is unforgivable. He will live in a state between life and death as punishment for thousands of years. Hypnos pleads for a response, but when none comes, he turns his attention toward Yuan. He starts begging for his life, but Yuan waves at him. Later, the administrator tells Yuan that it is he again, and that, just as he has heard, he is not normal. He asks what made Yuan so confident to fight against their rankers. Yuan replies that, thanks to the lack of administration, he had to face some troublesome matters. He thinks that an administrator possesses strength comparable to that of a top-rank high ranker, the so-called rulers of the tower, but unless they go against the tower's rules, they have nothing to fear. He adds that in this trial, there were many strange things, starting from the team arrangements, and he believes the examiner operates as the administrator's proxy. The administrator asks if he is saying it is his responsibility. Yuan agrees, saying someone must take responsibility. The administrator acknowledges that he is a straightforward fellow, and says he is not wrong, promising to compensate Yuan after the trial ends. Yuan asks if he will keep his word, and the administrator assures him that as an administrator, he should not be compared to the other one. He then notices someone behind him and says that there is quite an audience watching, so they should end the conversation there, adding that a big wave is coming to the tower, an immense one at that. Meanwhile, Hun, standing behind Yuan, wonders if he just followed Yuan because he saw their team's king, but he saw something unbelievable. He concludes that it was all planned, and that Olympus orchestrated it. His companions comment that even if it was on the examiner's own accord, it is too big an issue, questioning how a single person could cause such a problem, and suspecting that the higher-ups must be involved. They worry that if too many people know about this, the tower will fall into chaos. Hun responds that they likely do not want to create a fight between the Miram and Olympus, but he marvels at how Yuan took on someone strong enough to become an examiner. Yuan mutters that he can hear them. Hun thinks that it is not the first time a ranker has lost to a player, recalling that the great sage, Heaven's equal, and Sun Wukong also defeated rankers when they were players. But considering that the opponent is Olympus, Yuan will definitely bring a greater ripple effect than even the great sage. Hun then asks Yuan what he will do now, noting that Olympus must be in an emergency because of this, and that the huge guild will treat him as their enemy. He asks how Yuan will face all of them by himself. Yuan responds that he will fight until he brings down the king of Olympus, Zeus. Hun flinches and asks why, wondering if Yuan has a bad past with Olympus. Yuan explains that he just helped a blacksmith create a weapon that Olympus did not want to be created, and since then, they have been trying to kill him. Hun thinks that the blacksmith must be connected with Olympus, perhaps Hephaestus, and recalls hearing about the recent happenings in the tower from the Namgung family. He is amazed that one of the main people in such a huge case is in front of him. Yuan then begins to leave, telling them to be careful, reminding them that even if they are strong, their opponent is Olympus. Hun's companions ask where he is going, and he replies that the Miram Grand competition will begin soon, so he is returning to the Namgung clan. Later, Yuan approaches Helaman and gives him more than 600 flags, saying that even so, he did not give up and held out well. Helaman wonders that with that many flags, they will definitely get a lot of points and rewards, but rather than feeling happy, he reflects that such a guy who brought the best results out of a terrible situation where winning seemed impossible actually praised him. Holding the flags, he becomes emotional and thinks that he is glad to have fulfilled his role as Team A's king until the end. The system notifies him that player Kim Yuan gave 618 flags to the king, which, multiplied by 2, means he obtained a total of 1,236 flags. The trial ends, with Team A having 1,236 flags and Team B having only 2 flags. The system updates the 11th floor ranking and informs them that they have received the right to the 12th floor, and may move to the next floor. On the 12th floor, Yuan sees the ranking in points and wonders if he would have been satisfied with over 10,000 points, but he doubled that. He realizes the additional points must be from the administrator. After everything is added together, he acknowledges that he received a great reward. Observing Helaman's rank, he notes that the guy got 36th place, having passed several high rankers, and thinks that since Helaman put his life on the line and did his part, He got what he deserved. He notices Sun Wukong in 11th, ranked quite low considering his abilities, though he reflects that a team trial is not Sun Wukong's forte. As for Hargon, he sees him in 6th rank, as expected, recognizing his extraordinary talent from the start and noting that he must have grown even stronger while ascending the tower. Yuan wonders if Hargon was stimulated by what happened in the tutorial and on the first floor and reflects that he must have changed since they first met, making him curious about how he looks now. The Namgung family is described as the largest group beyond the Heavenly Demon Divine cult and the center that leads the Miram Guild, a high-class family that produces many rankers and high rankers. The one who brought the Namgung family out of extinction and to its glory is the head of the Namgung family, Namgung Jinwon. Jinwon remarks to Hoon that he did not expect the 11th floor trial to be such a mess. Hoon respectfully bows and explains that the administrator even got involved. And since there was no benefit in leaving a track through the player kit, he came earlier than scheduled. Jinwon notes that Olympus, which was preparing the Gigantomachia, tried to recruit Hephaestus but failed because of Yuan, calling him a real pain. He asks if there was someone on Hoon's team who received support from Asgard. Hoon confirms it was a guy named Gibbons. Jinwon, now standing close to the window, observes that it is only a matter of time before Asgard hears of this. Yuan reflects that the small star that just started to shine will soon stand in the middle of a huge storm, and that the Miram Grand competition will be quite noisy this time. Yuan is seen playing with a javelin, destroying the targets one by one with spears imbued with divine flames. Everyone is surprised at how accurately he hits all of them without missing, even from a long distance. His speed is gradually increasing, and they remark on how insane it is and how many targets he plans to smash. It looks like he will definitely set a new record. He continues destroying the targets, saying that it is perfect for practice, that he is quite confident with javelins, but this is his first time making spears from the divine flame. Afterward, the system informs him that he has passed the 90th floor trial, can move to the next floor, and has obtained 5,000 points. Yuan notices that there are still about 5 minutes left. Considering there are no more floating targets, he realizes there really are none left. The standard to pass the trial was to destroy 100 targets, but he has destroyed 10 times more. He notes that the rewards are small in comparison, but since he got more points than expected on the 11th floor, he was able to get the item he wanted. His growth and achievements have far surpassed his expectations. His limit came faster, too, so he thinks he has to aim for the 20th floor and above to get proper rewards. The floors before it have high difficulties with matching rewards, but the 20th floor trial, he realizes, involves things that are a little complicated. He decides to stop climbing the tower for a while, thinking now is the perfect time to increase his magic power to the 3rd digit. Yuan notices that his magic power is at 99%. He remarks that the most effective way to fill it completely is to take an elixir worth 1,000,000 points, an elixir made only once every 3 years in Miram, the Greater Scarlet Medicine Ball. He notes that the place to obtain it is the Miram Grand competition. He leaves the battlefield, thinking that there are only a few days left, and he should get going. One day before the start of the Miram Grand competition, many people gather on the 10th floor of the Miram realm. They discuss how, as expected of Miram's biggest event, it already feels like a festival. They remark that the winner this time will surely be Namgang Hoon, often called a genius among the Namgang family. They suggest that the final winner might be Hargon, who climbed up to the 25th floor and has been waiting for the competition. With that speed, he is likely to become a ranker within 10 years. Then a local rushes in to his companion with big news. Yuan is joining the upcoming Miram Grand competition. They express surprise, saying they thought he would focus on climbing the floors, yet he is interested in testing these events too. They wonder why someone who has no intent to affiliate with any guilds would participate in a competition where people join to get noticed. Perhaps it is because of the prize. They predict that many guilds will participate now that Yuan is joining. Some guild leaders approach Yuan, but he refuses them and orders them to leave. The leader of the 12th Terrestrial Branches Guild, a ranker from the dragon race named Branel, tells Yuan that his behavior was quite rude and suggests that they should at least talk inside first, as this is not something to discuss at the front door. Suriel from the Zion Guild approaches Branel and comments that he heard the guild's situation has not been going well recently, but to see the guild leader come personally shows sincerity. Suriel then addresses Yuan, introducing himself as being from the Zion Guild and asking if Yuan will have him leave as well. Yuan thinks that even the great angels have come, noting their skill, and then remarks that it is already the 13th time today. Suriel hands him his card, saying that if he changes his mind, Zion will always have a place for him. Yuan responds that even with such an offer, he will not contact them. At that moment, Hargon arrives, takes the card from Suriel, and remarks that Yuan is definitely someone who would say that. He then asks Yuan if he should leave too, winking and commenting that it's been a while. Suriel realizes that even Hargon is from Olympus and recalls that he and Yuan were likely comrades during the tutorial. Yuan and Hargon go inside and shut the door behind them. A guild member complains that even though this is excessive, he can't believe Yuan didn't even offer tea and slammed the door in their faces. Branel remarks that their guild's name aside, they are not the only ones treated this way and suggests they quietly leave. Hargon comments on the room, asking how many points it costs and implying that Yuan must be rich. Yuan explains that the points kept stacking, and he stopped climbing the tower and even came down just to get a good rest, adding that Hargon won't argue here. Then someone bangs on the door, insisting on a talk. Yuan tells Hargon not to bother, saying that if it's truly urgent, they'll break the door or something. Hargon remarks that at this rate, Yuan will only have a good room but won't get any rest. Yuan notes that perhaps it's because of the Miram Grand competition, but today is particularly severe. Hargon sits down, saying that Yuan is quite famous and that it's easy to find where he's staying. Yuan replies that he would have told him if he had asked. Hargon counters that there's no fun in that, as he prefers to come in secret to surprise Yuan, though Yuan doesn't seem surprised at all. Hargon then changes the topic, mentioning that he heard Yuan caused huge trouble by blocking the blacksmith from being taken, and despite being a third wheel, he gets almost all the information through his father. He admits he thought Yuan had gone crazy and asks why he did that, making Olympus his enemy. Yuan asks why Hargon still came. Hargon says he isn't the type to walk on eggshells and notes that those seeking a chance because of Yuan's actions are Hera's people. Yuan adds that Ares is involved too, pointing out that the relationship between Ares and Hera isn't the best, and asks about Zeus. Hargon remarks that it's the first time someone casually mentions his father's name, explaining that his father is focusing on attacking the tower's last floor and hasn't intervened in Olympus for a long time, so he's unsure. Yuan thinks that since no one has ever passed the 100th floor trial, that's how it should be, and that the players who reached the 100th floor are called rankers. He wonders what their reactions will be when they learn about the ceiling, a level even higher than the 100th floor. Hargon says that Olympus is completely enraged because Yuan saved a sinner and warns him to be careful for now, adding that he will try to talk with his father when he has the chance. Yuan remarks that it seems even Hargon calls Hephaestus a sinner, then stands up and says he is going somewhere, asking if Hargon is coming. Hargon questions the suddenness and asks where he is going. Yuan replies that he is going to meet the person Hargon calls a sinner, Aegisi Hephaestus. Volcaro is working on making the material and thinks that it is already the 4th day, wondering if he has pushed himself too hard, but his hands feel restless unless he is making something. Over half the items he wants to make are weapons, yet he cannot abandon his resolution already. The sword he gave to his savior will be the last weapon he ever makes. Considering that he is hearing news of him even all the way down on the 1st floor, the savior must be climbing the tower with style. He did say he would drop by soon, though Volcaro wonders when that will actually be. He then notices someone's presence and asks if anyone is there. Yuan enters, and behind him, Hargon also enters. Volcaro asks who the guy is that Yuan brought with him. Hargon introduces himself. Volcaro says that he is one of father's sons. Hargon asks if it would hurt him to just call him his brother. Volcaro replies that the fight between their siblings has been a bit too intense for him to be so amicable. He unleashes his mana and asks if Hargon is here for him as well. Hargon says no, of course not, and mentions that he lacks the ability to do so, explaining that he just wanted to meet him. Volcaro asks why. Hargon answers that it is because he cannot trust Olympus. Hearing this, Volcaro wonders how one of Zeus's sons, of all people, cannot trust Olympus. Hargon explains that since he was born, he was told that his big brother was a criminal. Then he heard how his friend had saved him, a guy who had made him open his eyes in various ways. so he wanted to personally meet him and judge for himself what kind of person he is. He thinks that looking at him, his appearance and the look in his eyes are very similar, and he wonders if it is because he has inherited father's blood more than anyone else. Volcaro asks what Hargon thinks. Hargon replies that he is not sure, since he has only just met him. He adds that he sees Volcaro is not making any weapons, which was not always the case, because there are a ton of weapons created by him at Olympus. Volcaro says that Hargon has keen eyes. Hargon then asks when he stopped making weapons. Volcaro answers that it was after the Gigantomachy. Giants are one of the races that rule the tower due to their natural-born strength and massive physiques. There are people who point fingers at them, calling them unsightly and fearing their power. But Olympus is only able to rise to where it is thanks to the giants, so the giants view Olympus as an ally for that reason. Volcaro explains that the giants once viewed Olympus as friends, and he himself saw them as friends too. Yet those very friends had their hearts pierced by the weapons he forged. The Gigantomachy, that was the name of the war Zeus and Olympus, started as the giants grew more ostracized. The reason for that terrible war was painfully simple and political: poor public opinion and Olympus's desire to monopolize the power they once shared. Asgardian giants, Olympian giants, and rankers from various guilds all fought over territory. The conflict only grew larger. The clash of swords thundered like the heavens, and the land within the tower was soaked with the blood of countless lives. His friends, the giants, were sacrificed for the sake of Olympus, expanding its influence, and to erase the dishonor of ever having cooperated with the giants. That was when he quit working for Olympus. Volcaro adds that it was also when he stopped making weapons. Yuan recalls that this is the same story Volcaro once told him before he returned to the past, back when Volcaro had broken down in tears. He is certain it is still just as painful for him to share now. But Volcaro is suppressing his emotions with everything he has to preserve appearances. Volcaro continues, saying that a few decades ago, Olympus suddenly demanded he forge weapons again. He assumes it is because some giants still remain. Hargon asks if they could be planning another Gigantomachy. Volcaro replies that he is sure they are only preparing for now, but he is 90% certain. He tells Hargon that this is his side of the story, and that he can choose who to trust. Perhaps he is wrong, but even so, he has resolved to fight against Olympus. Turning to Yuan, Volcaro says he knows Yuan did not come only to introduce Hargon to him. He then tells him to follow, saying the stuff is in the storage. Yuan leaves Hargon behind, thinking he will need some time alone to process everything. In the storage room, Volcaro remarks that Hargon seems like a good kid and says he understands why Yuan brought him. He then asks if Yuan plans to continue traveling with him. Yuan replies that he is not sure, but perhaps he should give it a try, since someone who is usually stingy with compliments is speaking well of him. Volcaro scoffs, saying Yuan thinks too much. Yuan counters that Volcaro is the same, pointing out that he does not fully trust Hargon either. Volcaro admits that Hargon is still young and can be swayed easily, so there is no way to tell which direction he will take. That is why he has no choice but to keep observing him. He then chides Yuan for always trying to one-up people in conversation. Volcaro proceeds to open a locker sealed with chains and tells Yuan that he made the weapon as requested. But something troublesome ended up being created. Since he could not leave the naming to Yuan again after the sword, he had already named it himself Kaini. Seeing the glove, Yuan is taken aback, realizing that in his past life, Kaini was the name given to Hades' helm, but here Volcaro has given the same name to an entirely different item. Volcaro explains that he used up all the adamantium Yuan had brought him. The glove also has dark divine crystals embedded within, though invisible to the naked eye. Yuan asks if he can try it on, and Volcaro agrees, saying that is why he made it. He explains that the glove is incredibly thin, so much so that it is hard to believe it was forged from adamantium. As Yuan puts it on, Volcaro thinks to himself that he has no doubts about Yuan's strength, since he has been fighting rankers since the first floor. But strength is not the question, it is a matter of worthiness, and he wonders if Yuan can truly handle it. Yuan, examining the glove, comments on how the volume was decreased. But then he notices something strange. The room is empty, and a strange mana light begins to spread all around, and an eye appears. A voice comes from the eye, asking who he is. Yuan thinks that the real question is who it is and realizes that this must be Kaini's trial. He gives his name, and the voice notes that he is from a different time, which makes Yuan flinch as he wonders if it is referring to his return from the previous timeline. He then asks what it is. The voice says it is an eye, not a mouth. Yuan responds that since it is the eye and not the mouth, it cannot speak, and he finds the situation frustrating. He recalls that, including Kaini, which was made from the dark divine stone, there is little information about Olympus' 3 divine weapons. It disappeared during the Outer's invasion, and all the information he has comes from Kronos. In the past, Kaini was Hades' helm, but now it has become a glove. He questions whether the entity was sealed in the dark divine stone or if it is the dark divine stone itself. He wants to properly learn Kaini's powers this time, but the conversation feels impossible. The voice then asks about the egg and where it is. The system notifies that the egg has woken up and started screaming. A strong mana surges out, pushing Yuan back, and he realizes that if it touches him, his body could erode. He wonders if he should avoid it or if it is already too late. Yuan comes to his senses, and Volcaro says it is fine as long as he is alright. Yuan thinks that he feels as if he has returned from death. Volcaro asks how it feels to use the glove. Yuan replies that it is good, the material is excellent, and it feels as if he is not wearing anything at all. Inwardly, Yuan admits that instead of focusing on how it feels, he was distracted by what was inside it. He recalls hearing it say Black Divine Stone, another name for Kaini's piece, and realizes that an unexpected secret was hidden within it. He remembers that there are 3 pieces in total, including the Black Divine Stone. He thinks he has to collect the other 2 in order to understand everything, and the one he can reach next is the Trident's piece. Clenching his fist, he sets it as his next target. When they come out of the storage, Hargon asks what happened. The atmosphere is tense, as if the whole place is shaken. Volcaro says he does not know and tells him to ask Yuan, since all he did was some hammering. Hargon notices the glove and wonders if it is a new item, then asks if they fought. Yuan replies that there is no way, since he would have been sent to the afterlife if he were ever struck by Volcaro's hammer. He adds that there is nothing to be worried about and insists he truly does not know what happened. Yuan then asks Hargon if he has gathered his thoughts. Hargon answers no, saying it is still complicated, and thinks he should meet his brother Apollo and Artemis first. Apollo and Artemis, Zeus's extramarital children, like Hargon, are among the few high rankers within Olympus and were also key participants in the Gigantomachia. Yuan considers that Hargon wanting to meet them too who know the Gigantomachia well means he intends to approach this matter more carefully. Hargon then says that for now, he will focus on the Murim Grand competition. The prize is only one, but he needs to establish his own name in order to gain more influence within Olympus. Yuan, surprised, asks if he had been planning that all along. Hargon says that there is a rumor that a real big shot is participating. Yuan asks who it is, and Hargon replies that it is none other than the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. He asks if that gets Yuan's competitive spirit up. Yuan thinks that it is him. The Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult is a position that allows one to command any players who are part of the cult. But the problem is that the cult has been dormant in the martial realm. The reason why the demonic cult has been holed up in heaven so far is due to the heavenly demon's stubborn ideal to protect the holy fire. Since that long-time wish has been fulfilled, Yuan guesses they are finally coming back out into the world. But to pick the Grand Martial Arts Tournament as their first stage shows that the heavenly demon is more of a sly fox than he thought. Anyway, if the heavenly demonic cult starts being active again, they should be a big help in the fight against the Outers. Hargon says the Vice Lord of the demonic cult is probably greatly skilled and wonders if he could be a ranker, but then corrects himself, realizing that if he were a ranker, he would not meet the participation requirements, so he has to be a player. Yuan says it is him, that he is the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Hargon, frustrated, shouts in disbelief and says that the Vice Lord is a position similar to the Vice Head of a noble clan, then asks if the reward for the demonic cult was to test the position of the Vice Lord. Yuan thinks that the final reward was the Holy Fire, but technically, the Vice Lord title was also part of the rewards. Hargon says that maybe he should not have given it a try, because if this becomes known, Yuan's value is going to soar. Yuan says that he has no intention of joining anywhere. Hargon says he knows that, but the other guilds are going to think differently, and tomorrow is going to be fun. The next day, at the opening ceremony of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, There is an announcement that this is a competition to determine who is the strongest among the tens of thousands of players. It is currently the focus of the tower, with the participation of some of the greatest rising stars in the history of the tournament. Even the audience is filled to the brim with notable players. The announcer asks who will be the winner of this tournament and who will be the one to claim the items worth millions of points, before declaring the commencement of the preliminaries. The preliminary information appears on the system, and the players step onto the stage. The onlookers recognize some of them, saying that the kid from the Xiaomun noble clan is participating even though he just reached the 10th floor. They also recognize Yang Wenel from the Sapphire Sword School. Yang Wenel thinks that he managed to climb up to the 80th floor, and since only players below the 25th floor can participate, 80th should be pretty high among the participants. He is determined to rank high in this tournament, no matter what, so he can raise the reputation of his school and gain the favor of its head. Then he notices Yuan, and recognizing his face and clothes, realizes it is him. He waves at Yuan and shouts his name in anger. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that he got placed in the worst preliminary group possible. Since it has come to this, he decides he will at least take down Yuan. The countdown for the preliminary begins. Yang Wenel rushes toward Yuan, asking if he remembers him and declaring that he has not forgotten the humiliation he suffered. With that, the preliminaries start. The onlookers remark that it is fate for enemies to meet on a narrow wooden bridge, and the preliminary begins in earnest. Yuan dodges Yang Wenel's attack, hits him, and asks who he is supposed to be. Yang Wenel wonders why Yuan does not even remember him. Xiaomun Chang from the Xiaomun clan, seeing him, says that with black hair, black eyes, and the pyromancy robe, he must be Yuan. Yuan then tells the other players that he does not care if they come at him one at a time or all at once, but they should not drag this out and just get it over with, and if they will not come to him, he will go to them. Yuan starts attacking the players. Xiaomun clenches his teeth and says that Yuan is fast, and he cannot follow him with his eyes. He then wonders if Yuan is coming his way and wants to hit the player precisely. As Yuan attacks Xiaomun Chang, Xiaomun notices the flat of the blade and realizes that Yuan is not even attacking him properly, wondering if Yuan is toying with him like he is a kid. Yuan then hits him and throws him away. Xiaomun spits out blood and wonders why he cannot move. Yuan just broke his ribs. But he also realizes that none of them are dead, which cannot be a coincidence, and concludes that Yuan went easy on them. Then the announcement happens that the participant moving on to the main stage is Yuan. Yuan thinks that now he will wait for Hargon's match. Hargon appears on the battlefield, slashing at the players precisely. The announcement says that the participant moving on to the main stage is Hargon. Yuan thinks that Hargon has really gotten strong, that he can see how Hargon's rankings kept going up as he climbed each floor. He thinks that Hargon's growth speed is unbelievably fast, and that he heard Hargon just cleared the 25th floor recently. Purely in terms of skills, he is on the same level as the players on the higher floors, and actually, he is even better in terms of dormant abilities. His talent for controlling electricity, his skills, and even his appearance are a spitting image of Zeus. Yuan thinks that Hargon might be worth taking along when he becomes a ranker, and that it is he. Yang Wenel again approaches Yuan and tells him to wait right there. Yuan asks who he is again. Frustrated, Yang Wenel says that he is Yang Wenel of the Sapphire Sword School. Then the head of the Sapphire Sword School stops Yang Wenel and apologizes to Yuan, saying that it seems a disciple of his school was quite rude to him. Yuan realizes that his presence is unnatural and wonders if he is a ranker, then asks what it is. The man introduces himself as Moon Sabik, the head of the Sapphire Sword School, and says that he came here hoping Yuan would continue their martial school. Yuan thinks that if Moon Sabik is the head of a martial school, then at the very least, he should be a ranker. He says, however, that he is not interested. Moon Sabik replies that, as he thought, he had heard Yuan rejected recruitment offers from even major guilds. Yuan asks why he came despite knowing that. Sabik explains that technically speaking, the Sapphire Sword School is not a guild. Though they might be part of the martial guild, they are primarily a martial school. He adds that Yuan might not know this, but the school has a longer, distinguished history. Even though they have grown weaker, the first martial school to continue the tradition of the martial realm is their Sapphire Sword School. Yuan mutters that the fact he doesn't know them means they are not a large martial school. He steps forward and says that they can continue on their own, bidding farewell. Sobek stops him by placing a hand on his shoulder, and says it seems Yuan misunderstood, that this is not an offer. Yuan thinks he knew someone would eventually pick a fight with him over recruitment, and says that surely Sobek knows what would happen if a ranker were to mess with the tournament participants. He asks if Sobek is not afraid of the Namgang clan, pointing out that messing with participants might as well be a direct challenge to the organizers. Sobek laughs and asks if that is why Yuan was acting so cocky. He says the head of the Zhuge clan is his blood brother, and asks if Yuan really thought he would fear the Namgang clan. Yuan wonders if that is why Sobek has been acting so bored, realizing that he has someone backing him. He then asks if the head of the Zhuge clan knows that his blood brother is going around selling out his name. Sobek tells him not to be so prickly, that he only wants to have a good relationship with him, and that Yuan will see the Sapphire Sword School is a good place if he hears him out. Yuan grabs his hand and says he refuses. Sobek gathers mana in his hand and wonders that, though he had heard of Yuan's skills, to think he would have this much strength means this won't be easy, and he will need to brace himself for some penalty. Yuan says that Sobek asked if he trusted the Namgang clan, then jerks his hand away and says no, he only trusts himself. Sobek wields his sword, thinking it is not bad. He plans on dominating Yuan with power if he refuses, but realizes it will not be that easy. Since the tournament is in full force, he thinks it will be some time before people come outside. Taking the penalty into account, he decides he should not drag this out and should end it in one go. Yuan says there is actually something he does trust. Then Lord Fist, Beeklam, appears and says he thought Yuan was taking too long, asking respectfully what he is doing there and calling him Vice Lord. Sobek flinches and wonders if he thought Yuan was not a part of any martial school. He realizes there is only one place in the martial realm that uses the title Lord and questions if Yuan is the demonic cult's Vice Lord participating in the tournament. He thinks he understands that Yuan is the only one to ever pass their test, but questions if they have given him the role of Vice Lord. Beeklam then asks if it appears that Sobek picked a fight with Yuan and questions what he should do, even asking if he should kill him right now. Yuan says they have not even fought yet. Sobek internally wonders that Beeklam is no ordinary ranker and thinks that if he fights him, he will lose for sure. Even if he wins, he will still be in a tight spot since he would have made the demonic cult his enemy. Sobek then says he apologizes that he did not know Yuan was the Vice Lord of the heavenly demonic cult, and claims he would not have approached him had he known Yuan was already affiliated with a martial school. Beeklam says they are not a martial school and tells him not to lump them in. Sobek leaves, apologizing. Later, Yuan asks if the cult members are the ones spreading the rumor about the Vice Lord of the cult participating in the tournament. Beeklam says they have many members excited to be back in the martial realm, so some of them must have blabbered about it. Yuan mutters that he knew it. He then says it seems the head of the Zhuge clan is backing the head of the Sapphire School, and that it will be best to look into it thoroughly and take care of it properly. Beeklam says they have a dinner meeting with the Namgang clan after the tournament, and he will bring it up then, since improper activities need to be punished. Yuan then knocks on a door, and the demonic cult leader Mujin allows him to enter. Yuan asks if he came to see his preliminary, but Mujin says he knew Yuan would win, so he did not see the need to watch. He pours tea into his cup, and Yuan holds it, saying Mujin is certainly right. He realizes the heavenly demon's mana is flowing into the cup along with the tea. It feels like a waterfall and weighs like a ton. He wonders if it is a test and decides he needs to endure it. He grabs the cup tightly, thinking he cannot let it break. But then his Chinese mana leaks out, and he wonders if it responded to his emotions. Mujin then asks why he is participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, saying he is far too skilled to be meddling in such a children's fight. Yuan says he needs the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball since he is falling a little short, and as he is not a true martial artist like Mujin, the stats from the system are crucial for him. Mujin says the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball is certainly a good elixir, and that the reason the tournament managed to grow this big is thanks to that prize. Yuan then says he should be the one asking why Mujin came. Mujin says it is about time the heavenly demon cult descends from heaven. They are going to accept new cultists, have them take the test, and grow their forces so they can take root. It has become easier to travel back and forth from heaven thanks to advancements in technology, so he has decided to properly set out into the martial realm. Yuan asks if Mujin is okay with this, reminding him that he is not suited for the position of Vice Lord. nor does he have any intention of being tied down to one group. He says he will not fulfill responsibilities while taking advantage of his power, and he is sure the cultists will voice strong opposition. Mujin says he is the heaven of the heavenly demonic cult, and since he has acknowledged Yuan, no one can oppose his will, even if it could potentially destroy the cult. When Yuan asks about the Gigantomachy, Mujin says he did not personally experience it since he has been in heaven for a long time, but it was an event that everyone in the tower heard of. He asks if Yuan is planning on stopping this second war. Yuan says something like that, which is why Mujin mentioned being an enemy of Olympus. Yuan then asks again if he will be okay with making an enemy of Olympus. Mujin says one cannot let fear of the tempest stop them from setting sail, and there is no choice but to face it. Yuan thinks to himself, why is Mujin doing this? Strictly speaking, he is an outsider. The path would be hard to travel even for a family raised together in empty heaven, so there is no point for Mujin to join him so easily. Mujin then says that if Yuan cannot understand, he should just remember this, nothing else matters. There is only one thing he needs to keep in mind starting now. He is the heavenly demonic cult. At the Martial Alliance's gathering, a head asks Sobek why he looks so unhappy, saying that not only is this year's tournament being received well, but there are more promising upcomers than ever. They mention the Prince of Olympus, a descendant of Asgard, Zion's angel, and Kim Yuan, adding that he is definitely tempting, and that it would be ideal if they could recruit him into their divine martial school. They say they heard he claimed the tower by passing the heavenly demonic cult's test and call him a truly incredible man, wondering why, out of all the martial schools, he chose that demonic cult's test. Sobek responds that Kim Yuan is the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult. They ask what he means, and Sobek explains that a ranker of the demonic cult referred to him as such. He says he tried to introduce himself, overjoyed at meeting such a talented man, but was threatened with intent and shunned. They murmur in frustration, asking how such a thing could be, saying it is only a simple greeting, and noting that the cult has always been like that, never changing. They add that the Martial Alliance and the demonic cult are like oil and water. Sobek smirks and thinks that, to those holding power in the Martial Alliance, the heavenly demonic cult is a threat to the political power they have held for so long, and that now no one there is going to welcome Yuan. He then says that, as they all know, Yuan is the strongest contender to win the tournament, and asks how they could allow the vice lord of an evil cult to be the winner of their long-standing tournament. They admit that may be true, but ask if he has a solution. Sobek says he has an idea, stabs his knife into the roasted chicken, and suggests what they should do for the main stage of the tournament. 2 days later, Hargon is lying in Yuan's room and says that the main stage is delayed, and that the tournament format has suddenly been changed into a battle royale. He adds that the martial realm must finally be aiming for a change and asks Yuan what he thinks. Yuan replies that he wonders and says it is nice since it will end faster. Hargon agrees, saying Yuan has a point because if it had been 1 versus 1 like originally planned, it would have taken forever. Yuan then asks why Hargon is there again and where his team is. Hargon explains that they went to play and sightsee, going all out since it is the last day. Yuan asks if they are not competing on the main stage. Hargon says that after hearing Yuan is competing, none of them wanted to participate because they said they had no shot at winning, calling it a smart move. He then notices the time and says that it is almost time, and they should get going already. Seeing his aura, Yuan mutters that Hargon looks so excited and must have been looking forward to today. At the Grand Martial Arts Tournament on the day of the main stage, everyone wonders about them. Yuan thinks that there are a lot of eyes on them, but it cannot be helped with how flashy Hargon is beside him. He notes that the fact that this talkative guy has not said anything since leaving his place means that Hargon is slowly getting into the zone. Namgang Hoon approaches Yuan and says it has been a while, asking if he remembers him. Yuan replies that he has a hard face to forget. Hargon asks Yuan if he knows Hoon. Hoon explains that they took the test together on the 11th floor, though they met as enemies. Hargon says he is surprised Yuan made it out alive, shakes hands, and introduces Hoon as the great successor of Olympus. Hoon mentions that he has heard quite a few people claim the same thing. Hargon mocks, saying their family is kind of a mess. Hoon then glances at Yuan and recalls the conversation he overheard among the martial alliances, who said they are sure Yuan is the vice lord of the demonic cult. He realizes the timeline fits perfectly. The demonic cult started making a move after the first person passed their test, and now that cult is aiming to win the tournament despite not being part of the martial guild. He speculates that this might be why the tournament date and format changed without his notice. Hoon approaches them and asks if the heavenly demonic cult broke any rules or used underhanded tactics outside the tournament. He questions what is wrong with the most skilled person winning, saying that it is neither fair nor just to ostracize someone for not being part of the sinful martial realm. Jinchen, a member of the Zhuge clan, tells Hoon that he only knows how to be a goody two-shoes and that if he is so timid, he should stay out of it. Hoon thinks that Jinchen's boldness must be due to an order from his clan, and the fact that the second-ranked clan in the martial alliance is acting this way probably means they have managed to bring most of the martial schools to their side. He cannot believe that both adults and kids are scheming behind the scenes like this despite being martial artists, but he is certain that whatever they are planning will be thoroughly crushed by Yuan. Yuan then asks Hoon if he has something to say. Hoon replies that he should still give him a heads up, noting that he is not too worried since he has seen Yuan's skills himself, but advises caution on the main stage. The announcement declares that the main stage of the tournament will start soon and asks all participants to enter the arena. As they step inside, Hargon asks what Hoon meant by telling Yuan to be careful. Yuan tells him to just go in. When they enter and see the main stage filled with high-ranked players, Hargon remarks that he now understands what Hoon was talking about, saying that Yuan is certainly popular. Yuan thinks that, so that is how it is, and finds it immature. Hargon then says he wants to make it clear that Yuan is the only match for him, so he had better not lose to someone else. Yuan replies that he should worry about himself because there is no way that is happening to him. Meanwhile, the heads gather, and Sobek says to Jing that he did a great deed as head of the Zhuge clan, since they almost let the evil cult have the glory of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Zhuge Jing responds that he did not do much, and that it was thanks to Sobek setting things up properly. He adds that when the match is over, he would like to visit Sobek's school. Sobek replies that they are all welcome anytime, and they share a laugh. The guild head of the Namgang clan, Jinwoon, sitting beside them, thinks to himself that they are all rotten to the core. He reflects that the martial realm has become a place where one's way with words is more important than one's skill with the sword. The fact that someone as corrupt as Jing managed to amass a greater force than his own clan, despite only being second in command, is all due to his own shortcomings. He resolves that he will take responsibility and bring revolution to the martial realm, no matter what, and that he will use this tournament as a turning point. Then someone comes in and informs the heads that Yuan is still defeating everyone. They wonder how it is possible that no one can defeat a single man. At that moment, Qin Mujin enters, saying that it seems his wise lord is putting on quite the show. He apologizes for the late introduction, explaining that he was invited there by the Namgang clan, and reveals himself as Qin Mujin, the lord of the heavenly demonic cult. Sobek asks why the heavenly demonic cult is present. Namgang Jinwoon welcomes Mujin, saying that he has been waiting for his arrival, and thanking him for traveling so far to attend, addressing him as heavenly demon. Sobek is about to draw his weapon, but Mujin warns that if he does, he cannot guarantee that Sobek will not die by his hands. Sobek puts his sword back, and Mujin acknowledges that he made the right decision. Mujin then remarks that, from what he has heard, it seems the vice lord of the heavenly demonic cult would have won had the tournament gone as originally planned, and questions if that is not unacceptable. He mocks the idea, asking how the demonic cult could dare to win the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Seeing their expressions, he tells them not to mistake his demeanor, insisting he is not furious. He asks what there would be for him to be angry about, declaring instead that the game they worked so hard to rig will be completely demolished. On the battlefield, Yuan notices an arcane sword power and wonders if this is the skill they call Sword Kai in the martial realm. He thinks that being able to use this skill means the opponent must be pretty skilled in the martial realm, and realizes they are going to start attacking him seriously now. Xiaomon Cheng hits him with the sword, but Yuan blocks it and throws him far away. Yuan then says it seems like they are only aiming for him, or if he is being delusional. A head player of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Jingchen, comes and says not to take it too seriously, explaining that the demonic cult is the martial alliance's long-standing enemy. Yuan thinks that this must be why they changed the rules of the main stage. He reflects that he does not know who came up with this plan. but it is simple yet effective, since with thousands scrambling in a fight like this, it is natural for people to gang up against those more skilled, and no one will doubt foul play. He says they put in a lot of effort, but there is nothing for him to take personally. He then unleashes the aura of the arcane sword, declaring that they are all small fries anyway. As he activates his arcane sword skill, he notices that a mysterious power is blocking mana, and the effects of the arcane sword are partially reduced. Jingchen wonders that he is such a big shot, reasoning that in order to create a Kai sword of that size, he would need at least 60 arcane power, but he is nowhere near as strong as a ranker, like the rumors say, concluding that the rumors must have been an exaggeration. He decides they can definitely take him on, says he has finished making his calculations, and orders everyone to gang up on him. As everyone rushes toward Yuan, Hargon's mana spreads all around, throwing the players backward. He angrily asks if they have no shame. Jingchen asks Hargon if they can take his actions as him being on Yuan's side. Hargon replies and asks what if he is. Jingchen says his clan was hoping to form a good relationship with him. Hargon answers that whoever came up with that thought must be pretty stupid, and then asks if he hit a nerve, mocking that the Zhuge clan only ever had their serpent's tongue going for them. Jingchen, frustrated, moves toward Hargon, asking how he can say something so uncouth. Hargon answers that it is because they act with no class, so he is speaking in terms they can understand. He then punches Jingchen and throws him away. Jingchen wonders at the incredible power and says he will handle this man, ordering the others to quickly take down Yuan and then come help him. Hargon again punches him in the stomach and pushes him back. Some players murmur that they heard Olympus and Yuan are supposed to be enemies. Hargon asks them how they know that, and thinks that the Zhuge clan must have ties to Olympus, suspecting that Yuan has already realized this. He then leaps toward Jingchen, wondering how rotten they can be. Jingchen continuously takes his punches, wondering what is going on right now. He admits it is no surprise that Hargon, a son of Zeus, is strong, but questions how he, a genius player who will lead the martial realm in the future, cannot even put up a fight. He then blocks his punch and says to Hargon that if only he had not intervened, they could have easily taken out Yuan. Hargon mocks him, asking easily, and questions if he honestly believes that, asking if he really thinks he would be the difference in defeating Yuan. Yuan continuously defeats the players with his arcane sword. Hargon then says it is a shame that they schemed so hard, but are being shaken down by a guy fighting only half-heartedly. Jingchen, struggling to block, asks what he means by that and thinks he cannot beat someone like this, but wonders if Hargon is really saying that Yuan is stronger than him. Hargon throws him, flying away. When the other players see Jingchen, they throw down their weapons, saying they lost and asking him to stop. They all forfeit and run away. Yuan then says to Hargon that it seems they are the only two remaining now, and asks if he wants to start. Hargon replies that he has been waiting long enough, saying that a fruit picked only when it is perfectly ripe is the sweetest. Yuan then asks Hargon if he understands that he waited a long time, but wants to ask him two things, and the first one is if he is not regretting getting on Olympus's bad side. Hargon says he is not an idiot. He knows the consequences of his actions, and of course, he does not regret it. Yuan then says his second question is whether Hargon has already forgotten how he flung him away in one punch. Hargon thinks he cannot forget, as it is the first time he lost to someone who was not their anchor. He notices Yuan has been using a different sword than the one on his waist, and the condition of his arcane sword has been off, so he must be conserving his power. He unleashes his power and says he remembers, asking in return if he still seems the same as back then. Yuan says no, he looks even smaller. Hargon says he heard him loud and clear, that the power Yuan is trying so hard to hide, he is going to pull it all out. He is about to punch Yuan, but Yuan dodges. Then Yuan blocks his punch with his sword, and strong mana spreads all across the stadium. The audience wonders if those two are actual players, questioning if they are not rankers. They both engage in an intense battle, and Yuan struggles to block Hargon, who tells him to use more of his power. Seeing them engaged in such a battle, Namgang Hun wonders if this is finally worthy of being called the finals. He thinks of Hargon, whom he has heard a lot about, but to think he would be this strong, as Zeus's son, he was often mentioned along with him as a genius of the generation. He even felt a bit of rivalry toward him, but realizes there is no meaning in trying to outlast him like this. With that much power, multiple players of his level cannot even beat him. He thinks even Yuan looks like he is having a hard time against him, and wonders if Yuan actually defeated a ranker with those skills. The sword of Yuan tilts, and he is pushed back. Yuan wonders why Hargon is fast. Then Hargon comes at him again and punches him, but Yuan also manages to injure him. Yuan then grabs him by the head and pushes him back. When the explosion of mana settles, Yuan tells Hargon he is strong. Hargon says that the pathetic stick Yuan uses looks like it is going to break soon and asks if he is going to be okay, adding that he does not understand if this is all Yuan has and what he has been doing all this time. He then flinches when he notices the blood on his arm. Yuan says he was not just standing still and taking hits. Hargon wonders that to be unscathed after being hit by a powerful lightning attack is frustrating to admit, but Yuan's physical abilities are above his. However, he thinks he is leaps above Yuan in arcane powers, then says they should keep going, and thinks that first he is going to break that weapon. Hargon charges at Yuan again, begins to punch with all his power, and manages to crack his sword. With another strike, the sword shatters into pieces. Yuan says that it is pretty impressive. Hargon wonders why he should be at a clear advantage, but Yuan sounds so laid back. Then Yuan unleashes his mana, and Hargon wonders if the mana is repelling all his electricity. Yuan lands a punch on his face and throws him far away. The announcement declares that the winner of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is Yuan. Seeing his broken sword, Yuan thinks that it was a perfect sword to practice mana control, but it broke sooner than expected. It was the worst of the worst in mana conductivity, just like he requested of Volcaro. But thanks to his arcane power being suppressed, he should have looked like he had similar skills to Hargon. He thinks it is hard to attack rankers with just acting, but that should have roughly deceived them, though he is worried about that final hit. Lackey then appears and says she shall now provide the prize. As everyone is aware, the prize is the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. According to the makers of the Shaolin Temple, this one has turned out especially well. Yuan grabs the medicine ball and says it has a lot of energy, and it will take quite a lot of work to digest it. He thinks that the next floor is the 20th floor, and there are many things he needs to prepare for what he has to do. But for now, he is going to first achieve his target stats. Meanwhile, the Martial Alliance is frustrated at Hargon, questioning why he sided with Yuan when he is Zeus's son and should have been an enemy to him. The audience says that the favorite to win ended up taking the victory, and the tournament was another huge success, which is fortunate for the martial realm. Hearing this, Mugen thinks that even though they were spouting rude words against the heavenly demonic cult just a month ago, they are now calling the vice lord of the demonic cult a fortune for the martial realm, which is laughable. Zhuge Jingchen asks Namgang Jinwun what he is planning by roping in the evil cult. Jinwun replies that it is not a nice way to refer to them, as they are not an evil cult but the heavenly demonic cult, and he did not rope them in but offered them an official alliance. Jingchen asks how the Martial Alliance can join forces with the demonic cult. Jinwun says it is much better than bringing in Olympus. Jinwun says that the matters of the martial realm should be solved by those of the martial realm and asks if Jingchen is planning on handing over this world to Olympus. He says Jingchen should be ashamed of himself. Now humiliated, Jingchen thinks that Jinwun already knew everything, but the reason he remained silent was that he could not face his faction, which was in the majority, head-on. Now that the heavenly demon is on Jinwun's side, he has taken control of both power and just cause. Jingchen wonders if it is now their era, then declares that he, Zhuge Jingchen, the head of the Martial Alliance army and strategist of the martial realm, meets his end here. Mugen says that should be the worst of the internal family fight, then adds he will leave after one question, asking who the man named Moon Sabik is. Sabik, scared, thinks that he is dead now. A few days later, at the Namgang Noble Clan training chamber, Yuan says that this is not a place one can easily borrow. He considers himself pretty lucky, since it would have cost an unfathomable amount of points to rent this place for 10 days. He recalls that when he first entered the tower, it was his dream to become a ranker for the Namgang clan, and that was how large this place appeared to him, but now it looks so small. He then takes out the Scarlet Medicine Ball and thinks that he only needs 1 point to break into 100, but it will not be easy. He remembers hearing about this in his past life. The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball's effect differs greatly depending on who consumes it. In the martial realm, they talk about the flow of Kai and breathing techniques, but what matters most is focus. Yuan thinks that the real hurdle will be how much mana he can contain. He then consumes it and feels high purity mana filling up his body. Because of its purity, the energy is also wild, though it seems to somewhat obey him thanks to the master of mana skill. Still, it is not enough. He reflects that he thought it was a 50-50 chance that his stat would increase, but at this rate, he might fail. Sweat pours from his face. At the 20th floor, Marine Kingdom Portaja, on one of its 12 islands, Neptune, some giants plead with the members of the Crimson Wolf Guild, asking what wrong they had done and why they were being treated this way. The guild mocks them, saying that despite their size, they cry like babies, and wonder if all giants are cowards. They point out that the giants, though not even 10 years old by human standards, will grow to be at least 4 meters tall. They accuse them of having acted poorly when Asgard was helping them and of siding with demons, demanding that they talk. When the giants ask what they should say, Horang, a member of the guild, leaps forward and asks about Portaja's legend, the Stone of the Sea. He recalls the legend that whoever finds it will become the god of the sea. The giants insist that it is just a false rumor. Horang admits he doesn't fully believe it, but reveals he has heard another rumor that the giants themselves hid the Stone of the Sea. He claims this rumor comes from Olympus, which gives it some credibility. The giants, frightened, ask if he knows about their relationship with Olympus. Horang says he does, and that if pressing them brings answers, then he's fortunate. Pointing his sword at them, he reminds them that the 20th floor is under Olympus's jurisdiction, so the death of a few giants wouldn't matter. He tells them to talk if they don't want to die. Before he can finish, a voice interrupts, asking if the forces of evil still exist in this age. Startled, the guild members turn their attention to the newcomer, asking who he is and warning him not to play hero. But then their eyes widened when they recognized Yuan. He activates his cinder eyes and begins predicting the flow of battle. Before, in the training center, an incredible amount of mana is flowing in at an incredible pace, and Yuan cannot lower the absorption speed. The system informs him that the mana wants to become his. His arcane power increases by 1, and he achieves 100 arcane power. An innate skill awakens through achieving a milestone with a certain stat. The skill's sensory field activates, allowing him to obtain information on all objects and lifeforms within a 50-meter radius. Horang thinks that he is sure it is the winner of the latest grand martial arts tournament, Yuan. Yuan then asks if playing hero is what it looks like to them, and as he wields his sword, he says that he will show them he is not playing. They try to block Yuan's attack and wonder why he is so strong. Horang says he has seen his face a lot and asks if he is Yuan. The giant titan Var wonders if man is Yuan. The guild members then decide to cease, saying they might get ambushed by the guards of the heavenly demonic divine cult. They leave, saying the giants should know how lucky they are. Yuan thinks that those of Olympus are definitely grinding their teeth right now, and it is fortunate for him to have an excuse to rip another Olympus apart. He thinks he needs to go to the 20th floor division right away. Later, Titan Noir thanks Yuan for saving them. Yuan says that no matter how young they are, they should be able to deal with a human easily, and asks why they did not fight. Titan Var says it seems like Yuan knows about giants well and asks which side he is on, Olympus or Asgard. Noir says he is the person who saved them, but Var says he is still a human and asks if they think he would help them without anything in return. Yuan says that they know it. Var shouts that he knew it, saying Yuan is also aiming for the Sea Stone, that everyone is the same, and asks why he does not trust them, as they already said they do not know anything. Yuan says he knows the two of them do not have the Sea Stone, but he has business with another titan, Urfa, and needs to meet their elder. Var says the elder does not meet anyone, especially humans, and tells him to get lost. He says that if he wanted to, he could kill a guy like Yuan, and even if Yuan attacked in a group, he could kill all of them. Yuan thinks that it is right. Giants are never weak, as they are all born with great power. They can fight, but due to the friction between the giants and humans, it could lead to the giants being slaughtered again, so they are restraining themselves. He notes that Var is young but speaks with depth. Var then says they should go, but Noir stops and tells him to wait for a while. Var notices her and asks if she contacted the elder. She says yes, explaining that since Yuan saved them, she thought it would be better to at least let the elder know. Noir then reflects a mirror on Yuan, saying she does not think it is up to them whether he can see the elder or not. They mount their wolves and set off. Var says he does not understand why on earth the elder would want to see Yuan. Noir asks if that means he has the druid's taming skill and wonders how he made the big wolves obey him without any difficulty. She adds that, anyway, she does not think he is an ordinary person and recalls that he was outstanding at the Grand Miram competition too. Var says still, he is not a rancor and admits he does not like him, adding that the elder knows he is suspicious too. Noir warns her brother not to think of fighting him. They eventually reach a point and stop there, saying they have arrived. In front of them stands a giant tree, Adam. Var asks Yuan what he thinks, saying it is amazing, a tree that cannot be destroyed or burned. He explains that the elder said it is the best in the world, though he does not know if that is true or not. Yuan thinks that the massive tree that cannot be destroyed or burned was burned down during the second Gigantomachia before his regression. Yuan lands on the ground, and Var tells him it is better to move carefully, because starting from here, he might die if he does something wrong, and instructs him to follow. As they enter the giant's village, the giants notice Yuan and murmur among themselves, asking what that is, wondering if it is not a human, and questioning why he is with Var and Noir, asking if he is a guest. Noir tells Yuan to ignore them, assuring him that he is a guest of the elder, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Standing outside the elder's tent, Var asks if the elder is inside. A voice from within tells them to come in. As Yuan enters, he thinks that they have finally met, a high ranker who existed even before the Gigantomachia, the one called a living legend among the giants, elder of the giants, Urfa. Urfa greets him, saying it is nice to meet him, a human. Giant elder Urfa says he has heard much about Yuan from Hephaestus, who mentioned him often. He asks if Yuan is fighting Olympus, noting that for someone who has only just reached the 20th floor and is far from being a rancor, it is amazing. Still, he calls it not courage but recklessness, warning that if Yuan values his life, he should not stand against them, because to Olympus, he is nothing more than a booger that can be flicked away. Yuan responds that he has heard Urfa is a pacifist, but in reality, if he is not just scared, Urfa unleashes his aura and says Yuan is speaking mindlessly. Yuan then unleashes his mana, reminding Urfa that Olympus is preparing for the next Gigantomachia, and asks if, at this rate, he intends to sit back and wait for the fall of his race. Urfa thinks that his mana refuses to harm Yuan, and notices that Yuan's unwavering eyes hold not a single ounce of fear. He admits that Yuan is just as fearless as he has heard, with mana that stands prominent. He says Yuan is right at this rate, ruin is inevitable, and it could even happen tomorrow for all they know. He recalls hearing from Hephaestus that Yuan is searching for the legend of the sea stones, and clarifies that, contrary to rumors, they do not possess them. However, he reveals that he knows where they are. When Yuan asks why he is sharing this information, Urfa says he has two reasons. The first is that, based on the recommendation of that blacksmith, he is certain Yuan is not on Olympus' side. Yuan comes back, thinking that earlier Urfa might have been looking at the Kaini glove. He recalls Urfa's words that the second reason is that he is the strongest player of this era. Yuan reflects that no matter how great Volcaro's guarantee was, such an evaluation of him feels far too generous. He wonders if Urfa was simply testing him to see whether he deserves the legend of sea stones. Still, he reassures himself that he will soon know their location. He then arrives at the giant tree, Adam, and observes its massive size, comparable to the great sage staff. He realizes that at his current level, damaging this tree would be impossible, which means he can go wild as much as he wants. Activating his demonic flames, he closes his eyes and thinks that at this rate, he will lose control over the scale of the divine flame. Soon, it will no longer follow his will and will pour out uncontrollably. At that moment, his cinder eyes activate, reading the path, and his sensory field expands, securing information on all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 meters. Locking onto his target, he hurls the demonic flames at them. As he runs, he thinks that perhaps because he used high-ranked skills simultaneously, a heavy dizziness is overtaking him. Yuan targets a point and hurls the massive demonic flames, muttering that it was a close call. He wonders about the power of the sensory field combined with the vision of the cinder eyes, realizing he can see the world with remarkable clarity, just as he expected. The combination of the two skills proves to be outstanding, but he notes the drawback: the broader his senses expand, the more his brain becomes overloaded. He acknowledges that he needs much more practice. At that moment, a giant named Kawant notices him and asks if he is there, saying he heard Yuan is supposedly great. though he cannot tell if it is true or just a rumor. Another giant responds to Kawant, reminding him that regardless of what people say, Elder Urfa personally called for Yuan, and even Var brought him in himself, so this matter isn't so simple. Kawant shouts back, saying that none of that matters because to them, all humans are enemies. Meanwhile, Elder Urfa dreams vividly of Olympus, where are locked in battle with someone. He sees that the god of the sea has appeared. Jolting awake, he mutters that he is all right, though he admits he has dreamt that same dream countless times. He wonders if the reason it feels so vivid today is because of that human child. He questions inwardly whether there is a fight between Olympus and Yuan. Kawant begins punching Yuan, shouting that all humans are enemies, but Yuan grabs his fist mid-swing. As Kawant struggles to free himself, Yuan smiles, which only frustrates the giant further. Kawant asks angrily if Yuan is laughing at him. Yuan twists his fist, making Kawant roar, demanding how an ant dares to do this to him. Other giants watch in shock, wondering if Yuan is really suppressing Kawant with his own strength. Yuan then throws Kawant aside and addresses the rest of the giants, telling them to call the others because he is willing to play with all of them at once. After a while, a giant approaches Var and Noir, who are surprised by the report and ask how many have already fallen. They are told that Yuan even managed to defeat Vulcan of Tulkar. Var mutters that no matter how remarkable Yuan may be, it is absurd for a single human to defeat dozens of giants. Meanwhile, Yuan continues fighting another giant. Activating his gigantification skill, he punches and defeats the opponent in a single blow. He then repeats that he had told them not to come one by one, but all at once, asking if they did not hear him. Watching this, Var turns to his sister and tells her he warned her not to fight Yuan recklessly. He asks if treating him that way seems like the proper way to treat a guest. The giants, noticing the siblings, exclaim in disbelief that the descendants of the giant god are present. Yuan, hearing this, thinks to himself that it is the first time he has heard their name and realizes that those two are more remarkable than he initially thought. Var then raises his arms and admits that his body has been itching for battle since the first moment he saw Yuan. He declares that he wants to see the skills of the famous Yuan. Yuan replies that he should watch to his heart's content, activating the Cinder Eyes, before adding that they will not be able to watch for long. Var acknowledges Yuan's guts and leaps toward him with a punch. Yuan reads his movements, activates his sensory field, and retreats to dodge. Var strikes again, but Yuan evades once more, thinking that Var is quicker than he expected. Var then signals to his sister, who attacks Yuan from behind. Yuan blocks her strike with his sword and pushes her back. He thinks that the two of them are difficult to handle with physical strength alone, especially without using mana. However, he reminds himself that this is not a fight but training, and he decides to only face them with the skills he has practiced. Var prepares another punch and says that the reason he never complained about his siblings is that his sister is stronger than he is. The two siblings begin attacking Yuan at once, their strikes colliding explosively. But when the dust clears, they realize Yuan has vanished. They wonder where he has gone. Meanwhile, Yuan leaps into the air, using the Step of Hermes, a skill he practiced with the item he bought from the public shop on the 11th floor. After double jumping, he reminds himself that the only thing left is Skywalk. He begins moving through the air with it, forcing both siblings to take off after him, shouting for the others to clear out of the way. Floating midair, Var calls out that moving in the air is tricky, and there is no way Yuan can turn around freely. Noir adds that since Yuan has been avoiding all of their attacks so far, it almost feels as if he already knows where they are going to strike. Var grows frustrated, thinking that since Yuan has not attempted any counterattacks, he cannot figure out what his opponent is planning. Deciding to end it, he unleashes his mana, declaring inwardly that he will no longer let Yuan do whatever he wants. Noir quickly tries to stop him, warning that using mana during the tournament will earn them a penalty. Yuan, watching through the Cinder Eyes, notices this shift and wonders about it. He realizes Var is not even a ranker, yet the penalty for him using mana is significant. Reading his movements with the sensory field, Yuan understands that Var is now going all out. Determined, Yuan braces himself and thinks that this time, he will not avoid the blow, he will face it head-on. Yuan detects Var's movements with his Cinder Eyes, thinking that he has to find a way to break through the swirling mana. As Var's fist comes close, Yuan finally catches the right moment and dodges the hit. Var grits his teeth and asks where Yuan was running to get hit like that, saying he is more reckless than expected. Noir watches in surprise, realizing it was a strike that could have actually cost Var a penalty, but Yuan chose to meet it head-on. Yuan then extends his hand toward Var, saying that the two siblings are still a little better than the rest and that he hopes they get along well from now on. Var wonders about Yuan's words, repeating to himself that he called them only a little better. He admits that, whether it is tomorrow or another day, he will fight Yuan again and promises that next time he will not fail, but win. He then shakes Yuan's hand and says they should get along well. 10 days later, the giants gather at the dining table. Var tells Yuan to eat everything and then fight again, saying he will definitely win today. He also urges the other giants to hurry up and eat too, so they can get ready to fight again. Yuan tells him to stop, saying he will not fight today. Var asks why not, and Yuan explains that the 20th floor test is tomorrow, so he needs to focus on recovering. Var accepts it, saying that if that is the case, it cannot be helped. Noir falls into thought, remembering that when her brother first fought Yuan, she believed he could win if he endured a little longer. But now, even if 5 of them attack together, they still cannot win. She cannot believe Yuan knocked out 5 giants in just a few minutes and wonders how strong he would be if he used his mana properly. Yuan notices her silence and asks what is wrong. Noir replies that she was just thinking about their earlier fight and feels that Yuan has gotten a lot stronger since 10 days ago. Yuan says that he feels like nothing has changed and admits he still has not mastered the skill he was practicing. Var then asks, besides that, did Yuan not come to look for the sea stone, and if he will return after passing the test tomorrow and moving to the next floor? Yuan says no, explaining that he plans to look for the sea stone before moving on. Var says the test is already tomorrow and asks when he is going to find it, wondering if it might be in the 20th floor test field and if the Elder knows about it too. Yuan answers that roughly, yes, but it is not just Elder Urfa who knows about it, mentioning that the giant gods know as well. He adds that since Var is in the bloodline of the giant god, his father probably knows too, but is not telling him yet. Var asks if the item is really that important. Yuan says it is important. Var then asks why, if they really have it like the rumors say, the Elder wanted to see Yuan. Yuan replies that it is because he is the strongest. Kawant, frustrated after hearing this, slams the table and says that the Elder is so mean. He says the Elder knows everything but has been silent all this time, all because of a false legend. He recalls how much they suffered, saying that is how it has been. He asks how many times he got into fights because of it, and says he almost died, too. He demands to know if he was the only one who suffered because of that, reminding everyone that they all got hurt. He shouts if that little stone is more important than their lives. He says he gets anxious whenever he goes out and hides, and even if he gets into fistfights, he cannot fight back and just gets beaten one-sidedly. He asks what the hell it is for the Elder to do this. Yuan responds that it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, they would all be dead, asking if silence is not better than genocide. Kawant then begins to punch him, shouting what the hell does he know. Yuan dodges the punch and slams him on the table. Kawant demands to know why Yuan will not let him go. Yuan asks what Kawant knows about Urfa, adding that being ignorant is not a crime, but if he does not know, then he should keep his mouth shut. Saying this, Yuan leaves. Valkar holds Kawant, saying he still has not realized it after fighting for days, that Yuan is way stronger than him. Kawant shouts whatever, declaring that he will go to the Elder right now and ask him everything. Var tells him to stop, saying they are not even sure if what Yuan said was true or not. He says they will know the truth tomorrow during the test anyway, and that they will find out everything, so Kawant should not make a fuss. Var thinks to himself whether it is true that the Elder and his father are hiding something, and wonders just how much Yuan knows. Yuan lies on his bed, thinking that he has been using the Cinder Eyes and sensory field for 10 days now, and it has given him a severe migraine. He decides that he should rest until the test starts. He then notices the glove emitting mana and wonders if, as expected, the reason Kaini is reacting by emitting mana like this is because of the god of the sea, Poseidon's weapon. He recalls that the sea stone is a piece of Poseidon's trident, and cannot believe it has been reacting since he came to the 20th floor, with the reaction cycle getting shorter. He thinks it is an item similar to the Black Divine Stone, the essence of the Kaini, and wonders if the pieces are reacting to each other. He reasons that it is natural for them to do so since the three pieces were originally one. He concludes that if his guess is right, he can use it as a Dragon Ball radar. He hopes Kaini becomes the key to the test, but realizes that in order for that to happen, he has to learn how to awaken it first. He closes his eyes and feels that Kaini is trying to find a part of itself, its existence. He tells it to open its eyes like last time. The divine flame is poured into Kaini, and Hephaestus becomes excited, urging that it should be used as much as he dances. Yuan then says for it to stop sleeping and to wake up. The eye opens slightly and tries to say something. The next day, at the 20th floor trial area on Triton Island, Yuan arrives along with the two giant siblings. He observes that the small island is full of monsters. Var remarks that it looks like the tutorial island, almost as if this place had later been turned into the tutorial island. Noir reminds Var of the time he nearly got killed by a chimera there. Var tells Yuan that he followed him because the elder instructed him to guide him to the trial area, adding that, looking at the place, he wonders what kind of dangers Yuan might face. Yuan replies that who knows, maybe it is not just a trial. Noir adds that she heard giant rankers are also watching this trial, though not many came because some fear it might turn into a war zone. Var notes that this trial is going to be bigger than the previous ones. Yuan thinks that Urfa has made a big decision. No matter how careful he moves, the giant tribes have been lying low since the Gigantomachy, and there is no way Olympus, with whom they have a strained connection, won't notice the changes. He resolves that if something goes wrong, losing the trust of the giant tribe will not be enough. He must definitely find the sea stone. The system then informs that the trial will begin in 10 minutes. Yuan says he has to go now and leaves the rest to the siblings, telling them that since Urfa sent both of them here, the situation of the giant tribe must have changed a lot, so they should go wild freely. Var replies that he has been waiting for this day to come anyway and bids farewell to Yuan. At that moment, members of the Crimson Guild appear and begin to follow Yuan. They shout that they should not let him get away and take care of him before he reaches the trial area, claiming they can overpower the giant tribe. Var begins to face the leader of the Crimson Guild. He blocks him, slams him to the ground, and demands answers. The guild leader, gritting his teeth, snarls that these small-minded giants must want to die so badly. Var, gripping him by the neck, replies that he doesn't know, but the situation has changed a lot from before. Meanwhile, the leader notices Noir beating down his guild members. Her eyes flash with a terrifying look, one so chilling that he wonders what kind of horrifying presence she is emanating. He realizes they are completely different from before. Var then declares that from now on, they will fight as well, asking if they should play. At the same time, the 20th floor trial examiner, Theseus, receives a message. It states that Yuan is protecting the children of the giant tribe, with the information coming from the leader of the Vermilion Wolf Guild. His comrade confirms that just before entering the island, there were already reports that the giant tribe was shielding Yuan. Theseus, unimpressed, says that no matter how recklessly the Vermilion Wolf Guild acts, they can't handle Yuan, a man who has already interfered with Olympus twice. He instructs his comrade to stall the guild members and the administrator so they cannot join the trial, while he himself will attack Yuan. His comrade acknowledges the order but expresses disbelief, noting how strange it is that the giant tribe would help a human. After the Gigantomachy, giants usually flinch at the sight of humans. He wonders aloud if their hatred diminished because Yuan saved them. Theseus replies that he doesn't know but recalls his father's words. His father had said that the giant tribe is hiding the sea stone and instructed him to serve as the 20th floor trial administrator to find it. If he succeeded, he would be acknowledged as his real son. Theseus thinks to himself that his father's word is absolute, and his obsession with the sea stone is so great that he even dares to disobey Zeus's orders. He reflects that Yuan has been moving alongside the giant tribe, and now the giants even come out of the forest with him. He questions whether Yuan is also connected to the sea stone. But if that is the case, he reasons, then the giant tribe won't be able to act recklessly. Yuan reaches the trial area, thinking there was a pointless interruption, but he still makes it to the trial grounds. He hopes the giants will be able to handle things on their side. The system informs him that the 20th floor trial is starting. The trial takes place on the small island of Triton, home to many sea monsters, and the objective is to fight the monsters for 12 hours and obtain the hearts of the sea. According to the number of hearts collected, achievement points will be rewarded. Yuan thinks the basics of the trial are similar to the flag-stealing trial back on the 11th floor, with the difference being that there is no limit on the number of people. He reflects that everyone may form a team and dream of reaching the next floor together, but he feels a bit sorry since, except for him, everyone else will fail. He then jumps into the sea, recalling Urfa's words that Hephaestus had mentioned Yuan was searching for the sea stone. Urfa had said they did not possess it like the rumors claimed, but he did know where it was. He had warned that if the monsters awakened, Yuan must aim for their bellies, not their backs. He had added that Yuan would likely encounter more monsters than the number of fish, and that even surviving and passing through them would only be the first gateway to acquiring the sea stone. Meanwhile, some examiners from Olympus defeat a large shark monster. Their leader, Achael, asks if everything is alright and if things are going better than expected. He counts 15 hearts collected, matching the number gathered by his team members, noting that more than half of the time still remains. At this pace, they can gather more hearts of the sea per number, making the extra rewards worthwhile. Achael internally thinks that while searching for Yuan, he is pretending to follow Olympus's orders, but the number of people is far too few to capture Yuan. He considers it fortunate that they have not encountered him at all and hopes that it stays that way, believing it would be better to hear later that someone else encountered Yuan and failed. He silently wishes that Yuan would not show himself until the end. Achael then instructs his members to rest as much as they can before moving again. He orders the group to split into two and spread out to collect more hearts of the sea. At that moment, they notice movement in the water and warn each other to be ready. Something approaches, and soon Yuan leaps out before them. They wonder if it is a person, and whether he is a player, questioning why he came from that direction. Yuan then asks them if they are from Olympus. Achael thinks about how Yuan knew and wonders if someone leaked information about them. He recalls hearing that Yuan had a bad relationship with Olympus. Yuan then says he was only guessing, but judging from Achael's expression, it seems he was right. He asks why they keep stepping back, telling them he has no intention of fighting all of them, so there is no need to be afraid. He adds that the ones they should be fighting are not him. From the sea serpents suddenly appear. Achael wonders just how many there are. One of his members shouts that the real problem is not the number of serpents, but the swarm of monsters closing in from the distance. The member urges that they need to retreat, warning that their retreat route will be blocked if they delay any longer and insisting they should leave the island. Achael asks if leaving the island means they will be disqualified from the trial. The member yells that disqualification is not the issue, insisting that something is very wrong with the trial. Yuan then says there is nothing wrong. The monsters finally got it this time. The system informs them that the trial is being reorganized. Yuan thinks he should break the seal in the monster's stomach with the pattern of the moon and the sun. Once the monster released from the seal appears, the difficulty of the trial completely changes. Achael, not understanding the meaning of reorganizing the trial, asks what it is for. Yuan thinks that Urfa might have asked him to deal with it, and in that case, the reward will become the sea stone. Starting from that, the trial will be organized by the administrator, and Olympus will not be able to interfere. Monsters begin attacking Yuan, and he recalls Urfa's further words that, like how a turtle grows and is then put to sleep, the one that swallowed the sea stone was handled by him. Yuan slices through the monsters, thinking that after the trial, the giants will not let Olympus rush in. He remembers Urfa's warning not to let the sea stone fall into Poseidon's hands and that he must obtain and protect it. Yuan thinks that even the monsters are going crazy searching for the sea stone, and that Olympus must be in chaos since they noticed the monsters. He knows they would already have pulled their hands out of the trial by now. The system announces that the trial has been reorganized and that the sea turtle has appeared. Yuan thinks it has been a long time since he broke the seal, but the creature is only awakening now, and he wonders if it is over there. The system states that the site of the trial is where the body of the sea turtle lies, and that the objective is to obtain the sea stone by eliminating the sea turtle. Meanwhile, Theseus stands on the trial site, wondering why they still have not found Yuan. He thinks it makes no sense that they cannot locate a single man on one island, and concludes there is no way Yuan has left. He notices the ground shaking and the monsters growing agitated, suspecting that Yuan must have done something. The system then informs him that the trial is being reorganized and that he will be transported out of the trial site because he does not meet the qualifications. He and the others are teleported from the trial site to the ground, and he wonders what just happened. The system informs that the trial site is where the body of the sea turtle lies. It explains that this sea turtle, which failed to become a black tortoise, is known as the ruler of the 20th floor, and is considered one of the greatest beings in the sea. Theseus thinks that the difficulty of the trial must have changed because the sea turtle was released. He cannot believe that the sea stone has become the reward for defeating it, and reasons that the stone must have made the creature's body grow larger. He is certain that Yuan is behind this, believing he is the only one who would do something like it. He decides that he should inform his father about the situation and request support, thinking they need to rip Yuan apart after the test. Then, Vermilion Wolf Guild member Horang and others are slammed aside by Suthar, the 21st son of the giant Reincarnator. Theseus asks if it is the first time since the Gigantomachy, noting that it has been a while. Suthar replies that they are not in a relationship where greetings are necessary. He says he heard Theseus is living well as an administrator, but questions why he is there instead of managing the trial site. Theseus answers that it is noisy outside and asks what they are doing near the trial site. Suthar states that their men were suffering because of others and that he came to help because cowardly adults were surrounding their children. He asks if Theseus has a problem with that. Theseus grits his teeth and thinks the situation is getting worse. He says that if Suthar wants to fight right now, he will not avoid it. Akael also joins forces with him, and Theseus adds that no matter who Suthar is, he will not let him get involved in the trial. Suthar laughs and says that such words should not come first from someone about to make a fuss. He asks if Theseus thinks the giants will ruin the trial, then slams his weapon on the ground and declares that it is impossible. He tells them to listen well, explaining that they are following the orders of their elder, Urfa. He states that from now on, they will support the player Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan is fighting against the monsters and sea serpents, killing them one after another. He then detects something and wonders if it is Suthar, noting that he looks like a decent individual and has begun to move. He thinks that Urfa has bet a lot on this one, and he cannot let those expectations down. He resolves not to let it be taken away and declares to himself that he will find the sea stone. He then lands on the huge turtle's body and releases his demonic flames. The special effect of the Midnight Sword is triggered. Yuan starts slashing at the turtle's body, while also releasing his demonic flames toward its mouth. Seeing the impact, he says that it is great, and that he will break through like this. Yuan thinks that there is no reason for him to save it anymore and says that the owner of the divine sea crystal is him. He recalls Volcaro's words, who says that there is only one thing left to do. Kaini was created as the perfect medium to bring out all of his power. That is all, but it is the greatest masterpiece he has ever made, similar to the thunderbolt of Zeus. Yuan then declares that he has arrived. He notices that there are many tortoises gathered there and wonders if they are having some kind of festival. He tells himself that before his remaining mana runs out, he needs to hurry. He starts slashing at the monsters and throws the divine flames at them. After a while, he realizes that his mana is halved, with only a little left. He thinks that he is almost there, but wonders how much longer he can fight, since it has already been over an hour since he came in. He urges it to hurry and come out. He then notices more monsters appearing and clenches his teeth, telling them to just stop appearing already. He thinks he has encountered more monsters here than in his entire journey climbing the tower. No matter how the Midnight Sword effect increases his physical strength and recovery speed, if mana keeps pouring out like this, it will not even get close and will just flare out. He concludes that there is truly a multitude of frightening creatures and decides it is best not to make any noise and to be on the way quickly. Yuan slashes at the stomach of the tortoise and, noticing the effect of his sword, thinks that the tremors of Kaini are getting stronger, so it must be in there. Whether it is just the mana heart or the divine sea crystal, the sea turtle would have built a tighter defense around it. He does not know how many more monsters are left, but he resolves to go as unscathed as possible. He realizes that although he has been using Cinder Eyes because of the darkness, if he focuses only on perception, the combat prediction rate of Cinder Eyes will inevitably decrease. He decides it is better to give up on perception and maximize the rest of his senses. He activates the sensory field, gathers the demonic flame, and hurls it toward the monster's mouth. As the creature manages to open its mouth wide, Yuan enters it, noting that while it is used to the raw fishy smell, it is sensitive to others. He tells them he is not some kind of virus. Inside its mouth, He checks his stats and wonders if he may be able to complete the heaven-slaying star during this trial. But he also thinks that if this persists, it will be difficult. He concludes there is no reason to focus on hunting all the monsters. He wonders where the divine sea crystal is, deciding it is not inside the stomach. The most important place is where the odds are high, the core that drives death in this enormous creature, the mana heart. He is sure it is lodged there. Yuan thinks that while it is not on the same level as Hades, the absolute god, Kaini can still lie low and hide for a while. He slashes his sword into the stomach, and the monster growls in pain. As he spreads the divine flames inside, he notices the tortoises coming in. He begins attacking them, slicing through one after another. Seeing more tortoises appear, he wonders if this even looks like the stomach of the sea turtle anymore, since it resembles a dungeon with a whole ecosystem of its own. The creature then starts consuming water, and Yuan, watching the flow, thinks that since its flames are so massive, the amount of water it drinks is equally immense. He spreads the divine flames all around. He reflects that the sea turtle holding the sea stone was no myth. At this very moment, it is no different from the god of the sea itself. Although monsters followed him inside, most of them were drawn to the sea stone, compelled by the dominance of the divine sea crystal. Adding to that, all the beings that have been living here, the one who finds the sea stone will become the god of the sea. This is the story passed down through the 20th floor of the tower. Athens, Medusa's shield, Apollon's chariot of the sun, these are masterpieces that represent Hephaestus, the finest blacksmith of the tower. But among them all, the most incredible creation is Zeus's thunderbolt. Once wielded, it has the power to blow away an island and grants complete control over the weather in the skies. Yuan reflects that it is hard to believe any masterpiece could even be compared to that thunderbolt. The adamantium is capable of fully transmitting the power of the dark divine crystal, the divine sea crystal, and the divine crystal. Its performance depends greatly on the skill of the one who wields it. Though in the past, Hades' Kaini was forged by a disciple of Hephaestus, the Kaini in Yuan's possession is the masterpiece of Hephaestus himself. That is why his Kaini surpasses even the one belonging to Hades. Huge tortoise monsters gather before Yuan. He unleashes Kaini's mana and says he can't believe they still retaliate even though they are going to die, assuming they have all been strongly bewitched by the divine sea crystal. He then summons hell and wields his weapon all around, making the monsters disappear as if swallowed by darkness. Yuan wonders where the darkness leads to, noting that his right hand feels like it is about to rip off. His mana stat is already in 3 digits, yet the power of Kaini is overwhelming, and his body can't handle it. He steps forward, saying he just needs to endure 2 more, and uses the footsteps of Hermes. He leaps toward the stomach wall and cuts it, then rushes out using the Skywalker's skill, which increases travel speed by 100% for 5 seconds. His cinder eyes scan the way to the sea stone, and he notices something blinking as Kaini responds to another piece. He says he has found it and prepares to cut it out at once, slashing the skin wall wide open as blood splatters everywhere. Yuan then comes out, slashes at the monster's body, and severs it in half. After defeating it, he feels exhausted and says it is annoying, as he can't see well even with Kaini, and his right hand is in bad shape. He realizes that to handle it perfectly, he needs to increase his mana and stamina stats, so for now, he should focus on leveling up and filling in his insufficient stats. Looking at the remaining tortoises, he tells them to get out of the way because he is tired, calling it really stupid. Meanwhile, Theseus asks Surther if he really thinks Yuan can acquire the sea stone and succeed. Surther replies that it is what the elder has determined. Theseus thinks the elder is ignorant, that trials are bound to fail, and questions how Yuan could possibly defeat the monster that has become like the king of the sea with the power of the sea stone. He says they have no choice but to wait for now, but as soon as the trial is over, all of the sea stones will be wiped out. Suddenly, a sea turtle comes out growling, and a notification appears announcing that player Kim Yuan has passed the trial. Theseus grits his teeth and says it is ridiculous, then orders his forces to find Yuan immediately. Surther throws his fire attack and says that is not going to happen, ordering them to stop and not let anyone touch even the tip of Yuan's hair. Theseus says Surther is going to drag a titan into the battle, implying that it does not matter if Gigantomachia begins again. Surther replies that they were already preparing for it and tells him to stop making ridiculous threats and finish the fight here. Theseus gathers his mana and says history never changes but repeats itself. He equips his weapon and tells Surther that in all 3 of their previous fights, Surther has always run away, and asks if he is going to run away this time too. As Theseus gathers his forces, Surther asks if he is not ashamed as the son of Poseidon. Theseus replies that he has never been proud of his father and repeats that history only repeats itself. He draws his mana and throws an attack toward them, injuring them. Surther wonders if he is going to get caught up in it all again and questions if the bloody past will truly be repeated. Then, they hear a loud sound and wonder what it is. They notice huge waves and mistake them for a tsunami. But then realize it is not a wave, it is a monster. The higher class Leviathan appears with many monsters. They wonder if it is possible for such creatures to flock together, as they are not monsters that live in groups. Theseus realizes that the one who finds the sea stone becomes the god of the sea, which is why his father tried so hard to find it, and concludes that the absurd legend is real. Yuan then comes out of the sea and says he is sorry to interrupt while they are struggling, but he is really tired and wants everyone to leave. Seeing him, Theseus grows frustrated, shouts at him to hand over the sea stone, and rushes toward him along with a huge wave. Yuan clenches his fist, holding the sea stone, as Theseus throws his water attack with a spear. Yuan dodges the attack and says he is like a fish that cannot do anything without water. Theseus lands on the ground, angry at Yuan's words, and wonders about the overwhelming force that is disrupting his power and nullifying mana and water properties, realizing it is the sea god's stone. Yuan activates his cinder eyes, boosts his sense zone, and begins to punch Theseus. Theseus blocks the attacks with his spear and tries to slash at him. Yuan dodges, thinking he should not let Theseus overpower him, and blocks the spear with his sword. Theseus clenches his teeth, determined to be acknowledged by his father. He then activates his magic, Triton, and resolves that he will become the true heir of the god of the sea. Yuan struggles against the power and falls backward far away. Using Hermes' steps, he thinks that while he knows Theseus's mental weakness, Theseus is calm about it, so he needs to be more alert to gain something. Theseus then grabs his weapon and says that after destroying Yuan, he will destroy the giants next, declaring that Yuan has met the wrong opponent because he is the son of the great Poseidon. Yuan clenches his fist and says it would be easier if he used the Kaini properly. He then points his sword at Theseus and says he knew it. He should finish this quickly and level up. A huge explosion happens as their weapons clash. Both dodge precisely and wield their weapons against each other. As Theseus begins to attack, Yuan uses Hermes' step, quickly retaliates, and dodges his strike. Theseus thinks about why Yuan is so difficult to deal with, noting that he dodges so fast his attacks barely work. He realizes describing him as fast is not enough, as Yuan is already preparing to read his movements before he can even use his trident, and he wonders if something changed when Yuan's eyes turned red. Yuan's cinder eyes read his way, and his sensory zone is boosted. Yuan clenches his fist again and thinks that Theseus can barely use his water attribute because of the divine sea stone, but his power comes from being the son of the overpowered Poseidon, and above all, the status and level gap is immense. A wave moves up in the sea, and Theseus asks Yuan why he suddenly stopped, questioning if he can now feel the gap between them. Yuan replies with nonsense and asks him if he is in a hurry because the sea monsters are coming soon. Theseus says that since Yuan is talking arrogantly, it means he still has a reason to live, and declares that he will rip his mouth apart so he cannot open it again. But then his member Achael grabs his shoulder and tries to stop him. Theseus shouts at him not to get in his way. Achael insists they should retreat first because the situation is bad. On the other hand, Surther starts slashing at the opponent, saying not to leave even one alive. Achael again tells Theseus to decide calmly, saying he does not know about the giants, but they will not be able to deal with that many sea monsters. Seeing them, he adds that they should retreat now. Theseus clenches his teeth and asks if Achael is telling him to run away. Seeing the sea stone in Yuan's hand, he thinks that what he desires is already right in front of him. Yuan thinks that Theseus has totally lost his mind. Achael then drags him away to retreat. They get on the sun chariot and flee. Surther follows, shouting that finally the day has come when he is chasing after these evils, asking if they have been showing off before their victory, and telling them not to run away so they can end it. But Theseus and his forces manage to retreat. Surther then asks Yuan if they have won. Yuan, holding the stone, says maybe. Surther insists that they did not just suffer and run away in this fight, declaring that the giants really won against Olympus. Later, the giants celebrate their victory, gathering together, drinking, and enjoying themselves. Yuan sits in his room and thinks that they are having a party as soon as they return, as they have been waiting for this victory, so it is a given. He wonders if he should hang out with them for a bit, but then decides, never mind, he should not be too excited. He reflects that he lost during the fight with Theseus, and if not for the divine sea stone, he would not have been able to hold on that long. He knows that if the fight had continued, he would have been no match for him in the end. He considers that Surtur was also no match for them, and many giants would have died again in the worst-case scenario. He thinks this is not enough to reach the center of Olympus, but still, he has done this much faster than expected, having come this far after only being there for 5 years. With the divine sea stone, he believes he can move much faster now. He opens his messenger and wonders what he should do next. Meanwhile, Volcaro sneezes while standing in front of the furnace, saying he is getting chills in front of it and shivering, wondering if he has caught a cold. Then he receives a message notification and wonders who it is at this hour. It is Yuan who asks about his well-being and says he will see him soon, adding that he has acquired something good. Volcaro responds that it is something much worse than a cold. Yuan takes the sea stone to Volcaro, who, upon seeing it, says he cannot believe it is the sea stone and that Yuan is always good at acquiring things like this, asking where he got it. He tells Yuan that his uncle was not able to find it even after 1,000 years. Yuan replies that he was just lucky. Volcaro yells at him, saying if he thinks that makes sense, as if he picked it up like a coin that fell on the road. As Yuan tells him more, Volcaro says Yuan took the divine sea stone, and that Theseus had such unexpected behavior. He adds that thanks to that, Olympus will not care about Yuan for a while, and that he must be happy. Yuan says his worries have lessened. Volcaro thinks that, actually, his father will be busy keeping his enraged uncle in check, and no matter how smart that guy is, there is no way he will know what is going on inside Olympus. But Yuan has turned the tables in his favor again with everything he has done so far, and Volcaro wonders if that is even possible. Volcaro then compares the sea stone with another stone, saying he knew it. The quality is different, but it looks similar to his father's lightning. Yuan asks if he will be able to craft it. Volcaro says aside from crafting it, he needs more materials to make a decent item. Yuan asks how long it will take him to craft it, since he is familiar with that repertoire. Volcaro says around 10 days, but there is nowhere to get adamantium immediately. Yuan says he will get it as soon as possible. Volcaro asks if he is rich. Yuan says he used up all of it when he made Kaini, so he does not have much left and needs to do something, though it might take some time. Volcaro then says if it is Yuan, he is sure he can get it and that he is not just bluffing. As Yuan begins to leave, Volcaro asks where he is thinking of going now. Yuan says, as Volcaro said earlier, Olympus will not bother him for a while, so he will focus on raising his level. He adds that he has some time, so he should use it well. Volcaro says it looks like he is determined to get on with Olympus. Yuan asks if that is really all, then says he will leave the workmanship to Volcaro and tells him not to worry, as he will pay him later. Yuan comes outside, muttering that if someone finds out everything he is up to, that person will definitely be shocked and take a step back. Suddenly, the egg wriggles, and Yuan sees it moving again. He wonders if it is because the hatching rate has increased, thinking it is awake for half the day now. He then tells the egg to wait a little longer, saying it might be able to meet its brother soon. He adds that it is going to be fun since the rotten parts of the tower will come one by one, and the egg can eat them. The egg nods. Yuan says that it is right and tells it to wait a bit more, as he will feed it soon, with its food being in the place that Odin mentioned. He thinks that since Poseidon has his eyes on the stolen divine sea stone, he can already tell what Poseidon's reaction will be without even seeing him. He considers that he will have to wait and see if Poseidon's relationship with others will turn out like what Hercules remembered. He recalls the conversation when Odin told Hercules that the divine sea stone is an item that should never fall into the hands of Olympus, warning that if it is obtained, there will be extreme consequences and the player will definitely become the target of Olympus. Hercules replied that Odin does not have to worry about that, since Zeus, his father, is the king of Olympus. A player who is not even a high ranker will not be able to move after taking the divine sea stone. Hercules added that if the king of the giant guild himself steps forward, the other giant guilds will react. and if that happens, things will get complicated. Odin asked about the possibility of Poseidon making a move. Hercules said his uncle will not easily make moves because his father is keeping him in check. He explained that the three gods of Olympus share blood, but do not get along well due to endless power struggles, and his father and uncle, who competed for first and second place in the rankings, are keeping each other in check. But his father obtained one of the three stones, the divine sky stone. He made that thunderbolt out of it and gained more than half of the power of Olympus. At that time, he realized there were only two stones left, the divine sea stone and the divine stone of darkness, that should not fall into the hands of his brothers. Odin acknowledged the answer, saying Zeus cannot give up on the divine sea stone. Hercules said they have to make Zeus and Poseidon co-destruct. Meanwhile, Poseidon kicks things in frustration and demands to know what is going on. Poseidon's third son, Orion, sits nearby and thinks about why he has to endure his father's anger just because he lost the bet, cursing Theseus as useless. He then tells his father that the heavens have told them never to clash with the giants. Poseidon, one of the three gods of Olympus and the god of the seas, responds in frustration that it is not the giants but a mere player. He adds that the player does not want him to get his hands on the divine sea stone and wonders when that man started grinding his teeth for interrupting Hephaestus. Frustrated, he asks Orion what he thinks, if it is right for Zeus to play such tricks on him. Orion replies that a man like him cannot think about the power of the heavens. Poseidon grits his teeth, thinking that Orion is right and there is no need to ask him. He recalls that Zeus has always been like that, the kind of man who focuses more on reasoning, prioritizes practicality, and will not shed a drop of blood even when stabbed. He considers that no matter how talented Yuan is, he is still a mere player. Poseidon decides to give up on the game for now and keep him in check, but as he grabs the table in anger, he questions why he should restrain himself. He recalls that the chance to find the divine sea stone, the reason for the player to join, and the qualification were all because of him. Throwing the table away, he yells about why he is the one who lost everything. Meanwhile, at the Giants Guild Asgard, members discuss whether they heard that a player obtained the divine sea stone. The leader asks in surprise if some kid really obtained it and says that it is good, since the Olympus gods will have a sour stomach. On the other hand, the formidable god of battle, Asura, walking away, mentions Yuan, saying he is not even a ranker yet has such talent, and wonders if he will be able to fight him when he gets the chance. On Ohing Mountain, word spreads that Yuan has acquired the divine sea stone. The leader performing her rituals comments with interest that they thought he was just some kid, and looks forward to what will happen from here on. At the tower's first floor, the Sun Chariot Rider tells Yuan that they have made it to the first floor, and thanks him for using the pride of Olympus, the Sun Chariot. As it leaves, Yuan mutters that Theseus just brought it, though it is only a replica, and wonders how many copies were made. He notes that thanks to it, he arrived early. At the tower's first floor wall, the end of the world, Yuan touches the wall and says he heard that nobody has broken it down, and that no one knew that one day the wall would break itself. He thinks it should not take too much time and recalls that he certainly heard it is somewhere near there. He then uses his cinder eyes to scan his way. Grabbing Tosca's sword piece, he finds a light emerging at a distance on the ground. Seeing the light, he thinks that the information from Odin is not wrong, that there is a difficulty that should not be on the first floor. The dungeon of one of the three precious children, Susanoo, the top high ranker, ranked 57th. He recalls that before he regressed, the artificial dungeon Susanoo made was discovered hundreds of years later from this point in time. He remembers that the remaining two of the three precious children managed to find the missing pieces to complete the weapon of the three gods. Since the relics of Susanoo, who are like comrades and brothers, are there, he is sure he will find them. He admits to himself that he feels a little sorry, but he will be the one to take them this time. He then stabs Tosca's piece into the blinking spot and unlocks the hidden dungeon, the relic of Susanoo. Yuan says the clockwork of Kronos is really great. The system validates his credentials, stating that qualifications matter, and he may now enter. Yuan says he cannot believe he shortened it by 100 years. The system states that raiding the tower to acquire the hidden relics of Susanoo requires finding the key, after which he may leave the dungeon. Seeing the tower, Yuan says it is quite tall and concludes that the key and the relics must be inside it. Then, 40th floor monsters, vampire hyenas, appear behind him. Yuan says this means they have no intention of letting him in easily. but adds that the more, the merrier. He defeats many of the hyenas, but his heaven's slaying star completion rate does not increase. After killing the boss hyena, however, the completion rate increases a bit. Yuan then stands before the door, thinking that his completion rate has gone up by 0.03%. When he subjugated the sea turtle, it had increased by about 0.5%. He thinks it would have been nice if he had reached 100% back then, but still, thanks to his sensory field, his sensory stat has risen more than before. He then opens the door and moves inside. The system tells him to head for the 100th floor and pass Suzanu's trial. Seeing that the structure is not wide enough compared to its height, Yuan wonders if it is a maze-type dungeon. He thinks that the 100th floor seems to be a miniature tower. Yuan thinks that although he has never met Suzanu before, he has heard a lot of bad things about him. However, along with his bad reputation, the most common description is that he is a strong person. He then flinches as he feels something. He turns back, noticing that his inventory opens automatically. From Tosca's sword piece, a mini-human-type creature appears and asks what this place is, wondering if it is a small tower, realizing he was dead, and demanding to know who Yuan is. He asks if Yuan is the one who has Tosca's sword. Yuan agrees. The figure then says that based on the way Yuan talks, he must know who he is. Yuan thinks that despite his trivial appearance, he can feel his tremendous intent to kill. He then says that the figure is Suzanu, one of the 3 precious children, a master swordsman and necromancer, known as the tower's murderer, who was ranked 57th during his lifetime, and who died fighting Yamada no Orochi. Susano says that Yuan is spouting nonsense. Yuan replies that he knows Susano was once a great person, but asks if, after living like that, he did not want to be treated with respect. Susano says that now that he is dead, there is not much going well, but that much respect is enough, since he did not die wishing for those thoughts. He adds that he wants to straighten up one thing Yuan just said. His life was not just lived like that, it was the best. Yuan says he cannot believe Susano is proud that he killed a lot, and that it is such a relief he died early. Susano says that Yuan knows who he is, yet still dares to disrespect him, and questions where Yuan is from, saying he does not seem to be a ranker from here. Yuan answers that he is a player who is about to climb up to the 21st floor. Susano says that Yuan is just on that floor and yet dares to speak arrogantly to him, insisting this is not a place for someone like him. He adds that there are many swarming monsters here, incomparable to the 21st floor monsters. Yuan replies that he has already encountered the monsters here before coming in. Susano asks if he killed them, and says he is pretty good. He adds that as long as Yuan has a piece, he will have to follow him around. Yuan begins to move and says to do as he pleases. Susano, while following him, asks if he does not have a party and if he is perhaps pureblood, though he does not look like one. Yuan replies that he does not have a party and is not pure-blooded. Susano then asks where he lived, how he found this place, and where he acquired a piece of Tosca's sword. Yuan thinks that he talks a lot, and does not answer. Susano presses, asking why Yuan is not responding. Yuan says he is losing focus and should quit the questions. Susano then insists that Yuan at least tell him where he got the sword piece from. Yuan replies that if Susano is that curious, he should at least give him some directions on where to go, adding that he hates maze-type dungeons because they take a lot of time. Susano says that if that is the case, Yuan will have to go back a lot to get to the next floor door. He explains that Yuan must first go straight that way and then go further back. Yuan thinks that the maze is pretty big and was constructed complexly, and as he considers using that method, Susano interrupts his thoughts and demands an answer about where Yuan acquired the piece. Yuan replies that he acquired it on the first floor during the Colosseum trial. Susano wonders if a piece like that only came from the first floor trial. Yuan then puts demonic fire into his midnight sword and explains that at the final round of the trial, a certain being appeared. Susano grows more suspicious and asks if that certain being was Yamada no Orochi. Yuan then wields the sword all around. Susano wonders if a certain being subjugated Yamada no Orochi. Meanwhile, Yuan breaks the wall with his slash, and many evil spirits appear, whose energy he absorbs with Kaini. Noticing Susano, Yuan asks why he is smiling. Susano replies that it is nothing and tells him to continue, while thinking that a kid player with real items got Orochi, wondering just what they did and how he will get through this, looking forward to it. While following Yuan, he asks why Yuan broke the wall even after he told him the way, and if there is a reason. Yuan tells him to stop asking, and then the system informs Yuan that he leveled up and all his stats increased by 1. Yuan says those are evil spirits and undead monsters, and they might all die in his hands. He then wonders about Susanoo, recalling that he was acknowledged as a swordmaster by Asura, and, because he was a necromancer who handled evil spirit arts, was considered one of the best in the tower. Yuan thinks this is not a matter of keeping the souls of those killed, and says it feels like he is stepping on someone else's body while climbing the tower, finding it disgusting, as he has encountered all sorts of people but never someone like Susanoo. Susanoo says he has only seen them on the 21st floor. Then they arrive on the 10th floor. As Yuan enters, he finds an undead there. The system informs him that he has entered room number 1 and must defeat the enemy, and that the door to room number 2 will open after he passes room number 1. If he passes all 5 rooms, he will be able to move to the next floor. Yuan then tells the undead there is no need to get up and scorches it with the divine flame. The undead burn, crying with tears, and with that, Yuan passes room number 1. As Yuan moves forward, Susanoo asks if he should tell him one thing. He says that just like Yuan mentioned, everyone there was killed by his body, and that all the souls or undead were gathered there. He explains that the oldest one is probably around 5,000 years old, and unless Yuan is a better necromancer or more skilled in evil spirit arts than him, it would be impossible to save them. He adds that if Yuan kills them instead, he will be free from this, but warns that it is going to be different once he enters room number 6. He then asks what Yuan will do, calling him a hero of justice, and questions whether he is going to ignore those in the back room and head straight to room number 5. Yuan replies that Susanoo is just as much trash as he has heard, and says that even without those words, he would still challenge himself. He tells Susanoo that he will leave him behind if he does not follow well. After clearing the floors, on the 40th floor, evil spirits plead for Yuan to kill them, saying they want to leave that place and do not want to get hurt anymore. Yuan absorbs their resentment and passes the 40th floor. Then, after clearing the 50th floor, the system informs him that he has discovered Susanoo's first relic and obtained the armor of the 4 great spirits. He takes off his pyromancy robe and wears the armor that holds the protection of the Spirit King and the 4 properties of fire, water, wind, and lightning. Seeing the further details, he thinks that even if its physical resistance is a bit low, he can rely on the sensory field. He cannot believe that he has already obtained an item like this and decides that he needs to continue breaking through in the same way. On the 42nd day after entering Susanoo's tower, Yuan, while climbing the tower, thinks that whenever he kills in this place, he can hear their voices. A meaningless message appears, too, saying that only the high-ranking necromancers can hear the voices of the dead, and he wonders if this is related to Kaini. He feels like he is losing his mind. Susanoo says that Yuan seems exhausted, that he is getting slower in hunting, and that although this dungeon is not easy, he has done quite well for a 21st floor player. Susanoo then points out that the gloves have a unique ability and asks why Yuan is not using them properly, wondering if it is his hidden card. Yuan asks what he is talking about and how he would use them properly. Susanoo replies that he does not know either. Yuan says that Susanoo does not know, but is acting like he does, and he thinks that he has not used them on his way here, but wonders if there is something else. He admits that it is true he does not have enough clues about Kaini. The form is different, but it is not that different from the Kaini Hades, who was the most concealed among the 3 gods of Olympus. Yuan thinks that there must be something else aside from mana amplification, and thanks to that, he has gained recent information. Susanoo says that Yuan has become stronger than when they first met, but he is still no match for high rankers. He adds that it is already a miracle for a 21st floor player to get this far, yet Yuan still feels lacking. Yuan then stands in front of a door. Susanoo comments that it might be quite difficult. When Yuan glances at him, Susanoo says that Yuan is finally showing interest, but he will not tell him anything, as he needs to see it for himself. He then asks if Yuan is pissed. Yuan opens the door and enters the 60th floor. After observing, he wonders what is going on, since there is nothing. Suddenly, he notices someone and realizes that there is indeed something there. Observing the mana, Yuan senses a strong killing intent and realizes that this figure would definitely not have killed any ordinary person in his past life. The system then announces that it is a Death Knight and commands him to defeat the King of Knights, Arthur. Yuan reacts in shock at the name Arthur. Yuan recalls that he was still a newbie player when he first met Arthur. Arthur uses his blade like a ghost, and his colleagues have faith in him as well. He is more loyal than anyone Yuan knows, and Yuan wants to see him again, King of Knights Arthur. Arthur then stabs his sword in the ground and appears fully armored. Seeing him, Yuan thinks that he cannot believe Arthur was killed at the hands of Susanoo and is trapped in this place. His equipment remains the same, even though he has become an undead, the legendary sword Excalibur. Arthur is not a high ranker when he is alive, but Yuan hears that his ranking rises quickly. Arthur then moves toward Yuan and begins to charge. Yuan reads that it is ice property mana and quickly retreats. He uses his Hermes step, activates the Skywalker, and appears behind Arthur. Arthur turns again and wields the sword, but Yuan blocks it. He wraps the demonic flame around his blade, boosting his magic sword. While dodging, Yuan realizes that he cannot win against the original Arthur. But since the master of the undead, Susanoo, is able to kill him, Arthur is not as strong as he once was. Arthur then glances at a point, and when Yuan asks what he is looking at, Arthur stabs the sword into his chest. A shield of ice forms before him, and Yuan wonders at his speed. Arthur suddenly appears beside him and slashes at his arm, injuring him. Yuan thinks that Arthur is not called the King of Knights for nothing, as his swordsmanship is the standard for knights. He then says he can now understand why Arthur is the only one on the 60th floor, recognizing him as the middle boss. Arthur forms ice swords above Yuan and quickly releases them. Yuan's body temperature drops significantly, and frostbite begins to set in. His armor of the 4 great spirits resists the cold, and he thinks that while he avoids Arthur's strikes with cinder eyes and sensory field, he cannot fight off the cold. It feels like eating ice cream. Seeing the incoming attack, Yuan says that Arthur's attack pattern is simple and, while wielding his sword to dodge them, notes that it is unnecessarily perfect. After the attack, Yuan uses the demonic flames, raising his body temperature significantly, which resists the frostbite. He says that it is quite an amazing strategy. Yuan notices Arthur coming, leaping toward him. He activates the power of the giants, which flows into his arms, and his stamina is temporarily replaced by his strength stats. Seeing Arthur, Yuan says that the strategy will be different this time. He dodges Arthur's sword and manages to land a strike on his shoulder, severing his arm. With another strike, he cuts his other arm as well. Yuan then lands a final blow and defeats him. As Arthur collapses, Yuan tells him that he can stop fighting now. The system notifies that resentment has been absorbed. Yuan says it would have been better if Merlin had seen him too. Suddenly, Kaini responds and asks about Merlin. Yuan wonders if it is Arthur speaking. The voice says that if Merlin is mentioned, then, in return for listening to its request, it will form a contract with Yuan, even if he has to depend on it for the rest of his life. The voice asks to be allowed to meet Merlin, as there is something important to tell him. Lancelot betrayed Britain. Yuan thinks about Lancelot, recalling that he has heard the name many times. Lancelot is the new owner of the Round Table Guild, a high-ranking member who raised the guild to become a giant force. Yuan wonders if such a man could have betrayed Britain. Arthur asks if Yuan will listen to his request. Yuan replies that he is not a necromancer, and although he can hear Arthur's voice thanks to Kaini, he does not yet have the ability to revive him as an undead. Still, he promises to try his best, since it is not entirely impossible. He thinks that he will meet Merlin someday anyway, and whenever he thinks of Britain, he feels he will have to get rid of Lancelot. There is no harm in getting Arthur on his side. Yuan then accepts Arthur's request. The system notifies that Yuan has accepted the request of the King of Knights, Arthur, initiating the purification of Britain. Upon completion, absolute obedience from Arthur will be acquired, and Yuan has obtained the soul of the King of Knights. Yuan thinks about absolute obedience, realizing that what he thought was a simple request is actually some kind of hidden piece. He moves toward Arthur's weapon, and Susanoo says that it ended badly. But among the undead, Arthur was one of the most useful ones. Yuan picks up the weapon and asks where Susanoo has been hiding and why he is only appearing now, questioning whether it was just a coincidence that Arthur was killed. Susanoo responds that he does not know, asking what Yuan thinks, and says he will give an answer if Yuan climbs to the top. Yuan then throws Arthur's weapon into his inventory. Susanoo, startled, asks who puts an item into an inventory like that. Yuan replies that he planned this stupid trial well, so he was thinking of doing just that, and says they should hurry, finish it up, and let him get some sleep. On the 50th floor of the Tower Ranking and Administration Bureau, Sun Wukong shouts at his comrades, demanding to know where the guy is from and where he is now. He slams his hand on the table and yells at them to stop stammering and just tell him already. The bureau director arrives and asks if Wukong is going to keep making a scene, or if he should call him Sun Wukong's spirit. Wukong tells him to mind his business, calling him an errand boy. The director reminds him that he is now the director of the bureau and asks if Wukong can't be polite, questioning if he intends to start a fight with the bureau over his spirit. He adds that he cannot reveal everything Wukong is asking for because it is classified information. Wukong complains that they are small people and asks what is so hard about letting him know that information. The director replies that if it had been his original body, then the administrator himself would have come. In any case, except for the officials, no information other than the rankings can be disclosed, and they all know that. The director thinks to himself that it is information that should not be disclosed anyway. But even so, there is little to no information about this person at all, even for those who know everything about the tower. He wonders why there is no record of where the man came from, deciding it cannot be a system error. He suspects there must be a reason why the administrators are interested in him. He notes that Yuan has been on the 21st floor for nearly 3 months now, and there is no way he can be satisfied with that. He wonders what the hell Yuan is doing. Meanwhile, Yuan succeeds in the 99th floor's trial. Exhausted, he sits on the stairs and, after checking his stats, notes that they have gone up quite a bit. He thinks that what remains now is the last floor, the 100th, and considering the level of difficulty of the 90th floor, he bets the last must be insanely hard. Susanoo asks what is wrong, saying Yuan has become totally frozen, and wonders if he is not curious about what is ahead. He adds that he was expecting this body. Yuan tries to stand and mutters that Susanoo is at it again, reminding himself he has to hurry and move up. Susanoo says that, honestly, he did not expect someone from the 21st floor to reach this far. He admits Yuan has such wonderful skills that even after seeing them with his own eyes, he still cannot believe it. He mentions Yuan's cinder eyes, gigantification, and even the sacred fire sword, and confesses that he honestly wondered if Yuan was actually a ranker. Standing before the door, Yuan states that he is not a ranker right now. Susanoo asks what he means by right now, but then Yuan enters the last floor. The system informs him that once he passes, he can acquire Susanoo's relics. Yuan wonders if Susanoo's spirit has disappeared, but Arthur informs him through Kaini that Susanoo is over there, the one who killed him. Then Susanoo's voice is heard, calling Yuan a 21st floor rookie. Hearing this, Yuan flinches and says it cannot be. Susanoo appears in his original body before him and says they should continue their conversation from earlier, admitting that he cannot stand being curious. He asks if Yuan's words that he is not a ranker right now mean that he was once a ranker. Yuan thinks that Susanoo is out of his mind, never having imagined that he would turn himself into a dungeon boss. Susanoo then asks why Yuan cannot just answer him honestly instead of bluffing. Yuan then proposes making a bet, saying he has a question for Susanoo as well, and that the loser will have to answer whatever question is asked. He adds that Susanoo does not have to accept if he is not confident. Susanoo laughs at the suggestion, asking if Yuan is implying that he is not confident, then flexes his sword and declares there is no way he would refuse, accepting the request. The system announces that Yuan has established a bet with Susanoo, stating that the victor may ask a question and will receive an answer, and that the answer must be the truth. Arthur tells Yuan that he can feel a tremendous amount of enraged spirits, saying it must be the resentment of all those who died by Susanoo's hands. Yuan realizes the truth, thinking that now he understands why Susanoo left behind this dungeon. It was not to commemorate the souls, relics, and legacies collected by killing countless lives, since Susanoo is not the type to obsess over such things in the first place. Spreading his demonic flames around his sword, Yuan thinks that it was for Susanoo to tie himself down even in death with the system, all so he could continue fighting. Yuan's demonic flames clash with Susanoo's mana, causing a huge explosion. As smoke lingers in the air, Arthur asks if he finished him off, but Yuan tells him not to say such a thing, sensing an ominous presence. Susanoo growls, and Yuan feels the immense pressure in the air. He realizes that Susanoo's killing intent is on a whole other level. The killing intent of someone who has slain thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of people. Susanoo then appears and says he is glad that someone like Yuwon entered the tower, and asks him not to disappoint him. He wields his weapon all around and declares that they should fight properly. As Susanoo begins to charge at him, Yuwon precisely dodges each of his strikes and counterattacks. After a while, Susanoo notices that Yuwon stops attacking. Yuwon activates his cinder eyes, which have read the path, and his sensory field is activated. He thinks about how strong Susanoo is despite being a corpse and realizes that even missing a second could mean losing. While attacking, Yuwon struggles with the situation. The gigantification rests on his arm as he blocks Susanoo's huge punch with his sword. Susanoo then grabs him by the shoulder and declares that he has finally got him. Yuwon manages to attack him with his demonic flames on the shoulder. Susanoo pushes him back. Yuwon notices that the gap between them is too great and feels lacking in strength, speed, mana, and everything else. He realizes that the divine flame does not work on Susanoo either. Seeing the flames in Yuwon's body, Susanoo comments on the fire, calling it ridiculous, and thinks that it is fun, finding the situation interesting, and suspects something like this has happened before. He recalls his past life when someone had offered him to kill Arthur. He had asked if they were saying he should kill Arthur, not even a high ranker, but a mere child, and questioned why he should do that, asking who they were to speak to him like that. The other person had replied that it did not matter who they were, and that what was important was what he wanted. Susanoo then asked what he wanted, and the person said a war, explaining that if there was a war, he would not have to worry about penalties or disciplinary actions, and all he would have to do was enjoy the excitement of slaughter. Susanoo now thinks that there was someone who had stimulated his greed to fight, just like this kid. Yuwon throws an attack that Susanoo blocks. He then notices mana emerging from his kaini. Susanoo asks where he is looking, remarking that it looks like he can still afford to look away. He charges at Yuwon and slashes, which Yuwon barely dodges. He thinks that it is insane, and if he gets cut by that blade, the bleeding will never stop. Susanoo says it is no fun if he keeps dodging like that and questions what he should expect from some kid from the 21st floor, adding that he will just end it if Yuwon continues to bore him. Yuwon struggles to block his blade and then notices that the kaini's mana blocks Susanoo's arm. A fire explodes, and Susanoo says he loves this, that Yuwon is finally using it properly. He tells him not to die right away because there is a lot he wants to hear. Yuwon realizes that he is not a necromancer, but understands the reason why he started to hear the dead, why kaini absorbed the souls, and what Susanoo said after looking at kaini. He thinks that the sea stone has the power to rule over the sea, the heavenly stone has the power to rule over the heavens, and for the black stone, he widens his eyes as he sees the kaini aura spreading all around. Susanoo says this is the real start. The system notifies him that the kaini has opened its eyes and hell has been summoned. The kaini tells Yuwon to follow it. Kaini's eyes spread all around, and seeing this, Susanoo says that this is the true beginning. As he senses the aura, he wonders if the ghosts are out of control. Susanoo then asks Yuwon, a mere 21st floor guy, what the hell he is doing. Yuwon replies by asking if Susanoo is going to tell him about kaini's real power, explaining that it is absolute control over the dead, and that it has awakened that power. Susanoo says he should not have said that, but questions if Yuwon can defeat him with only that skill. He begins to strike, saying not to even dream of it. Yuwon blocks him with his sword and dodges, as the power of the giants resides in his arm. He asks if the dream is too grand, then strikes, saying Susanoo is a mere passerby. Seeing Yuwon's power, Susanoo thinks that he is different, not just different, since most high rankers would not be this calm when fighting him. But this guy is on a different level. As Yuwon continues fighting, he manages to strike Susanoo and then moves back. Susanoo wonders why he keeps losing control over the dead. He then feels the pain and questions why his undead body is feeling such pain. Yuwon, seeing his situation, realizes that Susanoo is finally feeling fear and concludes that the fire devours fear. Susanoo is all burning and says how dare a mere kid like Yuwon. He wonders why he cannot move his body. Yuwon puts his hand on him and says that no matter how outstanding he was as a high ranker, he is nothing but a mere ghost. He absorbs Susanoo's soul and says it is a very suitable ending before bidding him farewell. After this, the system informs him that he has cleared Susanoo's dungeon, acquired his soul, and obtained Susanoo's relic. Yuan says it is over and that it took too much time. The command return allows him to exit the dungeon, and the dungeon is announced to collapse in 30 minutes. After this, near the wall of the first floor tower, Yuan looks at his rewards and details. Arthur says it is amazing, and that he cannot believe Yuan really killed Susanoo. Yuan says Susanoo was already dead, and to be exact, his soul was separated from his body. He then says he will check what he got. The relic he has obtained is Kusaganaga's sword. Even though the ghost sword cannot make the user strong immediately, it eats away at power and life as time passes. The next thing is King of the Dead, a title that feels familiar. He realizes this is where Hades' skill comes from. He notes this is not the award he received from clearing the dungeon, but the award for using Kaini for a certain amount of time. The necromancer-related things he has gained are beyond his imagination. He has obtained a title related to necromancy, but has no idea how to use it. Arthur says the undead from Susanoo's tower were from souls and bodies, and if Yuan has the ability to manipulate those things, he should look for a soulless body first. Yuan then starts thinking about it. Arthur asks what is wrong. Yuan says it is like Arthur has become a necromancer mentor and thanks him for all the help. Arthur says that it is a horrible thing to say, and he cannot believe Yuan called him a necromancer. He tells Yuan not to treat him like some low ranker, declaring that he is Arthur, the King of Knights. Yuan smirks and says he knows well that Arthur is the King of Knights. Yuan then summons the first undead and names him Arthur. An orc appears and starts protesting, demanding his body back. Yuan says Susanoo's tower has already been destroyed and that the orc's original body is gone. The undead says this is horrible. Yuan thinks it is a waste that he left it in the dungeon, but this is not bad. He then speaks to his Kaini glove, saying it is time for Susanoo to come out and that he should keep his word concerning their bet. Susanoo appears and says he cannot believe he is being subjected to this, calling it disgusting. He asks what Yuan is curious about and if it is related to the idiot orc. Yuan says that is right and asks who ordered him to kill the King of Knights. Susanoo says he is sorry but cannot answer that since he also does not know who it was. He offers to show his memory instead. Yuan then goes inside Susanoo's memories. He sees the man who ordered Susanoo to kill the King of Knights and wonders that he knows that man, someone capable of becoming anyone and doing anything. The oldest god in the tower, the outer god, foolish chaos. He then comes out of the memories, and Susanoo asks him who it was. Susanoo says he did not know who it was, but not long after they met, the Gigantomachy started. Unfortunately, he was not able to play to his heart's content because Hades intervened. He then notices Yuan's face and asks what is with that expression, saying it seems like Yuan knows who it was. Yuan says he knows him pretty well, that the man killed his friend, and from now on, he is someone Yuan has to kill. At night, lying on his bed, Yuan says that since he went back in time, he thought everything was going to go well, but he can't believe the outer gods are already a step ahead of him. He says it has been 1,000 years since Arthur died, and at this point, it is time to harvest the fruit of the seeds that have spread. He mentions Lancelot, the current king of Britain, who is also involved in the death of Arthur, and wonders what else will happen to Britain. He says that Arthur became the hidden card of Britain, and that he has no choice but to go up first, determined to do everything he can to change the situation, no matter what. Yuan then closes his eyes and has a dream where he thinks that Merlin and Arthur, except for him, will all die in that place. He regrets that if he had known it back then, he could have saved some of them. He vows that no matter what world and timeline it is, he will kill that enemy again and again for everyone's sake. He then opens his eyes and says it was a bad dream. He then wakes up and says that it is too early to say the Outers are a step ahead of him and that this is only the beginning. He wonders if he should stop by the blacksmith before going to the 21st floor, thinking that Volcaro must have finished what he asked him to do and might nag at him for not stopping by sooner, since it has been such a long time. Later, he goes to Volcaro, who unintentionally throws his hammer and hits Yuan, making him kneel on the floor. Volcaro asks what he was up to only to appear now, whether he is feeling better, and why he didn't dodge. Yuan says he thought Volcaro would calm down after hitting him and that it would be better to just say sorry. Volcaro says Yuan hasn't taken a tower trial lately and asks what he has been up to for the past few months. Yuan mutters that Volcaro looks worried about him and even knows he hasn't taken another trial. Then says he went to a hidden dungeon and that the difficulty was quite high, so it took some time to clear. Volcaro mutters that it seems Yuan went somewhere weird again. Then says he finished the thing Yuan asked for and tells him to take a look. He gives him the sea stone and says he has been holding back from destroying it. Seeing its stats, Yuan thinks that aside from the attributes, it is not that different from the divine dark stone, but wonders what the rule all the sea means. Volcaro then tells him to hand over his glove, saying he just wants to try something with it. Yuan says that, as expected, Volcaro is the only one who thinks about him. Volcaro replies that he has something to finish today, so Yuan will have to wait for half a day. He starts working on the glove, saying he wishes they could place both powers within Kaini, but it is limited to one per item. Yuan mutters whether he should give him a hint for next time, and asks if it is useless to upgrade Kaini itself, like adding other materials or mana. Volcaro is lost in thought, and Yuan wonders if he noticed what he is trying to do. Volcaro then asks if Yuan is a genius, dismisses the thought, and says it is nothing, but admits it is a good idea, and that Yuan can be useful sometimes, too. In the morning, Volcaro sits and thinks that upgraders and enchanters can't do much, that what they can do might only be temporary, and that they can't permanently change the functions of equipment. Still, his gut feeling tells him it is not impossible for a blacksmith. He then notices something outside and wonders why it is so breezy this morning. Cautiously grabbing his hammer, he thinks that the Olympus guys might be here. Then Sun Wukong appears, and upon seeing Volcaro, he asks if this is his house. Volcaro asks what brought him here, saying his main body should be with Olympus. Wukong replies that he is being harsh, tells him to ease up since it has been a while, and then comes inside, saying it is hot, and that he has been living the same life, before asking how Volcaro has been. Volcaro asks if Wukong threw away the weapon he made him, and is now using something else. Wukong says he got a better weapon and threw away the one Volcaro made, explaining that the Dragon King had it before, but it wasn't originally a weapon. He adds that he didn't come to talk about that, and that he is looking for someone. He asks if Volcaro knows Yuan, and when he sees Volcaro's reaction, he concludes that he does. Volcaro notices Wukong's eyes and thinks that it is the gold cinder eyes, which can see through lies and truth. Even though it is not as strong because it isn't his main body, he is still Sun Wukong, and he will find out right away if he lies, but it is another story if it is related to Yuan. Volcaro then says he doesn't know him. Wukong insists that he does, but Volcaro repeats that he doesn't, asking how many times he has to say it. Wukong says he didn't want to do this to him and warns that Volcaro might die if he doesn't tell him. Volcaro replies that even if Wukong asks 100 times, how will he know something he doesn't know, and asks if he is supposed to keep talking. He repeats that he doesn't know him. On the 21st floor, a player sees Yuan and wonders if it is true, pointing out that those are the clothes of Immortality, an item that costs 60,000 points. He questions who would wear such a high-grade item on the 21st floor, but recalls hearing rumors that Yuan was dead, asking if he is climbing the tower again. Yuan wearing pyromancy robe responds by asking if they dare to talk about someone right in front of them, and if they have a death wish. Reinhardt, a player from the elf tribe, identifies him, saying that he is Yuan and that he has a foul mouth. Then the system informs the players that the trial of the 21st floor has begun. The crystal is created, and the players are tasked with protecting it from monsters. They are told there is an unknown number of doppelgangers among them who will attempt to destroy the crystal, and if the number of players in the team reaches 0, or if the crystal is destroyed, the trial will be considered a failure. They are instructed to find the doppelgangers and eliminate them, and that once all the doppelgangers are eliminated, the trial will end. Everyone wonders about doppelgangers, questioning if there is really a doppelganger in this place. Yuan grabs his sword and calls them fools, asking why they are scared of this trial and why they fear doppelgangers. He moves close to a player and severs his head, revealing that it is a doppelganger. Everyone is shocked, questioning if it is really a doppelganger. Yuan declares that he will find the doppelgangers so they cannot get close to the crystal, and tells the others to protect the crystal so no monsters can approach it, warning them not to hold him back. The players mutter that he is insane, pointing out his killing intent. They conclude that he really is Yuan, and that there is no way he is a doppelganger. Yuan says it is time to get started. As the monsters begin appearing, he launches his attack while the players handle the incoming waves. Reinhardt, seeing more monsters coming, says that all they have to do is focus on the monsters since Yuan will take care of the doppelgangers. A girl tells Reinhardt that she has a good feeling about this trial and that everyone is in high spirits, but he warns her not to get careless. He thinks to himself that he cannot believe Yuan has this much influence and acknowledges him as a formidable man. Reinhardt then accidentally hits behind Yuan's, who is wearing their armor of great spirit, apologizes, saying he was too focused on the battle. Yuan replies that it is fine and he does not mind. Reinhardt then notices his appearance, which looks identical to Yuan's, and thinks he cannot believe he has that face. Yuan then asks Reinhardt if he does not find this strange. Reinhardt asks what he means. Yuan remarks that Guy Yuan has not found a single doppelganger since the first one earlier. Reinhardt responds that maybe it will take some time, and that it is amazing enough that Yuan found one in such a short period of time. Yuan says it was not just a coincidence. Reinhardt asks if he really thinks it was a coincidence, to which he replies that maybe it is just Yuan's skill. Reinhardt thinks that he is such an odd man, suspicious when running all over the place looking for doppelgangers, yet he does not look very well. He then says that as long as Yuan is holding his ground, no one will be able to get near the crystal, and tells him to stop doubting and just focus on the monsters. The doppelganger of Yuan, who is Wing Ri Red Roan, stands there guarding the crystal, thinks that he feels strange, but finds it amusing, eager to see how far the Yuan everyone trusts can really go. A player complains that he feels like dying and wonders how much longer they have to endure this, saying they need to catch all the doppelgangers for the trial to end. He points out that Yuan has been standing still since earlier and questions if he is even searching for the doppelgangers. Another says at least no one can approach the crystal thanks to him guarding it. But another argues that at this rate, the monsters will get them first. Yuan, in the red robe, then says the doppelgangers seem to have hidden themselves, and after seeing him kill the first one, they now plan on suffocating them out slowly by hiding in the crowd. A player asks what he means if he is saying he cannot find the doppelgangers. He replies that it is not the case, and that he will finish this test no matter what. He then suggests that everyone point out one suspicious person each, and if they kill them one at a time, the test will end quickly. A frustrated player calls him insane, asking what kind of proposal that is, saying there is no way they can kill people on mere suspicion without proper evidence. Then, another player says he saw someone suspicious earlier during the fight. That player protests in trouble, asking if they are all nuts and why they are doing this. Yuan begins moving toward him to kill, saying that since the majority agreed, it is time to discern the doppelgangers. The player protests that he is not a doppelganger. Meanwhile, the real Yuan, wearing the glove, grabs the doppelganger's sword with his hand. The identical doppelganger wonders how he could grab his sword with just his hand. Yuan says he has finally crossed the line, that he let it slide until now since he was not being too harmful, but things change if he is going to ruin the test like this. The players start murmuring among themselves that the two look alike. No, more than alike, they look identical. The doppelganger then wonders if the one in front of him is the real Yuan. Yuan activates his new cinder eyes to reveal the truth and says he will deal with the doppelganger later. The doppelganger's appearance starts changing, and he hides his face. Players wonder if he was a doppelganger, but also find it strange, since the earlier doppelganger disintegrated into mud, making them question if he is just a copycat. The man claims he is the real Yuan, but Yuan kicks him and says he can be Yuan if he wants. Yuan tells a player that this more or less clarifies things. The player says he is not a doppelganger and does not really know what that is. Reinhardt then says to Yuan that he must be the real Yuan. Yuan places his sword on his shoulder and says that who he is does not matter in the test. Reinhardt asks if Yuan is suspecting him of being a doppelganger, saying his teammates can guarantee he is real, and one of them confirms he is their captain from the beginning. Yuan points out that Reinhardt is claiming he cannot be a doppelganger because he has a team. He grabs him by the neck, and when Reinhardt demands to know what he means, Yuan jerks him away, and his appearance collapses, revealing he is a doppelganger. His teammate wonders when their captain became a doppelganger, but Yuan attacks him too, and he also turns out to be a doppelganger. Yuan says a doppelganger mimicking a player will even trick itself, but he does not know more than that. He says there is no point dragging things out and challenges the fakers to come at him. After a while, the system notifies him that he has cleared the 21st floor test and can teleport to the next floor. A player who was a doppelganger regains consciousness and asks what happened during the test. Yuan tells him to get up if he is awake and asks his name. He punches him and asks if he is not fully awake yet. The player shouts that his name is Memos. Yuan says he does not seem to be a doppelganger since he is fine even after the test ended. But he cannot fully clear him either, so he asks what he is. The player says he is a doppelganger but also a player. Yuan asks if he is a pure-blooded demon and which bloodline he belongs to, saying he does not seem like an ordinary doppelganger. Memos says his father is Belial, the demon king Belial. Yuan remembers that Belial is the king of the doppelgangers, the monarch of lies, and one of the 7 demon kings of the major guild demon lords, realizing that Memos is the son of that high ranker. His cinder eyes discern the truth, and he thinks it does not appear to be a lie. He recalls that the Demon Lords Guild can rival Olympus in size and strength, which means Memos is of similar standing as Hargon. Yuan asks what someone like him is doing there. Memos replies that it is complicated to explain and admits it might not be the best time and place, but he is a fan. He says he truly and sincerely admires Yuan, that he became a fan watching him smash through the test ranks from the first floor, and a true fan after seeing him fight at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. He adds that he is not asking Yuan to go easy on him just because he is a fan and promises to repent for his earlier deed, vowing never to do it again. Yuan thinks he is serious and admits he was not expecting this. He decides it might not hurt to be acquainted with the son of Belial. He tells Memos he will spare him this once, and since he has spared him, he should help with one job by giving him his number. A month later, Yuan receives a message from Memos saying he has received an invitation to participate in the next trial by Salute. After reading the message, Yuan remarks that Salute is a name he did not expect to hear in the tower as well. He notes that he can finish the trials from the 22nd floor until the 24th in 10 days, thinking that since these are merely trials on the 20s floors, they won't be too difficult without Olympus interfering, so climbing in the meantime won't be a problem. Then he receives another message from Hargon, and wonders why this guy suddenly sent him a message. Hargon says he is on his way to the 22nd floor right now and suggests they meet up. The next day, they meet, and when Yuan sees Hargon's empty cup, he asks if he came early since his cup is already empty. Hargon replies that he had nothing to do, so he came in advance. Yuan asks how high he managed to climb, and Hargon says the 34th floor. Yuan remarks that it is fast, but Hargon admits that climbing is getting harder now. Yuan tells him that if he stops being humble, people will just say he sucks. Hargon then brings up the sea stone, saying that thanks to Yuan, Olympus is in absolute chaos. The relationship between his father and uncle has been ruined, and the atmosphere has become unstable. He explains that Olympus will be busy cleaning up internal affairs for the time being, but the real question is how long until Yuan might die for real. He warns Yuan that he should make a choice now, either hand over the stone and bow his head to Olympus, or find a place to protect himself, such as Asgard or the Heavenly Realm. Yuan starts to leave, asking if he is done, and says he will get going first. Hargon asks if he is really leaving, but Yuan points out that he keeps asking the same thing. He then asks Hargon if he has decided where to go, and Hargon answers that he has, which is why he can speak with him this way, even at the risk of losing his position. Before they part, Hargon warns Yuan to be careful on the 25th floor, especially in the heart of Britain, where a major trap has been set for him. Later, Hargon receives a message from Apollo, who asks how it went. Hargon says that Yuan was too stubborn. Apollo then asks if Yuan is going to die, and Hargon replies that it doesn't seem like that is what Yuan thinks. He asks Apollo how things are going with their uncle, and Apollo says he is still around, still thinking. Hargon asks Apollo if he won't regret it, and Apollo answers that maybe he will, but he can't just stand by and watch either. He tells Hargon to focus on becoming a ranker in the meantime, since he needs to develop his power regardless. Hargon agrees, saying he will, but adds that even though he warned Yuan to be careful of the heart of Britain, Yuan didn't seem like he would be careful at all. Apollo calls it arrogance, saying it's not something one player can handle. Hargon, however, reflects that no one expected Chryses, Hypnos, or Theseus to end the way they did, and though it might sound ridiculous, he doubts this time will be any different. The system announces to the players that the trial of the 24th floor has begun. They are instructed to stop the big cows, with the number of cows increasing at each stage. At the end of every stage, they will earn 10 points, and each cow killed will grant 5 points. For 10 points, they can summon a cow to an opposing team. Leaving the designated zone or surrendering means failure, and only one team will pass. The system adds that the first stage will begin in 5 minutes. Mamos, excited, tells Yuan that it's a relief they are on the same team since it's a defensive test. Yuan replies that they will separate on the next floor. Mamos, surprised, asks why and says it's too bad, wondering if they really can't go together. Yuan explains that if Mamos does what he tells him to, his feelings will change. Mamos presses him, asking what he plans to do on the 25th floor. The system then notifies them that a boundary has been created on the field, and crossing it will lead to elimination. Each team is given 10 starting points. Yuan mutters that it's starting the same way, noting that with those points, he can only summon one cow. 2 players on his team express their confidence, saying they will definitely pass with Yuan carrying them. Mamos observes that everyone seems to trust him, and Yuan answers that they might end up regretting it. Soon, many cows are summoned by the other teams. Seeing the overwhelming number, players are shocked, asking why so many are appearing in the first stage. Mamos realizes that the opposing teams must have used their points to summon cows onto their field. He understands Yuan's earlier words now, saying they are targeting the strongest team, which happens to be theirs. Yuan then unleashes multiple mana blasts, surprising Mamos, who asks how high his mana stats must be to use so many at once. Yuan tells him to talk later and wipes out all the cows in one strike. The opposing players are stunned, wondering if it even makes sense and realizing he's far beyond their league. Yuan then tells his team that they should hang in there as long as they can, since the trial has already started, and they might as well pass with good results. His teammates ask if he means they will die if they don't fight. On the 24th floor, the players of Team 3 comment that the test feels easy since hardly any cows are heading toward them. The players of Team 5 speculate that the other groups must have reached the same conclusion they did first: eliminate the team that owns the field. Meanwhile, Team 9 remarks that the real start of the test will only begin after Yuan's team is knocked out. The system then notifies Yuan's team that the 9th stage will begin in 5 minutes. Mamos, shocked, tells Yuan that they're nearly facing 1,000 cows per horde, and no teams have been knocked out yet. Another teammate says they haven't seen any elimination messages, which must mean their team is the only one being targeted. Mamos, exhausted, complains that it feels endless. Yuan instructs them to try to last until the 10th stage. Mamos says he doesn't think he can make it that far and asks if Yuan is sure they can clear this. Yuan reminds him that he was the one who once said 100 bugs are still nothing but bugs. Mamos retorts that it was then, and now it is different. Soon, more big cows are summoned against them by the other teams. Mamos, frustrated, says he's sick of it, asking where the others keep getting more points and despairing that it will never end at this rate. Yuan unsheathes his sword and tells his team to take a break, saying he'll handle it from there. Mamos, in disbelief, wonders how many cows there are, noting it's even more than before. Yuan forms mana blasts again, thinking that his mana control has become easier thanks to his skill, but it's still not enough. He recalls that before returning to the past, he could easily make 50 blasts, and wonders how many he can create now. As the 9th stage begins, Yuan throws the blasts, wiping out the cows. The system then registers that his Heaven-Slaying Star completion rate has increased by 0.01%. Yuan clears more stages and reaches the 13, but his Heaven-Slaying Star completion rate does not increase. He thinks that 10 mana blasts should be enough and decides that, since he has figured out how many he can make at once, he should focus on control. He then tells Mamos to spend all his points and summon big cows to another team. Mamos asks in surprise if he is not going to save up more and attack at once. Yuan explains that they need to send adequate counterattacks so the other teams react more swiftly. Mamos points out that there are already over 1,000 cows heading toward them and asks if Yuan is going to be okay, and if he is not tired. Yuan answers that he is not yet, but even if it means pushing himself a bit, they need to see it through to the end. Another teammate wonders about Yuan's mana stat, asking how he controls all of it. The teammate thinks that Yuan is on such a completely different level that there is not even a feeling of inferiority, and questions how he is not already a ranker. Hearing this, Mamos thinks it is unfair how overwhelmingly dominant Yuan is. Growing up as a pure-blooded demon, he has seen powers that normal players cannot even fathom. Yet Yuan's abilities are miraculous. He thinks that destructive power might be weaker compared to a high ranker, but wonders if any of them had shown this much talent when they were still players. He feels that this is even more amazing than when he had watched Yuan from afar. Yuan then eliminates many cows, and his heaven-slaying star completion rate finally reaches 100. The system announces that he has fulfilled the requirements of heaven-slaying star and that it will be deleted. He obtains a demonic body, and a new stat, demonic energy, is added. Seeing the details, Yuan thinks that it is surprising that such a skill is at the end of heaven-slaying star. He realizes that demonic energy is a unique power of demons. It might be similar to mana, but ultimately, it is different in nature. He then forms a swirl with the demonic energy and eliminates all the big cows. Mamos notices the destructive force and wonders aloud, asking Yuan if he has any demonic energy heritage and how he is able to use it. Yuan replies that he is not sure either, that he just got a new skill, and it happened. Other players wonder how such a thing could even be possible, concluding that if he is a demon, it explains why he did not seem human. Yuan then says that he has obtained what he was after, so it is time to finish the test. The system informs him that, according to his points, he will summon 2400 big cows in the next stage and asks him to select the team to summon for them. The other team's players, exhausted, complain that Yuan is too persistent, wondering why he is bothering to hold on so long and how far he plans on going. They acknowledge that they still have room to breathe for a counterattack, but then notice a massive number of big cows summoned against them. Troubled by the notifications, they wonder if all of them were sent by Yuan and how many points he had been hoarding. With that, teams 1, 4, and 7 are eliminated. Yuan says that it is great some teams have started to get eliminated, noting that around 200 per team were summoned earlier. He thinks that since these are players who managed to reach the 24th floor, at least 1 or 2 teams might have survived, but the real problem is time. If they are able to stop the summons, the same thing will happen next time, so he resolves to keep summoning until they get sick of it. The players on his team murmur among themselves, wondering if he is really not a demon and feeling relieved that they are lucky to be on the same team as him. Then the system informs Yuan's team that they have passed the trial on the 24th floor. The players cheer happily, saying that it is over and admitting that they were not able to do anything at all thanks to Yuan. They celebrate passing so easily and thank him for carrying them hard. The system then notifies Yuan that he has acquired additional points and obtained the skill Cloud Walk. Checking its details, Yuan remarks that it seems to be the lower skill of Hermes and decides that he would rather use his existing skills. Mamos then asks if they are going to separate there, but Yuan replies that they should stick together until the 25th floor. Excited, Mamos grabs his arm and drags him along, saying that it is great and urging him to go to the 25th floor together. On the 25th floor of the tower, in Britain, players remark that the city lives up to its reputation as a beautiful place. They note that it is a famous tourist spot and wonder if the statues they see are of the Knights of the Round Table. Yuan then notices the statue of Arthur, the Knights' King. Arthur tells Yuan that the statue is what he looked like. Yuan asks if Arthur still has a lingering attachment, but Arthur replies that it is not an attachment rather. He questions if it is really that hard for Yuan to give him a human body. Yuan answers that if the big cow they had hunted earlier was fine, then Arthur should have been fine too. Arthur insists that it is still different from a human body. Mamos asks Yuan about Britain's current king, saying he heard it is Lancelot, yet the statues remain unchanged. Yuan explains that Lancelot is still just a temporary king. Mamos points out that it has been ages since Arthur disappeared, but admits he is curious about what kind of person Arthur really was. He says Arthur made the world this way while Lancelot ruled for 1,000 years. Yuan replies that Mamos will see soon, because the Round Table he knows does not simply sit idle. Then the 31st Knight of the Round Table, Percival, arrives on horseback and tells his comrades that they have arrived. Spotting the players, he asks if they are the ones who passed the test. Yuan, watching them, mutters that the eyes of the Knights of the Round Table are filled with greed, because no guild grows as quickly as the Round Table, and they can remain on this floor for the rest of their lives. Mamos asks if those men are the Knights of the Round Table. Yuan clarifies that not all of them are just one. Percival then notices Yuan and Mamos, asking their names. After they introduce themselves, Percival observes that they don't talk much and look rather confident. He introduces himself as Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table, and says it is refreshing to see newcomers here. He explains that he has come under His Highness's orders. Among the players who have just arrived, they are looking for someone to fill a vacant position at the Round Table. He says he will share the details later, since they must be tired from the earlier trial. For now, he tells them to rest, noting that this area is the boundary with other countries. The capital of Britain is not far, so he instructs them to follow him. Mamos whispers to Yuan that they seem rather nasty and guesses they might be trying to lure him. Yuan, in turn, quietly tells Mamos something just in case. Mamos asks if he is certain, saying he doubts they would be that dishonorable, but since Yuan is the one who said it, he will keep it in mind. Yuan replies that they should follow along for now. They stop before a wall, and Percival announces that beyond it lies the capital of Britain, Camelot, which is very tall. But he adds one question before entering. Britain is strict regarding demons, so it is difficult for demons, uncertain of their identity, to go in and out. Mamos asks what he just said, then yells at him, demanding what he is talking about and calling it racial discrimination. Yuan asks if Britain had such a law. Percival explains that it was a law debated after the disappearance of the first king, asking for their understanding since it is a sensitive issue. He adds that it might be different if Yuan can vouch for Mamos. Mamos, frustrated, asks if that is what he means, saying that his existence is proof enough. He demands to know if they know who his father is. Then, furious, he shouts that his father is Belial, one of the 7 demon kings who lead the Demon Kings Guild and one of the top 100 high rankers, declaring that he is Belial's son, yet they dare question his identity. He threatens to tell this to his father. The girl with Percival says it is no good to let the conversation proceed and suggests letting him in since they now know his identity. Percival agrees and orders the gate to be opened. The gate opens and the players enter. Mamos then sends a message to Yuan, saying he cannot believe they did not want him to enter because of his race, but just as Yuan said, they do nothing once he mentions his father. He asks how Yuan knew about that and if he had learned about the law of Britain. Yuan replies that he only had a feeling. The players remark that Camelot is massive and wonder if the grand structure ahead is the king's palace. Then the system notifies Yuan that the egg reveals its teeth and is starving. Yuan says he knew it. There is also a remnant of an outer god there. Since he has completed Heaven's slaying star, the egg is the only thing left. He thinks he must speed up its hatching rate and find out what is inside, whether it will be an enemy of the outer gods or stab him in the back with a sword. In Camelot Castle, Yuan asks Arthur why he has not spoken since they entered Camelot and why he is so quiet. Arthur says that even if the other areas change, this one does not change at all. Yuan asks if Arthur means the castle and says it only looks like an old building. Arthur says it is older than him and asks why Yuan comes all the way to the castle, saying they may have warned Olympus. Yuan says he heard what Percival said on the way to the castle, and that if Lancelot wants to meet him, he must follow. He asks how he, being someone they find disgusting, can enter the castle. Arthur says that this is not what he asked, that he hears Yuan is going to meet someone, and asks if it is Merlin, and if that person is here. Yuan tells him that the person asked for a favor, so he should meet him. Arthur says this makes him emotional and says that when Yuan gave him the orc's body, he thought Yuan did not understand other people's feelings. He adds that Yuan not only calculates purpose and reason for everything, but looks like someone with plans and conviction and the skills to support them. And he asks whether Yuan is perhaps doing this for him. Yuan says it is not that he has no reason. Arthur says it is probably because Yuan lacks experience, and despite a strong will, he is still a low-level player. He says Yuan cannot be so soft if he wants to be a ranker, and that, like unshakable water, he needs to keep a pure mind. Yuan says that is not the case, that he did not come here without thinking, and tells Arthur to watch how he turns everything upside down. In the garden, a maid thanks an old man for earlier, saying she did not know the knight would be so angry that he would lower his head, and that she would have been in trouble if not for his help. The old man says there are knights in the Round Table with bad personalities like the one earlier and warns her that if she gets criticized for something unnecessary, she will only become exhausted, so she should be careful. She replies with gratitude, saying it has not been long since she started working in the castle, and adds that since the knight panicked when meeting him earlier, he must be someone of high rank, wondering if she is being rude again. The man pours mana into the flowers and says that if she wants to know his name, it is Marcello. Later, as he walks, he muses that knights these days have sold off their spirit of chivalry and wonders where the decency of the Round Table has gone, saying that back in his days, it was not like this. He glances at Yuan and asks if he would not agree. Yuan replies with uncertainty and says the great wizard who founded Britain was the Night King Merlin. Merlin confirms it and, noting that he has not seen Yuan before, but that Yuan has been following him, asks who he is. Yuan introduces himself as Yuan. Merlin asks about the sudden mutual introduction, saying he feels like he has heard the name before. Yuan says he is a player who has just arrived at this place. Merlin then concludes that Lancelot must have invited him and asks if Yuan has business with him. Yuan pulls out the sword Excalibur from his inventory. Seeing the sword, Merlin asks where Yuan got it. Yuan replies that their conversation will be a long one and suggests they not discuss it in such an open place, inviting Merlin to have tea. Later, Merlin pours tea into Yuan's cup and asks him to explain how he acquired Arthur's sword. Yuan says he found the relic by chance. Merlin says that this relic belonged to Arthur, who departed from Britain long ago, and it angers him that he has not heard from him for over 1,000 years. He says he misses Arthur greatly, as he was a friend difficult to forget, and adds that he is glad Arthur dealt with his destiny. He then asks Yuan if he came to find out what connection he has with Arthur. Yuan says he first met the Night King a few months ago. Merlin asks in surprise if Arthur has been alive all this time. Yuan then summons Arthur, and an orc appears. Seeing the orc, Merlin asks if Yuan is a necromancer, noting that he must have quite a precious ability. He asks how this happened, and whether Yuan summoned the undead to harm him. Yuan replies that rather than saying it out loud, he thought it would be better to hear it directly to avoid misunderstanding. The orc Arthur greets Merlin, saying it has been a while. Old man, Merlin, with tears in his eyes, recognizes him and asks if he has nothing else to say aside from calling him an old man. Arthur tells him to calm down, saying it is not like the dead came back to life. Merlin asks why Arthur returned in such a state and why he looks like that. Arthur glances at Yuan and says it is because of him, adding that there is something they need to talk about. Merlin asks if he is going to speak about the one who killed him. Arthur says no, as he has had enough, and instead explains that the more serious issue is that the one who killed his son is inside the castle. Arthur says that Lancelot killed his son. Hearing this, Merlin becomes frustrated and unleashes his mana, but Yuan stops him, telling him to calm down because many people will notice if he causes trouble now. Merlin asks how he can stay calm after hearing such a thing, but Yuan insists that he must endure it. Merlin then asks Arthur if Lancelot was also the one who killed him. Arthur replies no and asks if Merlin really thinks a man like Lancelot could defeat him. Merlin says that Arthur was far stronger before, but Lancelot is now a high ranker and temporarily the king of Britain. He warns that if Arthur kills him recklessly, Britain and the Round Table might collapse, so Arthur should step forward himself. Arthur says that aside from his undead body, Yuan manipulated him to abuse himself. Merlin asks what they should do, saying it is not impossible. Yuan then asks Merlin when the next meeting of the Round Table is. Merlin says it is in about 10 days. Yuan asks if it is possible for an outsider, not just knights, to participate. Merlin replies that it would normally be impossible, but with his help, nothing is out of reach. Yuan says that it is great and suggests turning the Round Table upside down on the day of the meeting. Meanwhile, in the palace Round Table, the 42nd Knight Lollet and the 34th Knight Thal follow Britain's temporary king, Lancelot, and ask if he has finished the things he needed to do, adding that they are glad to see him well. Lancelot sits on his throne and says it is all thanks to the knights. He mentions that it has been some time since the position was left empty and asks if something happened. Thal replies that nothing big has occurred. Lancelot says they must put the people's well-being first, as it is the will of the Night King. Both knights bow before him and say they accept his orders. Thal then reports about player Kim Yuan, saying that he brought him to Percival Castle according to Lancelot's orders, and asks if he should bring him to the audience chamber. Lancelot agrees, saying that seeing him in person would be better. He explains that he heard about Yuan from Asgard while he was outside. Small and medium-sized guilds are eager to recruit him. But Asgard, being a large and thorough guild, seems to have secretly conducted an investigation because they were suspicious of a player of unknown origin or background who could cleanse the tower at extraordinary speed. Lancelot adds that the investigation is still ongoing, but he heard something horrifying. Kim Yu-won's supporter was involved in the death of the Night King, the master of the Round Table and backbone of Britain. Both knights become furious and ask if it is true. Lancelot replies that there is no clear evidence yet, but since the information comes from Asgard, it must be reliable. Lawlet then asks why he invited that player. Thal clenches his teeth and says he cannot just stand by as a knight of the Round Table, asking Lancelot to give him an order. Lancelot says he, too, was furious when he first heard about it, but as a king, he worries it might cause confusion in the country. Moreover, if a rancor targets a player, it could draw the administrator's attention and affect their relationship with Asgard, since they are the ones conducting the secret investigation. Still, he says they cannot simply leave it be and make sure they understand what he means. He instructs them that, as Knights of the Round Table, it must be done without any information being leaked. No matter what happens, they will bear everything. He promises that their achievements will be remembered by the other knights and himself forever, and declares he shall never forgive Yuan for pointing his blade toward Britain. Later, in his chamber, Lancelot laughs wholeheartedly and thinks that he cannot believe they are still blinded by revenge even after 1,000 years. He calls them loyal fools who cannot distinguish friend from foe. He finds it exciting that he now has the power to seize such a great country and command all the rankers within it. He recalls that the Night King had kept something so enjoyable to himself, but now declares it all his, all for the Sea of Olympus. Meanwhile, in his room, Yuan observes a knock at the door and thinks that it has not even been a day since he returned to the palace, yet actions are already being taken. His cinder eyes reveal a place out of sight. He realizes that they are heavily armed even at this hour, which shows their determination. It feels as if the mana will explode at any moment, though it is being controlled within an extreme range. He wonders if Lancelot has conspired to cause this. Then a voice calls for him, telling him to follow. Both Thal and Lawlet lead Yuan to a battlefield and thank him for obediently coming along. Yuan replies that it was nothing, though he thinks this place is better suited for dancing with blades. Thal pulls out his sword, points it at Yuan, and says that it looks like something is going on. He warns that if Yuan does not answer or lies, he will sever his limbs one by one, then demands to know which group was behind the death of the Night King. Yuan responds by asking why they are questioning him about that. When Thal suddenly strikes, Yuan dodges and remarks that a rancor targeting a player lacks manners. Frustrated, Thal demands again to know who killed the Night King. Yuan asks them if Lancelot has ordered this. Thal, frustrated, asks what he just said and how he dares to speak that name carelessly. Yuan then equips his sword, unleashes his mana, and attacks Thal. The system announces that a penalty has been generated. Yuan thinks about the penalty, realizing that they are not planning to end this with threats alone. He notes that Lancelot has triggered the knight's desire for revenge and cannot believe he is letting others handle it. But his tricks seem to be working well. Yuan grabs Thal's face, thinking that he will beat one of them first. He hits him hard and throws him backward. Thal falls, wondering what just happened. He recalls that the moment his view was blocked, it felt chilly, and goosebumps ran over him. Lawlet rushes toward Thal. Arthur tells Yuan not to kill him, saying they do not know the truth. Yuan internally replies that he knows they act out of loyalty. He wonders what he should do and considers showing them Arthur, but decides against it, knowing that Merlin believed him only because he knew Arthur. These two, however, are convinced that Yuan was the one who killed Arthur. Until the Round Table meeting starts, he has to hide Arthur's existence. Lawlet steps forward. The system notifies that the 42nd Knight of the Round Table has issued a threat, declaring that the first fight must be 1 versus 1, and the skill effect will be broken if a third party interferes. Yuan asks him if the man behind him will stay still now. Lawlet says that fighting 2 against 1 against a player would hurt his pride. Yuan replies that it seems there is some chivalry in mind and asks if he really plans to win. Lawlet says they have always won with this method, and that is how the Round Table is. Yuan thinks that it is nonsense to talk about the reputation of the Round Table, since before the present Britain and before the Round Table existed, there was a long history of bloodshed that lasted hundreds of thousands of years. Yet these knights discuss the strength someone else built. Yuan then declares that they are not going to win like that and says that from now on, he will let them know. Arthur tells Yuan not to kill him. Yuan replies that he will not, but the knight needs to struggle a bit. Yuan rushes toward him and unleashes his attack with the sword. Lalet blocks it with the round table's shield that protects its bearer. Struggling to hold back the blow, Lalet thinks that, as expected, Yuan is no ordinary man and should not be underestimated. He then manages to dodge several of Yuan's strikes with the shield. Yuan tries to charge at him again, but the shield deflects and he jumps back. Yuan says that he truly is a rancor and thinks that his fighting style is focused on defense. Yet he has enough power to break down walls like a massive tank. Lalet declares that if Yuan comes at him with brute strength, then he will do the same. Yuan equips his midnight sword, leaps toward him, and says to take it as much as he wants and to keep coming at him. As his clothes tear from his arm, the system notifies that he has sufficient stamina. The power of giants resides in their whole body. It is his first time succeeding at giantification. He then strikes at the shield. Lalet wonders what this strength is. Yuan thinks that it is not just strength, as Kaini was made by someone truly skilled, and adamantium, the best metal, was used for it. Lalet says he has to pay. Yuan punches at his shield again, and after multiple blows, he finally manages to crack it. Hiding behind the shield, Lalet clenches his teeth and thinks that Yuan does not have any special skills, yet he has managed to push him with strength alone. Then Yuan's charge activates, and he kicks the shield. Lalet notices that the shield starts shattering into pieces and wonders how this is possible, since Yuan is not a rancor but just a mere player. Yuan says that if they truly think he is involved with the people who killed Arthur, and if they truly want revenge, they should abandon chivalry. The system announces that the one-on-one effect has been released due to the intervention of a third party. Yuan says that no matter how many people fight him, he does not care. He removes his armor from his arm and tells Thal that trying to fight by himself only means he is reckless. Thal admits that he is reckless but declares that if Yuan is going to fight the two of them, then he is going to make him regret it. He then wields his giant sword skill. Yuan equips his weapon and rushes toward Thal. Thal continuously strikes, and Yuan dodges using sky steps. Walking on these steps, he uses his cinder eyes to read the path continuously, with his sensory field boosted, allowing him to evade each incoming strike. Yuan then faces Thal directly and blocks his sword. They land on the ground as their mana clashes and explodes. Thal realizes that the penalty is worsening and dragging the fight out will not be beneficial. He must aim to finish Yuan with one strike. Suddenly, Thal is pushed back by Yuan's strike and shouts to Lalet to retreat. A huge sword appears mid-air. Seeing it, Thal clenches his teeth, thinking that he cannot believe the penalty is this severe just for defense, but even if his body explodes or he dies, he will do anything for Britain. Meanwhile, Yuan sees the huge sword and thinks it is a bit dangerous, knowing that acting hastily will only get him beaten into pulp. He activates his demonic Kai, reasoning that he can only maintain it for a minute at most. But if it is enough to stop him, it is worth trying. He then throws an attack to block the sword. Yuan realizes that he can see the point where he can break through the mana. The system notifies that the round table's judgment has descended. Yuan blocks the sword with his own sword using demonic Kai, thinking that he will pour everything into it. A huge fire explodes. After the flames settle, the injured Lalet asks Thal, who is sitting beside him unconscious, if he is okay. He wonders if Thal passed out and feels relieved that he is still alive. He notes that the last attack must have been demonic Kai, realizing that Yuan definitely used magic too, and wonders how two different powers can coexist. He concludes that they need to find the demon related to Yuan's demonic Kai first. Yuan asks how they survived, but then Lancelot arrives, commenting that the drill hall is a mess. Seeing him, Yuan realizes that the knight traitor, Lancelot, has come in person. Lalet starts pleading and apologizing. Lancelot says that they should at least apologize and declares that because of their crime of attempting to tarnish Britain and the Round Table's name, they will receive the death penalty. He then beheads both of them. Arthur responds in frustration at seeing Lancelot, and Yuan tries to stop him, reasoning that Lancelot surpasses such matters and that he must be patient. He says if Lancelot dies here, people will remember him as an honorable king who defended the peace of Britain on Arthur's behalf, which he does not want to happen. Lancelot turns toward Yuan, who notices his eyes that reveal an outer god within his body. Yuan reasons that this must be the Order of Olympus. Otherwise, there is no reason for Lancelot to attack him when Arthur's existence has not been revealed. He wonders if Olympus is acting to save themselves, or if something triggered them to make a move. And if it is not related to an outer god, he questions what it could be. Lancelot then tells Yuan that the knights have been in a state of confusion because of the King of Knights and asks for forgiveness for their rudeness, acknowledging that Yuan must feel uncomfortable getting caught up in it. He says he wants to set up a meeting to comfort him. Yuan interrupts, saying that he does not care if it is right now or tomorrow, and that he should call as soon as he is ready. After saying this, Yuan leaves. Lancelot clenches his teeth, thinking that he made a mistake, and that he should have sent 3 people instead of 2, or perhaps even more. He then uses his skill to restore the ground. Lancelot notices a figure standing in the dark and wonders when it appeared, questioning what happened to the people inside the castle, and whether they are watching Yuan. He then asks what brought them there at this hour. The next morning, the player enters the drill hall and notices that the ground feels different, wondering if it was repaired yesterday. Meanwhile, Yuan sits at the dining table, looking at the meat on his plate, thinking that no matter how far the castle is, mana poured all night, yet it was so quiet, and realizes that Lancelot must have done something. He also notes that he does not like it because he can smell blood. Lancelot sits before him, commenting that it looks like Yuan is not used to eating good food and that they will have this kind of meal from now on, saying that Yuan deserves it. Yuan replies that he just told him he does not like it. Lancelot then asks how Yuan got to know Elder Merlin, noting that he has not paid much attention to him because Merlin has been interested in gardening and trivial matters. But since Yuan arrived, Merlin has been going out a lot and even appeared at the drill hall after Yuan left yesterday. Yuan says that they just met coincidentally. Lancelot asks if that is so. Yuan tells him to cut to the chase and get straight to the point, noting that it is not like he actually needs comfort. Yuan thinks that Lancelot traps players by filling the place with mana and that he is quite mindful, realizing that he would not be able to send a message or even a voice record in such a situation. Lancelot then mentions that he has heard Yuan possesses the Sea Stone, saying that someone he knows wants it and that he wants Yuan to hand it over. Yuan responds that Poseidon needs the Divine Sea Stone. Lancelot warns him not to carelessly say that name, claiming he was going to take it by force, and that the moment Yuan set foot in Britain, he had many ways to deal with him, including killing him or setting him on fire. Yuan thinks that, as expected, Lancelot's plan was to put Mamos on the line, but wonders if he knew that Mamos was Belil's son for the knights to act that way. Lancelot comments that the power of the sea has shown generosity, and that if Yuan hands him the stone and pledges allegiance, he will pretend nothing happened and promise to support him. Yuan smirks, reminding him that just yesterday he came with a sword and tried to kill him, asking if his feelings had changed overnight. Lancelot rises, calling Yuan generous and comforting, saying he should bow his head since Yuan is generous, and wondering what better things he could give. Frustrated, Lancelot asks who Yuan thinks he is. Yuan, while leaving, says that he knows himself well, though it seems Lancelot does not know what kind of person he has become. Yuan grabs the sea stone from his inventory and, coming outside, thinks that Poseidon reached out to him first with his position and could deal with him anytime he wants. He notices the sudden change in Poseidon's attitude and wonders if he is preparing a war against Zeus. Seeing Yuan, the player who has the Divine Sea Stone and high potential to become a high ranker, as someone whose power he wants. Yuan reflects that Poseidon sees him highly, but he cannot fight Zeus alone, wondering if there is another assurance, and thinks he would be grateful if they went all out fighting each other. Seeing his Kaini, Yuan tells Arthur not to be angry, admitting he was uncomfortable too, but reminds him that they do not have much time, and asks him to hang in there a little longer, noting that he has prepared a stage for him. Yuan then receives a message saying that it is tomorrow, and to get ready. The next day at the Round Table's meeting place in Camelot, the knights gather. Seeing Yuan there, Gawain, the first knight of the Round Table, thinks that Yuan is the man he has heard about in rumors. He feels glad that Elder Merlin is attending the meeting after a long time, but wonders why he has brought Yuan there. He thinks that this meeting will be different from usual and notes that, in the meantime, the 2 seats of the Round Table will not be filled, questioning where Thal and Lalette are. Another knight, Zidark, sitting beside Gawain, mutters that Yuan looks quite twisted, judging from his expressions. Lancelot says that it is originally not allowed to bring an unqualified person to the Round Table, but since the elder is present, they will make an exception. He adds that he also has something to say to Yuan and asks if that will be alright with everyone. Noticing their agreement, he states that even though they all agreed, it does not change the fact that Yuan is an outsider, and asks if Yuan knows what it means to sit there in Britain and whose seat it is. Yuan drags the empty chair beside him and says that he does not know what it means, except that it is either Thal's or Lulet's seat. Lancelot asks if he must know well what happened to those two. Yuan replies that he does, because he saw Lancelot kill them right before his eyes. Some knights, frustrated at Yuan, tell Lancelot that this is wrong, that Yuan should not be there, and that they need to get him out. Lancelot tells them to stop, saying that he was the one who took their lives and that they surely know why he made that decision. He asks Yuan to tell him honestly. Yuan responds that Lancelot should not misunderstand, because it is he who should pay for his sins, not Yuan. Lancelot thinks that Yuan has crawled into the tiger's den by himself, wondering what makes him so confident and what he is plotting. Yuan then rises from his seat, walks aside, and says that Lancelot has a guest. He opens the door and says that everyone will be glad to see him. Then King Arthur appears, and everyone is shocked to see him. Arthur steps inside and says that it has been a while since he last saw them. He asks Gawain how his son is and wonders if the boy is using the sword Arthur gave him some time ago. Still amazed, Gawain asks His Majesty where he has been. Arthur then turns to Ziddark, remarking that the youngest, who once used to be a mere child, is now sitting at the Round Table. Ziddark replies that they have waited for him for so long. Lancelot, shocked at the sight of Arthur, thinks that he is certain Arthur is dead. He realizes that if Arthur takes back the throne, he is finished. He tells himself he cannot let that happen and quickly recalls Belil's son. He slams the table and accuses Yuan of coming to Camelot with a demon carrying the blood of Belil. He claims that the man they see, Arthur, is a doppelganger and a fake. Percival agrees, saying that he saw it clearly when he last brought the players in, and that Yuan knows the demon tribe. Arthur, in response, asks what they are all talking about. He says that he cannot believe they doubt the Night King's own symbol, holding Excalibur, and demands to know who they are doubting. Lancelot draws his sword, declaring that Arthur is a fake, and urges everyone to look carefully. He questions what Arthur intends to do, even if things have come to this, and orders him to drop his sword. Lancelot thinks that Yuan is making a shallow move and insists that no matter how real it looks, a fake like Arthur only has an appearance. He then begins to charge at Arthur, but his sword is blocked by Merlin. Meanwhile, Momos's true appearance is revealed, and he says to Merlin that he was fast, that his head almost flew. The knights begin shouting that it is a fake, insisting that Arthur is really a fake and accusing him of mocking the Round Table. Momos then turns to Lancelot and says to wait a second, mocking that he is too slow in wielding his sword, as if he already knew it was not possible for the genuine article to reveal himself, like a person he already knows. Then Yuan presents the Orc of Arthur, who angrily tells Lancelot to explain how he knew about his death. Lancelot, terrified, thinks that every nerve in his body is reacting to Arthur's familiar energy and realizes that he is real. Arthur leans toward him and asks if he heard him. Merlin stops Gawain from interfering, saying that the two of them need to talk without interruption. Lancelot asks Arthur what he means, claiming that it is ridiculous and insisting he only noticed the demons were fake but knew nothing else. Arthur responds that hearing the word fake from Lancelot is laughable. He reminds him that he claimed to have received the king's seal from him. Yuan shows him a ring, and Arthur asks about the seal that symbolizes he chose Lancelot as the next king. Arthur reveals that he has one of the two seals in the world and demands to know where Lancelot got the other. Tears of blood fall from Arthur's eyes as he says that his son is not Mordred Pendragon. Lancelot flees from there, jumping from the terrace. The knights, confused, wonder aloud what is going on, who they should trust, and what to think. They argue that just seeing him run away should be proof enough and declare that they need to go after him. Arthur stops them, saying that if all the knights of the Round Table move at once, the people will be agitated, and that the people must remain the Round Table's priority. He assures them that even if they do not go after him, Lancelot will not be able to take a single step outside Camelot. Yuan thinks that escaping Camelot is Lancelot's top priority, but since he cannot abandon Britain, he will run away for now and plan for the future. Lancelot shouts to the guards to open the gates. When they do, and he rushes out, he collides with a magic wall and falls back. The system notifies that the area is designated as a prison, and he is not permitted to leave. Lancelot suspects Merlin is behind this. Merlin orders everyone to get away from the castle, then binds Lancelot with chains. Lancelot demands to know how he dares, but Merlin warns everyone to back off if they do not want to get caught in the middle. He declares that Lancelot is no longer the king of Britain but a traitor. He adds that Yuan said Lancelot should confess to everyone about the disgusting things he has done, or others will lose their positions. Merlin then asks him one question: why he did it. Lancelot replies that there was no grand reason, only that he wanted to finally become the king. Lancelot reveals his monstrous appearance and transports himself to an empty land, away from Britain. Merlin thinks that Yuan said the monster within Lancelot does not feel like magic or demonic energy, and suspects it might be because of the energy born from Lancelot's betrayal of Arthur. The system notifies that the King of the Round Table declares his land and warns that anyone attacking the King of the Round Table in the designated space will receive a penalty. Merlin begins to throw attacks at him, saying he will not let him leave Camelot and calling it petty trickery. After dodging, Merlin notices Lancelot redirecting the attack toward the city. Merlin, protecting Britain with magic, shouts and asks if he is insane, saying he wanted to become king yet took the people hostage, and asks if he feels no shame. Lancelot then causes cracks to appear within the prison guarding Britain. He claims that no matter how great a wizard Merlin is, it is difficult to face a high ranker while maintaining protective magic. Merlin recovers the crack within the prison and thinks that it was Lancelot's plan from the start to disperse his magic powers. As Lancelot continuously creates cracks within the prison and Merlin continuously repairs them, Yuan and Arthur block his attack with a shield of the Round Table. Lancelot, frustrated, grits his teeth. The system then notifies Yuan that the egg is starving. Yuan thinks that the situation is a mess and that he will be screwed if he lets Lancelot go. Arthur says he has been waiting for this day, declaring that this is the day he will kill Lancelot with his own hands. Both of them then begin to charge at him. Lancelot asks Arthur if he really thinks he can stop him while in the body of an undead, saying he is far different from the person Arthur used to know. Yuan then summons Hell as his whole body becomes covered with the power of the giants, and the system notifies that the divine has been activated. At that moment, Lancelot hears a voice saying that his body, soul, and everything else will be devoured. Lancelot's body begins to be devoured by the egg, and the system notifies that the egg is feasting on Lancelot of betrayal and greed. Lancelot pleads with Yuan to save him, promising he will do whatever Yuan wants. Arthur says that Lollet and Mordred are the reasons Lancelot must die. The egg then completely eats away his body. The system announces that Lancelot of betrayal and greed has been eliminated, and that the position of the King of Britain is now vacant, with a limited number of days remaining for the selection of a new king. With a majority vote, one can obtain the title of the King of Britain. Yuan notices that points are given to him, similar to when he defeated Arach's head, meaning it was recognized as a boss. He realizes that Lancelot's name was not just Lancelot, he also carried the attributes betrayal and greed. Yuan thinks about how foolish chaos disappeared into the skies, gloom was trapped in a swamp, and one who could not be born was erased. He reflects that outers always have a title matching their attribute and traits. The seed that foolish chaos planted in Lancelot must have been connected to greed. He then notices that the incubation rate of the egg has almost reached 70%. Compared to Arachi, it is slower, as if the process is taking longer because the amount of food is much larger. Merlin then asks Yuan about the egg, saying it carried an ominous energy similar to what Lancelot had been exuding, but in fact, it seemed like an even greater monster. He questions whether that is the reason Yuan is so strong. Yuan replies by asking if that is what it seems like. Looking above, he says it is an outer for now. It can just be called that, since he himself does not know the details. Merlin calls outer a strange name and asks what kind of existence it is. Yuan then says that he does not think it is quite over yet, because one significant figure is about to come down upon them. Poseidon squeezes a comrade's neck and throws him away when he notices Zeus, one of the big three gods of Olympus, ruler of thunder. He says to Zeus that he will not even greet him outside anymore. Zeus replies that he opened up a path for him. Poseidon says that even if Zeus had not, he would have just broken through, just like now, and that he does not want to extend the conversation longer than necessary, so he will cut to the chase. Zeus interrupts him, saying that right now in Britain, Lancelot is defeated, and that is what Poseidon wants to say. Poseidon thinks that, as expected, Zeus knows what is going on in Olympus like the back of his hand. He then asks what Zeus plans on doing. Zeus says that they need to avoid a bigger fight, so they have no choice but to take a small loss, and that there never needed to be a connection between them and Britain. For that, he says it will be best to erase everything. Zeus generates a lightning bolt. Seeing him, Poseidon thinks that if Zeus drops something like that, it will wipe out Britain and more. He then says that the administrator will not just stand by and watch it happen. Zeus says he has already finished talking with them, and that a single shot is all he is allowed. Meanwhile, Merlin asks Yuan what he means by a single shot. Yuan tells him that the ruler of thunder, Zeus, he believes, will make a move. Then the system notifies that a new test has been created, starting the annihilation of Camelot, and that a lightning bolt will fall on Camelot in 10 minutes, instructing them to block the lightning bolt. Yuan thinks that this is how it will go. Seeing how it is being registered as a test, it means Zeus talked with an administrator, and he really did everything he could to reduce the penalty. Yuan says that even if Olympus was behind Lancelot, what reason is there for someone of Zeus's caliber to use that kind of power? Merlin says Zeus is not a fool, and if he annihilates Camelot, Olympus will receive a tremendous penalty, and such an action could put them at odds against Asgard, their rival guild. The system again notifies them that a lightning bolt will fall on Camelot in 5 minutes. Yuan says that even the mighty Olympus is afraid of Asgard, which has Odin, but that is exactly the reason why they are trying to cut the tail and run, even if it costs them. Merlin says he does not understand, but now does not seem like the time to chat nonchalantly, and they should continue the talk later. Merlin protects Britain with his magic as he forms a magic circle above. Seeing this, Yuan mutters that it is amazing, as expected from a wizard who has learned and created 10,000 skills, but that it will not be enough to stop the lightning bolt. Merlin says to Yuan that he should assist in any way he can, and not just stand there looking at the sky. Yuan says the sky is not the only thing he is looking at. His cinder eye is resonating. He recalls that there was a message he received a few days after arriving in Camelot. Not only was he surprised at how quickly the sender found him, but he was not confident he could act as if he did not know him, so he ignored the message. Now he cannot really ignore it anymore. The system warns that a lightning bolt will fall on Camelot in 3 minutes. Yuan then internally speaks, asking if he is being watched and requesting some help. The system informs him that the 12th eye of the great sage, Heaven's equal, watches him. It replies by asking why it should help. Yuan asks if they want to just leave them to die. It says it does not care if that happens. Yuan responds that it sounds like a waste of all that effort in searching for him, pointing out that it has been following him for days like a stalker, and asking if it has business with him. It says he seems to have the ability to run away, questioning if there is any reason for him to make a stand there. Yuan says he cannot just watch and let the place be annihilated, so it should help him just this once, and in return, he will help it out. It agrees, saying if it is just this once. Then a red light comes straight from above. After the explosive landing, a figure declares that it is he, the great sage, Sun Ogong. The system says a lightning bolt will fall on Camelot in 1 minute. Ogong says to Yuan that they have finally met. Yuan says they can chat later, and should first take care of the immediate problem. Ogong agrees, saying exactly once, this will be the only time. Yuan says he has no intention of asking for more anyway. The system notes that the annihilation of Camelot begins as the lightning bolt comes down toward Britain. Ogong raises his staff to block the lightning bolt. The staff expands higher while Merlin struggles to hold on to the magic circles he created. Merlin's defense wall is destroyed by the lightning bolt, but Ogong's staff Rui resists it. The lightning bolt cracks down on Rui, and Ogong, seeing this, says it is strong. Yuan thinks that a staff is still a staff no matter what skill it replicates, and maybe it is impossible to completely block the lightning bolt. Then his cinder eye opens. Seeing this, Yuan says he knew it, just as he expected. He tells Ogong to hang in there a little longer. Ogong asks what he means. Yuan climbs onto his back and moves up along with Rui. Ogong asks where he is going and says no matter how outstanding he is, how could he just run like that, since he almost died? Yuan then notices through his cinder eye that the lightning is lessening. Kaini is reaching for the lightning bolt, and the pure sea stone is reacting to it. Yuan thinks that, as expected, the sea stone reacts the same way when he gets closer. The lightning bolt is a Hephaestus masterpiece made by processing divine stones, and the reaction must have been caused by the divine stones. He is certain Kaini was forged with the dark divine stone, the sea stone, and now the divine stone from the lightning bolt. These three stones were supposed to be one. Still, it should not react so strongly. Kaini claims it is all his and absorbs the power of the lightning bolt. Yuan struggles with this much power and thinks that even if he has already cancelled the staff, it still holds this much power. Even though he became stronger and used that much energy, he hates how he still has not closed the gap between Zeus and himself. But he thinks it is good since it keeps him from losing his resolve. His electric shock increases to level 5. Still holding on and absorbing the power with Kaini, Yuan says he will catch up to Zeus soon enough. Then, finally, Kaini absorbs all the lightning bolts. Yuan, exhausted in midair, says he did it. He then faints and starts falling. Ogong says he is falling. Merlin says he is not moving and must have fainted. Ogong rushes to grab him, saying he knew this would happen. He then catches him. The system informs that the fall of Camelot has been stopped. Meanwhile, seeing his failed attack, Zeus says he did not expect son Ogong to appear and admits he has failed. Poseidon asks why, wondering why Ogong would do such a thing when making Olympus his enemy would bring him no benefit. Zeus says Ogong is the type to do whatever he wants and does not care about becoming enemies with anyone. He explains that Ogong is someone even the heavenly realm of the Giants Guild could not kill, and he cannot recklessly fight back just because he is irritated. But he notes that Wukong seems unable to move his body and questions how Yuan managed to stop the lightning bolt by himself, realizing Yuan has grown more than he thought. Poseidon thinks that if Zeus says this, then just how skilled Yuan must be. Even rankers find it difficult to stop Zeus, so maybe Yuan's skills are now similar to those of a high ranker. He then asks what they should do now, saying Asgard will surely find out about what happened in Britain, and if it is Zeus, he must have already thought of what to do next. Zeus generates another lightning bolt and hurls it toward Poseidon, saying there is no other way. Poseidon blocks it with his hand and says he should have known Zeus would do this, asking if he intends to strike him down as well. Zeus apologizes, saying everything is for the revival of Olympus. On the other hand, when Ogong grabs Yuan, he says Yuan is such a fool for asking for help only to die. Yuan replies that he did not expect to hear that from him, then wakes from his unconscious state. He sits up and thinks that he feels like he was listening to someone. He grabs his moonlight sword, which shows its strength has increased to 200. Then Merlin enters his room, saying it has been 5 days. Merlin says he thought Yuan was going to die like that and asks what on earth he did, reminding him that he fell after being hit by the lightning bolt, and then the lightning bolt disappeared. Yuan thinks about the lightning bolt and realizes he gained a skill. The system informs him that he has activated a piece of the lightning bolt. He spreads the lightning bolt all over the room, and Merlin shouts, asking if he is going to blow the castle away after they had such a hard time defending it. Yuan apologizes and says he finds it difficult to control his new skill. Then Volcaro interrupts and scolds Yuan, saying that if he is up, he should be gentle, and asks if he is going to cause a ruckus again. Merlin tells Yuan that there is a guest who has been waiting for him to wake up. Volcaro shouts at Yuan, asking if he is not going to answer him. Yuan wonders why Volcaro is here. Later, Yuan explains that he ran towards the lightning bolt and thinks the 3 stones have the attributes of becoming one. He asks where Ogong is, and Volcaro says he is sure Ogong is sleeping in the middle of nowhere. Yuan then asks what brings him here, adding that if it is because of Ogong, he does not think Volcaro can help either. Volcaro says he came for sightseeing. Yuan asks if that is really so, but adds that it looks like Volcaro is worried about him. Volcaro yells that he already said he came for sightseeing. Then Merlin says that Yuan has the sea stone and asks about the sky stone, whether he has it. Yuan says he comes to think of it, but Volcaro interrupts, saying that about the item enchantment Yuan mentioned before, he came up with a decent method to do it. He says he has almost all of the materials and adds that there is a place in Camelot where he can do it, asking Merlin if he may use it. Merlin says the best blacksmith in the tower will be using it, so who would ever complain? and tells him he can use it whenever he wants. Volcaro then says 2 kilograms of adamantium can pull out the tower's powers and adds that they are quite compatible, too. Yuan then asks how about 12 million, including the production cost. Volcaro says he even got an ore for Yuan and asks how he could scam him like that. Yuan then says they should go with 1,400,000. Volcaro thinks he cannot hit a guy who just woke up, and then agrees, saying that is enough. He takes the sea stone and says it will take about 4 days, telling Yuan not to be late this time and to come to him. Later, while walking in the garden, Merlin says to Yuan that the country did not get better when the king disappeared. Yuan says the round table was confused, too. Merlin agrees and says the people also thought it was because of that reason, so it was impossible for the country to flourish. He adds that Yuan must have seen the round table fight about whether Arthur was fake or not when Lancelot was called a traitor, and explains that this shows how much influence Lancelot had on them. He says the round table has separated, and it is hard to have the same power as before. Yuan asks if Merlin feels bad about it, and Merlin says no, because it should have been like that a long time ago. He explains that it is only natural to cut off the root and part or to grow new flesh. He adds that he owes Yuan a great debt because, thanks to him, he had the chance to do the right thing. Yuan says that it is because Merlin believes in him. Merlin says Yuan should like that old man again and adds that since Yuan is still recovering, he would like him to follow him somewhere. At an abandoned palace, Merlin asks Yuan to call his friend Arthur. When Arthur's orc appears, Merlin says that after Lancelot died, he found that this place was still being maintained. He explains that maybe Lancelot could not abandon it and kept it a secret, a place where only the king could come and go. Arthur, seeing the statue of his son, says it is Mordred Pendragon, his precious son. Merlin says he wanted to bring Arthur's son peace once it was possible, but this is far from a prince's funeral, and he fears something might happen to Britain when it is already so chaotic. He adds that he was in charge of this at first. Yuan then asks Arthur if he would like to go into his son's body instead. Arthur replies that he cannot, saying his son died because of him and asking if Yuan is trying to make him feel guilty. Merlin says that it is right. It would be too harsh on Arthur, no matter how much he thinks about it. Yuan then asks if Arthur's son's body becomes undead, if that makes him feel better. Arthur replies that it is obvious he should be the only one to become an undead. Yuan comes toward him and says he thinks Arthur misunderstood the question, so he will ask again. If Arthur thinks that what he is going to do can help Britain recover. Arthur replies that it is not that, but without Yuan, the ruined Britain cannot become upright again. Yuan says he has to think about building a new future for Britain with his son, since his son wanted to inherit the throne, and he is sure his son trusts him, whatever path Arthur chooses. Arthur says his son sincerely loved Britain, and even if he had stopped him, his son would understand as long as it was for Britain's sake. Yuan then says he will not waste the decision Arthur has made. He puts Arthur's soul into his son's body. Arthur says he vows never to betray Yuan and pledges his allegiance, calling Yuan his king. The system informs that the Death Knight Arthur has made a vow. Yuan's proficiency with the King of the Undead has increased, and he has acquired the loyalty of the King of the Undead, Arthur. Meanwhile, Ogong recalls the moment when he grabbed Yuan, and they had a brief conversation. He asked Yuan if he knew him or if, by any chance, they were friends, saying Yuan must know him. Looking at his hand, Ogong thinks it felt like he knew him. No matter how strong he is, he felt rather familiar instead of intimidating. It is as if they were close and had known each other for a long time. Yuan asks Arthur how he feels, saying that as someone who is almost a high ranker in life, he seems fine. Arthur replies that he still needs time to adjust and tells Yuan not to use honorifics, since Yuan is now his king. Then, Ogong's voice speaks to Yuan, saying he saw something extraordinary to think the King of Knights would serve another king. He adds that had he not helped Yuan, Yuan would have died, and questions why Yuan figured he would help him. Jumping in front of him, Ogong says he just doesn't get it, but if he thinks of it a certain way, he can understand, because Yuan knows about him. Yuan thinks he assumed Ogong came because of the Cinder Eyes, but perhaps that was not the case. Though it is a skill that only Ogong possesses now, it originally belonged to the monkeys of Mount Wugong's family. Since a player outside his family has the Cinder Eyes, Yuan expected that Ogong would decide to help him for now, planning to ask about the Cinder Eyes later. Yuan then asks if there is any player who does not know about him, the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Ogong, a high ranker who fought the heavens. He notes it has been a while since Ogong stopped being active. Ogong says it is not about that and asks how Yuan, who is not a fool, cannot understand him. He presses Yuan to tell him what he means. Yuan says he does not know about anybody else, but he never expected to hear those words from Ogong. Ogong responds that Yuan is acting that way again, accusing him of treating him like a fool twice. He insists that Yuan knows him, saying he can see what that half I cannot see, and emphasizes that they must share the same eyes. Yuan's cinder eyes resist the golden cinder eyes, but the resistance fails. Yuan asks Ogong what he feels with those amazing eyes of his. Ogong replies that he, the one who knows Yuan, can see his main body standing beside him, and that Yuan knows that main body very well. Yuan thinks about what he should answer. Even if he lies, the golden cinder eyes will catch it, so pretending in front of Ogong is a bad idea. He admits that it is true they knew each other in the world he came from. Ogong asks how they knew each other, and Yuan answers that they were friends so much that they were like enemies. A memory comes to him. He is lying on a stone when Ogong approaches, asking if he is sleeping and telling him to get lost, claiming it is his spot. Yuan refuses, saying the sun shines best there. Ogong throws an attack, ordering him again to leave. Yuan emerges unharmed, and the two begin fighting. In the clash, Ogong lands a kick on Yuan's face, a blow he cannot dodge. Ogong mocks him, saying a little kid like him is acting up, questioning when he plans to become a ranker with such skills, and telling him to consider himself lucky for not being dead. Yuan laughs, finding it interesting. Then, they again start fighting with each other to the death. Still fighting with Ogong, Yuan thinks that so far it has been 9 losses out of 9 matches. But this time he will definitely win. Ogong thinks that this guy is quite agile. Yuan finally manages to land a blow on his face and throw him far away. Coming close, Yuan says it is 9 losses out of 10 matches, and he has won a glorious victory. Hearing this, Ogong says it seems like he is having fun, and Yuan is too. Yuan says it was annoying at first, probably because he lived a life where he was not used to having someone next to him. Ogong asks why he went along with him, and if he opened his heart to him. Yuan replies that he had no choice but to go along since he could not defeat someone who would not die. During that time, he put his walls down and heard the news about the outer gods, individuals known as gods outside the tower, which pushed him to rush into the tower. Ogong says, anyway, all of them are gods. Yuan says that because they deserve that name. Ogong then asks if that is why he fought with him. Yuan tells him it was not just him. He fought everyone there, and they lost miserably. Then they decided who would go back to the past among them, and it was Kim Yuan, who grew the quickest and killed the most outer gods. Hearing this, Ogong says he sees Yuan is from the future. Yuan's proficiency with the cinder eyes drastically increases. He says it was also necessary for him to clean up what happened in Britain, because Lancelot caused a huge mess in the future. Ogong asks how the progress is. Yuan says the progress is so small that he cannot even tell if he has made any, and this is just a step toward closing a poisonous hole. Ogong asks what the probability is of him winning against him. Yuan says who knows, maybe around 0.1% now, but what matters is that there is a possibility. Ogong clenches his teeth and says that the monsters earlier were that strong, and he hates this complicated stuff. He wishes he had that body right now. Yuan asks if that body is stuck on the 40th floor. Ogong, irritated, asks how he knew. Yuan says he is from the future and asks if Ogong was not listening. Ogong says he can't believe it and asks if Yuan is saying he helped him because he knew his situation. Yuan agrees and says Ogong should also help him. Ogong says he already helped once. Yuan says that was about his main body, and it was not enough. Ogong says it would be a different story if he had only asked for help once. Then he notices a huge number of Valkyries arriving and asks what happened to Asgard. Yuan says they must have come to take a look at the situation because the Round Table is a guild of guards and Lancelot was in contract with Olympus. Ogong asks if they came just because of that. Yuan says it is not just that. If the head of the Round Table had simply transferred the line of Olympus, they would not have made a move. He explains that the great warrior Ragnarok, who led Asgard to its downfall, is supposed to start with the Round Table. Yuan thinks that the Olympians planned this and used Lancelot to cause the downfall of Asgard. but now that Lancelot is gone, he can breathe. Ogong asks if Ragnarok means the Valkyries came because there is a war. As Yuan moves, Ogong asks where he is going, and if he is not going to meet them. Yuan says there is nothing he can do, even if he gets involved with Asgard right now, as they have a clear moral duty and will not jump into a war unprepared, expecting to lose. Ogong asks when the war will happen. Yuan says that before the war, Olympus would collapse, and there are cracks there now. Ogong thinks about what is going on inside Yuan's head, feeling chills. Meanwhile, Yuan thinks that with the golden cinder eyes, many people knew how Ogong entered the tower until he met several high-ranking officials. He brought all the information they got, and is making each move according to the plan. No matter how much he claims to have come from the future, he questions if he really controls every move, piercing through countless variables, and recognizes he is still far from that level of power. In fact, he compares it to a masterpiece crafted by countless high-rankers, pouring their hearts into it. Yuan then requests a private meeting with the administrator and informs Ogong that they will reach the 40th floor in no time. Ogong asks if the administrator can go up immediately this way. The system notifies that, after thinking deeply, the administrator agrees to have a private meeting. Later, Yuan stands on the border of Britain, looks at the area in front of him, and says that this is the border of Britain, the end of the world. A long time ago, in Yuan's future, Lancelot, the leader of the Round Table, ordered an attack on the demon tribes. This provoked the giants and demons, who retaliated against the Round Table. The Olympians, allied with Lancelot, could not stand by as the Round Table suffered, and the peace-loving Asgardians could not ignore their rivals, igniting a war. Conflicts erupted everywhere, and as a result of this widespread war, the tower's power diminished significantly. Consequently, Kim Yuan decided to intervene and stop Ragnarok. The administrator explains that the difficulty is high and the reward is great, and Yuan will need to spend some points to attempt the trial. Yuan remarks that, thanks to the administrator's obsession with the trial and granting Zeus's wishes, he has accumulated plenty of points. The administrator replies that if he had complied fully with Zeus, thunderbolts would have rained everywhere. He adds that the priorities of the administrator are always first the order of the tower and second the flow of the trial, explaining that these priorities define their existence and roles. Yuan then asks to see those roles. Yuan accepts the trial and pays the fee. The system informs him to go through the forest over the course of a year and create a path to receive help from the pioneer, noting that there will be an additional reward if it is cleared quickly and that the trial begins as soon as he descends from the castle walls. He mutters that it is a long-term trial lasting a year, and they really want him to suffer, thinking about pioneering the world. Ogong asks if he wants help, but adds that he is not going to assist. Yuan replies that he will be fine and tells Ogong to go, explaining that receiving help might cause a penalty and disqualification, wasting his trial fees. Ogong says he really wanted to help and asks if he has to wait a year. Yuan descends from the wall, saying he will finish it within a month and will call Ogong when it is over. The system notifies that the trial has begun. At the end of the 25th floor, within the unexplored forest, players gossip with each other, wondering if it is really Yuan, since they thought he was in the capital. They say it should have taken him 3 days to arrive, and question how he got there so quickly, speculating that he came directly from taking a trial from an administrator, and wondering if that is even possible. The Pioneer Troop's 3rd Unit Vice Captain, a high-class player named Warlock, tells Yuan that if such a skillful player helps them, it would be a great deed, but asks if he is not thinking too simply. He explains that even though they view crossing the forest as a 1-year expedition, 3 years at most, with so much time needed just for reorganizing, and yet Yuan claims he will finish it in half a month. Yuan replies that he will do it. Warlock thinks that Yuan is taking the front line and, considering that he is a potential player, expected him to be more cautious. He hopes there will not be a big accident. Yuan unleashes the thunderbolt, its light spreading all around, leaving the players surprised. Warlock asks him what he is doing so suddenly. While releasing the attack, Yuan thinks that although he feels slightly fatigued, he still has so much energy, wondering if this might be increasing his stats. He then asks Warlock if it is his first time in the Pioneer Troops, warning that a single hesitation can put comrades in danger and that a leader should never act startled. Soon, they hear monsters growling. The Divine Thunderstorm begins reacting with Kaini, but due to low proficiency, 30 seconds are needed. Yuan hurls the divine thunderbolt toward the source of the growls, throwing the monsters into chaos. Shocked players exclaim that this is insane, realizing Yuan was not boasting when he said he would finish the task in half a month. Warlock then tells the players to move forward. On the fourth day of pioneering, the players following Yuan tell Commander Warlock that Yuan is moving too fast, and at this rate, they may lose him. Warlock replies that today's pioneering will end soon, and that once the sun sets, it may be hard, but they should hold on a bit longer. Warlock thinks there is no other monster like him, recalling that he once heard a high ranker with a similar skill would appear. He thinks of the throne of heaven, Zeus, the god of thunder, who claimed to be ruler of the tower. He admits that Yuan's current power is not yet as strong as a high ranker, but his skill is not that far off. Still, just like a player on the 25th floor, his thoughts are short. With this speed, even 15 days will not be enough. Regardless of his skill, in such a vast place, Warlock wonders how Yuan is planning to pioneer the land in 15 days. Suddenly, a large monster appears before Warlock, and he realizes he is too late as the monster is about to catch him. A figure then appears and defeats the monster, saving him. The players ask Warlock if he is alright. Warlock thanks the figure and asks who he is, questioning if he belongs to the pioneering squad. The figure introduces himself as Fist Lord Beeklam, the Heavenly Fist Lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, and says he has come under the orders of the young cult leader, but asks where he is. Warlock wonders if the Heavenly Fist Lord, one of the 4 heavenly leaders of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, is really standing before him. By a young cult leader, it should mean the man who will become the next cult leader. Warlock asks why he is looking for the young cult leader here. Beeklam yells that it is because he heard the young cult leader would be here. Warlock says there are only they here and questions who would come into a territory without the pioneering squad's permission. He then realizes Beeklam must be talking about Yuan. Beeklam waves toward Yuan, saying he is nearby. Yuan replies that he thought Beeklam was holding on to some strange people, so he went back for him, and asks if it is not only him who came. Beeklam says they came as Yuan commanded. Warlock wonders if Kim Yuan is the young cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. The Divine Cult members rush toward Yuan, pledging their loyalty to the great young cult leader. Yuan stops them, thinking that he must finish the trial solely with his own abilities. From the start, it is impossible to receive help from anyone except the pioneering squad. But using the power of the young cult leader means using the abilities that he has. Yuan then declares that, as the young cult leader, from this point on, he orders them to help the pioneering squad and pioneer through as quickly as possible. The divine cult, along with Beeklam, agrees to his command and begins chasing the monsters, killing them. Yuan also engages, burning the monsters alive. He then receives a message from Marlin, who says they were wondering where he went and asks why the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult would be there. Yuan replies that it happened this way and that he needed the labor of the cult members to pioneer through the forest more quickly. He adds that he heard Marlin is acting as the king's representative and asks for reinforcements. Marlin replies that the country is already in a mess, so they cannot send much. Chang Lord say their side is almost finished and ask the young cult leader to finish it. Yuan then pours out the thunderbolt and destroys the monsters. On the 14th day of pioneering, the system informs that he has passed the pioneer of the world's trial. Additional rewards are paid over time, and the following additional rewards will be delayed. He may now move to the 26th floor. Yuan receives 150,000 points. He transfers 50,000 points to Fist Lord and 50,000 points to Chang Lord. Chang says it is so much money, and that he will gratefully receive it. Yuan thinks there is no boss more hateful than one who hesitates to pay good rewards to subordinates. Without the help of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, he would not have achieved such great results. He decides he will have to head back to Camelot, since they have been rushing him to return like crazy. Beeklam then says that if this is considered a reward for the job, he would like to request a different reward regardless of the ranks. He wants to fight Yuan. Chang Lord asks what kind of manners those are, but Yuan stops him and asks Beeklam if they should start now. Yuan then tells Chang Lord that it is not a big deal and orders him to organize the area so nobody gets caught up in the fight. The system notifies that the match has been settled with an agreement and that the effects of the penalty are temporarily removed. Yuan thinks that Fist Lord is the last person to reach the level of Lord out of the 4, one of the highest rankers of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. with martial arts that symbolize the fist. He tells Beeklam that he will not use heavenly demon skills, as it will be hard to use 100% of his skills in this matchup anyway. Seeing Beeklam's blue aura, Yuan thinks that it has been a while since the blue lightning and wonders how much he has grown. As Yuan comes at him, Beeklam asks if he is not putting too much effort into this vice cult leader. They clash fists, unleashing their manas. Beeklam then asks if Yuan is not going to use the divine flame. Yuan replies that he has something else he has been practicing. Beeklam grits his teeth and says Yuan will regret saying that soon. He throws a punch, but Yuan blocks it by guarding his arm in front of him, then unleashes the divine breaking thunder. Beeklam wonders why he expected Yuan to dodge the attacks, yet he is actually blocking them. It has been a while since then, so of course Yuan has grown, but to this extent, it surprises him. The system notifies that the power of the giant flows through Yuan's body, and stamina stats are redirected to strength stats in a higher ratio. Yuan says that now he shall go all out. He then leaps toward Beeklam, swirling the air around him. Yuan lands a punch, but Beeklam blocks it with his arm guard. They are involved in a fierce battle, with Yuan continuously punching Beeklam recklessly. Beeklam struggles to dodge his punches, thinking that he feels like his bones are breaking, and wonders how on earth Yuan is this strong. He finds it shocking to lose against a player who has been continuously climbing the 10th floor without skipping a single day of training until today. Since then, he has wanted to fight Yuan properly without any constraints, just to see how much stronger he has become, and now his wish has finally come true. Yuan punches him in the face, causing his mouth to bleed. As Beeklam is about to lose his balance, he thinks that he cannot just let it end like this. He then unleashes his aura again and activates the 100th Thunder Fist. Frustrated, he grits his teeth and hurls it toward Yuan. But then, he suddenly notices the divine flame and sees Lord Mugen's face appear before him. Mugen asks where he is looking right now and whether he can see him. Beeklam, scared, wonders what he has just seen and whether it is because of this unbearable and frightening power, realizing that Yuan was acknowledged by the flame. Yuan asks what he saw, and Beeklam replies that he saw the heavenly demon, his lord. Yuan smirks and thinks that the heavenly fist leader fears the heavenly demon the most. Beeklam then bows before him and says that he lost, and thanks Yuan for responding so willingly to his rude request. Yuan says it was fun. Later in the Britain Palace, Merlin tells Yuan that it has been a while since he suddenly left for the frontier, and now he has returned so quickly, asking if the great sage gave him a ride. Yuan, exhausted, says he thought he was going to die on his way there. Merlin then says Yuan is indebted to the heavenly demon cult, or rather Mirim, and adds that he cannot believe the heavenly demon cult has joined hands with Mirim, making Mirim now on par with the Giants Guild. Yuan agrees and asks about the round table. Merlin tells him that after causing a mess in Asgard, some even declared they would quit the guild, and he does not even know who is going to leave right now. He says this is all because of Lancelot, or more specifically, the Olympians. Yuan replies that it feels like they got caught up in a huge wave, but adds that it will quiet down soon because he will make that happen. Merlin spreads his magic waves and tells him to bring it on, asking him to make that happen. He then gives Yuan the condition, telling him to take it and go up, saying he named the remaining one triangle, and it is important to save it at all costs. Merlin admits that he does not know exactly what Yuan has to save, but says he will understand after hearing the summary. He tells Yuan that Volcaro spoke about Sea Stone, and if he had that and created an item, he would use it on a piece of armor rather than a weapon. As the armor appears with Merlin's magic, Yuan internally says to Volcaro that this time, he made a choice he would not regret. Yuan puts on the armor, and Merlin tells him that he thought Yuan would prefer something comfortable instead of heavy armor, so he crafted it that way. Yuan replies that it is perfect, light, and covers a large part of his body, too. He thinks that if Kaini condensed adamantium, it would be considered volume expansion. Afterward, he wields the Midnight Sword. Seeing him, Merlin flinches and asks what he is doing. Yuan strikes his own arm, and Merlin yells at him, asking if he has lost his mind from motion sickness and what on earth he is doing so suddenly. Yuan, unharmed, says he was just checking the defense and skill effects of the item. Merlin protests, saying still, how could he strike his own arm with his blade? Yuan replies that he is fine, explaining that although it looks thin, the armor is made of adamantium, and it won't work even if he tries to cut it. Even though it is as thin as paper, it won't get cut easily because it has received protection from someone. Then blue mana begins to spread all around. Yuan warns Merlin that it might be dangerous and asks him to step back. An unshaped figure appears, and the system notifies that the egg is cheering for him and bares its teeth. Yuan wonders if it is the same creature as the eyes he saw in Kaini, though it feels somewhat different from items with ego and consciousness. He asks what it is, saying it has no name, it is not a monster, not a person, and questions what it really is. The figure says, now it is the second, and then disappears. Merlin asks what it was, noting it was covered in unstable mana. Yuan replies that he doesn't know, though he would like to. He thinks that he definitely saw its face, but he can't remember it, as if it is being erased from his mind. He wonders if it is waiting for the divine thunderstorm that Zeus has, and he wants to know how it possesses the power of an outer god and why it appears to be an item. The egg's hatching rate reaches 96%. Merlin then asks if Yuan is leaving, questioning how urgent it is for him not to take a rest, and tells him to stop by next time when he has time. Maybe by then there will already be a statue of him there. Yuan answers that he will do just that and then says he will get going. After clearing the floors, Yuan finally reaches the 41st floor. Half a year later, at the trial location on the 41st floor, at night, he sits in a forest preparing a meal. When an opponent approaches him, they ask if he is there, explaining that they activated a mute skill so he will not hear anything. They notice the 50 grand summoning stones Yuan has gathered. They remark that it is a lot of stones for one person, but still fewer than what they have. The trial is to defeat a summoned monster, with the grade of the summon changing based on the number of summoning stones. They say he was not seen in the 25th floor ranking, questioning if that means he is not a big deal, and adding that there are rumors he can climb the tower by cheating. They tell their team to get into position and say they should all go, just in case. After the countdown to 3, they all began charging at Yuan. As they leap toward him, in midair, they notice that Yuan has 817 summoning stones and wonder how he had only 50 earlier. Yuan then unleashes his divine flames and defeats them all. After clearing them, he has 1,020 summoning stones. He says that they were the last surviving team, so he thought they would last for a while. Separating the stones, he wonders if, separated, the number will change, so it was good to use them to attract others. Thanks to that, he gathered 1,000 quickly. He thinks trials are good if there is a group like that because even without searching for stones, they come to him on their own. He then says it is time to start the main trial. The system asks how many he would like to use, and Yuan answers all of them. He then uses the 1,020 summoning stones and summons the Demon King Diablo. Yuan wonders why Diablo appears in the 41st floor trial. This is a trial where the administrators and the demon tribe formed an alliance, so it is more likely for remnants to appear. However, a top-tier high ranker within the top 20 of the Demon Lord Guild has appeared, a being far too great for regular players to handle. The balance of the trial itself has collapsed. Diablo says he was sleeping so well, but someone bothered him. He did not expect some crazy guy to use 1,000 summoning stones. He asks Yuan, a small human, if he summoned him while knowing who he is. Yuan asks if he is Diablo. Diablo replies by asking why he would take that risk if he already knew who he is. Yuan mocks him, saying it is obvious he is going to kill him and get the points. Monster Diablo laughs at Yuan, saying what a character he is to dare challenge him while knowing who he is. Diablo declares that Yuan has entered Diablo's tainted sanctuary and threatens to turn every bone in his body to ash. Yuan's senses begin to be paralyzed, and the system notifies that he is resisting the domination condition. Yuan says the status condition does not look good, so he will start with a sanctuary. His cinder eyes resist the tainted sanctuary, and as the resistance succeeds, he begins to burn the tainted sanctuary with holy fire, wondering if it will work. From the holy fire, Diablo's claw approaches Yuan, who quickly retreats from his place. Diablo says it is interesting, and that Yuan should not go down that easily. Yuan then strikes at Diablo's head with his sword, making Diablo move back and lose balance, though he manages to stay standing. As Diablo approaches with its tail, Yuan leaps up and continues striking with his sword along with divine flames. Diablo says he does not like the fire Yuan is using. It then gathers flames in its mouth and spits them out at him. Yuan dodges the fire and thinks about how the holy fire is not working on Diablo. He reasons that the mighty Diablo would not be scared by a fire like that, since its mental strength is no different from its main body. Still, it looks like the lightning bolt made with Kaine's power went through to some extent. Diablo spits out fire again and throws it at him, but Yuan retreats and disappears from its sight. Diablo wonders where Yuan is. Midair, Yuan thinks that now that he knows there is an attack that works on Diablo, he is going to make this a lightning round. He then activates the sky steps and can walk in the sky for only 5 seconds. Diablo spots him and spits fire again, but Yuan blocks it with the lightning bolt flames. The system informs Yuan that his entire body has been imbued with the power of a giant. Diablo wonders aloud, saying how Yuan held it out, that it is not just holding out, he is now coming at him. Diablo wonders if Yuan is enduring it, then realizes he is not enduring it pierced through him. Yuan strikes and severs Diablo's arm. As Diablo curses him, he then also throws a firebolt at him. Burning with fire, Diablo says he is surprised and fairly certain Yuan is a player since he is taking the trial. Diablo adds that he does not like this anymore and tells Yuan to come to the Demon King's guild, offering him a position as a Demon King once he becomes a ranker. Yuan replies that he is a human, so he can't enter a guild that only accepts demons. Diablo tells him he is a human, but also a demon, with the demonic energy in his body as proof that he deserves to be a Demon King. Yuan thinks that, as expected, Diablo noticed the demonic energy within him. A Demon King this kind of offer is unheard of in the history of the guild. He guesses Diablo has really grown fond of him. Yuan then says no, he is a human and does not just join any guild. Diablo spits out poison and asks if Yuan will not enter any guild. Finally, Yuan manages to eliminate him. The system informs him that he has eliminated the Demon King Diablo, acquired 100,000 points, and that the trial will automatically end once the maximum number of points has been met. He has passed the 41st floor trial. Yuan acquires Diablo's horn, and the demon lineage levels up. The system asks if he wants to move to the next floor, and he agrees. He arrives on the 42nd floor and says he really hates this place, calling the air stinky and annoying. Hargon comes and agrees, saying he does not know how his uncle keeps on living in such a place, and adds that it is too humid, welcoming him to hell. As they go, Yuan asks what Hargon just said. Thinking about it again makes him cringe. Hargon explains that the 42nd floor is indeed called hell. Yuan thinks that even before he regressed, he was not interested in the 42nd floor. Not just the food and resources, but it feels like a world where it is hard to breathe. Hargon then mentions what Yuan did on the 33rd floor, calling it amazing, and says he does not think anyone has ever dealt with the Olympians as much as him. Yuan says it has already reached his ears. Hargon explains it is probably because Yuan is now on a high floor and his rank has gone up. The number of Olympian rankers trying to line up has increased, and they have become smarter. Yuan asks if that is so, and thinks that, indeed, Hargon's ranking is higher than Zeus when he was a player, and it looks like quite a few people are trying to step up. They then reach in front of a dark entrance. Yuan asks if this is the right place, noticing there are similar entrances. Hargon, holding a burning stick, confirms that he is sure of it. He explains this is an iconic place among Olympians, but he has been there a few times. He suggests going down, saying this is the real entrance to this world's essence. As they descend, Yuan thinks it is deeper than he expected, estimating it has been about 10 minutes since they went down. Hargon throws his mana deep inside and says there is a lot. Yuan realizes he can feel someone looking at him from somewhere and is sure this was prepared by the owner of this world. He then notices many three-faced horse monsters. Fixing his arm, Yuan thinks he does not know if he can deal with it, but decides to give it a try. The giant's power spreads through his whole body, and he punches one of them. He says to hurry up and come to him, thinking this is a waste of time. Yuan starts fighting with Cerberus and gives them a good beating. Observing his giant power, Cerberus begins doubting his identity. The system tells him that Cerberus fears the power of giants. Seeing this, Yuan asks if he has reminded them of the past. He wonders that long ago, Hercules once gave hundreds of Cerberus a lesson by himself with his strength for several days, and the memories from that time have been engraved on their bodies, so that is how they react to the power of giants. His cinder eyes read their nature, but there is an error. Yuan says he thinks this should be enough and asks what they think. He then notices a figure appearing from a glowing spot and thinks that he has finally appeared. The number 2 in Olympus, the most reliable, and the only sane high ranker among the 3 gods. He recalls that this is the important figure needed to rescue Kronos, who was imprisoned by Zeus on Olympus. Hargon bows and greets the authority of darkness and the scholar of Olympus, Hades. Later, they sit, and Hades' servant offers them a drink. Looking at the cup, Yuan mutters that it is black. Hades replies that it is good for health, then sips it himself and explains that it helps with mana recovery and stabilizes one's body and soul. As Yuan consumes it, the system notifies him that he has consumed Hell's Grass tea, increasing mana recovery speed for the next hour and clearing his mind. His eyes widen after drinking it, and he wonders if this is a rare item and if Hades actually gave him something so precious. Hades then tells Yuan that he still cannot believe a kid like him managed to stop Zeus' lightning. He instructs Hargon to work with Yuan from now on. Hargon agrees, saying he can do that Yuan is trustworthy, and that he would like to be with him until the end. Hades notes that Hargon answered without hesitation and adds that it felt like he was hiding something while fighting Cerberus. He says he does not trust those who keep secrets and that those who do not reveal themselves cannot be trusted. Yuan mutters that, as expected, Hades is not easy to deal with. Hades continues, telling Yuan that he has kept someone worthy by his side for 7 years. Hephaestus. This shocks Yuan. Hades explains that when he asked about Yuan, Hephaestus told him only to trust him and that he would not regret it. Yuan thinks that, in the end, it is because of a personal connection. Hades then asks if it was the leader of the heavenly demon sect, and what Yuan thinks if Chen Majin makes a move. Yuan responds that he does not know. The extent of Majin's movements lies within his authority as leader, and in addition, they are in a position where just one word from the heavenly demon could sway everything. So, it is hard to give a definite answer, but if the others except Majin make a move, it is possible. When Hades repeats, asking if it is possible, Yuan clarifies that it is like Majin has no intention to do that. Hades disagrees, saying that it is not the case. He explains it means the heavenly demon sect has no need to interfere because the fight ends once they deal with the king. Yuan thinks that the fight should not end a war, only a battle. If the heavenly demon sect intervenes and joins hands with Hades, then it would mean war with Zeus. The best results with minimal damage can be achieved if it ends as a battle. He also considers that the upcoming Ragnarok and Gigantomachia should be the same. Yuan then asks if it ends once the king is dealt with, and if Hades is saying that despite knowing how much power the king has. He questions whether he is too greedy and if that is how things will turn out. Hades tells him that he has only stopped the lightning once and asks if he thinks he is capable of doing that. Yuan denies, saying not him. Hades asks what he means by that. Yuan explains that among the 3 gods, he knows Poseidon's absence has caused a power imbalance. Hades asks if he is aware of all that, and says that Zeus noticed that Poseidon, and he joined hands to put him into the underground prison, and that it has been half a year now. Yuan acknowledges that, but adds that in Olympus, the power imbalance was not caused by Zeus, it was Hercules. He then asks what Hades thinks about bringing Hercules there. Hargon rises in shock and asks Yuan if he is serious. Hades asks what the probability is. Yuan says it is around 70% and then asks if there will be a higher chance of winning if Hercules joins them. Hades reflects on Kim Yuan, the one who caused many changes within Olympus. He saved the fighters and fought the administrator of the Olympian trials. He notes that Yuan also blocked Zeus's light world, and even though what he is saying seems absurd, Hades is certain it is not a bluff. He concludes that it would not be entirely impossible. Yuan begins to rise, and Hargon asks where he is going. Yuan says he is going to the 40th floor because, before bringing Hercules, there is something he must solve. Hades tells Yuan that the skill he used when fighting Cerberus was not as threatening as it might seem, even against an Olympian. He explains that it is not just about Yuan's skills, but also the results and history he is creating. Hades notes that Yuan's intervention disrupted Zeus's plan to use the giants and the demon tribe to bring about Asgard's downfall. Even with Zeus's authority, a direct confrontation with Asgard would be burdensome, so Zeus would likely move carefully and observe for a while. Hades then turns to leave and says it is a good time to have a conversation with Odin, so he will head for Asgard, and instructs Hargon to meet the Apollo sibling. Hargon, confused, asks if that is right now. Hades says it is late, so it would be better to wait for sunrise before departing. Hargon asks, puzzled, where the sunrise is in hell. Later, Yuan observes the place and mutters that it is surprising there is a place to stay in hell. Seeing Kaini, he thinks about Kaini's skill, noting it had the same name back on the 42nd floor, and wonders if he should give it a try. Kaini opens its eye and seems to scan the surroundings. Then it summons Yuan to hell, and he flinches as he falls, finding himself underwater but able to breathe. The system notifies him that he is in hell for the first time, and that the king of the dead is in his own realm. He wonders if it is a river or a sea, then realizes it is all mana, infinite in every direction. He understands that Kaini was the tunnel to this infinite force, and that this is the source of power of the dark divine stone. The system informs him that the dead worship him, and he wonders if they really worship him. At the 40th floor, Arthur tells Yuan that he had wondered where the dead go and asks if Yuan had been immersed in the view of the 40th floor or in his thoughts. Yuan asks if he has remembered anything. Arthur explains that soon after his death, he was bound by Susano and existed on the border between the living and the dead, which is probably why he does not remember anything after death. Yuan says that it does not help at all. Arthur apologizes and adds that he thinks he has seen something like the sea, though it was only for a moment, and he is not sure. Yuan thinks that, as expected, the dead lie under the sea and observes Kaini, realizing it is more special than he thought. Arthur asks if Yuan sees that, and Yuan asks if he has been there. Arthur recalls that a long time ago, after the founding of Britain, he had stopped by that place when he met a ranker. He then says he is now prepared and asks Yuan to give him orders as his king. Outside the Lord Ares' palace, Yuan kills many of his guards while still clashing blades with them. Some of the senior guards watch in frustration. Yuan asks where they are looking and remarks that Olympus must be rich to build such great structures for someone who just became a high ranker, wondering if it is because he is from the direct lineage of Zeus and Hera. The guards shout, asking how dare he shame their lord and demand his name and rank. Yuan says that their master hates being insulted, so they should go up and tell him, and declares that he, Yuan, would like to challenge Ares, the god of war and battlelust. Inside the palace, Ares hears the noise and asks his comrades what the commotion is, noting the sound of blades clashing and blood spilling. A comrade reports that Kim Yuan is outside. Another comrade, frustrated, wonders how he dares challenge their lord, then is killed by Arthur's sword. Seeing the ice mana and Excalibur, the comrades realize that the sword is Excalibur and assume it must be Arthur, questioning if it is a challenge from the Round Table, though the Round Table is under their command. Ares clarifies that Arthur is now an undead and tells them to deal with him separately. Yuan appears and remarks that this seems to have been done intentionally by that brave man, but the leader is different, and the faster Ares understands that, the better. Ares asks if he is Kim Yuan and if he is okay. Yuan says they should fight without the weaklings. The comrade, frustrated, asks how a player dares to think so highly of himself. Yuan explains that he is not only there to fight, and that the one who wins can take everything the loser has. Ares says there is nothing he wants from Yuan. Yuan responds that Ares is not that smart and does not know what he possesses. He then unleashes his sea stone mana. Seeing this, Ares quickly recognizes it. A comrade urges Ares that he does not have to fight personally, and that they can deal with Yuan. Ares stops them, stating that no one can join his fight without his permission, and that they should know what he hates most. Ares equips his weapon and remarks that if the sea stones are on the line, he must be confident in his victory. Ares accepts the challenge, saying he will collect loot from war, kill Yuan, and take the sea stones. Yuan steps forward and orders Arthur to deal with any interruptions. They both stand against each other. Yuan wields his sword while Ares blocks with both his weapons, clearly struggling against a single weapon. Ares tries to slash, but Yuan dodges, and their clashes destroy the surroundings. Ares asks if Yuan has an undead, and if he is a necromancer. The system informs that a penalty has been generated. Yuan replies that whatever it is amazing, and that having Arthur is no different from cheating, urging Ares not to hesitate and to come at him. Ares asks if Yuan is overestimating his power, calling him an extremely arrogant little kid, and starts slashing at him. Yuan activates the Cinder Eyes, reading the sword's path to dodge and strike. He pushes Ares back with a blow, but Ares manages to stay standing. Ares then throws his spear, and Yuan dodges it with his gigantification power, which temporarily replaces his body and stamina stats with strength. Yuan lands a punch that Ares barely blocks with his weapon. Ares clenches his teeth and thinks that gigantification's attacks are heavy and that lightning as well. Yuan says it is the power Ares is jealous of in Hargon. Ares angrily asks how dare Yuan say that, but Yuan pushes him back and tells him to shut up. Ares attacks with his staff, and Yuan barely dodges, telling him that he may be riled up because of a sore spot, but he should also watch above. Yuan activates his Thunderbolt skill and unleashes fire. Seeing the explosion, he says it worked, and one more time will end it. Ares then appears unharmed and says that lightning is the power of his father, Zeus, not Hargon, and strikes at Yuan, asking if he really thought Zeus's descendant could be defeated by that power. He then unleashes a huge surge of mana that spreads all around, sweeping even his comrades into it. They try to dodge but say it is too late. The mana is too strong, and wonder if this is really a fight between players, since it feels like a clash between high rankers. Yuan internally scolds Ares, saying he does not even care about his subordinates' safety, and thinks that such a man being the god of war and courage is nothing more than a bloody, crazed fighter. Meanwhile, Ares thinks Yuan possesses the Sea Stone, Gigantification, Cinder Eyes, and even the power of lightning, Zeus's emblem, and if he kills him and gains even one of those powers, he may surpass his father someday. He unleashes his mana again, and Yuan struggles to block. Arthur asks until when Yuan plans to stay, and says if that is the case, he should just let him slash Ares' head off himself. Yuan thinks Arthur is very angry, pursuing the mentality of a knight more than anyone else, and must find Ares utterly disgusting. He realizes his senses will not return, and that he must end it. He then unleashes his divine flames that surround his weapon. Seeing the flames, Ares wonders what is going on and says that for a moment he saw his father. Yuan asks if Ares said lightning was the power of Zeus, and then asks what about the opposite. Yuan observes the mana that is limitless and hurls it toward Ares, thinking he knows the power source of the item, and can bring out its true power. He cannot believe there is such a gap between the things he knows and the things he does not. Ares continuously blocks the mana, thinking Yuan has realized it is disadvantageous for this to turn into a long-term battle, and is aiming to finish him in one shot. He then asks Yuan if he is going to struggle until the end, saying it is surprising for a player to have such skills, but he cannot win without being able to attack properly. Clashing weapons with Yuan, he thinks that starting a fight with the intent to win is not allowed by the rules of war, and out of pride, he will end it now with Yuan's death. They both become engaged in a fierce battle of clashing and dodging. In the middle of it, Ares realizes he cannot move his body. Yuan manages to sever both of his arms and says he is bad at fighting, admitting he did not expect him to come at him like this. Ares, still in shock, thinks about what Yuan means and wonders if he lost on purpose just to get closer to that dark mana. Yuan's Kaini reacts to the fragment of lightning, and Yuan lands the final strike on Ares. Ares' comrade rushes forward to protect him. Arthur blocks the way with his sword, saying he is sorry, but the king is his to deal with. Ares' soul then turns to ashes. The system announces that the king of the dead calls for the soul of Ares. Yuan thinks that he has the power to turn high rankers into ashes, and once he becomes used to wielding it, there will be endless places where it can be used. Yuan says that, as expected, there is no way Ares did not know about this. From above, Athena, a high-ranking ranker affiliated with the Olympians, descends and asks if it is true, if Yuan really killed Ares, demanding an answer. Ares' comrades confirm to her that it is true. Athena then says that means Yuan is her younger sibling's enemy. The system warns Yuan that Gorgon has heard the Olympians, and petrification begins. Yuan generates holy fire and activates the Cinder Eyes, resisting the petrification successfully. Seeing the shield in Athena's hand, he thinks it is the shield of Aegis and Gorgon, the strongest shield even among the Olympians, capable of activating petrification with just the sound of crying. Arthur warns that it is dangerous and asks what they should do. Yuan tells him to wait, saying it is not their turn. He resonates through the Cinder Eyes, and the 12th eye of the great sage looks at him. Then, Ogong's staff stabs in the ground. Yuan says he came quite quickly and tells him it is now his turn. Ogong, standing atop his staff, declares that the main character appears in a dramatic scene. Everyone recognizes him as the great heavenly emperor, the great sage. Athena wonders if the great sage is Yuan's ally. Ogong says that Yuan is absolutely not an ally, is he, and adds that Yuan is all talk. Athena asks the great sage if he is trying to start a war with Olympus and orders everyone to punish the enemies of Olympus. Ogong blocks her shield with his staff, telling her to get lost. He scolds Volcaro about his item, asking how much adamantium he used, saying this is more interesting than he thought. He then tells Yuan to go take care of the others while he deals with the strong one, asking if Yuan can do that. Yuan replies by asking why he is asking something so obvious. He orders Arthur to take care of the weaklings and to leave. Arthur responds with understanding, calling him his king. Ogong says he likes that and then asks how they should play. Athena's Gorgon's blessing activates, and the blessings of war envelop her shield. Yuan thinks the front line is going to give way as soon as the path clears. Ogong attacks Athena, but she dodges his staff by retreating. When she tries to climb his staff, he pulls it back and mocks her. Athena moves up into the air, and Ogong grows his staff behind him, chasing after her. Meanwhile, Arthur and Yuan are killing Ares' comrades. Yuan thinks he has heard they were comrades in arms and not siblings. Surprised, she is so riled up, realizing the rumors were wrong. His cinder eyes waver, activating the sensory field. He admits he pushed himself too hard fighting Ares and won't last much longer. As they try to escape while dodging Ares' comrades, one approaches Yuan, only to have his head severed by Arthur. Then, the ocean's blessing envelopes Yuan's body. Arthur asks Yuan if escaping is his priority, so he must fight instead of killing them. Yuan answers that he has to when he has no other choice, and that the most important thing is to try their best to escape. He thinks those rankers will one day have the power to destroy an outer, so he must keep them alive as best as he can. Arthur reflects on hearing the word escape from Yuan's mouth. The comrades chase, shouting not to let them get away at any cost. Yuan activates holy fire with demonic energy and tells Arthur not to mind them, saying he is tired and will stop acting like a shield, leaving early to rest. He throws the holy fire, causing a massive explosion. They escape, and Yuan thinks holy fire is a cheat code that works on nearly everyone unless they are high rankers. Ogong stays on defense, so he won't be able to pursue Athena, but the results they achieved are enough. He declares this is the start of destroying Olympus, ending the time when they were only its victims. Meanwhile, above the clouds, Athena notices Yuan has escaped and decides there is no need to fight anymore. Ogong praises her, calling it impressive. As Athena leaves, she asks if this was arranged in advance by him and Yuan. Ogong replies that Yuan does not like it when things don't go as planned. Athena wonders what that attitude means, questioning if Yuan predicted her arrival and managed to move the traitor of the heavenly realm just for this. She asks herself what exactly for. Ogong mocks her, refusing to explain, saying she won't get a word out of him. He adds that at least it was fun and promises they will meet again soon before disappearing. Athena is left wondering if he really said soon. Later, on the 38th floor, Yuan scratches his body, noting it feels hot, probably because of the volcanoes. He thinks to himself that who would have guessed there would be a nuclear bomb in such a peaceful place. Spotting some footprints, he mutters that there they are. As he continues following them, he remarks that he keeps seeing prints and wonders if the person is far ahead. Eventually, he spots someone and declares that he has found them. Meanwhile, a massive figure is striking his fists against a huge tree, breaking it clean in half. The figure notices Yuan's presence behind him and asks if he is lost. Yuan responds by asking what he is doing there. The figure replies that he is logging. Yuan asks if he is a lumberjack, to which the figure answers that he basically is now. Yuan then says that he must live nearby as well and asks if he can rest at his place for a few days since he is tired. Inwardly, Yuan reflects that he hasn't seen this man's face in a while, but his aura remains the same as always, Hercules. Yuan thinks that it will not be difficult to approach Hercules. He knows that even without being told, Hercules will be persistent. He acknowledges that it is good that Hercules is well aware of that. Yuan reflects that this high ranker is the key to destroying Olympus, and he must make him part of his team no matter what. He considers Hercules a nice guy who cannot say no, someone who will listen even to the most baffling and stubborn requests. Yuan then asks if Hercules will let him rest, claiming he is so tired he feels like he is going to pass out at any moment. Hercules replies that it takes him time to gather all of his logs and tells Yuan to follow if he thinks he can wait. Yuan thanks him, promising to pay him back, and mutters that he has him now. He feels relieved that Hercules is not as unpredictable as Ogong. He wonders how that man ever acquired the title of Giant Slayer. Later, Hercules brings Yuan to his cottage. Seeing it, Yuan mutters that at least the place looks the same. Hercules says the door is open and tells him to go ahead inside. Yuan asks where he uses all those logs, and Hercules replies that someone still needs logs, since only players don't get cold. Yuan says he is sending them somewhere and calls it a good deed, but Hercules answers that not exactly and says he will get the food ready once he takes care of the logs, so Yuan should just wait a minute. Yuan responds that it is fine and, since Hercules is lending his home to him, he will prepare the food. Hercules asks if he did not say he was tired. Later, they have dinner and sit around the fire. Hercules asks if Yuan is familiar with the kitchen, since he did not stop once, and says that anyone watching would have thought he lived there for at least a few months. Yuan replies that he doubts it. Hercules then asks his name, and Yuan introduces himself. Hercules says he has never heard that name before and asks if Yuan is not a ranker. Yuan answers that he is just a player, but still pretty well known outside that place, and asks if Hercules has not heard about him. Hercules says he has been alone there for too long. Yuan advises him to go outside every once in a while since it is not very good to cut himself off from the world entirely. Hercules points out that Yuan does not look all that social either, and says that even though it is their first time meeting, he feels familiar, doubting that Yuan is usually so friendly, calling it odd. Yuan replies that the same goes for him and adds that maybe it is just similar people getting along well. Hercules then says that, come to think of it, he never told his name, and introduces himself as Hercules. Yuan says he has heard that he is that high-ranked. The next day, they are collecting the logs, with Yuan also helping him. Hercules washes his face in the river water while Yuan stands behind him. At night, they are having their meal, and Hercules is still bringing the logs, carrying them on his back. After spending days, a day comes when Yuan puts a log down and says he thinks this is good enough. Hercules replies that the trees on this floor are harder and heavier than iron, which is why they make for good materials. Yuan responds with curiosity and thinks that, looking at Hercules' strength alone, it is clear he is the strongest in the tower, wondering how he can carry something so heavy every day without using any tools. While carrying the logs, Hercules asks Yuan why he is still there, reminding him that he said he was just going to take a rest. Yuan answers that he was thinking life here is not all that bad, and that it seems like there is still some time until the tower trial. Hercules acknowledges there is still some time, but insists he has to go before it gets dark. Yuan notices Hercules' eyes change and mutters that those are the eyes of someone before battle, then asks why today. Hercules replies that it is quite dangerous here. Yuan says he has confidence in his physique, but Hercules insists that still, he must go, asking him to please leave. Yuan thinks that Hercules looks so lonely, as if he is worried Yuan might get hurt, but also does not want him to see him fighting either. Yuan then says that before going, he has a question. He remarks that Hercules' personality is much different than what he had heard of and asks why he hates giants so much. Hercules responds that he doesn't know what Yuan has heard, but tells him to stop with the nonsense. Yuan asks if he does not get along well with Surtur and Gigantic, and suddenly his eyes widen as he feels an immense aura. The system informs him that the blessings of the sea have surrounded his body. He wonders at the heavy mana, thinking his body might explode. Hercules puts the log on the ground and says Yuan is asking such a ridiculous question, and that they are not close enough to talk about that. He firmly repeats that he told him to go, explaining that this is different from the other floors he has been to. Yuan mutters that he expected they would not be able to have a deep conversation since they have only spent a few days together in this timeline, but he cannot help feeling bitter. He then says that if Hercules finds out the truth, he will greatly regret it. Yuan thinks he wanted to hear it again, like last time the stories of his role model and friend, the stories of the most respected hero. Hercules then wears his lion costume. The system informs Yuan that the 16th day has begun. The promise between the giants and humans is in progress, and the ownership of the realm has shifted. Penalties for unspecified races within the area have increased, and the realm now belongs to the giants' tribe. As giant monsters appear before them, Hercules tells Yuan to stay where he is if he does not want to get caught up in the fight. Hercules unleashes his aura while holding a log on his back. He then hurls his mana toward the monsters. The system announces that the penalty has been activated, adding a restriction against the unspecified race. Hercules continues fighting the monsters barehanded as the penalties repeatedly activate. Watching him, Yuan thinks that when swinging a weapon or fist, one must have a clear goal. Fighting without a goal is no different from killing. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, it is still hard to believe. Without a goal, it is simply killing, and he cannot believe that, of all people, Hercules would do that. Seeing Hercules fighting so fiercely, Yuan thinks that it is hard to believe even with his own two eyes. It is straight carnage without motive, and he is seeing it from Hercules of all people. He wonders if this is how Hercules was after the Gigantomachy, ruining himself alone for over 1,000 years, fighting a great war that had already ended. After clearing all the monsters, Hercules says that the area should now be safe. He tells Yuan that if he wants to stay alive, he should go somewhere safe or stay inside and not move. Yuan wonders how Hercules is enduring a penalty that would kill most rankers, and concludes that his physical strength is truly remarkable. Yuan then steps forward without a word. Hercules asks why he is following him when he does not even know where he is going. Yuan replies that while he does not know the destination, he does know the purpose. Hercules is trying to get rid of the rest of the giants. Hercules clarifies that it is not just any giant he is looking for, giants, one of the 3 giants that represent their race. He warns Yuan that not only is the path to finding him rough, but he also cannot ensure his safety once they do. When Yuan asks about giants, he says that he knows where the giant is and offers to lead the way. Hercules clenches his fists, grabs Yuan's shoulder, and demands to know how he knows that. Yuan tells him to let go first. Hercules apologizes, then presses for an answer, saying that he already searched the lava and Gigants was not there. Yuan replies that Gigants is further down. As they move closer to the volcano, Hercules tells Yuan to stand back for a minute and hands him the lion costume, Triana, to wear. He then steps into the lava and unleashes his mana. The system informs that the king's resistance to all elements increases, partially absorbing damage. Yuan wonders if he can shield himself this much with Triana, but he should probably stay still and wear what Hercules gave him. As they continue, Hercules asks if it is deeper down than this and how far he has to go. Yuan tells him to repeat what he did before, just 3 more times. Hercules unleashes his mana again, and finally, the ground cracks, and under this breakdown, revealing another forest-like habitat underground. Hercules wonders if this really is underground as they land. He asks Yuan how he knew such a place existed. Yuan says there was an informant, adding that Hercules would not know even if he told him, and that he cannot see them even if he wants to. Hercules asks if it is someone from a floor he has not yet reached. Yuan replies with uncertainty and thinks that he heard it from Hercules himself in the future, though it would be unimaginable for his informant. Yuan tells him that enough talking has been done, and to just follow him if he wants to know the truth. While following, Hercules thinks that for the first time in a long while, he thought he would meet someone he felt comfortable with, someone he thought might even make a good friend, but it could all be a trap. He wonders if Yuan is a spy for the giants and what this truth means, or if there is something he has been deceived by. Either way, if it is a trap to get him killed, he resolves to destroy everything. Yuan then stops and says that it must seem suspicious to Hercules since he is walking so far away. Hercules asks why he stopped. Yuan touches a rock and asks him to throw a punch really hard in that direction, saying he will find out. Hercules wonders why, since there is no road and he does not feel any presence, but decides to do what Yuan says. As he does so, he feels vibration and energy, and declares that he has found Gigants. Yuan thinks that Gigants originally dies disastrously at the hands of Hercules, and because of that, the second Gigantomachy takes place. Many sacrifices follow, including those who could have stopped the outer gods. He resolves that he will definitely prevent it this time. He then asks Hercules if he likes it that much, if he wants revenge that much. Hercules questions him, asking for revenge, and demands what Yuan knows to say something like that. He yells at him, asking just who the hell he is. Then Gigants awakens and says he was wondering who it was, recognizing the giant slayer who came all the way there. Gigance declares that Hercules' purpose is obvious, that he is the enemy of giants, the blood of countless giants soaking the land in his hands. He vows to rip Hercules' neck and throw it to Zeus, making all humans pay for breaking their word. Yuan unleashes his divine flames and tells Gigance to stop for a moment. He says that believing only in strength and fighting in ignorance is the same, no matter the race. He then reveals a necklace and asks if they know why they are fighting. Gigance demands to know who he is, insisting that Hercules is a giant slayer who killed the most in their tribe and someone who must be killed, asking if he needs any more reason. Yuan then asks Hercules if he wants revenge for the giant who killed his mother. Hercules, holding the necklace, asks how Yuan has it. Yuan tells him he stole it from Ares and to check it himself. The system then informs that user confirmation is completed. The user is Alcmene's son, Hercules. The memories within the necklace now commence. He then sees the memories from the moment of his birth. His mother apologizes for giving birth to him, telling him that he was born into a world where everyone only wants to use him for his strength. Still, she wishes for him to disregard that and take care of himself, asking him to become someone who does not use power recklessly. After he grows a little, Hercules sends a message to his mother saying that he has passed the exam and that his ranking is higher than his father's. Later, his father, Zeus, tells his wife, Alcmene, that their child has become a ranker. She protests that he is too young to join the war, but Zeus replies that there is still time until the war begins and that Hercules can simply increase his ranking. Until then, it will rise in no time. Alcmene asks if he truly intends to make her son a war soldier. Zeus asserts that the boy was his son before he was hers. Alcmene refuses, saying that no matter how much of Zeus's blood runs in his body, Hercules is still her son. Zeus holds her chin and tells her to have mercy, reminding her that even if it was an unwanted pregnancy, he can already tell that she loves the child and cherishes him greatly. Angrily, she argues that Zeus is insane, accusing him of seeing their son as nothing more than a weapon. Zeus confirms it, saying indeed Hercules is a weapon that cannot be compared to any other. Alcmene asks how he could say such a thing about his own son. Zeus leans toward her and states that he can have as many sons and daughters as he wants, and that there are countless women who want to bear his children. He declares that if he could destroy the tower, he would create 2 or 3 more Hercules. Later, Ares captures Alcmene and says that the end of their guild's leader and ranker is insignificant. He wonders how Zeus would take her away, but in the end, Zeus used the most Zeus-like method, cowardly and shameful. Ares mocks her, asking if she will be obedient now. The comrades who caught her remark that, seeing how things have been pushed to this point, the war is about to begin, calling her a pitiful child. Ares declares that he does not care about that. What is paramount is achieving Zeus's will. He announces that Alcmene will die at the hands of the giants, and that Hercules will be made use of well. As they begin to beat her, Hercules steps in, punching them and protecting his mother. At another moment, Alcmene confides in Alina that she might die soon. She questions why anyone would keep a son who is being raised only as a weapon, insisting that Zeus will kill her and that Hercules will be blinded by revenge. Alina tells her to listen and advises her to take Hercules somewhere far away, to pretend that she does not know anything. Alcmene refuses, saying that even if it is his fate to be used as a weapon, and even if the world sees him that way, she will not turn a blind eye. She insists that she cannot let go of her child just to protect herself. Alina explains that it is because of Alcmene's sense of responsibility, but Alcmene denies it, saying it is only because she loves her child so much. She declares that there has not been a single moment when she has not loved him. She says she has enjoyed every moment spent with him, that she was happy watching him grow differently. Later, she died with her last words thanking Hercules for being born as her son. Seeing all the history through the necklace, Gigance admits that he did not know about it. Yuan thinks to himself that Gigance seems to have a lot on his mind, faltering under the weight of what he has seen. Gigance then asks if Yuan came all the way there, despite the risk, to resolve the misunderstanding between Hercules and the giants. Yuan agrees, realizing that Gigance already knows the skill of the necklace. It would actually be more surprising if he did not. Gigance nods and says that he remembers hearing about Yuan from Urfa, identifying him as Kim Yuan. Yuan asks if Gigance was not supposed to be asleep all this time. Gigance explains that he was not asleep continuously. He would wake up every once in a while to receive news. Yuan then questions why Gigants never tried to stop Hercules. In response, Gigants reveals a wound, explaining that it was a scar from Zeus's lightning bolt. It had taken a long time to heal, and during that period, he had been preparing for the next battle. Yuan reflects that the giants had also been preparing for war. The second Gigantomachy was far greater in scale than the first, several times larger. Many major guilds had been destroyed, along with one of the greatest forces, the giants themselves. He concludes that it was all Zeus's fault that things escalated to such a level. At that point, Gigants observes that since Yuan had managed to land a heavy blow on Poseidon, he must be an enemy of Olympus. He then asks Yuan whether that means he is on the side of the giants. Yuan does not respond. Gigant says that when someone is in a position like his, one decision can change many things. He explains that Yuan has more than enough power to destroy an entire floor, and that right now his choice is greatly influencing Gigant's decision. He admits that he did not think his animosity would die down like this. Yet before him stands a scrawny little player making history. He remarks that Yuan does not seem to know humility, and that if he did, Gigants would have given him a high position among the giants. Yuan tells him not to tempt him, saying he is already popular enough. Gigants replies that then the only thing left is Hercules' choice. Meanwhile, Hercules stares at the necklace, then closes his fist and punches himself in anger. Yuan stops him, saying that it is enough. Hercules asks about Ares, wanting to know where he is. Yuan answers that Ares is dead and that he killed him. Hercules then kneels down before Gigants and says that revenge is off the table. He apologizes for killing Gigants' family because of his misunderstanding and declares that he will give his life at Gigants' command, but not right now. Gigants asks if he is looking for Zeus, and Hercules agrees, saying that he will kill his father and then come back to pay for his sins. Gigants tells him that he cannot give him forgiveness and asks if he knows how many giants died by his hands. Yet he acknowledges that Hercules and his mother were only more victims of Zeus. He says that at the very least, he will not punish Hercules, but if Hercules wants to pay back even a small portion of his sins, it must be clear that he must make sure to destroy Olympus. Hercules wears the necklace and says on his mother's honor that he absolutely will. Later, he thanks Yuan, saying he is greatly indebted to him, and that if not for him, he would not have been able to stop the battle. Yuan replies that if that is how Hercules sees it, then he should lend him a hand later on, and asks if he is going to fight against Olympus now. Hercules says he is planning to. Yuan then tells him he will give him a good gift to cheer him up, and brings up Ares' dead soul. Seeing it, Hercules wonders if it is a shadow person, oddly familiar, like his father. He asks Yuan what he is trying to do and who it is. Yuan tells him it is Ares, the king of the dead. Ares, frustrated at Yuan, rushes toward him. Yuan equips his sword and tells Ares that they say the spirit is weaker than the body. But there are some cases where it is stronger, which is called willpower. Yuan explains to Hercules that Ares, in life, was a high-ranking official. Normal beings would crumble immediately under pain, but high rankers are different. He tells Hercules to hit him as much as his heart desires. Hercules tells Ares to beg for forgiveness, but he refuses. Hercules then punches him in the face, injuring him. Yuan remarks that it is a relief and that Ares has given him this chance. Hercules continues punching him. Yuan mutters that Ares should just apologize and that he is not going to disappear just from this. Ares, his appearance destroyed, finally says he is sorry. The system informs Yuan that the warrior of war and combat has been brought to obedience and that the proficiency of the king of the dead is increasing. Hercules asks Ares if he is sorry, then tells him to take as much as he just did. Yuan wonders if he will be able to keep up the skill. The system says the spirit of the warrior of war and combat is in critical condition and needs rest. Yuan thinks that he has to stop him. After having the punches of Hercules, Ares faints. Yuan tells Hercules to let him know if he needs more later, promising he will let him beat Ares up again. Hercules replies that it is fine, Ares deserves more beatings, but he is not the only one who needs to get hit. Yuan agrees and asks if he wants help, saying he has quite a bit of information. Hercules asks what else he knows. Yuan tells him who is teaming up with whom, who else agreed to kill Alcmene, and who are enemies or allies at this point in time. Yuan then warns him not to go straight to Zeus in this situation, saying he can't beat him alone. but Hercules already moves, saying that destroying Olympus is his goal, and adds that he hopes Yuan is not trying to tell him to endure it until Yuan carries out his plan. Yuan replies that he should definitely destroy whatever his heart desires besides Zeus and go all out. Hercules says he would like that, then leaves. Later, Yuan summons Ares, who appears and says he forgot Yuan is a necromancer. Yuan tells him nicely to let it go, reminding him that he could use him as a puppet without free will like the other undead, but asks if it would not be better to fight of his own accord. Ares clenches his teeth and asks if Yuan is telling him to swear allegiance. He refuses, saying Yuan is an enemy of Olympus, and he cannot raise a sword against his father and mother, no matter how scary Hercules is. Yuan replies that he has no choice but to use him in a war like this. Regardless of what Ares is thinking, he is going to use his power where he wants and destroy it all, whether it be Olympus or Zeus. But he adds that he will leave Ares out of the battle against Olympus if he helps him, and swears on the system. Yuan thinks that the spirit of a high ranker as talented as Ares is aware, and as hard as he wants to get, he wants to turn him into an undead who moves of his own accord. Ares finally agrees, saying Yuan should make a contract with him right now, though he suspects Yuan could just be getting ready to stab him in the back after talking like that. Yuan asks if trickery is all he knows, then agrees to make a contract. The system then notifies that an oath pact has been achieved. The spirit now completely belongs to the corresponding player. The spirit cannot take part in a fight against a player from Olympus, and it will be freed if the contract is ever breached. Yuan has gained allegiance from the warrior of war and combat, Ares. The warrior's powers are fully restored. Meanwhile, at the 77th floor of Hera's temple, outside the temple, Hector, a high-level ranker from Hera's temple, asks another ranker, Mantheus, if Hera has yet to arrive. He remarks that she has been absent for longer this time, and says there is nothing they can do considering the chaos these days, with one player completely muddying the waters. Mantheus replies that Zeus is parting ways with Poseidon, asking how one of the big three gods could crumble just like that. He adds that the rumors say Hades and Poseidon teamed up, so Zeus acted in advance. Hector agrees, saying he heard about it and that it is not like they have anything to go against Zeus. Then, close to them, an attack destroys the surroundings. They wonder what it is and realize it is an ambush. Hercules appears, grabbing the head of a high ranker, and demands to know where Hera is. Hector clenches his teeth and asks if he came all by himself and which guild he is from. Mantheus recognizes him and says that he is the war hero, Hercules. The others wonder why the hero of the Gigantomachy is here. Stepping toward them, Hercules tells them not to make him repeat himself and demands to know Hera's whereabouts. They wonder what on earth has happened to give Hercules that look in his eyes, and they tell him that Hera is not there and ask what he is doing. Hercules says that if that is so, he should go destroy the temple. Hector clenches his teeth and says that Hercules is being rude, that being a war hero is all in the past, and that rankers of Olympians should not be scared by an old man who has not been active for 1,000 years. Mantheus says that they should solve this through talking, not fighting. Hercules easily kills the guards of the temple and then says that if they want to fight him, they should gather more people. Mantheus wonders, as expected, that Hercules truly is the giant slayer who is slaughtering them all. Hercules then again says to gather all the rankers there. On the other hand, Hargon messages Yuan, asking if he succeeded and saying that the temple of Hera is under attack by Hercules. Yuan slightly wakes up, sees his messages, and thinks that it looks like Hercules is causing some chaos. He replies that they were the first ones who attacked them and that it is now their turn to do the same. Saying this, he goes back to sleep, ignoring all his messages. Then Yuan receives a message from Hades, who says that preparations have been completed. Yuan quickly wakes up with this message and says that the reply he has been waiting for is here. Yuan stretches his arms and says that there is no wrong move and that what is left is moving a pillar that can shake Zeus. Hargon then messages him again, saying to come to the 42nd floor because he has something that can help him. At the 42nd floor, in Hell, Hargon asks Yuan what he did. Yuan says that he should participate in the fight against his father, Zeus. Hargon asks why he should fight. Yuan says that Hargon was so determined about his father's fight. Hargon denies it, saying that is not it, explaining that Zeus is the king of Olympus with authority in the heavens, the master of the thunderbolt and lightning, and currently ranks 9th. He says that Yuan should know how high that ranking in the tower is. Even though Hargon is faster than any other player, when it comes to strength alone, he cannot even lay a finger on his father. He asks what the point is of getting into a fight when he cannot even help Yuan with his full strength. Yuan says that it is not pointless and that Hargon is enough. Hargon says that he knows Yuan is not the type to say something ridiculous and asks why he thinks that. Yuan says there are 2 reasons and asks which one Hargon would like to hear first, explaining that the first one would be quite shocking for him, and the second one is related to the first. Hargon says Yuan has never said anything that is not shocking, so he should just say it. Yuan then says that there is one child Zeus cherishes, and that is Hargon. Hargon stays quiet for a moment and then asks if Yuan is serious, saying this is crazy. He then says that if what Yuan said is right, ranking does not matter. He unleashes his mana and says the only child Zeus cherishes is determined to bring him down head-on, and saying that himself makes it sound even more like nonsense. He questions why his father would cherish him, saying he thanks him for giving birth to him in this world, but it was his mother who made him live longer. He says that if Zeus truly loved him, he should have stayed by his mother's side. He adds that Yuan knows well what direction his father has been going, and the same goes for Hercules. To him, Olympus is the place where goal and outcome are more important than cause and justice, and whatever the means for that, Zeus has been acting without knowing the limits. And yet, Yuan says Zeus cherishes him. Yuan replies that he has nothing to say if Hargon does not believe him. Hargon then sits hopelessly and says that he knows all the things Yuan has said, no matter how interesting, were always right, as if Yuan were from the future. He then realizes something and says he needs to think for a moment, asking Yuan to give him a few hours, or even just minutes. Yuan, seeing him, wonders that it was a cruel thing to say, and that he will have to wait and see if Hargon makes the same choice after hearing that. Hargon says this is frustrating, that it is really pushing him relentlessly. Then he receives a message from Apollo, who says they are in trouble and that his father has ordered an attack on the heavenly demon divine cult. Apollo asks Hargon if he did not say his friend, the young master, is there. They begin their journey on the Valkyrie. Yuan asks Hargon if he is done organizing. He replies that he is not yet, but wonders how they are going to stop the war. He says he cannot just watch hundreds or even thousands of people die in such a meaningless war, and asks if Yuan has contacted the heavenly demon divine cult. Yuan explains that he contacted them when he was on his way to the 10th floor, and they told him to be careful. He says Chunmujin is there, so they will be fine, and they also have a few high rankers. Yuan thinks that is why there should be no problem, but he still feels uncomfortable. He notes that Apollo is with Hades, so Zeus will not be able to use them, and wonders about Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus, asking if the other guilds helped. He says there should not be any guilds that would intervene against Olympus. Then Yuan says aloud that it could not be and wonders if Zeus would use that failure, too. Hargon asks if it is something only Yuan knows again. Yuan explains that there is a high ranker who has been sealed in a prison in Olympus for a long time, and says there are fewer than 10 people who know their name. Hargon asks how Yuan knows them and why he thinks his father will let them out. Yuan answers that it is because there is no more reason for Zeus to value them. He says the next Gigantomachy is just a cross. Hercules has changed, and the 4 supreme gods are divided. Even the fighters who supplied the weapons did not stay with them. He explains that there might be a war soon, but it takes thousands of years to restore power, so it would not be strange for Zeus to take action in this situation, even if it endangers himself. Hargon says it must have been his hidden card, but he really cannot imagine his father putting himself in danger. Yuan says he hopes he is just worried for nothing and insists they need to hurry. At the Olympus outpost, the heavenly demon divine cult's base mid-air, Athena recalls when Zeus orders her that they are going to pull Yuan first, so she should attack the heavenly demon divine cult. She tells him that Yuan has Chunmujin and Sun Ogong on his side, so she needs at least 4 high rankers, including herself. Zeus tells her to take Odysseus and Hermes with her and says he will prepare the other ones tomorrow, adding that it is time to let him out and hers too. Later, Hermes, the power of freedom and theft, and a high-ranking member of Olympus, says that, anyway, their father always calls him when there is trouble. Athena warns him not to be careless, thinking this is annoying, and tells him to fight properly. He replies that he should do his best, so this will end right away with the scent of blood. Suddenly, their ship collides with a cliff. Athena, troubled, asks Hermes why he did not move the ship to a safe zone. He responds in confusion, asking what is wrong with her, saying it is not that he did not, but that he simply could not. He says she would not even see that in the Gigantomachy, and insists it is not like he crashed into a cliff, but that he placed it in the front yard of the heavenly demon divine cult. Athena then wonders about the heavenly demon Chinmujin, thinking she believed he was still up in the mountain. She realizes that he has completed his secluded training and has grown stronger now. The silence of the one who possesses half the power of the martial realm is gone, and the ranking of the heavenly demon might change, too. Meanwhile, Chinmujin gathers his forces and declares that he hopes his greeting does not disappoint them. He commands that all members of the heavenly demon divine cult heed his words and defend the cult. Then, from above, Olympus starts throwing attacks on them. Athena tells Hermes to take care of the first four, and says she will handle the one who arrogantly uses the term divine. She orders the army of Olympus to annihilate the heavenly demon divine cult. The people of the divine cult struggle with the situation, many of them becoming the targets of killings. The four lords block the attacks while arguing with each other, saying that the Olympians have finally gone crazy and questioning how they dare attack the heavenly demon divine cult. They argue that it is all the fault of the one who did nothing for the heavenly mountain yet became the heir of the cult. Another interrupts, telling them to stop, reminding them that this is not the kind of situation for such quarrels. Meanwhile, there is a doom-like thing in the Olympus ship, from which a voice asks Athena what it has to do. She tells it to stay still until she gives the command. The voice asks if she is going to release it if it listens. It senses Chinmujin's aura, asks again if she will release it. Athena agrees and says Father has promised, so it should stay there until Father calls for it. The doomed then starts cracking, and strange mana emerges from it. The ground is turning red with the bloodshed from both sides. Inside the dome, a girl appears holding a chest. She recalls the one who gave it to her, saying it is a gift but warning her not to open it, no matter the cost. As she opens the chest, light emerges, and she wonders about the gift from the enemy who killed her parents. Pretty lights like the ones that once came out of the box appear, and from inside, those things emerge. The girl, Pandora, moves toward the divine cult members. Seeing her, they wonder if she is from Olympus and assume she must be a support type. They tell her that jumping into the battlefield unarmed must be a death wish, saying that if she is a supporter, she should act from behind. They mutter in confusion, questioning if someone like that really exists in Olympus, and noting that her beauty is unforgettable. Pandora tells them they must be very scared, and that in a few minutes, they will die horribly. She thinks to herself that the heavenly demon divine cult would never let Olympus be, and here she will be torn apart by them. She believes her corpse will not be buried in Olympus, but instead dispersed and lost, and she accepts that she will die cruelly without returning alive. With just her aura, she kills members of the divine cult. Mujin asks Athena what in the world she has brought there. Athena replies that she is not sure and asks what he thinks it is. She wonders about Pandora, noting that she could not hold herself back and ended up stepping onto the battlefield. Athena realizes that if Pandora has arrived, they might be able to sweep away the heavenly demon divine cult in one strike, but they will also lose allies. At best, only Hermes, she, and the heavenly demon would survive. She wonders what she should do, thinking that the timing must match for someone else to appear. Then she notices the Valkyrie and says that he is here. The system notifies Yuan that the egg is baring its teeth, swallowing its drool, and pressing him to hurry. Yuan realizes it is reacting to Pandora. He calls out to her, asking where she is trying to go with such slow steps and telling her to stay, since nothing fun would come out of leaving. Hargon, troubled by her aura, covers his ears and asks what this feeling is. Seeing Pandora coming toward them, he asks who she is. Yuan tells him to go to the heavenly mountain and help the cult leader, warning him not to stay too close. Hargon agrees, saying he feels this is dangerous, and tells Yuan to be careful, too. Seeing Hargon, she mentions Zeus's name. Hargon then leaves. She thinks that he will not be able to win even if he does this, that it is futile, and everyone will die, and she wonders why he is not giving up and why she must suffer like this. She adds that the possibility of an outer winning does not even reach 1%. Yuan thinks that she is amplifying even the slightest remaining negative emotions, and that the egg's excessive reaction means it is one of the seeds planted by that foolish chaos. Yuan tells her that now the table is set and to enjoy it. As he brings the egg out of his inventory, the egg opens its mouth. Yuan asks her if she wants him to feed it. She hides her face and asks why he is stopping her. Yuan replies that the existence of people like her harms them. Yuan then throws fragments of the lightning bolt at her, which only destroy the ground. Seeing this, he thinks that this will not even make a dent, and that he must go straight for it without giving the slightest gap. Suddenly, the ground below Yuan is destroyed, and he falls. He tells her that she is strong and wonders if this is a fight he must win, but asks himself what to do. Yuan then rushes at her and tries to strike her. She dodges his strikes and unleashes her aura, which throws him far away. He is injured and thinks that close combat does not work because it is draining his stamina. He asks the egg whether, if it has a conscience, it should not come out and help him. He then activates his cinder eyes and sensory field. Yuan thinks that Pandora ranks higher than Athena when she was active, and that a head-on confrontation will not work. He wonders what he should do. Pandora hides her face and asks why he is killing her, what she did wrong, and insists that she does not want to do this. Yuan still thinks that there must be another way and notes that Pandora's strength depends on her negative emotions, so in a battle like this, her power increases with her emotions. He reasons that if he removes what enhances her strength, his chances of winning will rise, and he recalls that there is one more thing that devours negative emotions. Meanwhile, Mugen fights Athena, who blocks his strikes with her shield. They both unleash their auras and engage in close combat on the edge of death. Mugen notes that Athena is fast, and that unleashing mana to that extent at that speed is unbelievable. Athena thinks that Mugen deserves the title of Heavenly Demon. Mugen then lands a strike that Athena manages to block with her shield, producing a huge explosion. After things settle, she hides behind her shield, looks around, and thinks that Yuan will collapse soon because there is no way he can handle Pandora. She judges that the problem is the Heavenly Demon, and that she needs to reserve enough stamina to recover Pandora while keeping up with someone this strong. Mugen tells Athena that she keeps looking away and asks whether she sees anything in the shield, for example, the Vice Lord's activity. She retorts that it is funny and declares that Mugen and his young master will both die there, that today is the end of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, and that they will regret getting involved with Yuan even in the afterlife. Mugen says that Yuan's skill is superior to most rankers, and that this is how he acquires the position as Vice Lord, but that Yuan's special talent is his strength and determination to find a way forward and break through obstacles without giving up, and he warns that they will be the ones destroyed. Meanwhile, Yuan spreads his divine flames all around, and their efficiency starts increasing. She is surrounded by the flames, saying that it is hot. Yuan, seeing her, thinks that the flames are weak, but they devour, and that the divine flame's growth depends on the fear of others. He reasons that all kinds of emotions Pandora has right now will be good food for the divine flame, and that, as long as her emotions do not change, the flame will only grow stronger. The system informs him that the efficiency of the divine flame is continuously increasing. Yuan then shouts at the egg to come out. The egg is drooling. He asks whether it is finally going to hatch, and says it is ready, telling it to devour. Then the egg's fangs and teeth appear, and it starts devouring Pandora's energy. Its hatching rate continuously increases while devouring. Yuan wonders that the hatching rate is rising and guesses it is eating a lot, asking himself whether it is eating Pandora's power. He notes that it is different from when it was Arachi and Lancelot and wonders whether, if it hatches like this, an outer god will appear. Finally, the hatching rate completes at 100. The egg now hatches, and as it breaks its shell, a voice inside asks where this place is and whether Yuan brought it here. Yuan tries to see with his cinder eyes, but cannot, though it feels as though something will pop out. The system asks whether to start the contract with the egg, noting its growth rate is 0. Then a mini variant of Yuan pops up before him. Yuan wonders whether this is an outer god. The creature jumps toward Yuan and goes inside his coat. Yuan notices Pandora lying unconscious and wonders if it is over. Hermes arrives and asks Yuan what that was just now and what he summoned. Yuan wonders, seeing Hermes, that he does not emit any mana and thinks it may be because he has not developed a will yet. Yuan asks if Hermes is done fighting. Hermes replies that he has already fought to his heart's content earlier, and though he does not know about his sister, he does not really enjoy fighting. Yuan asks if Hermes came here on someone's order. Hermes says that with Pandora's box open, nothing more can be expected from him. He adds that those shoes are his and that he will not ask Yuan to return them, but he wants to know what that thing was. Yuan says he is not sure either and thinks that it is not a lie since he has not figured out exactly what it is. Hermes asks if Yuan simply does not want to tell him. Beeklam then lands there with an explosion, standing against Hermes, and tells Yuan to step back, calling him Vice Lord. He says to Hermes that he dares to go for the Vice Lord after running away. Hermes raises his hands and says everyone is so fast, but he will surrender, since it is too bothersome to keep fighting, and his sister does not seem to be doing well either. He admits they are weaker than Yuan's side. With another explosion, Athena lands and asks Yuan if it is him again. She accuses him of sweet-talking Hercules as well and demands to know what he did to make the heroes of Olympus turn against Olympus. Yuan says it is not his fault and that it is hers, explaining that he only told them the truth about what Zeus did. She shouts that he should not dare insult her father and claims he is the one causing all this chaos in Olympus. Yuan wonders if she is missing the bigger picture and questions whether she really does not know what happened between Hercules and Zeus. His cinder eyes confirm it, and he thinks she truly does not know. He considers Hermes, noting that he seems uninterested and is the type who would not care even if Olympus were to collapse. Yuan wonders if Athena would stand against Zeus if she learned the truth. He thinks that, in reality, Athena was the one who orchestrated Gigantomachia, and that her experiences in war will be invaluable. He decides to keep her in play for now. Yuan orders the heavenly divine cult followers and Lord to capture Athena and Hermes. Athena clenches her teeth and calls Hermes, who says they lost this round. Yuan orders them to take the two away. They ask what to do about the survivors, and he tells them to round them up in one place for now. Pandora, lying down, mumbles and pleads for her life to be saved. In Zeus's chamber, the Olympus high rankers Apollo and Artemis mutter to each other about Hargon, saying that the kid just had to make Yuan his one and only friend. Artemis says Zeus summoned them at a time like this, calling it coincidental. Meanwhile, Zeus, seeing the reflection of Hermes and Athena caught, says they will have to see another 3,000 years. Apollo asks what he means by 3,000 years, and Zeus replies that it is how long it will take to have many children, raise them, turn them into high rankers, and restore the power of Olympus that has been cut down. Artemis thinks she knew it, he called them there to keep them occupied. She decides they have to escape, and that if they can get on the sun carriage, even their father will not be able to follow easily. Then they spot the sun carriage. They both quickly rush toward it. Zeus says it is disappointing, as it has been so long since the last family reunion. Yet they are already leaving. He reminds them that they refuse to participate in Gigantomachia 2 and demands to know who they are meeting behind his back. Zeus says he will ask them one last time whose side they are on. Meanwhile, at the divine cult's site, Hargon notices Pandora and shouts at Yuan, demanding to know why that woman is there. Yuan says she will not go even if he tells her to. Frustrated, Hargon leaves, saying that, unlike Yuan, he is still weak, so he is feeling sick again. Yuan mutters that he wanted to be alone anyway because of this thing. He orders Arthur to guard the entrance and not let anyone in. Pandora begins to leave, but Yuan says that was not an order for her. She replies that she knows. Yuan wonders what is wrong with her now. He opens the system and realizes he needs to name the creature. Seeing its appearance, he thinks it looks like a character straight out of Maplestory, so he decides to go with Kim Maple. The system announces that the contract has been completed. A portion of Maple's abilities has been unlocked, and some of the stats have been replaced with magic power. Pandora says it is quite a weird name, and that the thing is scary. Yuan wonders if she is instinctively rejecting it because she has been influenced by the powers of an outer god. He then gets lost in its eyes and finds himself in a strange place. Yuan says it is the same place as last time and asks Maple if it did this. Maple responds by calling him Papa. He wonders if Maple is calling him Daddy. Then Maple's teeth surround Yuan, and he says that his little Maple is already baring its teeth at Dear Daddy, calling it a good son. Yuan realizes that Maple was trying to devour him, and that its teeth definitely pierced his heart. The system informs him that he has acquired the skill Predator. Yuan wonders about the skill, realizing it means he will not only share Maple's experience, but also his skills. He understands that the teeth earlier came from the Predator skill. Since Maple is of unknown origin, Yuan assumes he is an outer god and considers that he might grow stronger by devouring calamities. as fierce as a raging wave. Yuan smirks and says it is an insane meal. He notices that Maple has a level and stats, not like a divine beast, but more like a player. Maple is strong enough to completely change all his plans, and the probability of winning has increased from 0.010% to 0.1%. He calls Maple a lucky charm and says they should do well from now on. Later, Hargon, surprised, asks what Maple is, calling him cute. Yuan thinks he should wonder whether to be relieved that Hargon believes such a vague excuse or to call him simple-minded. He warns Hargon not to get too close because Maple can kill him. Hargon asks why Maple would kill him and says Yuan must be obsessed because he has a son now. Yuan replies that that is just how a parent is. He thinks Hargon is touching Maple only because he does not know its real appearance, but if he did, he would definitely run away. Later, outside the camp, they sit, and Hargon asks what they are going to talk about. Yuan asks him to tell him about his mother. Hargon, surprised, asks why out of nowhere. Yuan explains that Zeus is now on the move, and he wants to know more about their hidden card in the fight. Hargon asks what that has to do with his mother and wonders if Yuan is saying the hidden card is him. Yuan says half of Zeus is inside him, and although he still cannot use his power to its full potential, he is sure it exists. He says the key is finding how to unlock that power and asks what kind of person his mother was. Hargon says he does not understand why that is the key, but since Yuan always has a plan, he will assume he will do whatever it takes to help him. He explains that his mother is very beautiful and pure, a gentle heart who only loved one man in her lifetime. Hargon explains how Zeus once told his mother that he felt offended because she looked as if she had no interest in learning the details. Through Zeus's pond that reflected the truth, he discovered that the expressions of the people standing before him were not the same as their reflections in the water. Zeus said it was normal to long for someone's love even when he had many others around him. But only two faces appeared the same inside and out in the pond. Hera, who always despised him, and a woman who kept smiling. Zeus admitted it was madness for him to fall in love again. Hargon's mother said she was tempted by that sincerity and gave her heart to him. Hearing this, Yuan says that, in short, she was the only woman Zeus truly loved. Hargon agrees but adds that he is not sure if she was the only one because there were also Nemesis and Themis. Yuan asks if he has not heard that they are with Hades. Surprised, Hargon asks if that is true, adding that if it were his mother, she would have chosen to side with his father. Yuan replies that they are different from his mother. Hargon explains that for her, love was everything, and she was a foolish girl blinded by love, even though she knew what was right and wrong. Yuan asks if it is really okay for him to say that, and Hargon answers that his mother said it herself. That is why she did not want him to live like Yuan. He adds that the first Olympians were created to bring order to the chaos of the tower, and since he has inherited that legacy, that is what being a real Olympian means. Yuan says to stop the conversation, admitting that he has torn things up and is so exhausted he could die. Then Maple teases Hargon, who asks when Maple arrived. Yuan receives a message from Hades telling him to move ahead, as his uncle is making his move, and it is their turn to attack Olympus. He also learns that Zeus is making his move too, with everyone gathering in the palace. Hargon asks if this is the final battle, and Yuan answers that maybe it could be their last fight with Olympus. Hargon then asks if it is just Olympus, suggesting that Yuan looks like he is going to fight more. Yuan asks if he remembers what he told him the first day they met. Hargon recalls that Yuan said he would destroy the top of the tower, and he never thought he would meet someone with the same plan as his father during the tutorial. He then asks what is at the top of the tower and what makes Yuan share his father's wish. Yuan replies that he does not need to know yet. Meanwhile, on the 32nd floor, Hercules kills Poseidon's third son, Orion. He says it looks like Zeus is also using his brother's son now. He then receives a message from Yuan, who tells him that if he manages to destroy the second temple, he will not stop him from destroying the third one, admitting it would be his loss if he tried. However, Yuan warns that at the fifth temple, the army of Olympus, along with their rankers, will try to exhaust him as much as possible, and right before he collapses, Zeus will appear. Yuan reminds him that Zeus is clever and careful, never acting on blind revenge but always certain of his actions. He asks Hercules to buy him some time, saying that even a brief delay will be enough. Seeing Zeus's army around him, Hercules says it is just as Yuan described. He begins killing them, remarking that it feels as if Yuan can read his father's mind. Then a strong energy descends, and a figure appears, saying it has been a while. Hercules recognizes him as Dionysus. Dionysus asks if he is ready to take on what Zeus taught him. Blocking his attack, Hercules says he cannot believe Zeus sent a high-ranking person and even used his own power, noting that it looks like Zeus is about to wrap things up and conserve his strength. Smirking, he says it is finally starting the battle that will decide the fate of Olympus. Meanwhile, Zeus unleashes the thunderbolt, thinking about how long it has been since Hargon left the temple, believing he would only come out before the next Gigantomachy. Hercules dodges his thunderbolts without using any skills. Zeus wonders how Hercules is resisting all the thunderbolts without relying on techniques, simply outstanding and befitting of the greatest masterpiece he ever created. As he continuously throws thunderbolts, he thinks about how many more thunderbolts Hercules can withstand and how much he has grown to get closer to him. Then Hades appears in his temple and says, still like a needle in a haystack, difficult to see. Zeus says he could say the same, calling him brother. Hades says the war has begun, but Zeus calls it too grandiose to be called a war, saying it is only a fight among family. Hades agrees, noting that it is a fight with a big family. Zeus gathers his thunderbolt and says that from this point forward, it will be a fight between brothers, but reminds Hades that his revolt came to a conclusion long ago, as he has never once defeated him. He then hurls the thunderbolt at him. Hades says he is aware, but to call it a fight between brothers, Zeus is missing someone. Then, behind Hades, Poseidon's waves appear. Poseidon puts his staff before Zeus and says he has been waiting for this day, clenching his teeth as he begins to strike and demands how Zeus dares to lock him in prison. Seeing them fight, Hades thinks that half of this was a gamble, but the game is turning out just as Yuan had set up. He recalls Yuan telling him to take Poseidon, who was in Asgard's prison, and that if it seemed there was absolutely no way, they would release him. Yuan had advised him to try to make a deal with Asgard, telling them he needed Poseidon to defeat Zeus, reminding him that Zeus would also be a pain to Asgard. There would be no reason for them to decline when this would cause a civil war in the guild they most feared and discord among the big three gods who defined Olympus. Hades recalls telling Yuan that Odin would be wary of the fact that the big three could join forces to attack Asgard, and that he could not waste time persuading him. Yuan had replied that it would be out of the question if they got Hercules on their side, saying Asgard undoubtedly knew about Zeus and Hercules. Hades had then asked if Yuan could win him over in time, and Yuan had confidently answered that he was sure. Meanwhile, Poseidon and Zeus are engaged in a fierce battle, using their skills against each other. Poseidon sends electric currents through the water at him. Zeus dodges with his thunderbolt and remarks that Poseidon has forgotten he is a bad match for him. He punches Poseidon in the face and throws him far away. Poseidon then smiles and tells Zeus to get his head straight. Suddenly, Hades punches Zeus and asks how their congruity is. Zeus responds that he likes Hades' approach, but as expected, he cannot reach him. He then unleashes thunderbolts, and Hades struggles to block them. Zeus notices that Hades is barely having to block, let alone attack, and wonders if there is that much of a difference. Hades says it appears Zeus has been lazy with his training. He blocks the thunderbolts and adds that he has not even started. Poseidon states that Zeus is playing games with them. Zeus appears and says he is disappointed in his brothers, not expecting such little improvement after all this time. Poseidon clenches his teeth and asks what he just said. He accuses Zeus of doing nothing, stuck in his temple. Zeus asks if Poseidon truly thinks he has done nothing, claiming that it only looked that way. He says his brothers were the ones doing nothing, complacent with reality, while he has always thought of climbing higher than the top of the tower. He declares that he will climb above it no matter what, as only then can he become the true king of the tower. Hades asks if being king of Olympus is not enough for him. Zeus answers that a life without looking up is no different than death, especially in the tower, and that they are all content with their places. He says that is why he despises them. Hades then asks if Zeus is trying to cause the second Gigantomachy, using it as a stepping stone for his ambition. He insists there is no such thing as a higher floor and tells him to quit the nonsense. Zeus replies that it does not matter if they do not believe him, because there definitely is a higher floor. At that moment, Yuan appears above them and says he is finally meeting that monster. Zeus glances back at Yuan. Poseidon also notices Yuan, while Hades thinks that he is finally here. Zeus glances back at Yuan and asks what he knows. Yuan replies that he knows more than Zeus does. Zeus asks what such pretentious answers mean, then unleashes his aura that spreads all around and demands that Yuan tell him what he knows about what is above all this. Hades, seeing this, says he will not even be able to get closer at this rate. Yuan, feeling the pressure, wonders what a monster Zeus is, as the aura is unbelievable. He then says that Zeus seems curious, and that what he knows should not be too different from what Zeus knows. The difference, he explains, is that Zeus learned it through others while he figured it out himself. Zeus responds that he understands now the reason why just a mere player who is not even a ranker could twist everything to his whims, including Olympus. He says talent is not the only thing Yuan has, but that Yuan is a being who has climbed to a place higher than even he has. He apologizes for having ignored him all this time. Zeus then confronts Yuan by moving in the air and declares that from now on, Yuan is his enemy. At that moment, Pandora appears before Yuan, blocking Zeus' aura, and tells him that she has had to shoulder all the misfortune of the world because of the box he gave her, demanding to know what he did to her. Zeus, surprised, asks if she is a pawn Yuan has prepared as well. Yuan says that, unfortunately, that is not the case, as Pandora is there because of Zeus' karma. Poseidon asks why Pandora's presence is not something Yuan decides, while Hades says he does not know either. He then notices that Zeus' flow has changed, realizing Zeus is not paying any attention to them anymore. Hades compares it to chess, thinking that the game is over when the king is defeated, and that Zeus is aiming only for Yuan. Zeus unleashes the thunderbolts at Yuan, but Pandora blocks them, protecting him. Poseidon also interrupts, unleashing his water attack, which Zeus blocks as both their skills clash, causing an explosion. Hades joins in, attacking as well. Yuan summons Hell and Sea, with the authority of the divine dark crystal strengthening. Yuan then asks Pandora if she can continue fighting Zeus, and she agrees. He thinks that his single role here is to increase the chance of their victory, and to do that, his first action is to recreate an environment that will boost Poseidon and Hades' abilities. Hades then asks Yuan what he has done, saying that he understands Yuan has used the power of the divine sea crystal, but his own power is being affected as well. Yuan thinks that Hades must be surprised since he does not know the divine dark crystal exists. Yuan asks if Hades would take it from him if he told him. Hades replies that if he says he is tempted, Yuan will turn him over to Asgard like Poseidon and make him a sinner. Yuan refuses, so Hades asks what happens now and if they can defeat Zeus with this. Yuan says no, explaining they have only raised the probability of winning from 0 to 10%. Hades says that it is too low. Zeus continuously unleashes lightning bolts as Yuan activates the sensory field and unleashes demonic energy, and the sensory field also strengthens. The system warns him that the eyes of gold look at him, and Zeus's fragments of lightning bolt react to Kaini. Pandora says it is not enough. Yuan asks if it did not work, then recalls when Hargon said the most frightening part about his father is that unbreakable armor of his. The lightning bolt is not simply a weapon but both spear and shield, and his armor. It is his power itself, and one will never be able to reach him without getting past his armor. Then, Hercules arrives and clashes his power against Zeus' incoming attack. He tells Zeus that he was late because he had to deal with all the gifts Zeus sent him, but he is finally meeting his father. Hargon, seeing the fight while standing on the sun carriage, thinks that this is the sky above the sky, a fight between the highest-ranking high rankers. He recalls when he asked Yuan what he was going to make him do, and Yuan replied that there was only one thing he needed to do: grab the fragment of lightning bolt that Zeus had. Hargon asked if that was even possible, and Yuan said it was possible if it was him in fact, only he could do it. Yuan told him he is the being who inherited half of Zeus. Zeus unleashes his strong mana against Hercules and pushes him back. The system notifies Yuan that he is witnessing a complete gigantification, the power of a giant being carried out for battles. Reacting to the gigantification, Yuan wonders if even the skills are trying to win. He observes that Hercules' physique is overwhelmingly powerful indeed, and this is him even after being beaten by all those rankers Zeus sent. Now it depends on whether Hercules gets exhausted first, or if Zeus's mana runs out, though the latter is less likely. Even without his lightning bolts, Zeus still has a nearly endless supply of power. Still, the win rate is now 30%. Yuan then glances at Hargon, who is standing on the sun carriage. Hargon clenches his fist. The system notifies Zeus that the fragment of the lightning bolt reacts to a new fragment. The fragment of the lightning bolt wishes to return to its original form, and it selects its master. While battling against 3 powers, Zeus then notices Hargon. Poseidon asks if he is looking elsewhere and whether they look easy to him. Then Zeus's thunderbolt approaches Hargon, which he starts absorbing. Seeing this, Yuan thinks that it is working, that Hargon is doing a good job as a lightning rod. But he also thinks that even Hargon will only be able to withstand a high ranker's power for so long. It will become harder to find another chance if they miss this one. The 3 continuously charge at Zeus, overtaking him. While Zeus struggles against Hercules' log, then Pandora rushes toward him. He dodges her strikes, then grabs her feet and slams her to the ground. Frustrated, Zeus thinks that he should not have given a guy like Hargon half of himself, that he should never have harbored such feelings. He steps forward, thinking he should never have left any regrets. Zeus then begins to face Poseidon, dodging his power with his lightning bolt. But Poseidon manages to land a strike on him and stab his staff into his body. At the same time, Hades holds Zeus's arm. Zeus shouts, calling for Hargon, and demands how he dares to do that to him. A huge lightning bolt bursts out. Suddenly, Yuan appears before Zeus and takes out his eye. As Zeus's mana unleashes, Yuan quickly moves back. Poseidon asks why Yuan took his eye out. Hercules thinks that their father never hid his lightning bolts. Rather, he was always showing them off to them. The eye of gold, he reflects on what that meaning was. The divine sky crystal lightning bolt who knew Zeus had actually embedded it in his eyes. Yuan, holding his eye, says that now that they have taken the lightning bolt, there is a 70% chance of winning. He says they are almost done, asking Zeus if that is the case. Holding the eye, Yuan thinks that not much time is left now. Then Hercules attacks Zeus with a log, which Zeus dodges. Hercules says that it is just so different from a few minutes ago and that their father looks so small. Zeus tries to slash at him, but Hercules retreats from his place, dodges the slash. Then he blocked the next strike and tried to counterattack. Zeus unleashes his own mana, causing an explosion. Seeing this, Hades asks if Yuan really stole the lightning and wonders if Zeus's mana is still intact. Yuan tells him that this is Zeus's true power and that he could not have become a high ranker with just one item. He tries to generate the lightning bolt and says it will definitely be different from earlier. The system informs him that the lightning is refusing to be used, and the power of the sea fails to resist. Yuan wonders if this means he cannot control it with just the fragment of lightning he has. He had not expected it to work without Zeus's mana. He then thinks of an idea and tells Pandora to throw him up there. She asks if he really means it, and he affirms her. He thinks it is faster for Pandora to throw him than for him to use the skywalk to jump, and considering she knocked him down with one hit, her strength stat must be pretty high. She then grabs his arm and throws him up. Up in the clouds, he activates his sky steps and quickly rushes toward the sun carriage, approaching Hargon. Hargon, slightly conscious, asks if it is over. Yuan tells him soon, praises his good work, and says to just sleep now. Then the lightning bolt reacts to the fragments of lightning. Yuan says this is a proper reaction and tells everything to converge into one. He clenches his fist and generates the lightning bolt. The system informs him that the master of mana resists the lightning bolt. The fragments of lightning strongly resist the power of the lightning bolt, and tolerance to electrical attributes increases. Yuan says that, as he thought, handling the real lightning bolt is on a whole different level. At this moment, it is a miracle he can even hold power of this caliber, so he will keep enduring it. He thinks he believed he would be able to destroy Olympus only after becoming a ranker, but it is right in front of him now. As Yuan interlocks his fingers, the system informs him that the first lightning bolt is being created, and that the lightning bolt accepts him a little. Yuan mocks, saying the lightning bolt has an ego, and notes that with the stats he has right now, he can only use the lightning bolt once. He then throws it toward Zeus while leaping in the air, saying it is the power Zeus once held. Zeus glances at the approaching lightning bolt. Seeing the aftermath of it, Poseidon says it is such brute force. Hades thinks that this is not simply a matter of being strong or weak, but that the highest ranking item, the power of the highest ranking high ranker, Zeus, is being handled this well. When Zeus appears totally unharmed, a strange purple light emerges from him. Hercules wonders why their father has recovered his power. Pandora notices the light and says it is like the inside of the box she opened. Poseidon leaps into the air, moves toward Zeus, and says that Zeus is dragging this out too much and that he will end him this time. Yuan stops him and says to stand back, declaring that Zeus is his opponent. Then Yuan's cinder eyes reveal the truth. He shouts to Maple to devour it all. Maple, seeing Zeus's aura, shows its teeth. Then, Zeus begins unleashing his demonic aura with his hand. Yuan grabs his hand to stop him. Zeus asks if Yuan also has the power from above. Yuan says it is from outside, not above. Then the predation starts, and Maple levels up while devouring his power. The devouring begins, and Maple's leveling continues to increase. Yuan internally tells Zeus that he has just made a mistake, thinking that he does not know how it used to be, but he is a much bigger predator than Zeus realizes. After devouring all the power, Maple's level increases to 15. The system informs Yuan that he has defeated the despair that devours dreams and acquired 300,000 points. They all stand, glaring at the undead body of Zeus. Hargon also lands on the ground. Yuan thinks that with this, his fight ends here, and it will be their job to finish it. Zeus, looking above, thinks that the sky is so far from the ground. He then asks Hercules if he hates him, adding that he has no regrets about everything he did all this time, and that Hercules should rather be grateful to him, since he let him live as a pure blood with the blood and power of a king. Hercules strikes him with his log and says he is not fit to be a father. Zeus loses his balance and falls. The lofty name of the tower's greatest guild, built over thousands of years, is shattered, and the recovery is so swift that it renders all that time meaningless. Asgard, the most interested in this battle, wonders if the wall choirs will end, and Thor appears, leading them. Poseidon shouts to Yuan, demanding that he hand over the sea god's stone. Yuan mumbles that he should try to take it. Meanwhile, Zeus, with his remaining magic power bound, is taken to Asgard's deepest prison. Yuan asks Hercules if he will not regret not killing Zeus. Hercules replies a little, but says he just wants to stop here at this point, as Zeus has already lost his power, dreams, and future. He adds that he will stop thinking about revenge and just live, since he is so tired. Yuan responds that it is a decision very like him. A deep sorrow that is hard to fathom, a shining glory, perhaps a bit of happiness, a brilliant castle built with bricks of countless memories, and the confusion of having destroyed it with one's own hands. These are feelings the castle's remaining inhabitants console themselves over in their own ways. Hargon clenches his fist, thinking that Olympus will bloom anew, forming a resolution for a new beginning, an acceptance that it is okay even if everything falls apart. Later, Yuan presents Kaini, the armor suit, and the lightning bolt in front of Volcaro, telling him to enjoy himself as much as he wants, since that way, the truly best items will appear. They cheer their drinks, and Volcaro says that the Black God Stone, Sea God Stone, and Heaven God Stone, the ultimate item created by combining the three stones, bring a thrill strong enough to fortify one's resolve. Those comforts become the driving force to move forward to the next chapter, and he adds that he is the same. Yuan, holding an entry path to the sanctuary of Valhalla that Thor gives him, says that it is from Odin, telling them to take it as a sort of invitation. If they survive this battle, Odin said he would like to meet them once, and they will be treated respectfully as guests. Yuan closes his fist and thinks that Asgard is best to pass through for now, while meeting Odin will be for later. He says that now it is time to go save Sun Wukong. On the land of the three nobles on the 44th floor, players rush, saying that the guy is not even a ranker and questioning what he can do. They say he was using some strange skill, but still seemed like he had something worth taking if they all attacked him at once. Then, a wall before them breaks, and they ask what is there. They recognize it is Yuan. Yuan steps forward and says to stop running away, explaining that he is not there to fight, but just to ask something. They say that one of the three divine treasures is there and ask if anyone knows anything about it. Yuan beats the players, takes their points, and corners them to one side. A player asks why one of the sacred treasures is there. He says that if he knew, he would have found it first. Yuan asks if he really does not know. The player insists that he has already told him many times he does not know, but points out that Yuan is a player, not even a ranker, with this kind of power. Later, Yuan uses a private cabin for 12 points, commenting that at least the prices are cheap. He wonders about the land ruled by the three nobles, granted dominion by the administrator. left unchecked in the name of freedom. The place has become a mess worse than the 42nd floor hell. It has not changed at all, with the worst security and people constantly trying to steal points or items. He thinks it is perfect for throwing bait. By now, the rumors that Yuan is searching for the sacred treasure should have spread. Of the sacred treasures, the one held by the three nobles is the Yasakani no Magatama held by Amaterasu. He equips it and says that one of the other two they are chasing is already in his hands. If they find out something meant for Susanoo is there, they will lose their minds. Then Maple pops out, biting his finger. Yuan tells him that throwing a tantrum will not work. He recalls that in the place he used to live, there was something called the marshmallow experiment. If one did not eat a tasty treat and waited until they came back, one would get 2 of them. He tells Maple to wait a little longer, since he will get to eat something much bigger than this. At night, in a cafe, Yuan fights with a high-ranking ranker who struggles against him and is eventually defeated. Another high ranker wonders why a ranker has been taken out in one hit. Yuan tells them not to start trouble, just finish their drink and leave. He then fixes his clothes and says that it is a bit chaotic there, asking if they should move and talk. Amaterasu, ranked 52nd, sitting there, replies that there is no need to go that far and says that they have finally caught him. Yuan glances at him and thinks that they have taken the bait. Amaterasu, ranked 52nd, is the owner of the Yasakani treasure and the core of the three nobles. Amaterasu says he does not need to explain why he came, asking where the sacred treasure, the Yata Kagami, is. Yuan replies that he does not know, and if he did, he would not be holding back. He asks if that is all Amaterasu wanted. Amaterasu says there is more, asking how Yuan knew the sacred treasures were there. Yuan replies that he found out as a reward from the 43rd floor trial, and since the information came from the administrator, he is sure of it. Amaterasu finds it interesting, saying Yuan does not seem like someone who will answer honestly. Yuan tells him that when it comes to the sacred treasures, Amaterasu would know better. Amaterasu then asks if Yuan knows who he is. Yuan answers that he is Amaterasu, a high ranker among the three nobles who owns one of the sacred treasures. He adds that they say Amaterasu never shows his face, and it looks like that is true. Amaterasu says they also said Yuan defeated Ares, and it looks like that is true too, asking if he trusts the heavenly demon cult backing him, and calling his attitude arrogant. Yuan thinks that from the start, Amaterasu goes straight for a power struggle, the predator bearing its fangs. He stops Maple and says they have to lose this fight, and as long as he holds the clues to the sacred treasures, Amaterasu will not be able to harm him. He then asks why Amaterasu is trying to hold him back, planning to steal it if he finds it. Amaterasu replies that it is not stealing, as it belonged to the three nobles to begin with. He comes close to Yuan and tells him to hand over the clues he knows, promising to let him live. Yuan says he might cooperate, but handing everything over is too much of a loss for him. Amaterasu says Yuan is mistaken, claiming he is asking as the rightful owner. Even if Yuan got his hands on it first, he would wipe out the heavenly demon cult to take it back, so Yuan should not try anything foolish. Yuan asks if he really thinks the heavenly demon cult is his only backing, then shows him the mark of Valhalla. Amaterasu wonders if it is not something just anyone is given, realizing Yuan must have received it directly. He thinks it is troublesome, as if Asgard is involved, things get complicated, and he cannot keep pressuring Yuan. Still, he says he cannot give up the treasure and asks what Yuan wants. Yuan asks if Amaterasu can offer something equal to the sacred treasure. Amaterasu says he will kill 100 people Yuan wants and be his sword until he finds the mirror. Yuan thinks that controlling a top ranker as a sword is an unbelievably good offer, and that Amaterasu will do whatever it takes to get the mirror. Yuan then asks if Amaterasu can save instead of killing. Amaterasu extends his hand and says saving counts as 10, as he hates that kind of thing. Yuan shakes his hand and agrees, saying he will accept it. Later, in his cabin, Susanoo asks Yuan if he trusts Amaterasu's words. Yuan replies that he does not. Susanoo points out that he still joined hands. Yuan says there is no reason not to, since both of them are wearing masks after all. Susanoo says Yuan used the sacred treasure as bait to lure them in, and asks if that is why he has been fighting meaningless battles all along, and if he is plotting something big like the time he broke Olympus. Yuan replies that there is something Susanoo is wrong about, as a fishing attempt without bait is bound to fail. Susanoo asks if the treasure is really on the 44th floor. Yuan affirms that it is there. Susanoo says Yuan is using it without even having it. Yuan answers that it is true and that it is the perfect way to catch Amaterasu. Susanoo calls him cunning, saying that both in the way he fights and the words he speaks, he hates people like him. Yuan, holding the player kit, asks what he means by people like him. Susanoo explains that perfectionists are those who do not fight unless they know they will win, but fighting is something that should be done at the boundary of life and death, when the blade becomes the sharpest and strongest. Yuan says he is not convinced. Susanoo insists, saying that not dying like that was his biggest embarrassment. Yuan asks what he means. Susanoo replies that because of Amaterasu's schemes, he was pushed to fight against Orochi. Amaterasu had said he would fight it together with him, but ended up running off somewhere. It was a trap to steal treasures from him. Meanwhile, Amaterasu, seeing Susanoo on top of the ranking list, thinks about why he cannot surpass him even after obtaining the sacred treasure. He cannot accept it and insists that the ranking bureau must have made a mistake. He thinks that when he gathers all 3 sacred treasures, he will claim a higher strength, ranking, and command than someone like Susanoo. He believes he is nearly there and that it is getting close. At night, Yuan goes through a forest, then stops and, without turning back, asks how long they are going to follow him. They answer that it is by the order of the 3 precious children, and that they have no intention of taking action, so he should not get too scared and just keep doing what he was going to do. Yuan thinks that it looks like Amaterasu sent them after him. He steps away and realizes that 300 people have been sent after him, noting that there are actually quite a few here. He then says there is no need to pay attention to him like this. Susanoo comments that Amaterasu is still dishonorable as always. Yuan pulls out his weapon, turns back toward them, and tells Susanoo that this is the first time he is agreeing with him. They ask him what he thinks he is doing, and if he intends to fight against the 3 precious children. Yuan replies that he is not a lackey of the 3 precious children, only cooperating with them, and warns them not to even think about doing something as laughable as monitoring him. He unleashes the divine flames and tells them to make their choice, live or die. After clearing them all, Yuan thinks that, excluding the Kaini, it is pretty inconvenient not having the items he always carries with him. Realizing how important items definitely are, then Amaterasu's message pops up, asking what he thinks he is doing, reminding him that he said he would cooperate. Yuan replies that he has no intention of tangling with people like them. Amaterasu says they are people he sent. Yuan answers that he knows and tells him that he did this annoying thing to them. Amaterasu asks if he is picking a fight with him. Yuan replies that they are thugs who kill and steal from other people and says he does not care how Amaterasu commands them, but he should not get them mixed up in his business. Saying this, he shuts the player kit. Susanoo comments that cutting off a ranker's message like that makes Yuan more fiery than he looks, adding that it was great hearing Amaterasu's frustrated voice and that this is the first time he has liked him. Yuan thinks that Amaterasu is still acting like a king by commanding his subordinates to do his dirty work. He realizes that Amaterasu's power after gathering the 3 sacred treasures will become comparable to Olympus. While going further, Yuan thinks that he cannot let him amass his forces and that he will need to handle it a little, even if just for the future. Then a lackey appears and says that they should stop because the king is annoyed. Susanoo says that he cannot stop laughing at something so funny and that he is the lackey's king, not Susanoo's. Susanoo then asks what they are going to do now, and whether they are going to look for the sacred treasure, and if they know exactly where it is. Yuan says that he has a general clue, and that they need to find a cave first because the sacred treasure is in that cave. Susanoo asks where he learned something like that. Yuan equips the great sword and says that he has his ways. His cinder eyes view the path, and he activates the sensory field. He then starts following the path. On his way, cutting all the trees and branches, Yuan thinks that just the spirit of the sword is enough to cut things, and that it is not called the spirit's sword for nothing. Susanoo asks what he is doing and accuses him of using the great sword to cut branches in the way, saying that a sword exists to cut down the living, and that the pinnacle of that is the sword. He then asks if Yuan is even listening. Yuan says that the trees are alive. They then reach the cave entrance. Susanoo says that Yuan found it too easily. Yuan says that the entrance is easy to find and that the problem begins once inside. Susanoo notices that the sword is shaking. Yuan says that it is reacting to the sacred treasure, and that although the forms of the 3 sacred treasures are different, They all used to be one and can only display their true power when all three are combined back into one. He adds that Amaterasu knows that as well, and that is why he is so obsessed with finding them. Susanoo says that Yuan really knows a lot of things. Yuan asks Susanoo if he has ever met Amaterasu again after obtaining the sacred treasure. Susanoo says that he did not, because if he had, Amaterasu would have used some dirty trickery to steal from him, and that he would rather die twice than let him get a hold of it. Yuan says that this is why Susanoo hid it like that. Susanoo tells Yuan to do well and warns him not to let Amaterasu obtain either of the treasures. Yuan says that that will not happen, but that he might take them from Amaterasu. Susanoo says that he never expected there would come a day when he would root for Yuan. Yuan asks Susanoo if he is going to root for him. He should do it properly, and that when the opportunity comes to attack Amaterasu, Susanoo should help him out just this once, and that he will not ask for his help after that. He thinks that the completion of an undead can only happen when the soul is subjugated, and that even though he has both Susanoo's body and soul, he will not be able to command him to the best of his ability if he forces him to act, and that Susanoo needs to make up his mind himself. Susanoo agrees and says that it will just be one time, and asks if Yuan understands. Yuan says that that is enough. He then creates a mana blast, says that he now has a powerful card up his sleeve, and unleashes the mana blast, thinking that the only thing left to do is to relax and get through the maze inside the mountain range. Many days pass as he continues searching for the treasure. After a mana blast, Yuan thinks that he has not seen a single personal monster, or even a bug for days. The 44th floor monsters are not troublesome since they are not worth experience, but not knowing what he is supposed to do is not good, just where it is. His sword shakes, and Yuan says that it has to be nearby with a reaction like that. Then, Maple pops out and starts swirling around him. Yuan says what is wrong, noting that Maple has been quiet the whole time. He realizes that if Maple is acting like that out of nowhere, something is off. Yuan activates his cinder eyes to identify the truth and activates the sensory field. He hits the ground with his sword and feels that it is different. The system informs him that he has found Yatano Kagami. Yuan wonders if this entire space is Yatano Kagami and whether the mirror is supposed to be this big. The system then announces, activating Mirror Dungeon, starting Mirror Trial, win against himself. Yuan wonders about the scene before him. Standing next to a monster like a victorious fighting Buddha are Hercules and Odin, but in front of him is the high-ranking single-digit ranker, his future self. Seeing his doppelganger, he wonders again. Susanoo says that it is Kim Yuan and explains that Yatano Kagami does not reflect one's simple appearance, but what is within. He asks if that is Yuan's true appearance. Yuan feels that something is not right. The Yuan in front of him is not himself now. The fact that his future self appears in a trial where he must defeat himself means that he cannot accept his present self. He thinks that the him of that time is a mess, even though he exists in a different world than the present. Yuan asks if it is a doppelganger. Using the sensory field, he tries to identify his opponent's true nature and realizes that it does not look like a simple doppelganger. Then his opponent asks who he is. Yuan points his sword and says that he will cut him if he does not answer. Yuan thinks that he knew his opponent would start by pointing the sword and wonders what the optimal response would be to make him falter. He then says that he is Sun Ogong. His doppelganger asks if he is that monkey clone. Seeing Yuan's cinder eyes, he says that there is no way he would not know if Yuan really is a clone, and no matter how he looks at it, Yuan appears to be the real body. Yuan activates the Supreme Arcane Sword and Holy Fire. He rushes toward his opponent and attacks, but his opponent easily dodges and says that an ambush is not a very good move. Yuan then summons his undead Arthur and Ares who block the opponent's attack. His opponent says that Yuan is a necromancer. Ares comments that it is hard to dodge at this distance in a body that is not his. Yuan replies that, still, he should be grateful it is the body of a ranker. Yuan asks Susanoo if he is not going to help him. Susanoo replies that he does not care for it and only goes after Amaterasu. He says it would be better if Yuan dies here and buries the 3 sacred treasures with him forever. Yuan thinks that Susanoo must really dislike his soul being linked. He asks what he must do for Susanoo to accept him. Susanoo tells him to become stronger than him and says that if he does, Susanoo will serve him as his master. Yuan thinks that this is not hard, his rank will rise with time anyway. He feels it is unfair that the mirror shows him before his regression, but that the difficulty jumps this drastically. Then his doppelganger appears close to him and asks what he is mumbling. Yuan clenches his teeth at seeing him this close. Suddenly, Yuan barely dodges his strike. As they clash swords, Ares also gets involved between them. He starts striking at Yuan's doppelganger, but the doppelganger counterattacks, causing an explosion. Arthur strikes at him from behind, but he wonders when he sees that the doppelganger blocks the sword with mana. The doppelganger then strikes at Arthur. After this, he says that now he is sure Yuan has eyes like that monkey, but he is not a clone. He notes that Yuan does not seem willing to answer whatever he really is and wonders if he should force him to talk. Yuan thinks that the way he talks is seriously annoying, and that is what he looks like when he acts cocky. But one thing is certain, the amount of mana lost equals the damage Ares and Arthur take. Judging from that, this clone is not as strong as the original. No matter how great the three sacred warriors are, they cannot perfectly replicate a top 10 high ranker. Yuan then equips another sword from his inventory. His doppelganger asks if he is lowering his sword and giving up. Yuan equips the great demonic sword and says that he is not giving up but switching weapons. He thinks that the doppelganger is just itching to cut anything down, which is why demonic swords do not suit him. He tells the sword not to act up, as he is the main character in this fight. His doppelganger says that the demonic sword is disappointing, that he thought Yuan would be better at relying on something like that to make himself seem stronger. But even so, he is still stronger. Yuan starts slashing at him and thinks that he wants to deny it. His odds of winning still are not great, but in the end, he will be the one who wins, because he already knows exactly how the doppelganger will fight. He then tries to land a strike on the doppelganger, who says that he looks like he is struggling. Yuan says that he is acting all high and mighty. The doppelganger says it is not an act, as he really is superior. Yuan thinks that before meeting the Outers, he did not have a shred of humility, and that he is lacking strength. Even with his mana stat over 100, he is still being pushed back. He then activates his giant's power that flows through his whole body. The doppelganger recognizes his giantification skill. Meanwhile, Arthur and Ares also leap toward him to strike. He grabs his sword and slashes at both of them. Then Yuan tries to surround him with attacks, but he struggles and thinks that even if he knows his pattern, he does not have the speed to keep up. He then gathers the divine flame that protects the body and spreads it all around. Yuan says that he has to keep chasing him down and that this fight will be decided by time. He then spots him above and activates his sky steps. The doppelganger strikes at him, but he dodges with his sword. Yuan blocks his sword as the giant power flows through his whole body. Yuan thinks that the more their swords clash, the more the doubts he had turned into certainty. The skill, the attack pattern, and the next move he can use are all being seen through. He wonders how this fight is dragging on so long against someone who is just barely keeping up. Every single move is the exact same, and it is almost eerie. He is identical to him, but he is not a doppelganger. That guy is himself. Yuan's clone manages to scratch his face, but he regenerates. Yuan wonders why he is losing in a battle of wits against himself. He notices his moves and thinks that if that guy is him, the place he will strike is here. He dodges his strike and generates his divine flames. He attaches the flames to his clone's body and moves back. They both then engage in a fierce battle of slashing each other. Yuan manages to land a strike on his stomach, causing a deep cut. The clone tries to regenerate, but recovery is impossible. He then sits on the ground on his knees with blood flowing from his wound. He recognizes Yuan's sword. Yuan asks if he knows it well and says that it consumes a lot of mana, so it is not very efficient, but it is good for assassinations, so he always kept it as his final move. His clone says that coming this far, he has no choice but to admit it. Losing in a battle of wits against himself means he is the fake. He grabs his own sword and stabs it into his own body, saying that he does not know what Yuan is trying to do, but he should make sure to win. With that, he disappears. The system notifies him that he has passed Yada's trial. He puts back his sword in the inventory and says that it is over. Seeing his hands, he thinks that, as expected, it is a sword that consumes a user's lifespan, and its sword's aura does not distinguish between enemy and ally. Once he leaves, there is no way to return, so he must do his best to survive there, and not hold any lingering attachments here. The time he has spent here is nothing compared to before the regression. He thought he was living in the present, but he wonders if he still has regrets. Yuan says that it is not easy and finds a mirror there. The system says that Yada's mirror has been obtained. Meanwhile, Amartasu holds the player's kit, wondering why there has been no contact from Yuan for days. He wonders if Yuan could be dead, but denies it, thinking he would not have died as he looked like someone with the potential of a high ranker. Then he wonders if he could have found the mirror. He clenches his teeth and says that a mere player like him would not betray him so easily. He wonders if Yuan trusted Asgard and planned to stab him in the back from the start, and asks if Yuan thinks he will just let that happen. He thinks that Yuan will definitely try to climb the tower, as someone with that much power would not stay in one place. He orders his comrades to watch the area around the trial and make sure Yuan does not advance to the next floor. Kim Yuan is still on the 44th floor. Later, Yuan sits with Pandora having tea. He notices her and asks what is with that expression. Hercules comes there and says that she has been like that since Yuan disappeared after leaving her with him. He tells Yuan to visit from time to time, even if it is just for Pandora, as either he or the small thing that follows him around is her cure or something, and she needs him. Hercules then asks what Yuan's business is there, and if he went to the 44th floor. Yuan says he came down for a bit because there was a small fight, something like that, so he will be in Hercules' care for the time being, probably for a while. Hercules asks if this is happening again. Yuan asks what he means by again, and if he cannot do it, saying that Hercules is so rich that adding one more mouth to feed is not going to change anything. Hercules says that is not what he meant and reminds him that his plan was to keep climbing, that he heard his goal was to go beyond the ceiling. Yuan brings out the great sword and mirror from his inventory and places them on the ground. Hercules asks what they are. Yuan says they are sacred treasures and that he ended up with them somehow. Hercules says these are not things someone just ends up with and asks if he is being chased by the three precious children. Yuan nods. Hercules says that Yuan is getting into all sorts of trouble with those high rankers and that the three precious children left are just Amartasu and Tsukuyomi. He says he does not know about Tsukuyomi, but Amartasu's rank is pretty high, and he asks if he should help him. Yuan thinks that Hercules must hate fighting at this point, but he is still actively putting himself forward. He thinks Hercules needs to stay there for the time being, and that he does not need help for something like this either. He then says it is fine, and that he does not need to implicate Hercules as well. Hercules says it will be difficult by himself. Yuan says it is not like he is out of options. Hercules says that usually this would be a fight with such an obvious outcome, but for some reason, he thinks Yuan is going to win. Yuan asks if that is so and says that, anyway, he needs some time if he wants to fight them properly. He says he has something he has entrusted to someone and needs to wait until it becomes complete, and that is why he is going to be intruding for a while, so Hercules should just help him with one thing during that time. Later, they both stand against each other. Yuan says that his gigantification is still too immature and that he needs to learn from an adult like Hercules. Hercules says he is not good at teaching others. Yuan says he does not have to teach him, as he will figure out the method in time. Hercules says that Yuan wants help in practicing his gigantification and asks if he is asking to fight him with fists. Yuan says something like that and tells him just not to kill him. Hercules closes his fists and unleashes his mana. With just his mana, Yuan becomes imbalanced and spits out blood. He then destroys the ground below Yuan. Hercules then asks about not killing him and says that is the part that is difficult. He begins to punch him again, but Yuan dodges his punch and wonders if every single punch is lethal. He then manages to land a punch on his face, but notices that Hercules does not even flinch after getting hit across the jaw. Hercules says that those eyes are annoying and then grabs his arm. He pulls him, making him tilt downward, and then punches him in the stomach, pushing him back. Yuan then blocks his fist again, and his gigantification screams out in pain. Later, Yuan lies sprawled out, looking at his arm and asking just how high Hercules' strength stat is, calling it crazy and asking why he is so strong. He mumbles that it is not over yet. Hercules says he is talking while unconscious. Pandora then brings the first aid kit. As time passes, he continuously maintains his gigantification training with Hercules, and eventually, his proficiency starts increasing, with his gigantification evolving to the next level. Hercules tells him that gigantification uses his muscles. He demonstrates and says he just needs to use his strength like this. Later, they start practicing again. The system tells Yuan that his body is imbued with the power of giants, and that he has materialized the giant's arm. Hercules says he focused on gigantification in one place, which is pretty smart, but the stress inflicted on his arm will be considerable. Yuan says it will be different this time, and then comes at him with a huge, destructive force. Later, in bed, Pandora bandages his arm and tells him 3 days not to exert and to stay asleep. In another room, Hercules says maybe he went too far. Pandora notices his injured fist and brings the first aid kit. Hercules says he is fine and that this much will heal on its own. Looking at his injured hand, he wonders if he did not think he bled even when he fought against the giants. He says he wonders if he is creating a monster. Even though he is not good at teaching gigantification, Yuan is learning with his body and increasing his proficiency. A regular player would have just barely reached the 10th floor if they had spent as much time in the tower as Yuan has. Yuan is climbing high and learning everything by himself by throwing his body into it. Pandora asks if he is afraid. Hercules says yes, a little, to Yuan's goal. He says Yuan is looking at a much bigger picture. Olympus and the 3 precious children are just bumps in the road. But Yuan never talks about what he is preparing for or who he is fighting against. He says Yuan is not trying to get stronger for the sake of it either, and that he cannot see the ambition of the players who only desire strength in him. Yuan has a goal, a tense goal that will not allow him to rest for even a day, but he just cannot see what Yuan is running after. Then Yuan comes in and says he wonders what it is. Pandora says she told him to rest for 3 days. Yuan says it should not be a problem for him to move around a little, that only his arms are injured anyway. He says he is not going out to fight, and even though this is earlier than he expected, he then receives a message from Volcaro and says he will need to go down to the 1st floor for a bit. Yuan brings Hercules and Pandora with him. Seeing them, Volcaro asks what unit this is and whether they are the tower destroyers. Yuan says they did not answer even when he knocked, and that they overdid it. Volcaro affirms this, but says the 2 Yuan brought are making him even more tired. Yuan asks if he did not sleep at all. Volcaro says it was too fun for him to get sleepy, and that later he got the drive to finish it as quickly as possible, and he tells them to follow him because it is in the back. Yuan thinks that he can finally know the true identity of the item, never before seen in the tower, that was created by combining the 3 stones together. They then go into the basement and see a strong blue mana emitting from there. Volcaro shows him the product he made and says he has always been the one to name a newly created item himself. But this thing was given a name automatically the moment he finished crafting it. He tries to bring it out of the glass, but it pushes him away. Volcaro says that, as they can see, it has an ego. It continued to reject him from the moment it was complete, and it already has a master. He says he heard Yuan controlled the lightning bolt when he found Zeus, and that the divine sea crystal and the divine dark crystal are all items Yuan used. This is the product of those 3 stones, and Yuan is its master. Yuan begins to touch it and asks what its name is. Volcaro tells him that its name is the Heart of Ouranos. When he touches it, he finds himself in another world where a figure who is exactly like Zeus appears and tells Yuan that he has arrived. He asks whether his grandson, Zeus, has grown up already, and remarks that the grandson seems to have taken after his appearance quite well. Ouranos introduces himself as the father of Kronos. His own father was a tyrant who devoured his brethren and nurtured his strength, consuming his uncle Pontus and the giants trapped in Tartarus. He needed to fight in order to survive, gathering Odin of Asgard, Vishnu of Veda, and all the rankers from the ancient days to kill his father. Yuan remembers telling Amartasu that they did win in the end, but half the rankers who participated in the battle died. Amartasu responds that Zeus is incomparable to that drooling mutt, and that her father is the cruelest and strongest in history, truly the sky of Olympus. Yuan then asks if he is Ouranos. Ouranos asks if it is Yuan's first time seeing him, though he says it feels as if they have met multiple times before. He adds that there would have been no way for Yuan to know since he only ever saw his form. But because his grandson looks quite similar to him, this visage should be familiar as well. He tells Yuan to make himself comfortable, saying he is a guest in his house. Yuan sits. Ouranos asks why that surprised him, saying it was nothing special, and that he is just an old man stuck in a small back room. Yuan thinks that he does not seem hostile. He asks if Aranos knows Kronos, while also thinking that with the side effect of using clock movement, Kronos' existence has been wiped away from this world, but wonders if Aranos would forget his own son who killed him. Aranos says that in any case, Yuan worked hard collecting all those pieces, and he never expected anyone could gather them all like this. Yuan thinks, as he expected, that Kronos is erased from even Aranos, his own blood father. Yuan shows him Aranos' glove and asks if it is his heart. Aranos, holding a cup, says it is something like that, since it supplied his blood while embedded in his chest. Yuan asks him to explain it properly. Aranos says that while it was his everything, he devoured his brothers and desired even more things, calling greed an insatiable beast, and says that after chasing power like that, he turned into a monster before he knew it. Yuan asks what he is trying to say. Aranos replies that he should be wary of becoming a monster, since anyone, no matter who they are, is capable of becoming one. He tells Yuan to try equipping it if he is so curious. Yuan wears it, and the system informs him that he obtains the heart and ambitions of Aranos. He wonders that it feels familiar but different, too unstable and rudimentary to be a seed planted by foolish chaos, like a child stupidly raised to only grow in size. Yuan then asks if the monster Aranos was talking about was just a beast. Maple then pops out and reveals itself. Aranos asks if Yuan was receiving that thing's blessings and remarks that he has something quite interesting, saying it seems he was worried for nothing. Yuan asks if he is asking whether this small thing is protecting him. Aranos asks if it looks small to his eyes. The system notifies that Maple has leveled up and that Yuan defeated the ambition of Aranos. Yuan asks what it looks like to him then. Aranos comes close and says they will soon meet again. In reality, Pandora touches Yuan's face, trying to wake him up. Volcaro also asks if he is alright. He affirms, and seeing the details of Aranos' heart, he wonders that the description is short. He thinks that usually items like this are useless or possess a power that is difficult for the system to explain, like Odin's Gungnir, and concludes that this must be something comparable to that. Since it says stored power, he reasons it must be a type of energy source. Yuan, seeing Hercules, thinks that there is only one way to see how much power it holds. Later, Hercules tells Yuan to worry about his arm instead, saying he can take on whatever Yuan throws at him, no matter how strong it is, so that Pandora and Volcaro will not get hurt. Yuan stands against him and says it is true that Hercules' body is not one to get punctured by every little thing. He thinks that he only called this training all this time, but it was honestly just a one-sided pummeling. Even though he held on by the force of will for an entire month, he was not able to make any serious mark on that body, but this time might be different. The system notifies that using the heart of Aranos, Ocean's blessing envelops his body, summoning Tartarus. Seeing this notification, Yuan thinks that the name changed from Hell and realizes that this is the dark ocean that swallowed him on the 42nd floor. The unbearable pain makes him happy, just a little bit more. He then begins to land a punch. The ground below Hercules cracks, and the shockwaves spread afar. Volcaro, covering his head, says so this is Aranos, and thinks that he thought he would have made one of the top masterpieces of his life. But this power is greater than he imagined, and yet Hercules was still able to withstand it. He thinks there are just monsters all over the place. Hercules also wonders, with this much power, that he was pretty serious in blocking that attack, and asks what the hell Yuan did. Pandora bandages Hercules, who says that she just cannot hold herself back when she sees an injury, and asks if she is knowledgeable in healing. She says that she is a lot more knowledgeable now and tells him to rest. Hercules then asks Yuan if he is alright. Yuan shows his bandaged arm and says that, as he can see, he is not. Yuan thinks that maybe because of the darker elemental mana mixed in, the injury is not healing easily, and it looks like it is the same for Hercules. Hercules says that, depending on how Yuan wields that power, it seems it could be a poison for him as well. Yuan says no pain, no gain. Hercules asks, even though it eats his flesh. Yuan says it is a risk he needs to bear, that he cannot play safe, and that he just needs to control how and when he uses it. Hercules wonders about Yuan that he only gets tangled up with weird and interesting things, a creature too different to be considered an ordinary divine beast, and an item with a level of power he has never seen, yet Yuan is handling it perfectly. Hercules then says it is fine and that they should get going. Outside, they are about to leave when Yuan asks Hercules if they are just going straight up. He says they will just drop them off on the 38th floor. Pandora holds Yuan's arm and says that, as for him, he has done enough training with gigantification and even got the item he was waiting for, asking if he is climbing the tower again. Yuan says he should and asks if she is leaving. She affirms, and Yuan thinks that he should at least tell her that he is not leaving her forever. He then says he will still visit the 38th floor from time to time, though he does not know how often that will be. She agrees. They then sit on the sun carriage. While driving it, Yuan asks Hercules what happened with the Apollo siblings. He replies that he heard they went missing before the fight against Zeus. Their uncle freed them from the underground prison at Zeus's temple, and since he would become the new guildmaster of Olympus, he freed them without a problem. He adds that he does not know about Sister Artemis, but brother Apollo is in critical condition. Yuan says they got hurt pretty badly. Hercules says that they both fought with their lives on the line, and remarks that he thought Yuan was fearless and bloodless, but he actually worries about other people. He adds that they are not people Yuan should worry about, as they both entered the tower much earlier and climbed it to the top, strong enough not to crumble because of something like this, and warns Yuan not to try to bear every burden by himself. Yuan realizes that even though Hercules should obviously know he is different from the rest, he is still giving him words of comfort to lighten his heart. He thinks that Hercules is the same as he is in the future, an unchanging warmth and kindness, and that even though it was only for a moment, it felt like he was with his future self. He then thanks Hercules. On the 44th floor, Amartasu's comrades find Yuan while killing other players, commenting that all this mess is just because of that one guy. But the pay is pretty good. They think that if they just catch him, they won't have to worry about money until they become rankers. They target a player who shouts that he is not the one they are after. The comrades' leader tells them to loot him and kill him. The player remarks that time is money and that rather than just wasting the day, he should make some money on the side like this, adding that no law prevents him from killing here. They are also spotted by the three precious children. Meanwhile, Amartasu thinks that criminals would have nowhere to go. Players who could not enter a guild, people who stopped climbing because they could not form proper teams, all holding on to their desires under the shadow of the three precious children. These poor, powerless, starving creatures will do whatever is necessary, all for one singular goal. He reasons that the stronger the uniting power, the stronger the organization will become, and internally tells Yuan that he will not be able to run from the 44th floor. Amartasu then receives messages from his comrades saying that Yuan has appeared with the Yada no Kagami treasure. Yuan, hiding in an abandoned place, thinks that they are following him pretty well. To deal with them all at once, he made his presence known to gather the enemies in one place. He reflects that he has already been running around for a few days just for this, and that a few thousand, no, tens of thousands have gathered now. He never expected there to be this many criminals in the city. He notes that this is why Odin was wary of all the criminals on the 44th floor working together, but he cannot see the actual main culprit, Amartasu, anywhere. He thinks that maybe it is actually better that Amartasu is not here, since he gets to save his strength. Yuan then notices someone in front of him and wonders if it is not Amartasu. The figure asks what he is thinking, saying that he has flipped the 44th floor on its head and asking if he wants to die. Yuan cautiously pulls out his great sword. The figure Tsukayomi says that he is slow to answer and asks what he is thinking. Yuan recognizes Tsukayomi and wonders why she is here. He thinks that she is not interested in the Yada treasure, but in the great sword. He also thinks that Susanoo, the guy who has only ever been interested in bloodshed, is reacting to this degree. He then asks Susanoo what is with him, and whether he is happy to see his friend after thousands of years. He also notices Tsukayomi and wonders what is with that expression, and if he likes her. Susanoo denies it, but Yuan says that he does, asking who he is trying to fool. Tsukayomi rushes toward Yuan, trying to snatch the great sword. Yuan says to Susanoo that it looks like it is not a one-sided thing for him. He thinks that Tsukayomi, also interested in him, will become a powerful piece to take down Amartasu. He then says that Amartasu used the Yamada no Arachi to kill Susanoo, and asks Tsukayomi which of her two friends she will side with. She asks if Amartasu really killed Susanoo. Yuan says that he did not kill him directly, but he is involved. She asks what he means. Yuan explains that with Yamada no Orochi, Amaterasu was the one who made Susanoo fight that monster. They said they would fight it together, but Amaterasu never appeared, leaving Susanoo to fight Orochi by himself. She says that Susanoo is a battle-crazed guy, but he is not so idiotic as not to recognize his own death, and asks how Yuan is so sure. Yuan says it is because he heard it from him, and that if she does not believe him, she should ask him herself. Then his undead appears before her, and she flinches on seeing him. Susanoo asks why she is so surprised, if it is because a dead guy came back to life. She says he looks so stupid like that, but adds that it has been a while. They then hear the voices of Amatasu's comrades. Yuan says it looks like they found out he is there, and that it seems they do not have a long time to talk. Susanoo says to ask him one thing, thinking they at least have that much time. She says that, given the situation as it is right now, she wants to know if Amaterasu was really involved in his death. Susanoo says he is not unrelated. She then asks if what he said is true and whether he forced him to say it. Yuan wonders if she does not trust him, and would not want to suspect her one remaining friend either. Tsukuyomi says that they are all friends who have spent thousands of years together, so if there is any other reason. Susanoo says that she should have felt it as well, that Yuan changed after obtaining the Yasakani treasure. At first, he believed Yuan would come as he said he would, but as time passed, something began to feel really off. Yuan had given all sorts of excuses, saying he would be late, and in the end, he never arrived. He was not the Amaterasu Susanoo knew. He thought maybe it was just a random gut feeling, but he became sure of it. All the while, Yuan appeared as if Susanoo was about to die, looking for the Kasengi treasure with greedy eyes that desired the sword. He did not even look at Susanoo, as if he was lying there dying, focusing only on the sword. Since Susanoo fought with his life on the line to get that sword, he hid it in a place that could not be found easily, so it did not get stolen. Susanoo says that it is Tsukuyomi's choice either to trust him or Yuan, but he has not lied to her. The enemies appear outside that place. Tsukuyomi then says that it is time for him to go, and that they will see each other later, promising that they will meet again. Then they both vanish, and Yuan fades into the background for a moment. He thinks that it looks like he has gained a decent ally, and that she is a powerful person to have on his side. The comrades then approach him. Seeing them, Yuan wonders why it looks like there are more of them and thinks that it is time to start running again. While chasing him, they comment that he keeps circling the same places over and over and ask what his goal is. Meanwhile, Amaterasu wanders in the forest, searching all the places around, but finds no traces of Asgard. He wonders if the sign of Valhalla was false. He notes that still, this is quite a number of players who have congregated. They are not the best, but they would not lose to any of the big guilds. He activates the Sky of Yasakani treasure. The comrades raise their weapons, realizing that one of the 3 sacred treasures is present, which means the 3 precious children are here. Yuan's cinder eyes resist the treasure's force, and he is successful. They all surround him. Yuan starts slashing at them. The Kaswangi great sword absorbs blood and mana. He smirks, thinking that he has not been drained of too much constitution, but he hates that he is beginning to enjoy this. More importantly, he thinks about when Amaterasu will get off his head, noting that he should have recognized the great sword, but is still just watching and hiding. He decides he will have to force him to come out. He then stabs the great sword into the ground. The comrades wonder what he has done, seeing the sword being sucked into the ground and asking what he is trying to do. Then, Amaterasu appears with a destructive explosion and asks Yuan where he sent the sword. Yuan thinks that he did not expect Amaterasu to get mad, but he did not think he would get so mad as to appear here. His comrades, scared, call out that he is their lord. A penalty is activated due to the high ranker's attack. Yuan says that the great sword does not disappear. It just goes back to where it should be. Amaterasu says that enough with his nonsense. It would be wise of him to give up on the great sword and the mirror right this instant. He adds that if Yuan does, he will act as if none of this ever happened. Yuan smirks and says that whether he acts as if none of it happened or not, he would not believe a word he says after using all those people to try and kill him. Amaterasu gathers flame in his hand and hurls it toward him, but then notices that Yuan stands on the branch of a tree holding the mirror. Yuan reflects the fire and is transported to the designated coordinates. He then summons a lightning bolt and throws it at them. Amaterasu, frustrated, says that Yuan dares to mess with him and unleashes a huge fire, Ocean blessings envelop Yuan's body, resisting the disaster of fire. Yuan says that Amartasu has summoned something worse than Surtur and asks if he is planning on burning all the people he has gathered alive. Amartasu jumps toward him, demanding that he hand over the mirror. Yuan tells him to take it if he wants it and adds that if he wants it so badly, he should not be ashamed like last time when he used another one of his friends. Yuan then summons Orochi's undead. Seeing Orochi's dragon body, Amartasu is stunned for a moment. The system announces that Yamada no Orochi awakens from its slumber. Yuan thinks that this was Odin's strategy, that they cannot allow the criminals of the 44th floor to coalesce into their single forces, and that Orochi needs to be used to wipe them out. That was the plan, but he wonders why Orochi is listening to his commands. Then a voice asks Yuan if he is the master of the mirror and the great sword. Yuan asks Orochi if it helps the master of the sword or something. Orochi replies no, he is not the one it is helping. Yuan then realizes that it is Maple and wonders if Orochi and Maple are together. Maple then points toward Amartasu and asks if that guy is his enemy. Maple says that he will take that guy, that he understands Yuan left him for him, but that will be all. He adds that he is currently missing a heart and a head. Amartasu blocks the incoming danger with his hands and shouts to Yuan, asking if this was the reason he coveted the great sword. Then Susanoo appears before Amartasu and says that he has always wanted to fight him to the death, so he is happy that an opportunity like this has appeared. Amartasu dodges his strike by retreating. Susanoo asks why he did it, saying that he wants the reason. Amartasu clenches his teeth and says that he did that because he had longer needed him. Then Amartasu sheds his mask and returns to his true form. Susanoo smirks and says thanks for telling him, because he will not have to hesitate any longer. They both clash their weapons with each other. Amartasu throws fire at him, and Susanoo moves back from his place. He then lures Amartasu toward him again, and Amartasu generates purple flames. He makes an explosion with it and says to Susanoo that the way he fearlessly charges in headfirst is still the same as when he was alive, and that he has become bored with his strategies. He closes his fist further and says it may have worked in the past, but not anymore. As he lands the punch, Susanoo blocks it. Amartasu then charges at him again, saying that, unlike Susanoo, who is stuck at the moment of his death, he has continued to become stronger. He then glances back. Yuan rushes toward him to attack, but he retreats and appears behind Yuan. Amartasu says that attacking from the back is cowardly. Yuan asks if he is not aware that he will do anything to win. Susanoo says that is why he does these things as well. Yuan throws the lightning bolt, and Amartasu's flame absorbs the lightning. He whirls while absorbing it and thinks that the lightning is strange, as if a dark attribute is mixed in it. He thinks that to know how to wield two different elements at once is crazy. However, he also thinks that Susanoo is much more dangerous since he is a high ranking, and Yuan will not be able to sustain an undead of his level for long. His flame continuously absorbs the lightning. Yuan thinks that he will be drained soon, so he decides to ignore him. Susanoo says to Amartasu that he will regret it if he only focuses on him, since Yuan is much cleverer than he is. He says the first attack was probably just to watch his reaction. Now, Amartasu struggles with the situation, as his flames fail to absorb the lightning. Yuan thinks that Amartasu plans on enduring even attacks of that level, and maybe because he wields the dark attribute as well, he is not taking as much damage as expected. Yuan thinks he needs to make a choice whether to retreat for a moment and use Orochi to drag out the fight, or try to end the fight within the chance he has right now. He thinks he is using a lot of mana to maintain Susanoo, but Amartasu must be using a substantial amount on the fire giant as well. He thinks that as long as Orochi goes on a rampage under Maple's command, his chances of winning should increase as the fight drags on. But for some reason, Yuan then wields the heart of Auranos. He thinks he does not want to do that, but he feels like he can for some reason. He is not sure where this certainty is coming from, but he says he has some evidence. He equips a spear that was able to wound Hercules' body. Amartasu, seeing Yuan, wonders how he still has that much mana left. Yuan throws the spear toward Amartasu. Seeing it incoming, Amartasu thinks that the attack is dangerous and that he needs to dodge. As he begins to generate his flames, Susanoo grabs his hand and cuts through the flames with the great sword. Susanoo says he is already dead, and even if he gets hit by the lightning bolt, Yuan will just resurrect him again. so he is taking Amaterasu with him. Susanoo stands still, holding him there, and the lightning bolt spear strikes them. After the explosion, Amaterasu retrieves the Yasakani, and his health quickly regenerates. His wounds are partially mended. Susanoo says it looks like Amaterasu was quite scared of that snake over there, that he only used the Yasakani to control the giant, and that he was late to protect himself. Then Tsukuyomi lands on Amaterasu's back and says he looks terrible. Seeing her, Amaterasu says she came at the right time, and that Yuan lied to them, that Yuan was aiming for them from the start. She, frustrated, says it is not them, it is him, and asks why he killed Susanoo, how he could kill his own friend, and demands an answer. Amaterasu says there is no need to go this far just to ask, and questions if she thought he had some great, justified reason for the betrayal. He says it cannot even be called betrayal, since in the first place, there were none he could call his friends, because one was the woman, and the other was his rival in love. Then Susanoo stabs the sword into his back and says not to worry, that he will not be going to any good place, but dying is not as bad as he thinks. He then severs his head and says goodbye. Amaterasu's soul turns to ashes. Yuan thinks that now that this place is dealt with, only one thing is left. Then the Orochi dragon growls as it is destroyed by Maple. Yuan asks Maple if it still remembers the marshmallow experiment, and says it wants to eat already. He tells it to help him get that divinity. Then his divine flames attack Orochi. He wonders, seeing the holy fire, but realizes he did not use the skill. He wonders if Maple used his own skill. After clearing Orochi, the system says he has absorbed divinity, and his mana is partially recovered. Yuan realizes that the holy fire was an outer power from the start. He thinks that Maple also has an ego, that it does not follow the commands of anyone, and that it does not respect. And maybe Maple is the holy fire's true master. Tsukuyomi, seeing Yuan sitting, says to Susanoo that it looks like his master has gotten pretty weak. Susanoo replies that controlling someone like him would suck their mana right to the very last drop. She then wonders about Maple, saying that what she saw earlier was such a bizarre form, something she had never seen before in a living creature, countless eyes staring at Orochi, endless rows of teeth chewing everything up, even down to the gut, devouring everything like it was the first meal after starving for ages. She says she still cannot believe even Susanoo is following them and wonders where someone like that popped out from. She adds that whatever the case, they will probably climb to the top of the tower without much trouble, and that Maple's leveling up and growth rate have also increased. Seeing this, Yuan thinks that Susanoo and Maple's support played a bigger part, but even Tsukuyomi is not one to be underestimated. He then says it is time to summon the one they have been watching from earlier. His cinder eyes resonate, and the great sage, Heaven Equal, the third one, appears and asks if he is Yuan. Yuan thinks that he did not recognize him right away, and realizes he is not the clone he met before. Yuan then asks which number he is. The sage says he is the third one, and that the 12th one is busy right now because Yuan told him to gather all the clones, so he is running all over the place to do that. Yuan says so that is the deal. The third one says Yuan is offered to rescue the original, that all the clones except 3 are already gathered, and that he is bound to face the heavenly realm that locked up the original. He warns that even with all the clones, it will not be easy, and asks if Yuan has a plan. Yuan says it feels like the 12th one is the smartest clone he has. The third one says they do not have much time, that it feels like the heavenly realm is starting to catch on that the clones are gathering. Yuan replies that obviously, he has a plan, so there is no need to worry, and says they will get into that later. For now, he tells him to just focus on rounding up the remaining clones, because the more firepower they have, the better. He adds that one thing is for sure, if they can rescue the original body, there will not be any need for a war with the heavenly realm. The third one asks how. Yuan says they will talk about that later, and that climbing the tower will not take long. He instructs him to make sure not to get caught by the heavenly realm before reaching the 50th floor. The third one thinks to himself, wondering what the hell is going on and why Yuan is so calm about causing all this chaos, and wonders if it is because he is from the future and has already gotten used to it. At the 44th floor Victory Tower Trial Hall, Polaris declares that, for that reason, the test is now conducted as an individual match. He says that, as everyone knows, there has been an unfortunate incident on the 44th floor recently. He states that normally the place would be packed with participants, but this cannot be helped. People complain that if the number of participants is off, the difficulty should be adjusted, asking if this even makes sense, and saying that it must be nice for participant U1 to be the only one going through solo. Polaris says that he hopes everyone understands and tells them to prepare themselves, telling them to go ahead and fight their way through. The system notifies that the trial of victory on the 44th floor begins now and commands to break through the sound walls. U1 clenches his fist and asks how many monsters are packed in there and where he is supposed to start. He thinks that it is because of him, so it is not exactly wrong, adding that he does not have anything to say. He thinks that he hates sticking his nose into other people's business, but he makes an exception today, burning the monsters there. After that, U1 says that with the trial hall in that state, he does not think they can even hold the next test and suggests saying everyone passed. On the 45th floor, he clears the floor and gets a clone. He gets 4 clones by the 49th floor. Later, they all gather and have drinks. U1, frustrated, asks them why they keep increasing in numbers, saying that they show up every time he clears a floor. They explain that because they do not have a player kit, if they want to talk to him, they have to find him in person. U1 says exactly and asks what they are so curious about. They say they heard the rough version from 12th to 1, but did not get the full details and state that other than the fact that he came from the future, they basically know nothing. U1 says he will tell them later and that with the trial coming up soon, he would appreciate it if they could leave for now. They ask if they should come one by one. They argue about who wants to go first, saying to go in clone order, then saying to go in the order they first met U1. One of them yells at them, asking how many times he has to say not to bunch up together, saying that they cannot let the heavenly realm catch wind of them. U1 says that it sounds like he is talking about himself. The clone then tells them all to stop hanging around and scatter. He tells U1 that he came to deliver the news he has been waiting for. He says that they are all gathered the clones. At the 5 Elements Mountains, a clone trapped there bind with fire magic seals, who says that they are insanely serious and that he never thought he would see that place again. He asks when U1 is coming. The administrator tells U1 that he does not expect him to pass and that he is quite something. U1 asks what is so hard about beating those guys. The administrator says it is the 50th floor where the Celestials are and asks what else he is planning to do. U1 asks what he means. The administrator explains that there are a lot of clones in one place, and they are intertwined with him. U1 thinks that the administrator knows everything but is still testing him, calling him an old, sly snake. U1 then says to keep it confidential and not get involved in this matter. The administrator asks if this is about saving face and warns that he should not do anything that goes against the natural order, since the administrators do not want the world to be ruined. U1 agrees but says that it does not mean neglecting the rotting part. He adds that there will be a lot, and he cannot judge anything specifically, so the administrator should understand that disturbances may arise depending on the situation. He also says that if it is seen as unfair, he will gladly accept the punishment. The administrator asks what punishment there would be for someone who is not even a ranker, but still mentions that the guy up there is just a born one. He adds that if it is a fight based on interests, U1 has to stay cautious. He says there are different opinions on their side too, but still, he is on U1's side. Saying this, he disappears. On the 50th floor, some reporters approach U1 and ask how he feels about reaching the 50th floor, if he broke the record this time too, and about the floors that vanished from the record. They ask if he could tell them what happened. U1 thinks that, as he expected, there is chaos as soon as he arrives. He replies that, to be honest, his comments probably will not meet their expectations, and that his impressions of being on the 50th floor are no different. He adds that this is not where he is aiming for. It is just a place he is passing through. They say that player Hargan pointed him out as his rival and asked what he thinks about that. U1 responds that it is laughable. They then ask if there are any rankers or guilds he would like to meet, and if so, would he tell them about them. U1 says that the guild he wants to meet is the Celestials, and the ranker he wants to meet is the Monkey King. Later, on the 50th floor of City Center, U1 wanders on the road muttering that he barely managed to shake them off. He notices a direction and thinks that if the Marble Mountain is that way, a restricted area where the Demon King is sealed. He compares it to the Monkey King, noting that there are so many names for him, the Great Saint of Jechen, the Buddha. He reflects that he was just playing around to avoid being noticed for the time being. But after 3 days, he is really bored, as there is no one to hang out with. Yuan then notices the third one with some people and wonders what he did with those guys. He moves forward, saying that just imagining it makes him pissed. Yuan comes to a restaurant and wonders why, though it is usually crowded because it is a famous place. Now there is no one. Judging from the kitchen, business must still be running. Then someone pours a drink and says that it is a nice place, and that the dumplings are delicious too. Yuan asks if he has been waiting for him. Erlang, the celestial high ranker who fought the most with the Monkey King, says that is right, asking what else he would have been doing there all alone, acting like a fool. He says he has been waiting for player Yuan and asks what his relationship is with that monkey. Later, the remaining clones return upon the 12th clone's command. Yuan tells the third one that he really collected them quickly, and says it would have been convenient if that guy were as smart as him. The third one asks what kind of person he is. Yuan asks if he does not know. The third one replies that he got locked up after his creation, and that he does not know for sure because he only saw him for a very short time. He explains that the clones share memories of the main body, so what he has is only a small portion of those memories. The rest is loyalty to the main body, emotions like hostility towards the Celestials, and beyond that, he does not know. Yuan recalls when he asked the 12th if this was really another him, and the 12th answered by asking why he was so curious. Yuan said that if that is the case, then the clones would not listen to him either. Still, there must be a reason why they collude no matter what. The 12th pointed at himself and said that even though there are many bodies, it is one and the same. Yuan now thinks that he is a very curious guy, and wonders what it would feel like to live without knowing oneself. He then tells the third one that he will explain what he knows about the main body. In the restaurant, Yuan asks Erlang what he would have to do with him, saying it has been a few years since Erlang stopped his activities. Erlang offers him a drink and asks why the Monkey King said he wanted to meet him. Yuan replies that there is no one within the tower who does not know the Monkey King, adding that there are more than a few myths, and the reasons are well known to everyone. Erlang says with honor that he seems to have misunderstood, thinking the two had something in common. He notes that it has not been that long since Yuan entered the tower and suggests moving on to their discussion, reminding him that he said the guild he was most interested in was the Celestials. Erlang pours more drink and asks if that was a message to them, saying he heard Yuan was called the best player. He explains that he wanted to see his skills for himself, so he asked around for his location, unable to endure his curiosity, and wonders how much stronger he would be compared to the Monkey King's days as a player. Yuan says he has heard a lot about the Monkey King's days as a player, mentioning the fight between the exam guide and the Chimera creator. Erlang asks how he knows about that. While drinking, Yuan says that after that incident, the Chimera creator was disciplined by the administrator and placed as the tutorial's final boss, and that he defeated him. Erlang then grabs Yuan's arm and asks if he will come to the Celestials with him. As Yuan glares at him, Erlang hesitates and says it is not like that, telling him there is no need to glare at him like that, and that he simply likes strong people. Yuan then frees his arm and asks if that means he does not want him to join. He begins to leave, saying they should leave that for next time. Erlang thinks that even though they have only met for a brief moment, every word Yuan spoke was precise and thoughtful, nothing like that thunderous kid. But strangely, they seem to overlap, or at least that is what his senses are telling him. He wonders if this man will be a boon or a bane to them, and now that everything is done, he can receive guests again. 3 days later, General Erlang is on the training ground, wielding his spear alone. A guard comes rushing in. Erlang asks what is going on. The guard wonders why the pressure in the training center is always so high and how Erlang can endure training while holding that massive weapon. He then hesitantly says that a customer has arrived and is looking for him. Erlang asks if they are looking for him and asks about Yuan's whereabouts. The guard replies that Yuan is not there, adding that he heard Yuan is currently on a tour of the Celestials. Meanwhile, Yuan is on the Celestials tour, where a guide informs him that this is one of the Celestials' prides, the road leading to the Peach Blossom Garden. The guide explains that the peaches on the roadside are simply decorations, so eating them will not bring any magical effect, and if one looks closely, something can be seen hanging from the tall trees behind the gate. Yuan thinks that there is nothing special about the leftover peaches of Sun Wukong, but still considers it a place worth visiting since it is somewhere he will have to return to soon. A carriage then comes and stops destructively close to them, and Erlang's voice asks if Yuan is here. The guide greets him, and the general says to stop with the greetings and thanks the guide for assisting him. Yuan says they will meet again. Erlang asks what happened and whether Yuan was uninterested in the heavenly realm. Yuan says it is not that he was uninterested, he just needed time to think it over. Erlang says that with Yuan's personality, he would definitely take his time. He grabs Yuan's arm and says to come with him, so he will thoroughly introduce him to the heavenly realm. Yuan, along with Erlang and the guide, recalls when the third one told him about Erlang, saying he is more extreme when it comes to fighting and that it is gross. He remembers that Erlang is not a muscle monster like Hercules, but his strength is just as crazy, and that once he picks a target, he never lets go. He thinks about how many years Erlang chased him, noting that Erlang is stubborn because he is a perfectionist and will not be satisfied unless he finishes everything perfectly, and that he did not look like someone who could easily break. Yuan thinks this is getting longer and that it is for him to decide whether he wants to kill Erlang or not, and now thinks that Erlang is just as straightforward as they said, which is hard. Erlang then says to go over there next and asks what Yuan thinks about the heavenly realm. Yuan says it is quite big. Erlang agrees and says there are more places to see, so they should go. Yuan wonders if he should observe Erlang more, thinking that he cannot do anything to a high ranker like Erlang with his current skills anyway. He acknowledges that thanks to the general, he is able to openly see inside the heavenly realm without any obstructions, including that place. He notes that the Marble Mountains are under a spell, and that the one who knows this spell best is the King of Great Might, the great sage who pacifies heaven, and that he needs to rescue him first because he is trapped over there. In the prison, Warden and top ranker Jin Hurak tells the guards that they cannot even follow his orders and should go clean up instead. He asks if they know who he is and complains about how long he has to rot there with such useless people. He then hears a voice and wonders where the sound is coming from. Noticing someone, he asks who is there, saying that only the administrators can enter this place.